June 2017, a seemingly ordinary day. Shanghai, inside a bedroom in an apartment. System, check the attribute panel. A slightly lazy voice sounded. The young man sitting in front of the computer had a handsome appearance. He stared at the image of the enemy base exploding on the screen, then stretched lazily. In the next instant, a virtual data panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Lu Qin. Operation, 100. Awareness, 100. Reaction, 100. Teamfight, 99. Meta understanding, 100. Hero proficiency, Jace, 100%. Nidalee, 100%. Fizz, 100%. Draven, 100%. Riven, 100%. Fiora, 100%. A total of 99 heroes have reached max proficiency. Current remaining points, 4396. Each attribute point above 95 requires 4,000 points. Points can be earned through rank victories. Higher ranks yield greater rewards, completing achievements, such as winning a world championship, completing system tasks, and more. Comprehensive evaluation, SS+. Lu Qin let out a long breath, a hint of relief appearing on his face. 2 years of lying low, finally about to reach perfection. However, his eyebrows slightly raised as he noticed a system notification at the bottom of the data panel. Ding! Tip: the host's attribute values have surpassed 100% of professional players. Please complete the beginner's task as soon as possible. Current rookie task: become a starting player for an LPL League team. Reward, points times 500. He glanced at it and chose to ignore it. He had seen this kind of prompt countless times over the past 2 years. When he first awakened the system, this rigid system kept urging him daily to step out and go pro. At that time, he was just an unknown rookie in training, with average stats not even reaching 75. Even with the system's support, how could it be achieved in one leap? Was he really supposed to go straight into the arena and compete with those seasoned veterans? What if I lose? He is clearly a reborn individual, and not just that, a reborn individual with a cheat ability. Does he have no shame? That's right, Lu Qin was reborn back to 2015 and inexplicably became a member of RNG's youth training team. After awakening the system, he chose to stay low-key and endure for 2 years, maxing out his stats. Humph, do you think I would be as reckless as those predecessors who transmigrated? Just awaken the system, with attributes only at 60 or 70, and dare to rush up and fight top-tier professional players? Lu Qin considered himself steady. Whoosh, he couldn't even be bothered to think about those overpowered protagonist plots. Since rank can accumulate points, even if it's slow, he would first max out his attributes. Besides, this novice task has no time limit or penalties. He would rather stay in seclusion, only to emerge as invincible in the world. Otherwise, if he cheats and still can't beat others, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Thus, from S5 to S7, he spent countless days and nights immersed in the canyon. In order not to reveal his identity, he even deliberately balanced his win rate. To be honest, even with cheats, Lu Qin has made it this far purely through his own efforts. System, add points. Add the last point to the team battle attribute as well. Ding! Attribute points successfully added. Current team battle attribute of the host, 100. Just after adding the points, the system popped up another notification. Ding! System notification. All attributes of the host are maxed out. Please stop wasting time on rank. Yeah, I know, Lu Qin smacked his lips. TSK, are you getting impatient, system? Even so, this cold, program-like system gave no response. He shrugged, closed the game, and touched his chin. Indeed, it's time to consider stepping out and completing the beginner's quest first. Join an LPL team and become a starter. This quest had been delayed for 2 years, and he was still a substitute for the second team. Just as he was pondering, squeak, the dormitory door was pushed open. A beautiful girl in a white dress, with a tired look on her face, walked into the room. Xiaoqinzi, I'm exhausted today. She threw herself onto Lu Qin's bed without any reservations, instantly relaxing her whole body. It was none other than the new LPL host Rita Fengyu. In just 1 year, she had risen from LSPL and LCK to become a leading commentator in LPL. What is it this time, Xiao Yuzi? Lu Qin asked casually, turning his chair to look at her. The two grew up together as childhood friends. This apartment also belongs to Rita. He is essentially freeloading here. Humph, it's all because of you. Rita rolled her eyes weakly. Me? Lu Qin raised an eyebrow. Isn't your contract expiring in 2 weeks? Rita propped herself up to sit, her legs tucked neatly beneath her in a duck-sitting position, and said earnestly, I was thinking of helping you find a job. Lu Qin was slightly taken aback, his expression momentarily dazed. The contract was indeed about to expire. 2 years ago, when he transmigrated, he had signed a 2-year contract with the RNG youth training team. In the past 2 years, due to keeping a low profile while improving his attributes, his performance has been mediocre, and he has rarely had the chance to play even on the second team. Now that the contract is about to expire, RNG clearly won't renew it. Although RNG's contracts are strict, there's a saying, RNG doesn't hold back rookies. To put it nicely, he is about to become a free agent. To put it bluntly, you're facing unemployment. Thinking of this, Lu Qin's expression turned a bit complicated. So, what kind of job did you find for me? Rita lifted her chin and smiled smugly. Your big sister worked hard all day, and they finally agreed to give you a chance as a trial commentator. Thank you so much, Xiaoyu. Don't be rude. You should call her sister you. Rita waved her hand. After all, you've been in youth training for 2 years. Your game understanding must be solid, so commentary suits you perfectly. Before she could finish, Lu Chen's calm voice drifted over. But, I refuse. ? Rita was stunned, staring blankly at Lu Chen. Didn't I say earlier? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows, a confident smile on his face. Starting this year, I'm going to make a big splash and show you what a legendary player is. What it means for the god of war to return. Silence. The room fell into stillness. After a long while, Rita frowned and muttered, Xiaochunzi, are you dreaming? Seeing the boy's clear and determined gaze, Rita blinked. Are you really serious? A player who hasn't even played in the youth training league dares to boast about becoming a legend. No matter how you look at it, it seems like a dream. Of course, Lu Chen stood up, hands on his hips, his tone full of calmness and confidence. No more pretending. I'm laying it all out standing before you as the world's #1 LOL player. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he smirked. Do you even understand what it means when the 2-year deadline is up and the Dragon King returns to his throne? Yes. Rita got up from the bed as well, rolling her eyes at him in passing. Alright, I'll go cook first. 2 weeks from now, if the legendary player who couldn't renew his contract comes crying to me for help, don't say I didn't warn you. After Rita left, the dorm room was left with only Lu Chen. He shook his head and sighed. These days, no one believes the truth anymore. 1 week later, Season S7. This year was exceptionally special. At the MSI Mid-Season Invitational, Spring Champion Wii, carrying the hopes of the entire LPL, was once again defeated by SKT, stopping at the semifinals and ending their international journey. Countless fans once again felt the despairing oppression of the LCK region. In previous years, it might not have mattered, and the clubs wouldn't have cared too much about the MSI results. But this year is different. This year's Worlds will be hosted in the LPL region for the first time, and the final venue is set at the Bird's Nest, a place deeply cherished by the people. Which team wouldn't long to lift the first ever World Championship trophy for the LPL there? As long as they succeed, the resulting sensation would be enough to drive them wild. Therefore, during this brief summer transfer period, each club is pulling out all the stops, frantically recruiting, and strengthening to enhance their team's power. At the very least, secure this most crucial ticket to the World Championship. IG Club. Master Go Kid, who had been streaming all day, couldn't hold on any longer. He slumped into his gaming chair, his face blank, his eyes filled with pain, muttering, guys, today really isn't the day for ranking up. I'm logging off, okay? On the computer screen, a miserable 080 VN record stands out glaringly. The live stream chat exploded instantly. 666, lost 9 games in a row and ran away? What a noob, watched for so long and not a single win. I heard this is a pro player's live stream. Can this level of play go pro? General Sturgeon, if it doesn't work out, just retire. True, Rookie's leg is about to break from all of you clinging to it. Lu, do you deserve to play AD? Switch to jungle and focus on that, okay? Wait, don't rush, don't end the stream yet. I want to see the data panel. Yes, this VN game was amazing. Quickly check the data. I want to know if it can surpass that classic game. Both are VN, but this one is much worse. The barrage was almost entirely urging to see the stats. Kid swallowed nervously, his eyes darting around. The streamer played terribly this round. Let's not look at the stats panel. He panicked. He knew best about the game he played himself. From the moment the enemy Caitlyn came online at level 1, she didn't treat him like a person, constantly keeping her distance and auto-attacking, causing immense suffering. The entire game was either spent in silence or getting killed, with the bot lane being cleared in 10 minutes. They didn't even manage to surrender before the base was destroyed. Barely landed a hit on the enemy throughout the whole match. Damage data, even guessing with your toes, it's a shameful number. Thinking of this, Kid prepared to close the game and end the stream. Brothers, I just remembered, there's something important. Before he finished speaking, the chat exploded again. Found it. Kid God dealt 328 damage this round. Really? Another record broken. Unstoppable. God High is the breaker of his own records. An AD in a king tier match, only dealing over 300 damage in one game? My God High's VN in a match can deal 443. You always say I'm 443, but today, let me show you that my limits go beyond this. 666, as expected of General Sturgeon, always breaking expectations. Another timeless classic is born. In front of the screen, Kid's face instantly turned pale, and his scalp tingled. 328. In a normal late-game match, VN's 3-hit damage easily surpasses this number. This person is definitely not normal. Kid gritted his teeth and held on. Even when landing against Uzi, I didn't feel this much pressure. This must be a top-tier pro, he muttered to himself while opening the opposing AD's match history. As soon as he clicked it open, page after page of green MVP records came into view, his pupils slightly contracting. MVPs appeared one after another, with a few red SVPs scattered among them. Clicking on the SVP MVPs, he saw frequent matches where teammates went AFK or intentionally fed. For example, an easy with a 10-2-1 SVP, teammates in mid and top lane AFK, a jungler with 052, and a support with 043. Only in such a game would you lose. And this is still a new account that's only been played for a week. Master rank, 520 points, 90% win rate. Turtle. The kid's expression changed from shock to admiration, exclaiming, "Whose ID is this?" The chat exploded. "I saw it? 90% win rate? Blinding my 24K titanium alloy dog eyes? This record? What kind of monster? This is impossible. Is the system bugged? This person is definitely cheating. Even pros can't achieve this. It's not General Sturgeon's fault. The opponent is insanely strong. Not even pretending. Damn, the master has over 500 points and a 90% win rate. What is Riot doing? Ignoring something this obvious? Didn't you guys see the last game? Purely a display of skill. Even scripts can't perform that operation. That kind of teamfight positioning and kiting, can scripts do that?" The barrage was filled with endless debates. Kid seemed to think of something, his eyes lit up. "Guys, I'm not in the best shape today, so I'll end the stream for now." After speaking, he hurriedly ended the livestream and rushed toward the back of the club. The livestream room was left with a black screen, filled with that sneaky streamer, running off so fast. Several people in the IG club gathered around Kid's computer. Manager Su Xiaoluo looked skeptical. "Is that person really as amazing as you say?" Kid nodded confidently. "Trust me, just wait until you see the stats." Confidence was written all over his face, as if those stats were his own. Under everyone's gaze, Kid opened the account again. Green MVP records flooded the screen. Kid deliberately opened the overview. Master 520 points, 90% win rate. "I wasn't lying to you, was I?" The people around him collectively gasped, especially AD West Emperor West. Facing an obvious threat, he originally wanted to make a sarcastic remark. Seeing this record, he could only shut up. Rookie widened his eyes. "Bro, you're not cheating, are you?" Everyone looked incredulous. This record doesn't seem like something a human could achieve. The top win rate in the national server is only 58%, but this person has 90%. Looking at the record, most of the time they play AD. The AD position has the least impact on the situation. Winning or losing depends entirely on the teammate's performance. Mid-jungle assassins and mages can instantly kill you. Top jungle warriors and tanks can easily take you down. Supports kill each other's ADs, then laugh to death while farming and recalling. Want to rely on AD to achieve a 90% win rate? The awareness and skill requirements are ridiculously high. Kid waved his hand. "You guys don't believe me? I've played rank for years, and I can spot a script at a glance. This person's landing mechanics are so abstract they resemble a script, but in team fights, their positioning for damage, sneaky attacks, and judgment of when to advance or retreat are terrifyingly sharp." Kid continued, "And with such a high win rate, they must have been reported, but their account hasn't been banned. What does that tell you?" Coach Manhwa squinted his eyes. "Maybe, another genius?" Speaking of geniuses, IG also has Jackie Wenba, who reached the top of the Chinese server at 14 and the top of the Korean server as a young AD at 16. But even he couldn't achieve such an exaggerated win rate. 90%. This isn't a genius, it's a monster. Wenba watched the commotion nearby, feeling a chill. He looked around in confusion but found nothing, so he could only scratch his head. "Chen, are you familiar with this ID?" Su Xiaoluo asked decisively. Rookie and the others shook their heads. "Don't know them. This was a new account created during the week. Most professional players play on the Korean server, so they don't recognize many. It looks like someone's alternate account." Su Xiaoluo was silent. "In any case, find a way to contact him and ask if he's willing to try out." "Okay," Kid nodded. "I'll play more matches in the next couple of days. If I run into him, I'll add him as a friend." Rookie and the others also responded one after another. Su Xiaoluo rubbed his chin. "Is he really that strong? He's perfect for IG. No choice. Right now, IG's biggest weakness is the bottom lane. The top lane has S6 champion Duke and substitute the Shy. At this moment, there is the mid lane Dean-level rookie. The jungler used to be Kid, but now they have borrowed the talented jungler Ning. Only the bot lane has no one to carry the banner. The young Jackie Love is underage and still needs to wait half a year to play. Can only rely on West Emperor West to hold on. The bot lane is almost the breakthrough point in every game. Since S7, Riot has frequently made changes, along with the appearance of Ardent Sensor. The pace of LOL has already shifted towards bot lane AD carries being dominant. Whichever side's AD takes over the game first will have a higher win rate. This position is crucial. IG's weakness is obvious. No wonder Su Xiaoluo is anxious. The upcoming week. ID Chen, you are climbing ranks crazily in the national server. 700, 900, 1200. Finally, they reached 1580 points with a terrifying 85% win rate, topping the national server, instantly attracting nationwide attention. Whether in the streamer's room or on Weibo forums, this news is everywhere. The top post on the famous anti-stress bar homepage. "Brothers, the national server is #1. Shen, you, forever the god. Second. apartment. Rational discussion. Who is stronger among the newly emerged AD gods Chen, Yu, and Uzi? Third, exaggerated win rate, true skill or cheat assisted. Whoa, really reached the top. I've watched his OB, his landing, and team fights are simply beautiful. Carrying every game. Do you understand the value of carrying every game? This guy is practically a hero pool master, playing over a dozen AD champions, all with full proficiency. Who is it exactly? A pro player's smurf? Professional? Even Uzi couldn't achieve this record. LOL, a random ranked player trying to compare to Uzi? Go show off in the pro scene first. Uzi has a world championship runner-up title. LPL AD players, stop trying to compare yourselves to him. Anyway, this guy is even scarier than Dopa. His win rate is way higher. Do you understand how monstrous it is to reach the top of the national server with an 85% win rate? Netizens are fervently discussing. Clubs are also taking action. The significance of a top-tier AD player goes without saying. Even though RNG has Uzi, they have started paying attention to Chen and Yu. I'd rather be Uzi's substitute than let him join another team. IG, who first discovered Chen and Yu, is going crazy. A week has passed, and they still can't get in touch. Su Xiaoluo is so anxious that it's giving him a headache. Inside the apartment. Lu Chen stretched lazily, got up from the gaming chair, and moved his wrist. Finally, done. For someone with little competition experience like him, the best stepping stone to enter the LPL is reaching the top of the Chinese or Korean server. Reaching the top with an exaggerated win rate turns that stepping stone from clay to gold. At this moment, Rita's voice came from outside the door. Xiaoqinzi, time to eat. Here you are. Lu Chen tidied up the table and walked out the door. At the dining table, Rita propped her head up, looking at the boy across from her. By the way, your contract expires tomorrow? Lu Chen paused for a moment, swallowed the food in his mouth, and said, yeah, then you really don't consider becoming a commentator? Rita sighed helplessly. You should know, RNG won't renew your contract. Clubs usually discuss contract renewals 3 months before they expire. Lu Chen's silence indicates that the club is letting him go, and he'll leave directly when the contract expires. Of course, to Rita's surprise, the young man was not disappointed but rather excited, as if not renewing the contract was a good thing. Lu Chen smiled confidently. Once the contract is terminated, I can join any club I want. Rita took a deep breath and rolled her eyes. I don't mean to discourage you, but do you really have no self-awareness? She seemed to think of something and asked, do you know that mysterious player who recently topped the national server? Chen, Yu? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Of course I know. Good that you know, Rita said bluntly. That one's a true genius. Any club would fight over him. As for you, even RNG's second youth training team didn't want you. What team would pick you up? Although it hurt him, she couldn't just stand by and watch Lu sink deeper. The esports scene truly thrives on talent. Without talent, no amount of effort will make a difference. Behind the players shining under the stage lights lies the harsh reality of countless dream-chasing youths crushed by reality. LSPL is achievable, but LPL might not choose you. Lu Chen can't even make it to LSPL. Esports isn't something you can succeed in just by working hard. You have a point. Lu Chen tilted his head, his expression strange, and confessed, but I am the Chen you're talking about. Question mark. Rita blinked, a question mark popping up over her head. Then she rolled her eyes in slight anger. Stop joking. I'm serious. If you're Chen I'd even be your girlfriend. Lu Chen shrugged. Who's joking? I'm serious. What do you think Chen and Yu represent? Chen and Yu, what could they represent? Rita didn't catch on. Lu Chen pointed to himself, then to her, and said with a smile, I'm Lu Chen, and you're Feng Yu. Got it? Rita finally understood. The cheeks instantly turned red. You, what do you mean? What do I mean? Lu Chen leaned closer, eyes filled with amusement. Of course, it's to thank you for taking me in. Rita, feeling dizzy, hurriedly pressed his shoulders. Don't try to fool me. Explain clearly, what's going on exactly? Is it a coincidence? Or, that stunning LPL player, the pub star Chen Yu, who had clubs scrambling to recruit him, turns out to be this young boy who can't even make the starting lineup in RNG's second youth team? The gap is too overwhelming, leaving Rita momentarily dizzy and unable to judge accurately. The key moment was too coincidental, and it just had to be called Chen Yu. I knew you wouldn't believe it. Lu Chen smiled warmly, held her hand, and walked toward the dormitory. You, what are you doing? Rita panicked. You can't even speak clearly. What am I doing? Lu Chen turned his head, eyes filled with amusement. Proving it to you. Proving? Rita was stunned, thinking he was about to do something bad. Lu Chen shrugged. Just showing you my account, isn't that enough? In front of the dormitory computer. Rita's mouth slightly open, eyes filled with surprise. On the screen, the ID Chen and Yu accounts were quietly logged in. Top King, 1580 points, ranked first in the entire server. The most dazzling is that 85% win rate. After a while, Rita turned around, staring blankly at Lu Chen. He waved his hand in front of her and smiled. What, shocked silly? You little rascal. Unexpectedly, Rita exploded, grabbed his ear, and gritted her teeth. I was even worried that you wouldn't find a job after your contract was terminated and begged me to find you commentary extraordinary opportunities. And yet you even hid this from me. It hurts. Ouch, ouch. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. Thinking quickly, he suddenly leaned in close and grabbed her shoulders in a hug. What are you doing? Rita's eyes widened. He. Lu Chen laughed. You just said, if I were Chen, you. Rita tried hard to recall and suddenly remembered. If you are Chen, you, I can even be your girlfriend. The words echoed in her mind. Her face turned red, and she quickly withdrew her hand. I was just saying that in anger. Just in anger. Lu Chen didn't care and pressed on. I'm serious. The atmosphere instantly turned ambiguous. Rita's pupils trembled, and finally, she closed her eyes with a flushed face. The club's frantically searching for Chen, and you never expected this. The people they went to great lengths to contact but couldn't reach are currently busy falling in love. If they knew, the people in charge would probably be so angry they'd spit blood. Bro, you're already ranked first in the national server. Why not consider joining a professional esports team? Not pursuing a professional career to make a name for yourself, but staying here to date? Do you have ambition, bro? IG Club. Did you get in touch? In the training room, Su Xiaoluo was restless. The IG team members looked helpless. Kid spread his hands speechlessly. None of the friend requests I sent were accepted. He even asked players from other clubs, but their requests also disappeared without a trace. Rookie had a headache. This person hasn't played ranked matches since reaching the top. There's simply no chance to encounter them. Shi Huang sat silently in the corner. To be honest, he's kind of giving up. A moment later. SSS. A moment later. At this moment. Having Yu Wenba at home, he joins the starting lineup as soon as he comes of age. Now comes Chen and Yu, dimming one's own brilliance. With so many talents, one must give up their spot. Cruel esports, everything depends on strength. Sigh, Su Xiaoluo frowned. Less than 10 days left in the transfer window, and the summer season starts in half a month. If Chen and Yu aren't signed within 10 days, we'll have to wait until next year's S8 to join the team. By then, Yu Wenba will already be of age. We'll also miss the most important S7 World Championship. IG is anxious because Yu Wenba couldn't play. The meta also favors bot lane AD. West Emperor can't carry the team, so a top-tier AD is urgently needed. Without signing Chen or Yu, IG has no hope. Other clubs are also frowning. This solo Q King's terrifying win rate has reached the top, but it seems like there's no interest in going pro. If Lu Chen knew, he would definitely cry out in grievance. Bro, it's not that I don't want to deal with you all. I am already a professional player. Negotiations can only take place after the contract is terminated. The next day, RNG Club. Lu Chen, dressed in a plain white t-shirt, quietly walked to the door of the boss's office on the second floor. The door was open, and the faint sound of two people talking came from inside. Firefox, if you can't get in touch, don't waste your energy. RNG doesn't lack ADs. Boss, we've evaluated. This solo Q King, Chen, Yu, is extraordinary. The win rate. Coach Firefox's words were cut off by the boss, by Xing. Not important. We spent a lot of money signing Uzi. There's no need to spend more on the AD position, understand? By Xing sneered. Or do you think a random player who only plays ranked is better than Uzi? Firefox remains silent. Over the years, many ranked kings have joined the professional scene, only to perform mediocrely, not adapting to the pace of the game. Shallow hero pool becomes useless when the signature pick is targeted. It's normal for White Star not to take it seriously. After all, there's Uzi, whose strength has long been proven, but Firefox still wants to fight for it. He carefully studied this rising road king, Chen, Yu, lane details, positioning for last hits, teamfight handling. His performance is excessively perfect. A massive hero pool, absolutely incomparable to a one-trick player. Knock, knock, knock. Bai Xinghu turned his head. Lu Chen stood awkwardly at the door. Coach, boss, I'm here to discuss the contract. Eavesdropping on discussions about oneself outside felt peculiar. Firefox nodded. Come in. Ahem. Baixing restrained her expression and looked at Lu Chen. Are you the second team's youth training substitute? Yes. Lu Chen nodded. The contract expires today. Baixing said bluntly, we have no intention of renewing the contract. The second team had no results after 2 years, so naturally, RNG wouldn't renew. I know, Lu Chen said calmly. I came here to terminate the contract. Baixing looked at him in surprise. Most professional players are anxious and hesitant before termination, but this kid seemed to know his place. White Star smiled with satisfaction and said some polite words. Stay at the club for 2 years, terminate the contract, and I wish you to find a suitable job. Firefox opened his mouth to speak but ultimately said nothing. The contract termination process was swiftly completed. RNG was generous, giving an extra month's salary of 2,000. No sense of contractual rigidity. The process took less than half an hour. RNG is not stuck with noobs. After terminating the contract, Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. smiled with ease, and stepped out of the club's main door into the sunlight. Farewell to the cage. Terminated the contract? Rita sat cross-legged on the sofa, hugging her knees and leaning against the young man. Yes, terminated, Lu Chen nodded with a smile. From now on, I'm a free man. I can sign wherever I want. Rita rolled her eyes. A free agent? More like unemployed. She asked curiously, RNG is one of the LPL's big three. Why didn't you stay and play? Currently in the LPL, aside from the Red Miracle, RNG is in the spotlight. The two are neck and neck. EDG has experienced a loss of fans since S6 when Clearlove was kicked out with a score of 4,396, slightly falling behind. To be honest, nowadays there is a noticeable gap among the LPL team clubs. If the popularity of the big three is set at 100, then other clubs, even those like IG and Snake with relatively decent popularity, would be lucky to reach 20. For many professional players, being able to start for one of the big three is definitely a great fortune. Regardless of whether any achievements can be made, at least the traffic is guaranteed. But this guy Lu Chen stayed in RNG's youth training team for 2 years. Clearly, his skills could easily top the national server, yet he deliberately kept himself hidden, as if afraid RNG would discover him and make him a starter. In Rita's eyes, this was somewhat incomprehensible. Lu Chen shrugged. RNG already has Uzi, why would I go there? Rita nodded slightly. That's true. No matter how strong Lu Chen's performance and rank was, in the eyes of others, it was hard to compare to that esports superstar. Besides, I don't like that club, Lu Chen added, shaking his head. About the myth of the RNG contract he didn't say much. Years later, someone once asked a question. Who is the god of League of Legends? The sound of knocking echoed. Some say it's Uzi, the eternal god. After all, the slogan shouted by a certain captured streamer was highly topical. Some say it was Faker, Lee Sanghyok, the 3-time champion of the league and the mid-lane demon king. In that era, being able to solo kill Faker was considered a great honor. Others say it was a certain commentator with the surname Guan who, with his cursed predictions, became known among countless players as the god of curses. But these are all wrong. The god of LOL, there is only one. And that is me, RNG. The god of contracts. Uzi cannot win the world championship. Faker will also grow old and decline. Even Guan Ziyuan has moments when his predictions fail. But when I, RNG, hold the contract, it's always accurate. Hold one, and one falls. Then which team do you actually want to join? Rita asked curiously. Lu Chen smiled faintly. I've always had a goal, but it's not the big three. RNG has Uzi, EDG has Eboi, and we has Mystic. They are all the ace players of their respective teams. How could they easily replace them with a rookie starter? His goal, of course, IG. Except for the AD position, IG is now almost complete. If it weren't for focusing on this position, why would he specifically use AD to climb the ranks? With his maxed out stats, climbing the ranks with mid or jungle would be the fastest, and the win rate would be even more impressive. After all, these two positions are truly the key to driving the rhythm of the entire game. A moment later, in front of the computer in the dormitory, Lu Chen looked at the overwhelming number of friend requests, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Relying on memory, he found the kid who added him a week ago and clicked accept. He sent 2 words, hello. Meanwhile, in the IG Club's live streaming room, Kid, who was eating in front of the computer, saw the notification and almost spat out his food. Realizing what happened, he quickly said, guys, something urgent came up. The streamer has to go offline for now. He then swiftly closed the live streaming software. The barrage floods the black screen. Wait, what did I just see? That ID was Chen, you, right? It's him. There's no mistaking it, a heart-shaped avatar. God C is finally reaching out to the club? I'm so moved. I thought I wouldn't see God C play professionally in my lifetime. Sob. Kid God, this time we won't blame you for ending the stream early. Hurry up and seize the opportunity to keep God C at IG. This year will definitely take off. I'm telling you, even if Faker comes, it won't matter. That's great. Finally we can watch that monster wreak havoc on professional players. Blowing up low-level players at over 1,000 points in King of Glory is boring. Even the OB streams are getting dull. Over 1,000 points in King of Glory blowing up low-level players, bro. You need to choose your words carefully. A moment later. Look, as if God C wouldn't play ranked games if he went pro. Anyway, finally some news about God C. It's not easy. During this time, online debates have almost exploded. Forums, Weibo, and other platforms have been overrun. Various post comments are making major clubs' heads spin. For example, inside the apartment. On why Chin and you are gods, and why no one has signed them yet. On the vision of LPL teams, an 85% win rate monster ranked first in the national server is being overlooked. On whether LPL teams are slacking off, not cherishing the opportunity to win at their doorstep. With the summer transfer window ending, does God C still have a chance to sign? I don't care. I want to see God C dominate in pro play. LPL clubs, step it up. Lu Chen's in-game operations are flawless, his development is impeccable, his team fights are picturesque, and his positioning and predictions are unbelievable. League of Legends is like this. The more extreme the operations, the more impressive and captivating they they are. Faker's Z-duel, Uzi's vain flanking, the Shy's godlike descent. These classic moments are still fondly remembered even years later, and such extreme operations happen in almost every game with Liu Chen. At this moment, IG Club. A group of people gathered around Kid's computer, watching him type a conversation. Kid, bro, finally got in touch with you. It wasn't easy. Chen, you just saw it. Sorry about that. My friend messages are overflowing and I haven't cleared them. Kid, I understand. I'll get straight to the point. Are you interested in going pro? IG wants to sign you, and with your skill level, the annual salary starts at $1 million. Chen, I've thought about it. Kid, that's great. It's inconvenient to talk in-game. Can we exchange contact info? Chen, sure. Soon, the two added each other on social media and began formal communication. At this point, the person responsible for communication had changed from Kid to manager Su Xiaoluo. Su Xiaoluo spoke with an air of wealth and confidence. Prior to this, there had already been communication with boss principal Wang. The boss exclaimed in amazement after hearing, "Wow, that's incredible. Sign him. Even if he asks for a lot, sign him. Just half of his potential is enough." With the boss backing him up, Su Xiaoluo was full of confidence. He immediately quoted a starting annual salary of $2 million. Nowadays, professional players need to have fame first to earn $1 million salary. Liu Chen hasn't played a single match, which shows enough sincerity. Both sides agreed on a preliminary intention and decided that Liu Chen would go to IG for a trial in the afternoon. After all, they're both in Shanghai, so the distance is close. The transfer window is about to close, so time is of the essence. 3 p.m. Luxurious villa by the Huangpu River. IG Club base. A young man in white pushed open the door, walking towards the sunlight. The receptionist curiously asked, "Hello, may I help you with something?" Liu Chen touched his nose. "My name is Liu Chen. I'm here for the trial training." Trial training? The receptionist looked puzzled, then suddenly became excited and cheerful. "Are you C God?" Liu Chen was taken aback. "You know me?" "Of course." The young lady smiled proudly. "I'm also an alliance player." "How could I not know the famous God C?" She looked him over carefully. I imagined he was young, but I didn't expect him to be this handsome." At this time, it was the MSI off-season, with no matches. Chen and you have long dominated the LOL community's discussion rankings. Most followers know about the exaggerated win rate of the monster at the top, but no one knows their identity. Many are urging teams to sign them, just to catch a glimpse of their true appearance. Don't find it absurd. Many so-called fans are actually just here for the fun. They are the most enthusiastic when there's fun to be had. The young lady made a phone call, and in less than half a minute, two men in suits appeared in the lobby. Upon seeing Liu Chen, the two walked straight over. "Hello, are you Liu Chen? I am IG's manager, Su Xiaoluo, and this is Coach Manhwa." Su Xiaoluo reached out to shake hands and said with a smile, "I didn't expect the legendary God C to be so young." Coach Manhwa said in accented Chinese, "Nice to meet you." Although accented, his Chinese was fluent. Back then, Manhwa came to the LPL with the coal mining duo Rookie and Kakao. Because of its proficiency in Chinese, IG is jokingly called the #1 Chinese academy in esports. Liu Chen nodded politely. "Hello. You've come at the perfect time. Follow me," Su Xiaoluo said excitedly. "There's a scrim going on. Consider it your trial." Second floor training room. BO3 training match in progress. Facing IG and EDG. In the first game, IG is in a disadvantageous position. Top lane the Shy faces Egwan's pressure-resistant Makai, making it hard to break through. Impatient offense turned into a focus of attention for Clearlove. Gave away 2 kills within 10 minutes. Mid laner Rookie performed brilliantly but failed to suppress EDG's young player scout. Jungler Ning made bold moves, but against the experienced Clearlove he was outmaneuvered. The bottom lane is a tragic sight. The Western Emperor's skill level isn't as bad as rumored. When steady, he can hold his ground. But the opposing prodigy A Daiboy is aggressively suppressing. The jungler frequently supports the bottom lane. IG's bottom lane is behind by over 40 CS, and the first turret is critically low on health. 3 words, can't play. 15-minute river team fight. EDG trades 1 for 5. Iboi's Caitlyn gets a quadra kill. IG is wiped out. IG taps out. Both sides tacitly log off. The atmosphere in the training room is silent. 5 IG players lowered their heads, looking grim. The spectators Kid, Duke, and Yuwenbao were also stunned. The game was played terribly, getting steamrolled in just over 10 minutes. Scrims are meant to identify and fix weaknesses, but this game was full of flaws, impossible to fix. The review has limited value. Strength speaks for itself. The Western Emperor was caught by the captain and couldn't pull off an extreme counter kill. If he truly could, the Western Emperor wouldn't still be the Western Emperor. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Su Xiaoluo came in, clapping to draw attention. "Everyone, let me introduce someone." He patted the young man behind him lightly on the shoulder. "This is Liu Chen, the new member about to join IG." Smiled and said, "The national server ID, I suppose you're all familiar with it." "Chen, you." The atmosphere in the training room changed abruptly. Everyone's gaze shifted from the earlier match, looking curiously and in amazement at the boy in white. Is this the monster who reached the top of the national server with an 85% 85% win rate? Not quite the 3 heads and 6 arms as rumored. Welcome, welcome. The old captain, Ruji, was the first to greet with a smile. Brother, you finally made it. Kid stood up. It's really hard to find you. I was almost worried sick. The shy and Baolan also greeted him one after another. Lu Chen wasn't shy, grinning to reveal his white teeth, his eyes clear and sparkling. Hello everyone, just call me Lu Chen. Everyone quickly became familiar with each other. Prince Ning shouted boldly, see God, come over here, we just got crushed. Save us, please. Clearly disregarding Shi Huang's dignity. Shi Huang remained silent. After all, it was indeed a shortcoming just now. Su Xiaoluo timely chimed in. For the next 2 training matches, Lu Chen will play. Consider it a trial. Alright, Lu Chen nodded. Ripples arise in the heart. After 2 years of hard training to max out attributes, no official matches were played. Now returning, bound to stir up a storm. From this moment on, unleash your brilliance. Although it's a practice match, it's enough to be considered a true debut. Sharpening the sword for 2 years, today it is unsheathed. Shi Huang quietly tidied up the desk and gave up his seat. Walked to the spectator seats and sat together with Yu Wenba and Kid. Brother, don't take it to heart. Kid patted his shoulder. Didn't I also switch from AD to jungler? A reasonable consolation. Once one of IG's twin stars and a genius AD, Kid later transitioned to jungler after a few years. Even the jungler was replaced by Ning Wang in the starting lineup. The two are like comrades in misfortune. Shi Huang glanced at him and shook his head as if relieved. No need to comfort me. I've long expected this day, just didn't think it would come so soon. Ever since Yu Wenba signed himself, he knew he wouldn't make the starting lineup. He is well aware of his own abilities. If he can't compete, he just can't compete. Yu Wenba reached the top of the Korean server with a 65% win rate, shaking the club into vying for his signature. Now, the even fiercer Chan and you have reached the top of the national server with an 85% win rate, a number he couldn't have imagined. The second BO3 scrim is about to begin. Relax, said Rookie first. It's just a scrim, winning or losing doesn't matter. Just perform normally without any pressure. As the captain, he had to take care of the newcomers. King Ning shrugged. Call me if there's a problem. I'll help you more in the bot lane, don't worry. Lu Chen showed no signs of nervousness, flexed his wrist, and said with a smile, sure, I will. Baolan next to him was a little nervous. I will cooperate with you as well. BP begins. EDG still follows the usual ban strategy, banning Elise, Rek'Sai, and Rumble in the first 3 bans. IG, under Manhwa's command, does not target the AD position but bans Talia, Trundle, and Zyra. EDG training room, players and coaches looked surprised. Guang scratched his head. Ha, strange, is IG giving up, not banning a single AD? No choice. Last game, the opponent banned 4 ADs, showing respect for Miko's thresh. That's normal, right? Miko laughed, banning like that last game, and the bot lane still collapsed. Time to change the strategy. Eboi confidently. No matter what they pick, I'll dominate them. The EDG members suddenly understood. Since targeting the ban is ineffective, why not stop targeting the AD and use the ban slots elsewhere? But the expression was strange. Last game, they targeted, and the bottom lane was suppressed by over 40 CS. If they don't target this game, won't it completely collapse? The latter half of the team's selection. EDG picks their signature top Makai, support Rakan, and jungle Sejuani. IG picks mid Corki, support Alistar, and Ning's signature jungle Zac. EDG ban Shin and Nar, ban Cassiopeia and Galio on IG. Lu Chen, what do you want to pick? Manhwa asked in accented Chinese. Lu Chen answered without hesitation, Caitlyn. Great. Manhwa's eyes lit up. The current version of Caitlyn is extremely dominant. Since the critical strike buff in 7.09, Caitlyn has stood out among AD champions. With her ultra-long 650 range, she leaves a psychological shadow on many AD players. When skill levels are comparable, if the opponent picks a weaker lane, there's even a risk of the lane collapsing. But the problem is, IG previously didn't dare to pick Caitlyn. The champion pool of Rookie limited the players' choices. Even if they picked Caitlyn, Rookie's ability couldn't suppress the laning opponent, so it was better to pick Tristana and focus on late-game team fights. On the contrary, the opposing team often used Caitlyn against IG. EDG from the upper division directly pushed through with Caitlyn. Now the situation seems to have reversed. The show begins. Caitlyn's exclusive line echoed, target locked. EDG was stunned. Eboi frowned. What do you mean? The opponent wants to pressure my lane? Counter-coaching bureau? Where does she Emperor's confidence come from? Don't worry, the captain said calmly, stick to normal bans and picks. They won't be effective playing like this, they're the ones at a disadvantage. Caitlyn is strong in the landing phase, but her mid-game weakness is obvious. Unless her equipment is ahead of schedule, she won't be able to deal damage to the top lane tank. In the early game, Eboi's Caitlyn developed well and took over the match in just over 10 minutes. If not completely suppressed, picking Caitlyn backfires. They don't believe that Shi Huang can use Caitlyn to suppress Eboi. This isn't Dragon Ball, there's no Super Saiyan burst. Nah, Zaya, Coach Nof mocked. The opponents went for for Caitlyn and gave us both Xayah and Rakan. Xayah and Rakan are the top-tier duo for the bot lane. Hardly anyone gives it to the other side at the same time. This move by IG is purely asking for trouble. Alright, Eboi locks in Xayah, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. I'd like to see how the Western Emperor's Caitlyn suppresses my lane. EDG picks mid lane Lucian. IG locks in top lane Cho'Gath. The lineup is complete. Blue side EDG, top Makai, mid Lucian, jungle Sejuani, AD Xayah, support Rakan. Red team IG, top lane Cho'Gath, mid lane Corki, jungle Zac, AD Caitlyn, support Alistar. This game basically has nothing to do with the top lane. The two tanks just farm against each other, becoming punching bags in mid to late game team fights. IG's mid lane Corki is a late game carry, with little presence in the early game. The tempo relies on the jungler Zac to drive. In the early to mid game, the carry position undoubtedly depends on Caitlyn's performance. The outcome of this match largely depends on the performance of the bot lane Caitlyn. The game is loading. Lu Chen's gaze turns serious, his aura shifting abruptly. Come on, though it's just a scrimmage, it counts as my debut. I'll use EDG as the first sacrifice after my return. Welcome to League of Legends. Both sides entered the game, each going to their own jungle to place wards, then quietly returning to their lanes to wait for the minion wave. Since it was a scrim, to ensure training effectiveness, there was a default agreement not to engage in a level 1 team fight. Lu Chen's Caitlyn had a standard rune setup with attack, armor, and magic resistance all prepared. The keystone rune chosen was Bloodthirst, enhancing lane sustain and suppressive power. Be careful when pushing the bot lane, Rookie reminded. Clearlove loves to gank bot, and EDG focuses on the mid and bot side of the map. As for EDG's top lane, it can only be described with 4 words left to fend for themselves. As the saying goes, when EDG recruits Makai, the top laner is only required to withstand pressure. Pick a tank useful in teamfights, play on your own in the top lane, and wait for the mid and bot lanes to take over the game. This is their usual style. Ning Wang spoke up. This game, I'll clear from top to bottom, just in time to help the bot lane push the wave. Lu Chen nodded. I'll be careful. With Caitlyn chosen, pushing the lane is inevitable. As soon as the minion wave arrived, Lu Chen's Caitlyn aggressively pushed the lane. Using the Q skill, Piltover Peacemaker, she lowered the health of the enemy minions while positioning herself quite far forward. While farming, Caitlyn swayed left, right, forward, and backward like a spinning top, making her movements so bizarre that it was hard to watch. The opposing bot lane duo stared in stunned disbelief. Eboi couldn't help but ask 3 soul-searching questions. What kind of movement is this? What is Shihuan even doing? What's the point of dodging like that? Nico said helplessly. This dodging is even more exaggerated than Uzi's. Doesn't his hand get tired? Just as Xayah was about to last hit a minion, Caitlyn suddenly took a random shot. Eboi wanted to counterattack, but seeing the opponent immediately retreat a step, he had no choice but to hold back and continue farming. Unexpectedly, the next minion was sneakily attacked again. This time, Eboi couldn't hold back anymore and stepped forward, trying to fight back. However, he was kited by Caitlyn and couldn't land a single hit. While retreating, Caitlyn turned around and hit him once more, wanting to fight back, but unable to hit the opponent. After several tugs, Xayah's health dropped straight to half. Eboi's hand went numb, and he quickly controlled Xayah to retreat. Something's wrong, this person is off. Is this really Shihuan? Would the Western Emperor engage in such high-level skirmishes? Debuting as a genius AD, Eboi's confident plays are second to none. Even when facing the red-hot Uzi, he doesn't believe he would necessarily lose. But when landing against this Caitlyn before him, an inexplicable sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. That precise and terrifying distance control makes one's scalp tingle. More importantly, in the last game, he was suppressing the Western Emperor's hammer, but this time, the opponent caught them off guard with a heavy punch. Miko, standing nearby, was also stunned. It's only level 1, how are we already losing? In the first wave of 6 minions, Xayah missed 3 last hits and was left with only half her health, suffering a miserable loss. Seeing Eboi's confusion, Miko quickly comforted him. Don't worry, once we hit level 2 and Xayah and Rakan's strong phase comes, he definitely won't dare to pressure us like this. Alright, Eboi gritted his teeth and nodded. The second wave of minions arrived, and Caitlyn pushed even more recklessly. Fall back, Miko urged, we can't contest this. The two quickly retreated, not daring to contest the lane anymore. Competing for the lane with the female police officer is no different from asking for trouble. IG's bottom lane was the first to reach level 2. The situation became even more passive. With Alistair's Q and W skills ready, he started positioning aggressively, and the female police officer even crossed the minion wave to block. Shallowa doesn't even dare to take experience, only retreating further under the tower. Eboi couldn't help but curse out loud. This is definitely the most frustrating game he's ever played since his debut. Facing Uzi was never this uncomfortable, yet he's being crushed like this by the Western Emperor, who was never highly regarded. His proud heart finds it hard to accept. Don't worry, I'm almost there. The manager quickly shouted, hold steady. He didn't expect his bottom lane to be suppressed like this. The board lady isn't fast at clearing the jungle. If she goes bot now, she won't reach level 3 before finishing the red buff. But the factory manager remains calm. The female officer is pushing the line too far forward. As soon as he arrives, he's sure to take one down. He knows this situation too well. Classic level 2 bottom lane gank. Pushing the line always comes at a price. IG Sning asked, unable to hold back, isn't your bot lane position too far forward? Lu Chen calmly replied, it's fine, even if Sejuani comes, it won't matter. The enemy Xayah, trying to level up to 2 by gaining experience, got hit a few times by him, leaving her with only half her health. Dodge the key skills, and you can counterattack. In the river's grass, they saw the pig girl rushing over. The factory manager's voice shouted, come, I'm here. A sharp glint flashed in Eboi's eyes. Focus on the AD first. Miko acted decisively. A grand W landed directly on the face of the Caitlyn. As long as this wave of control lands, Caitlyn will die even if she has both summoner spells. However, with everyone watching closely, Caitlyn, spinning in place like a snake, suddenly takes a step to the left. It's this tiny step that causes Raken's W to miss at maximum range. Miko was stunned. Luo W triggered, setting off a chain reaction. Behind, Eboi stepped up. Q feathers flew at Caitlyn. Lu Chen began commanding, Balan, engage Xayah. Got it. Balan quickly responded. Alistar flashed and used Pulverize to knock up Xayah. Caitlyn placed a trap and used Q to hit the half-health Xayah, forcing Eboi to use heal. Xayah landed, unable to flash, got trapped, and headshot. Damn, Eboi was startled and frantically pressed the flash key. Fortunately, Miko used her E skill, Dance of Blades, to retreat, providing a shield and healing. I'm here. The jungler Sejuani arrived, using Q to charge directly at Caitlyn. He didn't want to kill Caitlyn, only aimed to control her and force Xayah to use flash to survive. At the critical moment, Caitlyn made a bizarre 90-degree sidestep to the right. The pig girl charges through closely. Everyone in the EDG training room widens their eyes. The system notification sound rings out. First blood. IG West killed EDG Eboi. What the hell? Is he hacking? Although they didn't say it out loud, Clearlove, Eboi, and Miko were all thinking the same thing. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. If they didn't understand that this was unlikely, the three of them might have wanted to rush into the IG club, check the Western Emperor's computer, and see if there was a cheat program installed. This ultimate serpentine movement is simply unbelievable. What's even more incredible is that the one controlling this movement is actually the Western Emperor. The same Western Emperor West who was repeatedly called out by them in the last game. No matter what the EDG team thinks, the current situation in the bottom lane has completely collapsed. Although Sejuani and Raken did not die, they were severely injured and had no choice but to recall. This wave of rhythm was quite a loss for Clearlove. As for IG, nice, God see. Ning excitedly shouted as he quickly rushed into EDG's lower jungle and successfully stole Clearlove's red buff. He had thought the bot lane would be ganked by the opponents for first blood, but unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, it was the opposing bot lane that secured first blood. This unexpected surprise made him a little unaccustomed. The mid lane player, focused on Lanning, also laughed and shouted, as expected of you, Lu Chen, that counter kill was amazing. After this wave, the enemy's bottom lane and jungler were almost completely wiped out. Although the jungler was unharmed, their rhythm was disrupted, and the bottom lane, especially the AD position, is simply unbearable to watch. Already suppressed, and even got killed once. After returning to base, they found the minion wave was actually pushing back. Caitlyn and Alistar were tightly controlling the wave in front of the red side's first turret, not even daring to step forward to last hit. What's even more terrifying is that while Lu Chen was suppressing the lane, he didn't forget to direct Balan to place wards and control the map with meticulous precision. At first, Eboi was a bit unconvinced and pulled Miko along to attempt a few plays. A moment later, damn! After several rounds of skirmishes, the health bar exploded, and cold sweat gradually appeared on Eboi's forehead. He felt an unprecedented sense of terrifying pressure from the opposing AD. The 650 range advantage of Caitlyn was almost brought to its fullest potential in Lu Chen's hands. After being poked to low health and forced to recall again, Eboi's eyes were bloodshot. Is this She-Emperor? Really She-Emperor? Miko was also stunned. I really don't understand. Eboi didn't believe it at all. His face darkened. The other side definitely switched players. Shi Huang would never play like this. In just 5 minutes, the difference in last hits was 20, and there was a 1-level gap. Such a disparity is extremely rare in professional matches. It's practically a lane explosion. Next, with absolute lane control, IG easily secured the first dragon, and it was an infernal dragon. At the 10-minute mark, the notification sounded, your team has destroyed a turret. All the players' eyes focused on the bottom lane. Sure enough, the first turret was securely taken by Caitlyn, and the bounty was all hers. When the turret was about to fall, Bolan's Alistar had already left. The EDG bot lane duo was forced to recall when the previous wave of minions pushed into the turret, leaving them no chance to defend. Although no more kills have been given away so far, the CS gap between the two AD carries has already exceeded 40. What's worse, Lu Chen not only took the minions but also occasionally helped King Ning farm toads birds and 3 wolves. King Ning cheerfully said, "Eat as you like, God see, you farm. Gold is useless for me anyway." With this kind of treatment, if it were Shi Huan, he would definitely be moved to tears. In short, the development of the two ADs was on completely different levels. The female cop is extremely fat, ready to unleash Infinity Edge at any time. Zaya, on the other hand, only has a pair of attack speed boots. This game is almost equivalent to EDG having no AD damage output. The gold difference has widened to over 3,000. Subsequently, the jungler's plane switched to the bottom lane to continue farming. Caitlyn and Alistar moved to the mid lane, putting on a show of range suppression against EDG's rookie Scout's Lucian. What kind of monster is this? Scout was left bewildered by the attacks. Lucian has short range, and normally he can rely on burst damage to compete with Caitlyn. But against this fat Caitlyn played by Lu Chen, there's no chance to play. "Don't worry, I'm coming. Let's catch him in one go." The jungler Sejuani quickly activated the sweeper and rushed over. The Dawnbringer is no longer viable, and the only well-developed carry left is Lucian. We absolutely cannot afford to lose him. The captain stared at the screen intently. Caitlyn boldly stepped forward and unleashed her ultimate from the blind spot. "Now's the time. Kill the AD." The glacial prison chain flies straight toward Caitlyn's face. Lucian seizes the opportunity and dashes forward. However, a golden light flashes, and Caitlyn instantly appears at the rear flank. Flash! The boar woman's ultimate missed, landing on empty ground. The captain's pupils contracted sharply. Missed? He scanned all the way, cautiously and with a tricky position. In other words, did the enemy Caitlyn dodge the blind spot ultimate purely by reaction? Isn't that basically cheating? Under Lu Chen's command, Baolan controlled Alistar to move forward and used the WQ combo to knock up Lucian. With the help of Caitlyn's trap and Q skill, they took down Lucian in 3 seconds. The factory manager's pig girl had just shown up, only to scurry away in embarrassment. Damn, they can even react to that? Scout stared at the gray screen with a blank face, gave up struggling, and leaned back in his chair. After this wave, EDG's situation completely collapsed. The game had basically entered garbage time. 11 minutes, the policewoman and Alistar cooperated with Zack to take the Rift Herald. 12 minutes, secured the second Drake. 13 minutes, took down the first turret in the mid lane. 15 minutes, returned to base to buy items, then rotated to the top lane and pushed down the second turret. Next, they advanced with unstoppable momentum, and the economic gap widened further. Within 5 minutes, all of EDG's outer turrets were destroyed, and their jungle resources were completely cleared out. Give way whenever possible. The economic gap snowballed straight to 10,000. 20 minutes, Baron Nashor respawns. EDG typed GG in the all chat, and both sides tacitly exited the game. Rookie and Ning exchanged glances, still wanting more. The last game was frustrating, but this one was satisfying. Not far away, Coach Mafa and manager Su Xiaoluo, who were watching the match, exchanged glances and saw excitement and thrill in each other's eyes. They've struck gold. Don't even mention 50% performance, this must be a full 100%. Su Xiaoluo murmured softly, staring at Lu Chen's back. Su Xiaoluo originally expected Lu Chen to perform at about 70% of his potential, which would already be considered pretty good. After all, rank and professional matches are two entirely different things, and even the best ranked players can hardly guarantee dominating their opponents on the official stage. However, unexpectedly, in just one scrim, this kid brought such a pleasant surprise. Don't underestimate this scrim, it was against none other than EDG, one of the LPL's top 3 teams. And Lu Chen wasn't just landing against any ordinary player, his opponent was Iboi, hailed as a genius AD and a potential successor to surpass Uzi in the future. Even so, Lu Chen still displayed an astonishing level of dominance. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoluo glanced at Kid, who was sitting in the back, and secretly felt grateful. Thanks to General Sturgeon, this is a huge credit. He smiled and decided that tonight's dinner would be ordered by Kid. On the other side, in the EDG training room, the atmosphere was in stark contrast to the cheerful mood over at IG. A heavy sense of oppression filled the air, and all the players remained silent, as if they were stunned and unable to recover. It was as though they had just sat down, and before they could react, the game was already over. Coach Nov hurriedly stepped forward and shouted, "Don't be so discouraged, pull yourselves together. It's just a scrim." He himself was also stunned, unable to believe that the opponents were still IG. Although IG was not weak among the LPL teams and could even rank among the top few, the gap between them and the big 3 was still quite evident. Take the last game, for example. Even after banning 4 AD champions, IG's bot lane was still turned into a breakthrough point, which was the normal situation. So, what exactly happened in this game? As the team members' expressions slightly softened, Nov picked up his notebook and solemnly asked, "Everyone, let's talk about the problems in the last game." He couldn't ignore this scrim. It was EDG's worst performance recently. The landing phase was basically a failure, and 10 minutes in, the tempo completely collapsed, directly entering garbage time. To put it bluntly, we were completely lost in the game. Abu crossed his arms, his face serious. "Don't hold back. Scrims are meant to identify problems. Let's hear hear it. Problems? Iboi's face turned red, as if he'd been holding it in for a long time. That AD on the other side is definitely not Shi Huang. I've played so many games against Shi Huang and am very familiar with his style. He would never make moves like that, especially that precise positioning and spacing. It left a deep impression on him, even forming a psychological shadow. I really can't fight back. That 100-yard range difference is like a chasm, leaving my Xayah completely passive and under attack. Abu frowned. Don't worry about whether it's the Western Emperor or not. Focus on finding the problem. Iboi moved his lips slightly and finally lowered his head. I was careless. Miko quickly said, the bot lane coordination wasn't good this game. I missed a few key skills early on. I'll make sure to pay attention next game. Abu nodded, trusting the bot lane duo, and turned his gaze to the captain. The captain saw this and shrugged. Isn't it obvious? That AD on the other side is definitely off. They've dodged several key skills, making it impossible to fight. He was still replaying in his mind the mid lane moment from earlier. The Sejuani ultimate should have been a guaranteed hit, but it was dodged by Caitlyn with godlike reflexes. As for the later team fights, there's no need to even mention them. Their positioning and movement were absurd, completely untouchable. At this moment, instead, she was poked a few times by that overfed Caitlyn, and even the front line couldn't handle it. Iboi hesitated and said, the enemy AD's positioning is indeed a bit strange. Miko clicked his tongue, helplessly saying, if this weren't a scrim, I'd suspect they're using a script. That kind of bizarre, spinning top-like movement, can a human really pull that off? Doesn't your hand get tired from clicking non-stop? In fact, even if the operation is doable, professional players wouldn't use it, because it's not practical. Your stationary spiral movement will still get hit by key skills. It mainly depends on reaction time. But the enemy Caitlyn managed to dodge the skill with that move, making it hard not to be impressed. Abu and Nof exchanged glances, a strange look flashing in their eyes. IG seems like they've really changed players. It's truly rare to see someone who can completely outplay their own star player. Abu pondered, how about this? Let's ban Caitlyn in the next game and see how it goes. Everyone responded in unison, alright. Only Iboi's lips moved slightly, as if he had something to say. He felt that the opposing AD was definitely not just a Caitlyn specialist. Their overall strength was already formidable. Extreme tug-of-war, bizarre positioning, even switching heroes is tricky. No matter what Iboi thinks, the final training match begins. EDG bans Caitlyn first. They're scared of being beaten. Ning Wang slapped his thigh and laughed. Our own AD finally has a ban slot. In the past, the opposing team never bothered to ban IG's AD, and all 5 bans pressured other positions. Now with Lu Chen on the field, the ban slot is freed up. The first 3 bans from both sides are revealed. EDG bans Jinx, Rek'Sai, and Rakan. IG bans Lucian, Trundle, and Talia. EDG continues with Makai, adding Ezreal and Cassiopeia. IG picks Syndra, Jarvan 4, and Alistar. Lu Chen, Maffa spoke, what do you want to play this round? Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the easy icon and smiled. Draven, I guess. You think picking easy will let you coast through? Not happening. Maffa's eyes sparkled. Alright, then Draven it is. This new AD truly has a vast hero pool. If every hero can be played as well as Caitlyn just now, BP will be much easier. Welcome to the League of Draven. Accompanied by the exclusive voice line, the glorious executioner's icon was locked in. This time, EDG's reaction was completely different. In the last game, when the opponent picked Caitlyn, they laughed, thinking the other side had given up. This time, however, they were silent. Draven, Iboi's eyelid twitched. I knew it. The opponent definitely isn't She Emperor. The Western Emperor has never played Draven, not even once. Daring to pick Draven in a professional match shows that the opponent is brimming with confidence. After all, this champion has an extremely low margin for error. If he doesn't dominate the lane, the snowball effect is basically ruined. Soon, the BP phase ended. The red team EDG's lineup is top Makai, mid Cassiopeia, jungle Gragas, AD Ezreal, support Braum. The blue team IG's lineup is top Rumble, mid Syndra, jungle Jarvan 4, AD Draven, support Alistar. After entering the game, as before, the scrim does not involve a level 1 fight. Both teams place defensive wards and proceed to their lanes in an orderly manner, waiting for the minions to spawn. Iboi gripped the mouse tightly, his expression focused. This game, he vowed to redeem himself. Even easy has been brought out. How could we still get crushed? As long as the landing phase is stable and Draven can't snowball, he'll naturally become useless in the mid to late game. On the screen, both sides simultaneously reached their respective lanes and began to face off. Lu Chen's Draven precisely timed it, entering dual axe mode as soon as he got to the lane, swiftly attacking minions with basic attacks. Draven's unique axe mechanic made the opponents hesitant to use the crazy serpentine movements like in the last game, opting instead for simple lateral dodges. Seeing this, Iboi and Miko both breathed a slight sigh of relief, and the pressure instantly lessened significantly. That bizarre serpentine movement had left a deep impression on them. Wait, this guy's axe control seems to be pretty impressive. During the game, Miko noticed something unusual. The opposing Draven's 2 axes seemed to hover hover in the air perpetually, with each landing point perfectly following his movement direction. As the saying goes, beginner Draven follows the axes. Advanced Draven, the axe follows the person. Top-tier Draven, the axe always flies in the air. Clearly, the opponent is already a fully skilled top-tier Draven, with overwhelming damage that's hard to counter, leaving no choice but to rely on kiting and attrition. Fortunately, this time Eboi is using Ezreal, no longer having to rely solely on basic attacks for last hitting like in the previous game. As long as the minion wave poses even a slight threat, he uses his Q skill to last hit. Though he occasionally misses a last hit, his health remains full. 2 minutes into the game, both sides are temporarily at peace. Until Draven reaches level 2, Eboi and Miko are forced to retreat, relying on Easy's Q skill to last hit. The Sapphire Blue Minotaur, under Lu Chen's command, pressed forward mindlessly. Even at the cost of losing health, it aimed to block Easy's Q and deny any chance of farming. So annoying. Eboi frowned, full of frustration. In fact, since joining EDG in S6, he had earned a spot on the starting roster with his reputation as a prodigious AD. Over the past month, his performance in scrims had been consistent, and the bot lane had never collapsed. When facing RNG, he could go toe-to-toe with Uzi. Even to this day, for the first time, he truly understood the meaning of misery. Neither we nor RNG had ever put such pressure on him, yet IG crushed him unexpectedly. This dealt a significant blow to his already fragile mindset. Miko noticed something was wrong and comforted him, saying, "Don't worry, as long as we don't give them a chance, the odds of winning are definitely in our favor." The voice of Clearlove's Gragas came through. "I'll gank right after clearing my blue buff. If you want him to push the lane, let him push." Eboi let out a long sigh and nodded. "Stay steady." Next, they chose to play defensively, preferring to lose experience and last hits, waiting for the minion wave to push back before engaging. This less than a minute period became the longest minute in Eboi's professional career, feeling like an eternity. Fortunately, Clearlove's Gragas finally circled around to the blue side's tribrush, flanking IG's bottom lane from behind. "What should we do? Should I sacrifice myself?" Balon anxiously asked. "Don't rush." Lu Chen's eyes lit up. "He has double buffs, I'll go straight for the Gragas." At the same time, urgent communication was happening within EDG. After being exposed, Clearlove shouted, "Go, I'll engage the AD." Eboi and Miko quickly responded. The barrel rolls closer, and Gragas charges forward with his E-skill, belly first. The captain focuses intently on Draven, as expected. Just as Gragas uses his E, Draven suddenly makes a sharp right-angle move, causing the charge to miss. The captain reacts immediately and presses the D key. E-flash. A golden light flickered, and the Gragas's figure vanished, reappearing behind Draven. "Got him!" the captain exclaimed, but his pupils suddenly contracted. In the screen, Draven's position also flashes with golden light. Flash. Gragas's E-flash only hits the stationary ranged minion. "What the heck?" The factory director couldn't help but shout, his face twisted. "The Gragas E-flash can actually dodge? Are you trying to fly? Warning bro, what a flash." At this moment, the Sapphire Alistar, under Lu Chen's command, used WQ combo to knock up Gragas. Draven's spinning axes slashed fiercely at Gragas. 1 strike, 2 strikes. "Don't worry, I'm coming." Eboi's Easy anxiously used East to close the gap on Draven, throwing out a Q skill. However, Lu Chen maneuvered flexibly, attacking Gragas with basic attacks while activating W to speed up. Easy's Q skill was dodged, and Miko's brown Q skill was also evaded. This is exactly what makes Draven so terrifying. As long as the axe is caught, the W skill cooldown resets, continuously increasing attack speed and movement speed. You can't beat him, you can't escape him, it's utterly despairing. A hilarious scene, Ezreal jumps in front of Draven to auto-attack, but Draven ignores him and focuses solely on chasing Gragas for a fierce slash. Can we still kill him? Eboi missed his skills and swallowed hard. The damage output is insufficient, it's no longer possible to kill Draven. Clearlove was drenched in cold sweat as Gragas retreated. "Save me first." He carries double buffs. Miko's Braum uses W to jump onto Gragas, increasing armor and magic resistance, and applies exhaust to limit Draven's damage output. Eboi quickly activates heal, restoring health and boosting speed. Balon also applies exhaust on Gragas, slowing his movements. The axe was raised, 1 swing, 2 swings. The EDG team was in despair as Gragas's health bar plummeted. Clearlove gritted his teeth and frantically pressed the E skill, but the cooldown still had 5 seconds left, feeling as if it lasted an eternity. In the early game, most mobility skills have very long cooldowns. Easy's level 1 E skill has a cooldown of over 20 seconds. Gragas's E is shorter, but still over 10 seconds. This is enough for Draven and Alistar to team up and secure the kill. First blood. The system's cold prompt sounded. IG West has killed EDG Clearlove 7. The Gragas finally fell, and the kill was unsurprisingly claimed by Draven. At the same time, the double buffs naturally ended up on Draven as well. Not only did the reward of 400 gold for the first blood appear above his head, but there was also a passive bounty bonus of up to 180. Bang in the EDG training room, Clearlove couldn't help but slam the armrest of his gaming chair hard. Damn! Damn, how did that dodge even happen? His E-skill was just 1 second away, just 1 second. But he quickly calmed down and shouted urgently, run, run, we can't win this fight. Eboi and Miko began to sweat on their foreheads, hurriedly retreating. At this moment, Draven and Alistar simultaneously activated their healing auras. Draven's movement speed skyrocketed instantly, and with the acceleration from his W skill, he swung an axe fiercely at Easy, instantly taking a huge chunk out of his health bar. Coupled with the burn and slow effect from the red buff, Draven was closing in rapidly. Eboi's scalp tingled as he reflexively pressed flash to create distance, with Miko following closely behind, also using flash to escape. If they delayed any longer, once Alistar activated his skills, neither of them would get away. Liu Chen, however, wasn't greedy. After forcing the opponents to use their flashes, he turned back to continue farming and scaling. By the time he returned to base, he had already bought a BF sword, while the opposing Easy could only afford a pair of boots. Even more terrifying, Draven was still carrying double buffs. The scene was practically like using a cannon to blast primitive tribesmen. Bot lane, hold steady, the jungler said helplessly, don't go head to head with them. It was as if he could hear the reprimand in his ears. 3 of you ganked 2 of them, and you still got counter-killed. Do you even know how to play? In short, this Draven is untouchable for now. If we force it, we might end up giving him a triple kill. Eboisai twitched, hold steady? How am I supposed to hold steady? That's a Draven with first blood, bonus gold, and double buffs. Plus, their summoner spells have already been used up. Every player who understands AD knows that in this situation, being able to turtle and farm is a blessing. The more likely outcome is getting completely crushed in lane. But with no other choice, Eboi still forced out a sentence. I'll do my best. The EDG training room fell into silence and oppression once again. Everyone was at a loss for words, the pressure overwhelming. In the previous game, although Caitlyn snowballed quickly and pushed aggressively, her snowballing potential was limited. This game, however, featured an insanely fed Draven, the ultimate snowballing machine among AD carries. Not to mention, the Draven on the opposite side has an extremely high level of proficiency, with an oppressive presence that's suffocating. On the other hand, on IG's side, impressive, Shinji. Balan was the first to speak, beaming with a wide smile. In the past, the bottom lane was always IG's weak spot, and anyone could take advantage of it. When have they ever encountered such a favorable situation? Ning was so thrilled he was beside himself. Man, this play is insane, it's simply unbelievable. Now he doesn't even need to worry about the bottom lane. The opposing jungler comes to gank but ends up getting counter-killed, disrupting their rhythm. Ning was farming like crazy in Clearlove's jungle, with no one to stop him. It was incredibly satisfying. This is steady, Rookie grinned, as expected of God C, carrying us as soon as he arrived. Top laner the Shy didn't say much, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he muttered, nice, nice. Liu Chen had a faint smile on his lips, his operation smooth, just average, basic moves. In the next few minutes, although there were no kills in the bottom lane, Draven and Alistar aggressively pushed forward, forcing Eboi and Miko to stay under the tower, using Q from a distance to farm. They were often blocked by Balan, and even gaining experience had to be done cautiously, utterly stifling. Just over 10 minutes in, the creep score gap between the two sides widened to over 40. The bottom lane's first turret was on the verge of collapse. Eboi was dizzy and short of breath. With just a light strike from the opponent, he lost a large chunk of health. How do we even play this? What made it worse was that he noticed Draven starting to stack the minion wave. Why stack the minion wave in a professional match? Isn't it just for a tower dive? A huge wave of minions pushed under the tower, diving and getting yourself killed, losing gold and experience, and maybe even losing the first turret. Eboi had a big word written on his forehead, danger. He saw the situation clearly and decisively shouted, they're going to dive us. Miko's eyes were anxious. We have to defend. If we don't, this wave will blow up. The captain also noticed the danger in the bottom lane. I'm moving closer, don't panic. This wave I'll protect you so you can farm. As for killing Draven, don't joke around. With Draven developing so aggressively, it's hard to win even 2 against 3. If he gets another kill and triggers the accumulated passive, he'll completely take off, and there's no way to stop him. Soon, Gragas ignored the vision and openly headed down the river towards the bottom lane. Liu Chen glanced at the mini-map and calmly said, Gragas is coming, here to protect the bottom lane. Royal Blue blinked. What should we do? Should we retreat? Although they had never been afraid of a 2-on-3 fight, holding the turret with 2 people against 3 might be too much to handle. Are we fighting? I'm on my way. The enemy top laner doesn't have TP, Ning Wang said, controlling Jarvan 4 as he rushed over. While the coach focused on the bot lane, Ning Wang kept an eye on the enemy top lane. With the Shy's rumble under heavy pressure, Egwang had already used up his TP. Attack! Liu Chen's eyes narrowed as he watched the barrel roll over and calmly said, even if it's a trade, it's worth it. 2 waves of minions plus a cannon minion push the tower. A trade of kills will definitely leave the opponent at a huge loss. Not to mention that his passive is triggered, and once the snowball starts rolling, it's unstoppable. So, under the incredulous gaze of Eboi and Miko, Draven and Alistar ignored Gragas Gragas and forcibly pushed the minion wave under the tower. "They're diving this too," Iboi was stunned. "Are they crazy?" The captain was momentarily confused but gritted his teeth and said, "I'm almost there. If they dare to dive, they'll die. 2 people dare to take on 3 versus 2? Even if the prince arrives, it's still 3 versus 3. This isn't rank. In professional matches, daring to go 3 versus 3? Do they really think they're invincible? Here it comes. Here it comes," Iboi almost exclaimed, watching as that lunatic was really about to cross their defensive tower. "Don't panic, I'm already here." The captain's expression was calm, avoiding rushing directly out of the river, wary of repeating the level 3 all-in disaster from the opposing side. So he circled around the blue buff area and quietly emerged from the bush near the first tower. It was precisely because of those few moments of delay that Ning's Jarvan had already arrived on the battlefield. "I know what to do." Bolan's Alistar charged forward first, flashing into Initiate, and with one Q skill, sent both Iboi and Miko flying, immediately following up with an E skill and ultimate. In fact, Iboi had already placed his hand on the E skill, confidently preparing to dodge Bolan's QW combo. But he never expected that Bolan had no intention of coming back alive this time, completely acting as a tool to dive the tower, directly using flash. Swish! The spinning axe struck Easy's head fiercely, almost instantly wiping out 2 bars of health. At this moment, Draven's equipment was so exaggerated that he was wielding a bloodthirster, with damage so overwhelming it was incomprehensible. Iboi almost gasped in shock and frantically spammed the E key for help. "Save me." However, before he even landed, Ning's Jarvan 4 flashed forward, chaining an EQ combo to knock up the enemy. Immediately after, he unleashed his ultimate to suppress, triggered Thunderlord's Decree, and followed up with an auto-attack to activate his passive, dealing massive damage. Before landing, Iboi was instantly stunned again by Alistar's charged E ability. "I'll control the AD." Clearlove maneuvered around the minions and decisively pressed his E ability, slamming straight into Draven. Even if it didn't hit, it would at least force the opponent to reposition and give up attacking easy. Unfortunately, the ideal is rich, but reality is harsh. Just as Gragas charged halfway, a spinning axe came whistling through the air, interrupting him directly. Draven's E skill, stand aside. The factory manager's brow twitched, but he gritted his teeth and persisted, hurriedly throwing out his ultimate move in reverse to force Draven back. Although Iboi used heal, under the fierce assault of IG's 3 players, the fragile champion's health was nearly depleted, and even a second's delay could mean death. At this moment, Lucian decisively pressed the D key flash. Although the distance wasn't far, it was perfectly timed to dodge Gragas's ultimate move, followed by another axe striking Iboi's face. The factory director couldn't hold back and started cursing. "Is this guy a monster? Not only is his reaction speed incredible, but every operation is flawless, as if every move is the optimal solution. If it weren't a practice match, he'd really want to check if there was a USB drive plugged into the opponent's computer. Is this even human?" Even professional players can't guarantee a flawless performance throughout the game, not even Faker. But this AD in front of him gave off a feeling of absolute perfection. Positioning, skill usage, timing of attacks, everything was precise. Facing someone like this, it's hard not to feel a sense of powerlessness and despair. At this moment, Easy, who had just been reduced to a sliver of health, landed and immediately used the E skill to flash away, but it was too late. Draven's axe had already been thrown. As Miko raised his shield to defend, the flying axe bypassed the shield and struck Easy directly. A bounty of 300 plus 540 popped up above Draven's head. The screen turned gray, and despair filled Iboi's eyes as his hand slowly left the keyboard and mouse. He knew that this round was over again. Draven had completely taken off, and from now on, it would only snowball infinitely, making it impossible to stop. The only slight consolation was that Alistar had also fallen under the tower at this moment. EDG Nico killed IG Bolan. The kill was unexpectedly taken by the support Miko. Ning's Jarvan 4 quickly retracted his ultimate and retreated outside the tower. Clearlove and Miko watched their opponent escape without any intention of chasing. "Can't fight anymore, fall back," Miko calmly commanded, unwilling to force a play. After all, their AD had already fallen, and with the opposing Alistar dead, the tower's aggro returned to the minions, making their damage output completely insufficient. The captain smoothly went with the flow, retreating toward the jungle without looking back, fully aware that all his skills had missed. Thus, this situation unfolded. 3 IG players pushed past 3 EDG players, and after the exchange of kills, EDG retreated directly, leaving Draven leisurely attacking the weakened first turret. Until the third wave of minions arrived and were all killed by the turret, Lucian delivered the final blow. "Your team has destroyed a turret. The first turret secured." This wave, it can be said that EDG suffered a huge loss, especially the bottom lane. This game is over for easy. Lost 3 waves of minions in a row, completely falling behind in gold and experience. Meanwhile, Draven is ridiculously fed, securing kills, bounties, minions, and the first turret. Just after returning to base, Lu Chen immediately bought a BF sword and a cloak of agility. This equipment, combined with the current timing, would make even Eboi want to cry. On him, apart from the starting item Doran's blade, there's also a sheen, a tear of the goddess, and a pair of ninja tabi. That's right, ninja tabi. Although it's a bit awkward for an AD to buy ninja tabi, if not for these boots, during the earlier dive, he wouldn't have even been able to press E and would have died mid-air. TSK tisk. King Ning browsed the data panel, clicking his tongue in amazement. How do we even play now? God C is already invincible. Well done, Rookie said with a timely smile. This wave was truly a huge profit. Brother Chen commanded well, Balan said with a relaxed smile. These 2 rounds had been really comfortable for him. He didn't even need to think about how to play, when to engage, or where to place wards. The big shot next to him directed everything throughout. It even gave Balan the illusion that the game could actually be this simple. The Shy also spoke in that strange Chinese he learned from Google. Did how? Lu Chen laughed. The Shy, you didn't really learn Chinese from Google Translate, did you? The Shy scratched his head while playing. Tofan E did. Buduiba? Right is right, Lu Chen shrugged. I just don't understand. For a moment, the atmosphere in the IG training room was cheerful, filled with laughter. In the game, after returning to base and setting out again, Draven headed straight to the mid lane, while Rookie tacitly switched to the bot lane. On the opposing side, the junior scout unwillingly opened the equipment panel for a glance. A cold breath rushed into his mouth, and his expression instantly froze. Only 12 minutes. This Draven's equipment? Tell me, how do you fight against such a Draven? As Scout predicted, this Draven with his current gear is completely unplayable. While Bolan's Alistar was still warding in the jungle, Lu Chen pushed the lane recklessly, closing in on Cassiopeia as he pushed. When the distance was right, Lu Chen activated his West skill to quickly close in and slash down with a strike. Damn! IG West killed EDG Eboi. SSS. Swish. Critical hit. A bright red damage number 384 popped up above Scout's head. Ah, sure ball. Scout instinctively cursed, his hand gripping the mouse trembling from the damage. Are you kidding me? It's only been 11 minutes. His Cassiopeia hasn't even fully stacked Tear of the Goddess, hasn't completed any items, and her health is just barely over 1,000. This hit directly took out a third of her health bar. Scout quickly threw out a W to block the path and retreated under the tower, unable to fight back at all. The opponent's damage was just too overwhelming, but Lu Chen pressed on relentlessly, using the E skill to clear the way with a brief control and slow on Cassiopeia, then continued the chase with the W skill. Another axe came crashing down. Although it wasn't a critical hit, the 252 damage still brought Cassiopeia's health down to half. Fortunately, Scout was cautious. Upon seeing Draven come online, he stayed under the tower and quickly retreated. At this moment, Scout finally let out a slight sigh of relief, but his expression was still grim. Swish! After all, Syndra was doing well in the mid lane, and suddenly a Draven appeared, almost forcing a flash with just 2 hits. Anyone would feel their mind buzzing in that situation. However, Scout's eyes suddenly widened as he saw Draven recklessly chasing under the tower. Full of questions. Do you really underestimate me that much? At this point, Draven's health isn't even 1,000. A few hits from the tower and he's dead. Whoosh! 2 spinning axes. Draven walks straight into the tower's attack range. Scout tries a predictive Q skill, but it's dodged with a sharp sidestep. He controlled the snake woman and kept running towards the second tower without looking back. Lu Chen wasn't stupid either. When he couldn't catch up, he turned back and ran out of the tower's range. This guy. Scout gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling heartbroken to give up such a big kill. He turned back. The snake woman, like bait on a fishhook, returned under the first tower. The effect was immediate, and Lu Chen seized the opportunity to turn back and approach. The two seemed to be in a tug-of-war, with the fishhook and the big fish constantly testing the distance. Scout neither wanted to be hit by Draven's attacks nor missed the chance to lure him into the tower's range for a safe kill. Lu Chen's thinking was simple. If his basic attack was within range, he would cut down the opponent. Finally, after a few seconds of maneuvering, they seemed to reach a compromise. Cassiopeia entered Draven's attack range, and Draven also entered the tower's attack range. A flash of golden light. Cassiopeia, who was originally facing the second tower to create distance, suddenly flashed back and unleashed her ultimate. Hiss! The snake hissed, and the petrifying gaze burst forth. Scout's pupils contracted, and Draven turned around. This is where Draven, shine with charm. 2 axes fell, and the snake woman was instantly left with a sliver of health. Scout reacted abruptly, desperately trying to escape, but it was too late. The final blow landed. IG West has killed EDG Scout. Killing spree. Massacre. The Bloodthirster's lifesteal combined with the Keystone Rune Bloodlust allowed Draven to survive under the tower. With only about 50 HP left, the next wave of minions brought him back to full health. The bounty from this wave wasn't much, but with with the kill money, he still earned nearly 500 gold. Looking at the screen filled with Draven's critical hits, Scout was completely stunned. Glancing at his teammates, he bitterly said, "How do we deal with this Draven later?" No one answered. Deal with him? It'd be good enough not to get spawn camped. This Draven, with his development and mechanics, doesn't even have the word tank in his eyes. The equipment development is too strong. This time going back home, he can probably craft Infinity Edge. Top lane's Guang's Makai only has 2 small frozen heart components. Truly facing Draven, he can at most take a couple more hits. Sure enough, the pace that followed was even faster than the previous quick push Caitlyn game. After all, Draven's snowballing ability is unmatched once he gets going. It's one shot, one kid. In several team fights, Scout was still unwilling to give up, coordinating with Clearlove and Mikos Gragas and Makai to try and all-in Draven. But no matter the angle, the opponent always managed to turn back at the critical moment. The Serpent Woman's ultimate can never petrify him. In an instant, Scout seemed to see the predecessor from the LCK era, the legendary Demon King who was said to never be petrified. At the same time, Yuanba, sitting in the spectator seat of the IG training room, had his eyes light up. Draven is also his signature champion. I don't know if my Draven can achieve this kind of performance. A few minutes later, a team fight broke out at the Dragon. Ning's Jarvan 4 initiated with a flash engage, rookie Syndra used her ultimate to control the fight, and the Shy's Rumble blocked the path with his ultimate. Lu Chen leisurely stepped forward, slashed down 4 kills, and secured a quadra kill. In the end, only the jungler's Gragas used his ultimate to block the enemy's positioning, escaping alone with his big belly, maintaining EDG's spirit of never being completely wiped out. From then on, EDG finally typed GG in the all chat, and both sides tacitly exited the game. In fact, EDG had wanted to surrender long ago, especially the bot lane duo, who died at level 2 and only managed to recover their bodies at level 10. But after all, it was a scrimmage. Backing out too early would look bad, so EDG held on until after 15 minutes. Awesome! This game was so satisfying. Silence. Ning Wang couldn't stop grinning. Even after exiting the game, his face still showed a sense of exhilaration. His Jarvan 4 had never been played so recklessly, charging at anyone on sight, disregarding everything, using EQ combos, and even flashing to follow up with his ultimate. As long as we keep them here, we win. There's no need to even consider whether we can beat them. Hee Brother Chen is too fierce. Balan laughed casually. Throughout the match, Alistar was either using QW to knock people around or activating or to tank damage on the front line. He didn't even need to protect his own AD. It's not just my credit, Lu Chen said with a faint smile, shaking his head. In that last wave, Ning's Jarvan 4 had a pretty good engage, and both Rookie and the Shy dealt full damage. Don't be modest, that play was indeed impressive. It has little to do with us, Rookie said with a smile, shaking his head. The Shy took off his headphones and gave Lu Chen a thumbs up. Well done, Chen. The atmosphere in the training room instantly became cheerful. Standing at the back, Su Xiaoluo and Coach Manhwa exchanged glances, seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. This person must be signed. No way, Lu Chen's performance in these 2 scrims was simply over the top. You have to know, the opponent wasn't just any ordinary team, it was EDG, one of the LPL's big 3. To shine so brightly in a match against EDG is enough to prove Lu Chen's strength. To be honest, I still haven't recovered from the shock. Su Xiaoluo licked her lips. Was it really that easy? Did we just win like that? In the past, IG and EDG scrims were mostly losses, and even when they won, the matches were very close. When have they ever won as effortlessly as today? Manhwa, while jotting down notes on his notebook, said, "This player handles both landing and team fights perfectly. I can't find any flaws in him." He looked up, his eyes sharp as he stared at Su Xiaoluo. Do you know what the most terrifying thing is? What? Su Xiaoluo was a bit dazed from his stare. No mistakes, Manhwa said excitedly. 2 practice matches, from start to finish, I didn't see him make a single operational mistake. How incredible is that? Everyone can have highlight plays, but the truly difficult part is consistently maintaining highlights. Which player can ensure they stay highly focused throughout the entire match without making a single error? Manhwa's eyes sparkled. If Lu Chen can maintain this state in official matches, not to mention a ticket to Worlds, even this year's S Championship. Su Xiaoluo's pupils contracted slightly. Understanding his meaning, she took a deep breath, her gaze firm, as if she had made up her mind. She stepped forward and called out, "Lu Chen, the trial is over. Come with me to the office, let's talk about the contract." All right. Lu Chen took off his headphones, stood up calmly, and followed. Only the IG members still sitting in their seats looked at each other in dismay. Hiss. Ning Wang stroked his chin. What do you guys think? How much would Sea God's contract cost? Balan joked, I don't know, but it's definitely more than mine. Ning Wang chuckled. It can't possibly be more than Rookie's, right? As everyone knows, Rookie enjoys special treatment at IG, like a favored son. Of course, he deserves this treatment. His performance over the past 2 years has been remarkable, and calling him the Dean is absolutely fitting. Previously, some even joked that whether IG could win a match depended entirely on whether Rookie killed fast enough or his teammates fed fast enough. There's no other way before S7, IG really didn't have many standout players besides Rookie. Rookie scratched his head and was about to speak when he suddenly noticed a friend message notification pop up on the computer game interface next to Lu Chen. Ha, who's this? They were using super accounts for their scrims, and their friends were basically all professional players. Ning Wang and Baolan curiously leaned over to take a look as well. Let me see, could it be looking for West? Baolan reached out to open the message. EDG Eboi, who are you? Ah, this. Everyone exchanged glances, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. King Ning reacted and laughed. Well, they've already figured out that our AD isn't West. Rookie was silent for a moment before responding humorously. After all, Lu Chen and West have different styles, so it's normal to notice. Baolan touched his nose and stayed quiet, while King Ning shrugged helplessly. The truth was clear to everyone. They knew the gap was too big, and it was obvious at a glance that it wasn't the same person. On the other side, inside the manager's office on the second floor of the club. Lu Chen, I believe you understand that we are showing utmost sincerity. This price is the highest I can offer. Su Xiaoluo sat behind the desk and pushed a contract in front of Lu Chen. Take a look first, and let me know if you have any questions. Lu Chen sat across from her, picked up the contract, and raised his eyebrows slightly at first glance. Sure enough, the IG boss truly lives up to his reputation as the principal, making generous moves. A rookie who has never played in professional tournaments was directly offered a 5 million annual salary. Bonuses, signing fees, and streaming income are calculated separately. Don't underestimate this figure. This was during the S7 period, when the esports industry had not yet fully matured, and signing fees in the tens of millions were not yet common. Throughout the LPL, those with annual salaries exceeding 10 million, apart from a few champion Korean imports, are probably only superstars like Uzi and Clearlove. For new players just joining the LPL, an annual salary of 1 million is already considered generous. An annual salary of 5 million is simply astronomical for a newcomer. This clearly shows IG's extraordinary boldness. Lu Chen slowly placed the contract back on the table and said softly, I actually only have one question. Speak. Su Xiaoluo leaned forward slightly. The contract duration. Lu Chen pointed to a clause in the contract, his eyes gleaming with confidence. 2 years is too long. Let's sign for 6 months first. After S7 ends, we can renew based on my performance. Su Xiaoluo looked slightly surprised and gazed at the young man. 6 months? She saw a sense of ambition and confidence in Lu Chen's eyes. Generally speaking, players who can sign high-paying contracts usually prefer long-term deals, as no one can guarantee their performance won't decline. Once their performance deteriorates, renewing a high-paying contract becomes extremely difficult. But this young man in front of her seemed to have extreme confidence in himself. Wait a moment. Su Xiaoluo thought for a moment, picked up her phone, and walked outside. I'll ask the boss and get back to you shortly. All right. Lu Chen remained calm and unhurried. A moment later, Su Xiaoluo returned with a complicated expression. The boss agreed and is willing to make an exception, but if you don't deliver results, don't blame him. Of course. Lu Chen nodded. All right. Su Xiaoluo extended her hand and smiled. Welcome to IG, Lu Chen. Lu Chen was slightly stunned, then extended his hand as well, flashing a bright smile. Thank you. Half an hour later, IG's official Weibo account posted a new update. Welcome our new player Chen Yu. Let's work together to create a bright future. IG Chen Yu. That's right. In the past half hour, with the help of the staff from IG's official blog, Lu Chen successfully opened a Weibo account and completed the official verification. The ID was also simplified from Chen Yu to Chen Yu. When the Weibo post was first published, not many people followed it, or rather, those who saw it didn't pay much attention. After all, it's the summer transfer period, and everyone has already been overwhelmed with news about player transfers. However, 10 minutes later, IG fans gradually sensed that something was off. Chen Yu? Why does this ID look so familiar? Many people found his profile, clicked on it, and discovered it was a newly registered account with only one freshly posted Weibo. Thank you to the IG Club for your trust. I will give it my all moving forward and live up to everyone's expectations. A short sentence without revealing any substantial information. But fans couldn't hold back and flocked to the IG Weibo comment section to leave messages. Bro, you guys are really low-key. You just post a Weibo after signing a player? After the official announcement, can we get an explanation? Who is this exactly? Could it really be that person? No way. Even though it's just a punctuation mark, if you don't admit it yourself, I can't be sure. Do you even need to think? This is definitely God C. Who else would use this ID? God C really joined IG? Honestly, I find it a bit hard to believe. Don't worry, the IG boss is the principal. He definitely has the money to hire God C. If it's really God C, IG has a chance this year. After all, the Western Emperor is truly IG's weak spot. IG Esports Club, don't just disappear after posting on Weibo. Come out and say something. Is it God C or not? Give us a definite answer. As the news spread, more and more people joined the comment section, and it wasn't just IG fans, many bystanders also joined the discussion. After all, there are no matches during the off-season, and with the audience having nothing to do, the topic of the C God, this monstrous solo queue king, naturally became a hot topic. Suddenly, rumors spread that C God might join IG, and onlookers flocked to watch the drama unfold. In the end, the IG official account operator couldn't hold back and replied with one sentence: "Player Chen Yu is just Chen Yu." Wow! A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Weibo, Tieba, and other platforms are in an uproar, especially in the anti-bar and pot bar, with posts flooding the screen non-stop. Universal celebration. God C has finally officially announced joining the LPL. The ultimate winner is IG. This is my favorite episode, waiting to see if God C can still dominate on the battlefield. Increase the intensity. The LPL bot lane is starting to step it up. Everyone has to keep up. Not easy, huh? This Xiaodai who loves stomping in high-rank games finally got a professional team willing to sign him? LOL, the person above is right, but I have to correct you. This isn't just Xiaodai, it's the Supreme Dai. Stop hyping him up. He hasn't even played a single professional match yet. Just wait for him to get crushed. Remember the tradition of the forum: boast when you win, criticize when you lose. I don't care about boasting or criticizing, I just want to watch Godse play and see how incredible he really is. Is he truly a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms? Fans and casual viewers reacted enthusiastically, even major clubs were shocked. Bro, you haven't even contacted the guy yet and IG already signed him? How on earth did you do it? The most intense reaction came from EDG. I knew it definitely wasn't Shi Huang. Eboi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the message. Defeated by a monster with an explosive win rate in the national server, he could still accept it, but being hammered twice in a row by Shi Huang, he really couldn't take it. Clearlove and Miko stared at the Weibo interface on their phones, eyes wide. Is this guy really that strong? Not far away, Abu said regretfully. I wanted to sign him a long time ago, but couldn't get in touch. In the end, IG snatched him. Compared to other teams, EDG knows Chen and Yu better. After all, they just finished a scrim. His performance in the scrim was exactly the same as in rank. 2 words to summarize: domination. This is unbelievable. Any amateur stepping into the professional scene should face some adjustment. The pace of matches is worlds apart from rank. Or could it be, this person used to play professionally? In a way, Abu guessed right. Youth training can also be considered professional. Coach Firefox sighed. Now there's absolutely no chance. Beside him, Baixing nonchalantly patted his shoulder. Relax, he's just a king of the amateurs. Do you really think he could perform that well in professional matches? We have Uzi, after all. Firefox glanced at the boss, shook his head, and said no more. Uzi is indeed strong, but as a coach, he could see Uzi's weaknesses. For example, sometimes when facing critical skills, he always thought about saving his flash and relying on positioning to dodge. This idea, while a display of confidence in his mechanics, would earn applause when successful. But what about failure? As the core of the 4 Protect 1 system, if Uzi gets completely shut down, RNG will almost be unable to follow up in subsequent team fights, posing a huge risk. Shen and Yu are different. Every move and decision he makes is flawless and astonishing. On the other side, Lu Chen was completely unaware that he had become the center of a media storm, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he is having hot pot with his IG teammates. That's right. After the scrim ended, Su Xiaoluo had already booked a villa-style hot pot restaurant for them. Being able to sign Lu Chen, Su Xiaoluo was in an excellent mood. Usually, you only win 2 training matches, and you want to eat hot pot that costs 1,000 per person? Having Hey De Leo is already good enough. Eat more. God see, you're too skinny. Hurry up and eat more. Ning Wang held the dipping sauce and kept adding food to Lu Chen's plate. I can't eat that much. Lu Chen sat in the C position, looking helpless. Originally, he didn't want to sit in the C position, but Rookie and Ning Wang were too enthusiastic, forcibly placing him in the main seat, saying that tonight's hot pot was thanks to his performance. Yes, you need to eat more. Rookie joked with a smile. You're an AD too. How can an AD carry if they're not fed? He. Ning Wang winked. Bro, once you bulk up to Uzi's size, we'll be unstoppable. Lu Chen hadn't reacted yet. Not far away, Jakilov, who was hard at work, raised his head warily, a vision of himself becoming as chubby as Uzi flashing through his mind. Really turned into a 200-pound giant fat feather? Thinking of this, Jakilov trembled all over, breaking out in a cold sweat. The hot pot feast lasted until 8 p.m., and only then did everyone return to the club. By the way, the hot pot dishes were ordered by Kid. After all, he brought Lu Chen into IG, making a great contribution. Su Xiaoluo also fulfilled his promise by letting Kid choose the dishes. After eating and drinking their fill, they prepared to rest. Online, the news of C God joining IG had completely spread, with many streamers eagerly joining this traffic feast. For example, the chubby and bald duo, De Yunsei, former IG player, known as the bald old-timer of IG, Xiao Xiao, was confidently chatting during his livestream. Brothers, IG is really taking off this time, trust me. C God is simply a monster. This is definitely an upgrade. The bullet comments disagreed. No matter how strong in rank, still hasn't played professionally. Whether it's a mule or a horse, you'll only know by taking it out for a walk. I'm just waiting for Sunya to get slapped in the face. Does he really think the king of the streets can dominate indiscriminately? No matter how bad Shi Huang is, he's still a professional player. After so many matches, let's see God secure a starting position first. It'd be hilarious if Shi Huang benches him next to the water cooler. Xiao Xiao didn't mind, his face thick-skinned from practice. Hee, you don't believe me? I have insider information. Fatty Zika patted his belly and laughed. The streamer never brags, authenticity is the key. The barrage was once again full of mockery. Someone shouted for them to reveal the inside story. Zika spread his hands. I said it's internal information, so of course, I can't say. The summer season starts in a week, just wait and see. The next day, IG manager's office. Su Xiaoluo held a document, her expression complicated. Coach Manhwa couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" Su Xiaoluo glanced at the document, her lips moved slightly, but in the end, she said nothing and handed it to Manhwa. When Manhwa looked at the document, his eyes widened, and his voice suddenly rose. RNG? How is this possible? That's right. This document details Lu Chen's professional experience over the past 2 years. It reads, Lu Chen, RNG Youth Training Team Substitute, ID, Chen, barely played in 2 years, contract expired and terminated, currently a free agent. So, Su Xiaoluo shrugged. Do you have any impression of the matches he played? Manhwa was speechless and slowly shook his head. No. They would watch LSPL matches to discover new talents, but had no impression of Chen. In other words, Lu Chen spent 2 years in youth training and really never played a match. This was somewhat absurd. No wonder Su Xiaoluo had a strange expression. Manhwa racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. RNG actually let him go? Su Xiaoluo smiled. It's a good thing. It's like RNG trained talent for us. Before, I was wondering how a player who hadn't played any matches could adapt so quickly. Now it all makes sense. Youth training is also professional. 2 years of youth training experience. No wonder Lu Chen adapted to the pace of the game so quickly. Manhwa shook his head in confusion. RNG's actions left him stunned. If he were the boss, he would never let such a promising talent go so easily. Alright, let's pretend this never happened. Su Xiaoluo patted Manhwa on the shoulder. The person is with us now. It doesn't matter what RNG thinks. A moment later, on the second floor of the training room. Lu Chen, this will be your spot from now on. Su Xiaoluo led Lu Chen to his new seat. All the equipment is new. Let me know if there's any issue, like peripherals you're more comfortable with. Some professional players have specific requirements for their mouse and keyboard. Uzi uses the first generation SteelSeries Sensei mouse, a model from 10 years ago that's been discontinued and can only be bought secondhand. Many people followed the trend and tried it, but in the end, they complained that it was heavy and had an outdated sensor. Its only advantage was the feel. But Uzi only acknowledges this one, and he was still using this mouse even in 2023. Some say that if Uzi changes his mouse, his skill level would be halved. RNG Club. Jackie Love has always used the Logitech G502, a large mouse. As an AD player, constantly clicking makes his hand very tired, but he insists on this feel. No need. Lu Chen shook his head with a faint smile. I don't have much of a need. The peripherals prepared by the club are already top-notch. No need to replace them. I see. Su Xiaoluo nodded. Then let me talk to you about training and streaming. Let's start with training. The club has rank score requirements for the Korean server, but there are no strict requirements for the Chinese server. It's optional to play or not. So some professional players have their personal profile ranks displayed as diamond or platinum because they mainly play on the Korean server. Now, let's talk about streaming. The club has signed a contract with the largest streaming platform, Black and White Bear, requiring its players to complete 50 hours of streaming per month, roughly 2 hours a day. Gifts and tips have no requirements, and live streaming revenue is only shared with the platform. The club does not take a cut. Speaking of which, IG's rules are considered lenient. Stricter ones, like the veteran powerhouse EDG, have players' daily schedules arranged down to the minute. After explaining the rules, Su Xiaoluo showed Lu Chen around the base's restroom, dormitory, kitchen, dining hall, and other facilities. After a moment, Lu Chen sat back in his seat, turned on the computer, and skillfully logged into his account. Under Su Xiaoluo's guidance, he opened the streaming software and started the live room. What title should I use? Lu Chen rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and then mischievously typed, "Newcomer here, rookie streamer, please bear with me," as the live room title. It was still early, and Lu Chen was the only one in the training room. The other team members were either still sleeping or busy washing up and eating. Esports players often stay up late playing ranked games, and naturally wake up late. As for Lu Chen, since he had just joined yesterday and hadn't officially started training, he went to bed early. At this moment, Lu Chen finished writing the live stream title and finally clicked the start streaming button. As soon as the stream started, scattered comments began floating across the screen. Am I seeing this right? Is this C God's live stream? IG Chen Yu. Who else would it be if not C God? Everyone from IG is on Tiger Shark Live. C God is part of IG now, so this is normal. I've been waiting since last night. It's really C God. Holy crap. Mom, come quick. Look what I've found. Where's the camera? Goblin, let me see what you really look like. Streamer, turn on the camera. Without the camera, there's no soul. Looking at at the comments, Lu Chen's lips curved slightly, but he didn't know what to say. Actually, back when he was in RNG's youth training team, he had also streamed before. At that time, there were only a few scattered viewers in the live stream, and almost no one was talking, making him wonder if they were platform bots. It's nothing compared to the current grand scene where the screen is filled with comments as soon as the stream starts. Moreover, as Lu Chen started streaming, the Tiger Shark platform's recommendations followed, directly pushing his live stream to the homepage of the LOL category. Don't forget, he's the Monster Sea God who reached the top of the national server with an 85% win rate. During this period, major platforms have long been aware of the traffic and popularity brought by the name Sea God. During the off-season, the ID Chen, you became synonymous with traffic. Before long, viewers quickly flooded into the live stream, with the numbers skyrocketing from dozens to tens of thousands within minutes. As word spread among entertainment-seeking viewers, more and more people learned about Lu Chen's live stream, and the number of viewers surged at an astonishing rate. The comments section is going crazy. Holy crap, God C. Is it the #1 God C in the national server? Is it really them? Why not turn on the camera? Thumbs down. Finally got to see God C's live stream in my lifetime. Not easy at all. God C, I heard you joined IG. Did you make it to the starting lineup? Hurry up, League of Legends, launch. Can't wait to see the streamer dominate the top ranks in the national server. Lo, why not go pro and instead stay here as a small-time streamer? Oh, being a streamer is already a profession? Never mind then. What does this stream title mean? The streamer is bad? Just trolling, right? The barrage of comments flooded the screen, making it dizzying to watch. Lu Chen finally snapped out of it, cleared his throat, and said, cough, the streamer will play some Korean server rank today. If I perform poorly, please go easy on me. I have to say, the club has rank requirements for the Korean server. He used to focus only on the Chinese server, but now he has to switch to the Korean server. I get it, the streamer likes to speak in reverse. How many points does God C have on the Korean server? Haven't heard how God C performs on the Korean server. Should be at least challenger, right? Before the barrage of questions was over, Lu Chen had already launched the accelerator and opened the Korean server client pre-installed by the club. I do have a Korean server account, he said as he logged in, but I haven't logged in for about a year, so I'll need to play placement matches again. This account was created during his time in RNG's youth training program. Back then, he was a substitute, and RNG didn't require him to perform well on the Korean server. Lu Chen played casually for 2 weeks and then left it unused. Login complete, the game interface appeared on the screen. All the viewers and Lu Chen himself saw the account ID RNG Chen. After a brief silence, the live chat exploded. What did I just see? RNG? Wodafa? What's RNG? Whose RNG player's account is this borrowed from? But there's no one named Chen in RNG. Could it be someone from the second team? I searched. RNG's youth team has someone called Chen, a substitute, officially announced to have left the team. Is it possible that God C used to be in RNG? Hiss. Have we uncovered a big secret? Searched for a long time, couldn't find any matches Chen has played. Use your brain. If God C were really that strong, would RNG let him go? Hard to say, the boss has money power. God C, say something. If you dare to log in, then speak up. Your silence is deafening. SSS. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, but Lu Chen calmly raised an eyebrow and casually bought a name change card. He then changed RNG Chen to IG Chen Yu. The barrage exploded again, clearly amused by his bold move. Wow, pretending to be a pro by staying silent? Big brother, you think we'll just pretend we didn't see you change it? Classic case of covering one's ears while stealing a bell. I'm waiting for tomorrow's trending headlines. Shocking. RNG's abandoned son makes a triumphant return. The oppressed rises to unleash a storm of revenge. Host, please explain. I'm so anxious. Is it going to blow up into big news? Lu Chen cleared his throat lightly and calmly said, a small mistake, don't mind it, just keep watching the live stream. Seeing that he was determined not to explain and started clicking on ranked matches, many viewers were in an uproar, flocking to other platforms, vowing to expose the shocking discovery, especially the RNG official Weibo account, which became a disaster zone. RNG Esports Club, I heard God C used to be one of yours? Is it true? LOL, RNG is really bold, daring to let go of a player like this? Truly worthy of RNG, so magnanimous. IG fans thank RNG, it's because of you that IG feels warm. What do you know? This is called LPL family unity. RNG has Uzi, gifting Sea God to IG increases the championship odds. I'm crying. RNG Esports Club, stop playing dead, come out and respond. As the number of comments surged, the staff member responsible for managing RNG's official account was baffled. What's Sea God? What does it have to do with our RNG? What are these people spamming? I can't make sense of it at all. Feeling completely confused and unable to handle the situation, he had no choice but to call the club manager. Manager, do you know Sea God? Sea God? That Chen, you who reached the top of the national server with an 85% win rate? Yeah, I know. He's been pretty popular lately. Was it our RNG who sent him away? What? Sent away? We We've never been in contact with this person. You're talking nonsense. It's all over the comments on Weibo. The manager was dumbfounded after understanding the situation. When did Chen and you get involved with RNG? They even became part of the youth training team? Not long ago, he was tasked with contacting this person to join the club, but he couldn't get in touch. How did it suddenly turn into him being a player let go by RNG on Weibo? To be honest, the manager is overwhelmed and quickly went to find Coach Firefox. The two of them ran together to the youth training department to retrieve the information on the player with the ID Chen. Lu Chen, ID Chen, youth training substitute, 2-year contract terminated upon expiration. In the youth training manager's office, Firefox looked at the information, took a light breath, and his eyes became unfocused. I think I remember now. That day, when he and the boss Bai Xing were discussing the Chen, you street king, a young boy suddenly knocked on the door and came in, named Lu Chen. Bai Xing called his name, and Firefox vaguely remembered. Quick, check IG's player Chen Yu. What's his real name? Firefox's face stiffened, and he quickly gave the order. After all, Lu Chen was originally a member of RNG's youth training team and already had a registered player identity. They just needed Tingjing to check the roster. The result came out quickly. Firefox held the document, his eyes vacant, standing in the office for a long time without moving, his thoughts in disarray. The document read, Player, Lu Chen, ID, Chen Yu, Team, IG. A single short sentence struck heavily at Firefox's heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Lu Chen, which means, Chen and Yu were originally RNG youth training players, having stayed in the second team for 2 years, and were just released a few days ago. Now they've become IG's players? A series of thoughts surged in, ultimately forming a heavy reality, like a boulder pressing down, making it hard for Firefox to let go. The manager next to him was also stunned. What should we do now? Firefox turned his head, his expression complicated. Inform the manager of Team 2 and tell him to get ready to pack up. What do you mean? The manager was confused. What else could it mean? Firefox sighed. The boss will definitely be furious when he finds out and will kick the Team 2 manager out. In the end, Lu Chen played under your command for 2 years without being discovered. If you don't take the blame, who will? Half an hour later, in the RNG boss's office, Bai Xing sat dazed behind the desk and looked up at Firefox. Is everything you said true? Firefox nodded with difficulty. The manager standing nearby broke into a sweat, saying nothing. Oh, Bai Xing responded softly, slowly lowering his head. After a brief silence, bang! The cup on the table was suddenly smashed into pieces. White Star roared, Bastard! We at RNG trained him for 2 years. 2 years? And this is how he repays me? Traitor! Traitor! He slammed his hands on the table, glaring fiercely at Firefox. Clearly, he has the strength to reach the top of the national server. So what has he been doing in the youth training these past 2 years? And IG, even taking in all the trash? Outside the office, RNG staff swallowed nervously, trembling with fear. The boss completely losing his temper means that God C was really let go by the boss himself? Bai Xing became more and more agitated as he shouted, his eyes widening, muttering, yes. The trash lingered in the second team for 2 years without any performance, only playing rank, and would definitely be exposed in matches. The more they spoke, the more intense it became, finding excuses to justify their mistakes. But deep down, the pain was overwhelming, so much that it was hard to breathe. That was traffic, that was money, an 85% win rate, the #1 monster in the national server, a player with skyrocketing attention across the entire LOL community. He terminated the contract so easily without earning a single penny? If we kept him for live streaming and advertising, the profits would definitely skyrocket. Bai Xing turned to the manager, panting heavily. Tell me, is there any room for maneuver in the contract we signed back then? Firefox's eye twitched. The manager wiped his sweat and shook his head. Probably not. Boss, you know, the contracts we give to players without potential are quite simple. Useless. Bai Xing smashed another vase. You're useless too. The manager stepped back silently. After venting for a while, Bai Xing calmed down, his gaze dark and cold as water. A weakling in matches, what kind of waves can he stir up? When the summer season starts, I want to see how long he can stay arrogant. He sat back in his seat and browsed through the official account's comments. Most of them questioned whether RNG really let Xishan go, and since RNG hadn't responded for a long time, the trolls mocked them sarcastically. But there were also fans defending them. RNG has Uzi, so why would they need Chen Yu? You don't really think God C can stay on the team as a starter, do you? Even if he stays, he's only fit to watch the water cooler for Uzi. Not sure why you're so anxious. With Uzi around, letting Chen Yu go is the right move. Don't make a fuss. When they meet in the summer split, you'll understand why RNG let him go, hee. Looking at these comments, Bai Xing's expression improved slightly. That's right, with the summer season kicking off, he wanted to see what kind of performance this useless player, who had been a substitute in their youth training for 2 years, would deliver. In the end, RNG still released a statement on their official Weibo account. IG's player Chen Yu is indeed the former RNG Chen player. We thank Chen for his 2 years of hard work in RNG's youth training team. To clarify, we parted ways normally after the contract contract expired, and there is absolutely no dispute as some people have speculated. For those spreading rumors, we will not go easy on you. As soon as the statement was released, it immediately energized many netizens, as if they had finally caught on to some big news. The comments section instantly exploded, with voices of support and doubt rising one after another. Doesn't this confirm RNG's involvement? Impressive. Did you really let them go yourselves? Quite bold. I can't understand what the RNG management is thinking, letting a player like GodC go so easily. Is the RNG boss out of their mind? That's hilarious. I saw your GodC stay in the youth training team for 2 years without achieving anything. Getting kicked out is normal. An 85% win rate to reach the top of the national server's youth training team, yet can't even make the starting lineup. How good is the skill level really? There's nothing to brag about. Just someone who got benched by RNG's second team players. Don't compare to Uzi. Don't try to ride the coattails. Of course, there are also plenty of neutral onlookers who are just here for the drama. Regardless of the truth, I just want to watch RNG versus IG in the summer season. Hurry up and start the match. Is it RNG cleaning up traitors, or the Dragon King returning to take revenge on his old team? Hurry up, let the two sides fight. To borrow a line from Doflamingo, the winner is justice. I'll support whichever side wins. It's so frustrating. Why hasn't the summer season started yet? At the same time, the commotion caused by RNG naturally attracted close attention from other clubs. EDG base. Abu looked puzzled, crossing his arms. What is RNG doing? Letting go of a top-tier player they trained in their youth system so easily? Clearlove pondered for a moment. Could it be because of Uzi's presence? Abu rolled his eyes at him. Who would complain about having too many top players? Even for rotation, it ensures we won't lose. Two top-tier ADs with completely different styles allow RNG to develop more strategies and make it harder for other teams to figure them out. IG base, training room. While the outside world was in an uproar, Luchan continued his livestream as if nothing had happened, completely ignoring the noisy barrage of comments. Calmly, he opened the Korean server ranked queue and began the placement matches for this account. Soon, the first game ended. Draven, with a record of 25-0-3, had already reached the enemy's high ground in just over 10 minutes, single-handedly making the opposing 5 players tremble in fear. They barely managed to surrender at the 15-minute mark. After this game ended, the barrage comments about RNG on the public screen began to gradually decrease. Many people sighed, saying that GodC playing in such games was simply bullying the weak. Immediately followed by the second game. Caitlyn, with a record of 15-0-5 fast push strategy, the opposing side couldn't even last 15 minutes before their base was steamrolled. The third game, the fourth game, the fifth game. As the match progressed, the live chat grew increasingly quiet, and even the persistent trolls rarely spoke. In just over an hour, Luchan completed 5 full rounds of slaughter. That's right, slaughter. None of these 5 games lasted more than 20 minutes, and the kill count exceeded 10 in each. Even when faced with teammates performing poorly, their rate of feeding couldn't come close to matching Luchan's efficiency in taking down enemies. At this point, the barrage of comments discussing RNG completely disappeared, replaced by amazement at his performance in these few games. Whoa, this is practically a massacre. I even feel bad for the Koreans on the other side. How unlucky can you be to end up matched against GodC? At first, I thought GodC's kills were satisfying, but now I just feel the other side is too pitiful. Just imagining it makes me feel despair. If I were on the opposing side, I'd definitely quit the game after this match. Isn't this just helping Koreans quit internet addiction? I admit you're fast at killing, but even you can only last 15 minutes at most. 15 minutes? I'll just force quit. At this moment, Luchan finally put down the mouse, stretched lazily, and said with a smile, 5 more games to go. The streamer will take a short break before continuing. Suddenly, he noticed a comment on the screen. See, God doesn't even thank people for gifts. Why so aloof? Luchan suddenly patted his forehead. Sorry, it's the streamer's first time receiving a gift. I forgot to check. After speaking, he began reading the list of gifts from the comments. Thank you to See God turn on the camera for the plane. The streamer is using new equipment and hasn't set up the camera yet. Thank you to Dayun Say for the rocket. Thank you to See God doesn't assign moderators for the plane. This is indeed necessary. Although Luchan remained calm and indifferent to the negative comments in the bullet screen, some obsessive remarks were simply too outrageous and could easily cause adverse effects, so banning the accounts was still necessary. At this moment, meow. A soft cat's meow came from beneath his feet. Luchan looked down and saw a white ragdoll cat standing by his feet, curiously looking up at him without any fear. As expected of Nomi. Not far away, Rookie, who had just finished washing up, walked into the training room and said with a smile from a distance, Luchan, are you streaming? Yeah, Luchan nodded. Playing on the Korean server. As he spoke, he reached out and patted Nomi's head. Glutinous rice seemed to have gotten used to it, not dodging at all, and even rubbed its head against Luchan's hand. Want to do OQ? Rookie sat down in his seat. I can help you attract some viewers. To be honest, Rookie's livestream isn't very popular right now. After After all, IG's traffic is far less than the big three, but compared to a newcomer like Lu Chen, it's definitely much better. No need, Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. This is my placement match, so we probably won't get matched together. Is that so? Rookie nodded thoughtfully. Not long after, a few gift notifications suddenly popped up in Lu Chen's livestream. IG Rookie sent a super rocket ×1. IG Rookie sent a super rocket ×2. IG Rookie sent super rocket ×5. Ah, this. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned and waved his hand with a wry smile. There's really no need to go overboard. Super rockets are quite expensive, costing 2,000 per shot. SSS. In just a few seconds, Rookie gifted him tens of thousands worth of presents. It's nothing, Rookie said with a relaxed smile. It's a small gesture. If you're touched, just help me win a few more games in the summer tournament. Lu Chen smacked his lips and finally agreed helplessly. Alright, I'll do my best. Super rockets come with platform-wide advertisements. As these 5 super rockets were sent, more viewers flooded into Lu Chen's livestream. I was wondering who was so generous, sending 5 super rockets in a row. Turns out it was Rookie. Ha, Rookie sending super rockets to See God Shao Dai. This totally confirms the professional boosting theory. Looks like See God gets along pretty well with his IG teammates. Can See God start in the summer season? You missed the most exciting part. Just now, See God slaughtered in 5 Korean server matches. The scene was so brutal it was hard to watch. No worries, you can still catch the replay. Passing by as a 10-year-old fan of See God, uninvited, the barrage instantly exploded, densely packed, filling the entire screen, making it impossible to see clearly. However, this was not the end. As soon as Rookie came in, the other IG team members also gradually arrived at the training room. This is the schedule of professional players. It was almost 10 o'clock, and they were just getting up. Soon, everyone learned about Rookie's lavish spending and started following suit. Even Lu Chen couldn't stop them. IG Ning sent super rocket ×3. IG Balan sent super rocket ×2. IG Kid sent super rocket ×2. Even the Shy, who usually doesn't participate in such activities, sent 2 super fired gifts and sat there dumbfounded, grinning as he watched the barrage of comments. Although he couldn't understand those comments. For a moment, the entire Tiger Shark platform was flooded with scrolling super fire ads. Hee. Ning Wang grinned at his phone screen after sending the super fire gifts. These people aren't wrong. We're basically ordering super fire for God's sake. Balan shyly scratched his head and smiled. If a few super gifts can win the game, that would really be a bargain. Rookie shrugged. Then I guess the principal would go crazy sending them. Lu Chen held the ragdoll cat Nuomi in his arms, feeling both touched and amused. Looks like there's no way to slack off this time. Ning Wang said confidently, See God, hurry up and play ranked games. Once your rank is up, duo queue with me. These super gifts aren't sent for nothing. Lu Chen had no choice but to accept the reality of repaying the debt. This livestream continued until noon at 12 o'clock. By the end, the popularity skyrocketed to 1.5 million. Although popularity doesn't equate to the actual number of viewers and is still far behind those big streamers, as a newcomer, reaching this number in just a few hours of broadcasting is already very impressive. Rookie's massive popularity is just the trigger. The real reason is that Lu Chen has been trending like crazy in the LOL community recently. Alright, that's it for today. Lu Chen looked at the screen, his tone calm. The streamer has something to do this afternoon. See you all tomorrow. On the screen, the rank prominently displayed Platinum 1. Positioning matches, 10 consecutive wins, 10 MVPs, 0 deaths. Don't go. God see, I haven't had enough yet. These 10 placement matches were absolutely brutal, so satisfying. Don't leave. God see, you can't go, or how am I supposed to live? Feels like See God and I are playing 2 different games. Is LOL really this easy? The opponents feel easier than bots. See God, isn't this just a game where having hands is enough? Watching this got me so hyped up, I immediately started a ranked game and insta-locked Draven. Don't go, you don't have hands. Amid the wailing pleas of countless comments, Lu Chen still closed the streaming software. Shen, want to grab some food together? Balan stood up from his seat at this moment. The others were still in the middle of their ranked games. Sure, Lu Chen said with a playful smile, I was just thinking of checking out the club's meals. The two hit it off immediately and walked toward the restaurant together. The meals at the IG club are prepared by dedicated chefs, and the players only need to pick up their food. Before long, Lu Chen and Baolan were sitting at the dining table, enjoying their meal heartily. So delicious. After eating his fill, Lu Chen grinned contentedly and leaned back in his chair, giving a thumbs up. No wonder it's a club under Principal Wang's management. The meals here are really worth the money. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt lucky he didn't join EDG. Their food is notoriously bad. Deft and Ray both complained about EDG's meals. At first, everyone thought it was just the Korean imports being picky and not used to Chinese cuisine. The result was revealed, and it turned out to be so unpalatable that it was unbearable. This matter was even reported by many media outlets. In February this year, EDG's official Weibo account issued a statement, announcing plans to upgrade the cafeteria in response to media and fan criticism. In contrast, Lu Chen suddenly felt that choosing IG was truly a wise decision. Chen. By the way, Shinji, Balan suddenly asked, didn't you say you had something to do this afternoon? Lu Chen glanced at him matter-of-factly, going back to pack my luggage. Oh, Balan suddenly understood, then immediately asked, need any help? No need, Lu Chen waved his hand, just bringing some change of clothes. After bidding farewell to Balan, Lu Chen walked straight out of the club's main entrance and took a taxi back to his apartment. Just as the door opened, Rita was seen sitting in the living room watching TV. Hearing the sound of the door, Rita was slightly startled. Xiaochunzi? Hee. Lu Chen walked over, smiling as he opened his arms. Xiaoyuzi missed me, right? Get lost. Rita rolled her eyes at him and pushed the boy in front of her. By the way, are you back this time to move your stuff? Yeah, Lu Chen shrugged and said with a smile. What, can't bear to part with me? Rita gestured at her nails, refusing to back down, just a little bit. The two joked and played around for a while before Rita helped Lu Chen pack his luggage. A few minutes later, looking at the backpack in front of her, Rita couldn't help but question, you're only bringing this little stuff? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and confidently replied, what else? You didn't think I wouldn't come back to stay, did you? He has everything there, I just need to bring some clothes. TCH, Rita scoffed and snorted, fine, I'll reluctantly keep the room for you. Let's go, Xiaoyuzi. Lu Chen slung his bag over his shoulder, walked to the door, then suddenly turned back and said, once I finish this half year of competitions and have some money, we'll buy a place together. This apartment, Rita is also renting. Both of them are from Sichuan, so naturally, it's impossible for them to own property in a place as expensive as Shanghai. Alright, Rita raised her fair chin, don't just talk big. If you perform poorly in the match, don't blame me for not comforting you. Of course, Lu Chen smiled, I'll be waiting for you to commentate on the match for me. Waving goodbye, Lu Chen turned and walked away. Sunlight poured down, and the young man in white was as dazzling as snow, full of vigor and spirit. Watching this scene, Rita stood in a daze for a long time before returning to the apartment with a complicated expression. Just wait, you give it your all in the competition, and I won't lose in the commentary booth either. Please provide the text you would like translated. IG base. After settling down, Lu Chen has been streaming and playing on the Korean server these past few days. Countless spectators who came after hearing the news finally witnessed Lu Chen's journey to rank up with their own eyes and recalled why he was called a monster. Dominating in diamond rank, dominating in master rank, still dominating in the top ranks of king tier. Even when encountering professional players, he didn't even regard them as human. In less than a week, he forcibly pushed a Platinum 1 account to Challenger 1000 LP in the Korean server. Finally, on the last day before the summer season, he reached the top of the Korean server with 1580 LP. Hiss, isn't C God's ranking speed a bit exaggerated? Wasn't the mid laner in the last game faker? Yeah, at 12 minutes a superfed Draven popped up in mid lane and two-shot him. Lee must have been freaking out. Draven's one-click rune setup who's Lee Sanghyok? I'm here to end him. Not just faker, we've run into so many pro players these past few days, but still carried every game. Gue, isn't this a bit exaggerated? How can you dominate a game like this? Wait, what's the win rate on C God's account? I checked, 86%. Holy crap, really? Don't be ridiculous, it's the Korean server. I have to admit, the ranking intensity of the Korean server far surpasses that of the Chinese server. There's even a saying that Korean server silver is stronger than Chinese server platinum. Although exaggerated, it shows that the Korean server's strength is indeed high. Not only LCK and LPL players, but players from EU and NA regions also often come to the Korean server to train. Especially during the off-season, there are fewer scrims and more ranked games. The intensity of high-ranked matches in the Korean server is maxed out. Sometimes all 10 players are professionals. So Lu Chen reaching the top this time is incredibly impressive. Forums and other platforms are also entering a traffic frenzy ahead of the summer season. Posts flooding the screen. At the top, God C reigns as #1 in Korean server. Monsters everywhere. 86% win rate shines bright again. Crushing pros, just how strong is God C? Hanbok was rendered speechless, discussing C God's ferocious playstyle. IG really struck gold. RNG suffered a huge loss. Top of both servers, reigning supreme across all servers. Why was C God unknown during 2 years in RNG's youth training? 2 years of honing his sword, 1 moment of enlightenment. How will God C's arrival change the LPL bot lane ecosystem? Can't wait to see his performance in matches. If he can dominate like this in pro play, I'll call him a god. Countless, simply too much to take in. Even Lu Chen's newly registered Weibo account saw its followers soar to 1 million. The official Weibo of the IG club also saw a slight increase. Inside the training room, Lu Chen sat on the gaming chair, stretched lazily, and said with a smile, everyone, the summer summer season is about to start, so I might not have much time to stream. Hope you understand. Although there aren't matches every day after the summer season, scrims continue non-stop. He's been streaming continuously these past few days just to make up for the required hours. The chat is scrolling rapidly, but this time it's out of excitement rather than pleading. The summer season has finally started. Can't wait. See God, don't hold back. I want to see you crush your old team. Watching IG play against RNG, I'm going crazy. Don't worry, they won't play until the 5th week of the schedule. IG's first match is against WE, one of the big three. I wonder if they can win. Seems difficult. WE Spring Championship, IG is hard to handle. Indeed, MSI is great, but in the LPL Civil War, we remain strong. The starting lineup isn't out yet. Is God C starting? Definitely. Recently God C has been duo queuing with Bolon, while the Shy hasn't been playing much ranked. The barrage was lively and non-stop. Lu Chen began tidying up the desk. Alright, goodbye everyone. After saying that, he closed the streaming software. Bolon let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, these past few days, clinging to Shinji's thigh, I've gained 400 to 500 points. It's been so satisfying. Lucian ultimately didn't duo queue with Ning Wang. After all, the bot lane duo needs to build synergy. After these few days of duo queuing, Bolon has become increasingly attuned to Lucian's commands. Sometimes, even without Lucian speaking, he already knows what to do. The jungler usually pairs up with the mid laner for duo queue, fostering synergy between the jungle and mid lane. The top lane is often considered an orphan role, with no one to pair up with. The Shy prefers playing Aram, which might be his unique way of practicing. Many people believe the Shy's aggressive playstyle is closely related to the Aram mode constant fighting. No focus on macro play, just pure aggression. At this moment, Su Xiaoluo and Coach Manhwa walked into the training room. Su Xiaoluo clapped his hands and called out, everyone, look over here. The summer season starts tomorrow, so let me go over some important points. Everyone's eyes gathered on him, and he continued. The first week's matches are on Tuesday and Friday, against WE and IM respectively. Especially the first match against WE, it must be taken seriously. I've scheduled 2 scrims for tomorrow. After a while, Su Xiaoluo finished speaking and left with Manhwa, reminding them, get some rest early tonight, tomorrow's tasks are heavy. The IG members in the training room looked at each other, their eyes filled with both excitement and unease. The summer season is about to begin. The more than 1 month off season isn't too long, but the lack of matches is indeed hard to endure. Which aspiring professional player doesn't dream of shining brightly on the stage? Even Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with a different kind of light. Finally, the time had come for his true debut on the professional stage. The first opponent is WE. From this match onward, let the whole world witness my legend. The S7 Summer Tournament is officially underway. The opening match's highlight, a grudge match, old rivals RNG face off against OMG. At this moment, fans on forums are analyzing the win rates, and it's clear that support for RNG far outweighs that for OMG. It is generally believed that RNG has a higher chance of winning. After all, today's OMG has long since declined, far from their glory days in S3 and S4, and they haven't made it to the World Championship in years. Recalling the days of the Dark Forces, a clean sweep against Samsung White, a 50 HP comeback, the Kazakhs fighting to protect the nation, the Lightning Sorcerer flashing in for an ambush. The glory of the past is fading away. In the S5 year, Uzi shed tears on the stage, the mid-jungle duo split apart, and the newly formed Galactic Fleet crashed before it could set sail. Now, the only ones holding up OMG are mid-laner Icon and ADSMLZ. At this moment, at the IG Club, Lu Chen, Rookie, Jackie Love, and others were sitting together watching the opening match. Strictly speaking, watching matches is originally the job of coaches and analysts. But after all, it's the first match of the summer season, and watching more helps the players regain their form. What do you think? Who will win? Jackie Love asked softly. RNG, Ning Wang said without hesitation, at least the spring split 3rd place. Rookie also pondered, indeed, RNG's lineup is strong. The twin stars Shohu and MLXG led the team to win the LPL Spring Split Championship in S6, advancing to MSI in Worlds. On OMG's side, only SMLZ performed outstandingly, struggling to carry the team. The gap in the lineup on paper is obvious. Where's Chen Ge? Jackie Love looked curiously at Lu Chen, full of anticipation. Me? Lu Chen smiled faintly. I think OMG will win. Ha? Jackie Love was surprised. Lu Chen smiled at him. Just think of it as metaphysics. I feel that RNG is destined for this calamity. Jackie Love scratched his head without saying a word, secretly thinking that Brother Chen must be holding a grudge against his old team. The match began. RNG and OMG started the BP phase. The venue was boiling with excitement, and the audience was full of enthusiasm. However, an official announcement suddenly dampened everyone's enthusiasm. RNG's starting AD is not Uzi, but Wuxin. The match begins. At 4 minutes and 30 seconds, OMG's jungler World 6 counterganks MLXG in the mid lane, securing the first blood. At 5 minutes and 30 seconds, OMG's bot lane killed Xiaoming. At 12 minutes, OMG's top and jungle coordinated to dive the tower and kill Let Me, with mid laner Icon assisting to take down MLXG. At 29 minutes, OMG grouped up and secured Baron. At 30 minutes, on the mid lane high ground, Brand support controlled Wuxin and took him down in one combo. The match is over. Everyone thought RNG had a chance to counterattack. As expected, in the second game, RNG started with strong pressure, leading in kills 4 o'clock. However, the economic gap remained limited, around 1 to 2,000. Due to the significant CS gap in the bot lane, SMLZ had better development, making it difficult for RNG to cope. OMG continuously counterattacked and grouped up for strategic plays. At 38 minutes, a 4-man Dragon team fight occurred, with Echo pushing the lane, ending the game in one wave. 2 o'clock. In the first match of the summer season, OMG swept RNG. The venue fell silent. RNG fans were in disbelief, while a few 59E supporters cheered. The internet exploded. Forums like Kanthi and Guoba were in an uproar. Why not play Uzi? Does RNG look down on OMG like this? That's it? Hyped up for so long, only to get swept? Doomsday for RNG fans. 59E celebration. Pure ADC gap. Wux almost got completely crushed by SMLZ in lane. Be rational. If Uzi plays, OMG can't win. RNG lost, but Uzi didn't lose. Uzi has a hand injury, he can't play every match. Then let me ask, since Uzi needs to rotate, why did RNG let Godlike go? Do they think Wuxin is stronger? LOL, see God play a match first before saying anything. Why are RNG and IG's matches scheduled so late? I want to watch them. The topic grew hotter and hotter, and it even dragged Lu Chen into it. A bit absurd. Regarding IG, as soon as the match results came out, Jackie Love widened his eyes. Shinji, you're amazing, you even guessed this right? Lu Chen shrugged, smiling meaningfully. I told you, trust in metaphysics. After watching the match, the players stopped spectating and returned to the training room one after another. Su Xiaoluo scheduled 2 BO3 scrims, with the opponents being Team Snake SS and Dan. That's right, the Dan that ruined Lingshire Road. As the scrims began, Su Xiaoluo and Manhwa sat in the spectator seats, ready to take notes on any issues. Both teams are quite strong, especially Team Snake. Crystal and Flandra are forces to be reckoned with. However, a few hours later, Su Xiaoluo and Manhwa were both stunned. How did we win so easily? Manhwa frowned, with only a few issues noted in his notebook. The opposing bot lane collapses too quickly. That's right, IG has been dominating, not even losing a single match. 2BO3S, 6 consecutive scrims, undefeated in every game. Scrims focus on results, winning or losing doesn't matter. BO3S go the full 3 games, no such thing as a 2 o'clock. Snake and Dan were brutally crushed in 3 games. Each match lasted less than 20 minutes, and the opponent directly GG'd and quit. Su Xiaoluo and Manhwa were dumbfounded, and the players were even more confused. Yarema, what kind of monster is this? Crystal slumped in his gaming chair, wailing, haven't played during the off-season, and now I'm this bad? Getting schooled repeatedly, can't even hold the lane steady. Holy Spear brother touched his nose. Is the opposing AD the so-called God C from the internet? Is he really that strong? The mid laner was even more bewildered. Within 10 minutes, the AD came to my mid lane, shot me twice, and sent me back to base. How am I supposed to play the game? Dan's AD Chocho was left mentally shaken. After 3 scrim matches, he felt like there were problems all over his gameplay. For a moment, he even considered switching to support, thinking, am I not suited to play AD anymore? Whoosh. The next day. In contrast, on IG's side, the atmosphere was as relaxed as it could be. Hee. Ning Wang grinned exaggeratedly, his mouth almost reaching his ears. Looks like all those Superfire gifts I sent earlier weren't in vain. The Shy also grinned widely and, in his peculiar Google Translate style Chinese, said, Lu Shen, nice, de dehao. Rookie teased with a laugh, so you're really the professional little substitute, huh? Lu Chen sat on the chair, slowly flexed his wrist, and jokingly said with a smile, how can AD work without C? Otherwise, why would it be called ADC? Ning Wang licked his lips. After these few games, I feel like we can easily crush we tomorrow, huh? The spectator seats at the back. Su Xiaoluo sighed helplessly, I don't even know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. He arranged these training matches not just to help the players regain their sense of competition. More importantly, he wanted to give everyone a wake-up call after they experienced some losses, so they would become more vigilant. After all, during the more than 1 month off-season, everyone was under no pressure at all. Now that the summer season is starting, they need to tighten their focus again. Being too relaxed is not a good thing. But now, looking at these 6 crushing victories in the practice matches, he couldn't even find a reason to criticize. Just as Su Xiaoluo was thinking about these things, beside him, Manhwa's voice suddenly sounded, of course, it's a good thing. Su Xiaoluo turned his head in surprise. Manhwa's eyes sparkled with a peculiar brilliance. As long as we keep winning and sweep through all the teams, that's enough. Doesn't China have a saying, strike while the iron is hot? I believe that by maintaining this invincible momentum, no one can stop their progress. As he spoke, he looked at the IG team in front of him. I believe they have this capability. If it were the old IG, Manhwa certainly wouldn't have been this confident. But ever since Lu Chen arrived, this IG team has truly become completely different. This This change is visible to the naked eye. Even Bolon has made incredible improvements in vision control, positioning, and other aspects under Lu Chan's repeated guidance. Even as their coach, he couldn't find any weaknesses in this team. This is undoubtedly a rather terrifying thing. Perhaps the Shy might get overzealous, perhaps Rookie might disappear, perhaps Ning might make mistakes, but a single mistake won't affect the overall situation at all. The more crucial point is Lu Chen. His terrifying development ability allows him to always step up at critical moments, delivering massive and stable output to take over the game. How could such a team possibly lose? Let's hope so. Su Xiaoluo glanced thoughtfully at Manhwa, nodded, and said, let's first see tomorrow's match against Wei and whether they can maintain today's form. To be precise, it's about observing Lu Chen's condition. No matter how well he played before, it was ultimately not an official match. The next day, early in the morning, after the IG team members had breakfast, they boarded the club's bus and headed to the competition venue. Wei, sisters, the Wei bus is here. As soon as they arrived at the venue, they saw another bus surrounded by a large number of fans. Some were wearing custom Wei team uniforms, some were holding Wei team banners, and others were holding signs with individual players' IDs. It could be seen that there were also a large number of female fans among them. After all, brother-in-law Mystic's looks are indeed quite striking. Meanwhile, around their IG team bus, there was only a sparse circle of fans, all of whom were men, with female fans being almost non-existent. Tisk, King Ning felt as if he had just eaten a lemon. How can the popularity gap be so huge? Normal, Rookie shrugged. They're the Red Miracle, the spring split champions, one of the big three. Although his tone was casual, there was still a hint of bitterness in his words. There's no helping it. By comparison, their side was downright shabby. Lu Chen grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and said with utmost confidence, don't worry, after we finish the summer tournament, the cheers for us will definitely surpass theirs. Ning Wang said with some longing, really? Of course, Lu Chen's eyes were full of confidence, as if a faint light was shining. We won't lose. Soon, everyone entered the venue. Backstage, the first thing they did was not practicing temporarily to maintain their form, nor listening to the coach and analyst discuss tactics, and certainly not listening to manager Su Xiaoluo's motivational speeches. Instead, makeup. That's right, makeup. To make the league matches more professional, Tingjing stipulated that players must apply makeup before going on stage. This has already become a necessary procedure. After all, the disheveled and unkempt appearance of the esports players does make it easy for people to look down on them. By the time everyone finishes their makeup and is about to start the match, a large number of spectators holding support signs also begin to enter one after another, making the vast venue start to feel crowded. Of course, most of them are fans of Wei. At this moment, at the commentary desk, Miller, Wawa, and Rita were doing the opening warm-up. Welcome everyone to the 2017 League of Legends LPL Summer Regular Season, Day 2 of Week 1. Hello everyone, I'm Miller. I am a doll. Hello everyone, I am Rita. It's a great honor to be here at the summer split commentary scene. Alright, Miller said with a smile, everyone, please look at the big screen. The starting lineups for both teams have been announced. On WE's side, it's still the usual, top laner 957, mid laner Xia, jungler Kendi, AD carry Mystic, and support Ben. And on IG's side, we have top laner The Shy, mid laner Rookie, jungler Ning, AD carry Chinyu, and support Bolon. We can see that IG has fielded several newcomers. The Shy, Chinyu, and Ning looks like IG has undergone significant roster changes during this summer transfer period. In any case, we look forward to both teams delivering an exciting performance. During the commentary warm-up, the 10 players from the two teams began to enter the stage one after another. Upon reaching the center of the stage, they each bowed in thanks before heading to their respective positions. Following the referee's reminder, they began adjusting their equipment and testing the peripherals. At this moment, the number of people flooding into the official livestream room grew larger and larger, and the live chat started to become increasingly lively. We, Red Miracle, charge ahead. See God, he's really on stage. IG is so bold, bringing in a few newcomers right away, huh? Miss Rita is my wife. Lick lick lick. Get lost, she's my wife. Finally seeing God C in person. Damn, he's way too handsome. I originally thought brother-in-law was the peak of looks among esports players. Whose protege is this? In this moment, all the male leads from the esports novels I've read now have a face. So God C's real name is Lu Chen, huh? This name is pretty nice. Chen Yu, mommy loves you. I don't want a male mommy. I don't want a male mommy. This competition, aren't you focusing on the wrong things? In any case, God C killed him fiercely for me, just like in RNAK. On the player's bench, Lu Chen slowly exhaled, and his aura suddenly shifted. A hint of battle intent seemed to rise in the depths of his pupils. A young man in a green robe roams the martial world, living up to a reckless dream. His true debut in the LPL has arrived. Don't be nervous, don't feel pressured. It's just the regular season, we can afford to lose. Just perform normally, and remember to bring control wards for vision. Don't forget your starting items, and remember your positions at the beginning. Although he had previously appeared confident, once the match started, Coach Manhwa still acted like a nagging parent, tirelessly repeating his advice. Rookie smiled and said, "How is it, Lu Chen?" Hearing these sounds from the crowd, feeling any pressure? At this moment, the venue was already packed with people, and various cheers echoed through the air. Even though they were sitting in this soundproof room, they could faintly hear it. "Not bad," Lu Chen smiled faintly. "I'm quite used to it." "That's it," Ning Wang chuckled, his eyes full of excitement. "God see, mustn't be nervous. I'm waiting to cling to your coattails." Actually, among the few people present, apart from Rookie and Baolan, none had much experience in major tournaments. But whether it was the Shy or Ning Wang, they were both clutch players. Nervousness might exist, but there was likely more excitement. As for Lu Chen, well, he's just too steady. At this moment, the players are getting ready, while the three commentators start warming up the atmosphere. Miller was the first to speak. "By the way, who do you think has a higher chance of winning today's match?" "That's a bit of a loaded question," Wawa teased. "But if I have to pick one, I think I'd support Wii." The red miracle they showcased in the spring season was truly dazzling. Rita, on the other hand, gazed at the starting lineup displayed on the big screen and smiled serenely. "As for me, I think I'd support IG. They seem to have endless possibilities. After all, there are a few new players." Miller picked up the conversation, especially the player Chen Yu, who has been very popular recently. "I've watched his rank videos, and his playstyle is extremely aggressive." Rita nodded, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. "Yes, I hope he can also perform at his expected level in the competition." Miller teased, "It seems that Rita is also a fan of Sea God." Rita's expression froze for a moment, but she still nodded and said, "That's right." Miller continued, "However, in the current version, the importance of the AD role is increasing. The outcome of this match might really depend on the performance of both teams' bottom lanes." Wawa suddenly laughed and said, "Hey, I just remembered something interesting. IG's player the Shy and WE's player Ben actually swapped teams in May. So now, they're both facing their former teams." "Oh," Miller also laughed, "that adds even more points of interest to this match. I wonder which side gained and which side lost in this swap." Just as the commentators were chatting away, the match has finally begun. Both sides have entered the BP phase. "Alright," Miller's expression turned serious, "both teams are ready. Let's switch the screen to the competition stage and look forward to this exciting BO3 match." We can see that the blue side, IG, has immediately banned Thresh, Kled, and Nidalee. And the red teams we banned Caitlyn, Draven, and Zac. It's clear that we has put in effort to prepare. The signature champions of IG's new players have all been targeted. You can see that we is quite wary of Chen Yu, this new player. At this moment, the live chat also became lively. We coaching staff, be honest, have you been watching God C's livestream? See, God is going crazy in the Korean server, playing Caitlyn and Draven. The Shy actually swapped with Ben? Feels like IG really lost out on this one. This guy is so impulsive. I originally thought only RNG and IG had grudges, but turns out we does too. To be honest, we seems a bit obsessed. Instead of targeting Rookie, the veteran, they're going after a newcomer? In the eyes of most viewers, the inherent impression of IG is one god carrying 4 deadweights. Of course, at least in the past 2 years, this has indeed been the case. As the saying goes, whether IG can win completely depends on whether Rookie kills faster or his teammates feed faster. "Let's pick Alistar first," Manhwa said, stroking his chin. "The other side will probably grab Varus. We'll follow up with mid and jungle picks, and we can keep AD in top lane hidden for now. What do you think?" "No problem," Lu Chen nodded. "Okay," Rookie also nodded. Soon, IG locked in Alistar. As expected, we locked in Varus and selected Karma. "Oh," Miller said with a smile, "we has chosen the classic bot lane poke system. How will IG respond?" "Pick Elise and Syndra," Manhwa commanded. Wow, Wawa widened his eyes in surprise. IG's mid-jungle picks are so aggressive. Whether it's Syndra or Elise, their offensive capabilities are maxed out. Immediately after, we locked in Kassadin for the mid lane, clearly aiming to stabilize the mid lane and wait for a late-game power spike. Both teams entered the second round of bans. IG banned Rumble and Lee Sin, while we banned Kog'Maw and Shen. Next, we picked Kennen for the top lane to compensate for teamfight AoE and engage control. IG first selected the top lane Sho'Gath to provide the team with a solid front line. At this moment, Manhwa once again asked the classic question, "Lu Chen, what do you want to play?" Glancing at the opponent's lineup, Lu Chen's gaze swept across the AD hero pool, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Kalista." Manhwa was momentarily stunned, but then nodded and said, "Alright, Kalista it is." These days, he's already started to go along with whatever Lu Chen says. There's no choice, after all. Lu Chen is a hero in the sea, capable of carrying with anything and winning with anything. If it were any other coach, they'd probably let him do as he pleases too. "All traitors must die." Accompanied by the hoarse voice of the announcer, Kalista, the Spear of Vengeance, was locked in. Sivir? On the commentary desk, Miller's eyes widened slightly. Player Chen Yu is very confident. In this patch, Sivir hasn't reached her true peak yet. It will take until the World's patch, when the Ardent Sensor meta fully rises, for her to leap to the Soul T0 status, the kind that teams must ban in the second phase. As for now, the win rate of Skate Shoes is not even a pitiful 50. Moreover, this hero is extremely difficult to operate. Even professional players cannot all use it proficiently, and the results may not necessarily be good when chosen. For the final pick, we selects the jungle Gragas. With that, both teams' lineups are finalized. Blue side IG, top Cho'Gath, mid Syndra, jungle Elise, AD Callista, support Alistar. Red side we, top Kennen, mid Kassadin, jungle Gragas, AD Varus, support Karma. BPNs, and the coaches from both sides shake hands and leave the stage. Several commentators also began evaluating the strengths and weaknesses of both lineups. Just looking at the team fight, it feels like WE's lineup is much more solid. Indeed, whether it's poke or initiating a fight, they have strong points to capitalize on, and Kassadin in the late game can also dominate the match. The lineups of both sides are clearly distinct. IG leans more towards the early game, while we leans more towards the late game. As long as they withstand IG's offensive pressure, it feels like we will have a great time later on. Miller and Wawa took turns speaking. It is obvious that they are still more inclined towards we. As for the commentators, apart from supporting their own favorite team, they will naturally lean towards the more popular side, which is understandable. As the commentators' voices faded, the audience on site also began cheering in unison. We, let's go, we, let's go, we, let's go. Faintly, some voices shouting IG could be heard, but they were drowned out by the overwhelming sea of red miracles. This contrast is still somewhat significant. TSK Tisk, Ning Wang clicked his tongue, his face full of envy, as expected of the big three, such high popularity. Rookie also seemed a bit longing. Maybe when we achieve some results, we could have this many fans too? Lu Chen adjusted his headset and chuckled softly. No need to doubt, we will definitely surpass them. Really? Rookie scratched his head a little uncertainly. It wasn't that he lacked confidence, but the hype surrounding the S7 Red Miracle was truly off the charts. People who haven't experienced it won't understand just how exaggerated the popularity of Wii was during that era. Or rather, the same could be said for the big three. In fact, from S2 to S6, the popularity of the league's matches wasn't particularly high. But over time, the fan base steadily grew. In addition, Tencent continuously promoted the development of LOL esports, making esports increasingly standardized, and major capital also entered the scene one after another. This ultimately led to an unprecedented boom in LOL esports popularity during the year of S7. It also happened to coincide with this year's World Championship being held at home, with the final stage set at the Bird's Nest. This completely maxed out the expectations in the hearts of countless LPL viewers. Let's put it this way, before the finals even started, tickets for the Bird's Nest had already been resold online at sky-high prices. If it weren't for RNG and we both falling in the semifinals, leading to an all-LCK final, the popularity of S7 would have absolutely exploded. And now, most of the attention is focused on the big three. At this moment, over at Wii, the players were chatting and laughing. The atmosphere relaxed. How do you say? Kandi said with a grin, brother-in-law, is there a lot of pressure taking on the opposing team's See God this time? Not far away, Mystic turned his head and frowned. How many times have I told you? Don't call me that. Got it, brother-in-law. Kandi waved his hand nonchalantly. Mystic was speechless but still said seriously, I've matched with him in the Korean server before. His playstyle is really aggressive. Saying it's fierce would be putting it mildly. He still remembers that RNAK match, where he was tormented to the point of despair by the enemy Kog'Maw's relentless attacks. In the late game, with Lulu's shield on, the enemy Kog'Maw delivered a legendary annihilation moment, spraying down 5 players in the Baron pit and forcing their team into a complete wipeout. Recalling that RNAK match, Mystic couldn't help but shudder. Xiang Renjie, make sure to gank him in the bot lane more often. Kandi looked at him unexpectedly. Is he really that strong? I haven't faced this person yet. He's really strong, Shi nodded and said, after I reach level 6, I'll roam the bottom lane more. You guys hold steady in the early game. Kandi smiled indifferently. Alright, I'll do a classic level 2 gank on the bottom lane then. By the way, this is his first match in the LPL, right? Perfect chance to test his strength and let him feel the enthusiasm of the LPL. So what if he's strong? As long as it's targeted enough, it can be resolved. Back then, when Marin arrived in the LPL, wasn't he also welcomed in various ways? It's hard to imagine that a top laner who had just won the MVP of the World's Championship arrived in the LPL and, before he could showcase his skills, was subjected to all kinds of military training, with iconic moments enough to make a highlight reel. It can be said that Big Head Ma was truly startled by the enthusiasm of the LPL. Soon, the loading screen ended. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, both sides entered the game interface together. Welcome to League of Legends. Go, 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 go. Charge, charge, charge. The atmosphere on IG's side was intense. The 5 players first lined up in the classic single-file formation, then each moved to key positions. On WE's side, it was the same. They were a late-game composition, so there was no need to fight at level 1. At this moment, Lu Chen maneuvered his Callista, step by step, to the edge of the small dragon pit, brushing against the wall back and forth. Ha! What is player Chen Yu doing? Does he have something something in mind? Miller exclaimed in surprise. There's a ward in the bush over there from Wei. If Chen Yu gets any closer, he'll be spotted. However, in the footage, Callista kept moving along the wall, slowly approaching the position near the mid-lane bush. Not discovered. Doll's voice was somewhat shocked. The skate shoes just happened to bypass the blind spot of WE's vision. Has IG studied WE's vision this deeply? Or is it just pure luck? Miller chimed in, wow, although player Chen Yu is a newcomer to the LPL, you can tell he's very bold. If he gets discovered here, he'd at least have to burn a flash. Rita hesitated slightly and said, it seems like he's going to steal WE's blue buff? Doll looked completely puzzled. But IG doesn't have vision here. How is he going to steal it? Pure luck? And AD actually thinking about stealing the enemy's blue at the start? This is a professional match. In IG's team voice chat, Ning was a bit stunned. See God, what are you doing? I'm just giving it a try, Lu Chen said with a smile on his lips. There's no real loss if it doesn't work out. Balan had no doubts at all, calmly setting up vision before turning back to help Ning clear the jungle. Now, he unconditionally obeyed Lu Chen's commands, almost as if he had given up thinking for himself. Very soon, on WE's side, the bot lane duo helped bring the blue buff down to half health before heading to the bottom lane, and Kendi instantly brought the blue buff down to a sliver of health. The next second, a spear suddenly flew in from the front side, striking the blue buff's body with incredible precision and killing it. Kendi was a bit confused. Where's my blue? In an instant, he realized, his face almost turning green. The enemy AD is in our jungle. Shi glanced at the minimap, a bit puzzled. Didn't we ward it? How did he get there? As a Kassadin facing a wave-pushing Syndra, he was being suppressed so much he was almost stuck under the tower, so naturally, he couldn't go over. The bot lane duo had just come online, so it was too late to gank them. Kandi, with a level 1 Gragas, had no chance of chasing and could only hurry to farm other camps to minimize losses. Thus, we could only watch helplessly as a Callista with a blue buff strolled out of their jungle brush and headed toward the bot lane. This time, Lu Chen didn't need to avoid the enemy's vision and was openly exposed in front of them. Awesome. God see, you even managed to steal that. Ning Wan laughed. Lu Chen also chuckled, just gave it a try, didn't expect it to actually work. By the time he returned to the lane, he had missed the experience of one minion. Although it can't be said that he earned much more, the opposing jungler Kendi truly suffered a major loss. A jungler playing Gragas without a blue buff in the early game will be even more crippled than one might imagine. Wow, is that even possible? On the commentary desk, Miller looked utterly astonished. And AD actually managed to steal the blue buff? Wawa was even more flabbergasted, his mouth agape. How on earth did he manage such precise prediction? There was clearly no vision. This play makes no sense at all. Rita also blinked. It's my first time seeing him play like this. Hiss, Miller took a sharp breath. This is kind of like a humanoid radar. If I encountered this in rank, I would definitely call it out. This kind of opening, in the monotonous matches, is simply explosive. So at this moment, the official livestream's comments section was especially lively. Damn, they managed to snatch that? See God starts the match playing like this, huh? Alright. What a sneaky Q skill. Kendi is completely stunned. The first time I've seen an AD player dare to play like this. Unbelievable, this is just pure luck. If the luck was even slightly worse, there's no way they could have stolen it. Is the if-only guy here again? So how exactly did God see know WE's ward position? Could it really be a hack? Damn, see God's game sense is incredible. Feels like he'd be even more dominant as a jungler. Fun fact, see God actually played jungle during rank matches, and he was absolutely ruthless. Of course, most of it was still the criticism from we fans. Playing like this, even if you win, it won't be because of your skill. IG wants to win, so they rely on studying these little tricks. Lu, you don't really think stealing a blue buff will win the game, do you? This time, that new AD is in for a tough time. Kandi will definitely focus on him. Enjoy playing dirty, huh? Playing like this in a professional match, is it fun? It was only like this in the first round. Other teams will definitely guard against this move later. No matter how the bullet comments reacted, the match continued. Back on the lane, Lu Chen began his endless sliding steps. Every slash he made was accompanied by constant movement, and it was completely unpredictable. Ben's Callista tried to Q a few times but missed every shot, ultimately having to turn her attention to Bolan's Alistar. How is this guy jumping so smoothly? Ben played with a bit of frustration. Isn't Callista supposed to rely on attack speed to achieve smooth mobility through her passive? Why does this Callista on the opposing team seem different from everyone else's? Mystic stared at the screen, also feeling a lot of pressure. I can't Q him either. The bot lane duo on WE's side is a typical poke composition. If the skills keep missing, how can they even lane? Moreover, with the blue buff on him, Lu Chen is not holding back on using skills at all. As soon as his Q skill is off cooldown, he casts it, constantly using Q through the minions. This allowed them to be the first to reach level 2. At the very moment of leveling up, Lu Chen instantly learned the E skill, then used a Q skill to dash forward and close in on Mystic. He began continuously attacking while sliding, planting spear after spear into Varus. retreat, fall back. Mystic shouted while using a health potion. We can't fight this round. The tier 2 Callista is truly unreasonable. There are very few ADs at this level that can compete with Callista. As long as the spears stack up, one rend can take away nearly half a health bar. Not to mention, they were out-leveled to level 2, and their skills kept missing. Ben was also very decisive, immediately casting Exhaust on Callista, and the two of them fled right away. As soon as the weakness debuff landed, Lu Chen turned back without any hesitation and continued farming. When Mystic and Ben reached level 2 after soaking up some experience and were ready to step forward to farm again, Lu Chen slid forward once more, closing the gap, and mercilessly hurled his spear at Varus. Wow, Chen Yu is playing so aggressively, Wawa exclaimed. Is he really going for a skirmish across the minion wave at level 2? Miller also chimed in. This wave, IG must at least lose a flash here. Fighting across the minion line is very irrational. Just as they said, we showed no fear at all. Both players directly focused fire on Callista. Ben's Karma casually cast a shield on Mystic, then pressed the air skill, launching an empowered Q at Lu Chen, but missed. *T. Ben's eye twitched, feeling a bit numb. No problem, I can still fight, Mystic said in a deep voice. They're pushing the minion wave. Lu Chen kept weaving left and right in front of the two of them, moving with incredible agility. Just like the nickname of the Spear of Vengeance, Callista, the Queen of Infinite Kiting. I'm here, Chen. At this moment, Balan finally caught up, using flash as if it cost nothing, directly unleashing a QW combo to knock Varus into the air while applying exhaust on him. Mystic held onto his Q skill without using it, staring intently at the screen. Just as he expected, Lu Chen crossed the minion wave to fight, getting targeted by the backline minions. Even though Karma on his side missed her skills, Callista's health was dropping even faster. Lu Chen remained completely calm. Using an E skill to pull out the spear, he not only dealt some damage to Mystic but also managed to kill a low health minion behind him that had spears on it, refreshing the cooldown. The keystone rune he chose was Fervor of Battle. As the stacks built up, his basic attacks became increasingly powerful. When both sides' health dropped to 1/3 and the spears on Varus piled up more and more, Mystic's eyes sharpened, and he finally pressed the Q skill. Varus drew his longbow and began to charge. He had leveled up Q and W skills, and Lu Chen was also fully stacked with Varus's W passive. As long as this Q skill hits and triggers the stacks, they are guaranteed to win this round. But just as Q was about to charge fully, Mystic stared at the constantly moving skater shoes on the screen, unable to release his finger, and a faint sweat began to appear on his forehead. Can it hit? Amid this tension, Lu Chen had already stabbed him with 2 more spears. Knowing he couldn't hesitate any longer, Mystic aimed at the exact moment the skater shoes launched a basic attack and preemptively cast the Q skill. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. This, because the skateboard shoes didn't move at all. Varus's Q skill completely missed. At this moment, Mystic didn't even have time to be shocked and instinctively used flash and heal, trying to escape backward. Can't fight anymore, all the key skills on our side missed. There's no escape. Lu Chen turned to attack Karma unhurriedly, using her as a stepping stone to repeatedly reposition and close in on Mystic. The Spear of Vengeance also timely shouted her line, shatter their illusions. With a Q skill hit followed by the massive damage from the E skill spear pull, Varus died on the spot. This is where Callista is strongest, endless sidestepping. Once she sticks to you, there's no escape. At this moment, Ben stopped thinking about killing and turned to run under the tower. First blood. IG Chen Yu has killed Wee Mystic. As the system's prompt sounded, the entire venue fell into a brief silence. They actually won? The commentators at the desk were equally shocked. Miller cleared his throat lightly. Ahem, we missed quite a few skills, and Callista is particularly strong at level 2. Plus, they managed to force Karma's exhaust early, so even under the turret, they could still win the fight. Rita smiled and said, logically speaking, IG Spot Lane should have been at a disadvantage in this wave, but they still managed to gain the upper hand thanks to the players' individual skills. The doll also chimed in at the right time. That's right, you can tell that player Chen Yu is truly not nervous. Even though it's his first appearance in the LPL, he always manages to deliver outstanding performances. Nice. God see. Ning Wang burst out laughing. As expected of you, getting a kill at level 2. Rookie seemed to sigh with emotion. It feels so good to have a carry to rely on. Usually, he himself was the carry. Nowadays, I can actually cling to someone else's coattails. This feeling is very peculiar, yet very satisfying. After all, if you can win by lying flat, who wouldn't want that? Who would willingly put themselves under maximum pressure every time? This is going to be tough. The bot lane duo on WE's side seemed a bit deflated. When a champion like Callista gains an advantage, it's very easy for her to snowball. Many people know about Draven, but few realize that the snowballing potential of the champion Callista is just as strong. Draven's pick rate is still decent. As for Callista's pick rate, 0.43%. This kind of rare pick rate means that most people are bound to know very little about this champion, and the reality is just as they imagined. When Lu Chen returned home to recover and bought attack speed boots to get back on the lane, he started recklessly jumping in their face. faces. Once Callista gains an advantage, as long as the player knows how to play, the opponent can hardly farm in the lane. Especially after getting attack speed boots, her basic attack kiting rhythm becomes incredibly smooth. As long as you dare to step up to farm, she dares to jump right in your face. What's even worse is that we is also behind in summoner spells, making it absolutely impossible to hope for any trades. This makes Mystic's farming increasingly difficult. Varus's Q skill cooldown in the early game isn't short, so relying solely on Q to farm is nothing but wishful thinking. In just 5 minutes, he's already fallen behind by over 10 CS. For a moment, Mystic once again recalled the fear of being dominated by that person on the opposing side in ranked games. I'm coming to catch him right away. Kendi stared at the screen intently. Hold your ground. From the first wave at level 1, he had been holding back his frustration. It was so unbearable. He, Agragas, had his blue buff stolen by the AD. Feeling aggrieved and not speaking up, it also caused Kendi's early jungle rhythm to suffer immensely. Opponent Ning would frequently invade his jungle, and he didn't dare to fight back, only able to turn around and farm other jungle monsters. I'm here. Kendi controlled Gragas, waddling his big belly from his own blue buff area to the triangular bush on the left side of the first tower. Since the explosive fruit was introduced in the preseason update of S7, skilled red side junglers have liked to camp in this spot when ganking bot lane. It is not easily detected by the opponent's vision and can use the explosive fruit to jump to the lower river for a surprise gank. The sole sentinel of Callista's W skill is patrolling near the dragon pit and naturally does not notice Kendi. As expected, the opposing Callista seems to completely ignore the possibility of an incoming jungler and continues to push the lane without any concern. Mystic and Ben also pretended to be very timid, constantly retreating backward. When the minion wave was about to reach the tower, "Kill him!" Kendi shouted loudly, directly hitting the blast cone to jump into the river, flanking from behind. Mystic only had time to give a quick reminder, "Xiang Renjia, watch out for this person's positioning." Ben had also learned his lesson and no longer thought about using the R skill to enhance Q, as it would miss anyway. Instead, he directly enhanced the E skill, giving both himself and his teammate a speed-boosting shield, then turned and charged toward the enemy Callista. Lu Chen and Baolan were instantly surrounded. I can TP, the Shy shouted. "No need to come," Lu Chen said calmly, "3 people can't kill us." "Oh no, IG is pushing too far forward here." Miller's voice chimed in at the right moment. "They'll have to sacrifice one, won't they?" Wawa followed up, "If Callista dies here, all the earlier pressure will have been for nothing." As the commentators' voices faded, Kendi's Gragas took the lead, using an E skill to charge forward with his big belly. As expected, Callista attacked with a basic attack and dashed to the right. At this rate, Gragas's E would completely miss. "Hit it!" Kendi focused intensely and immediately pressed flash. He is currently at the peak of his form, and he still has this level of reaction ability. Under the watchful eyes of all the commentators and viewers, Gragas performed an E-flash, instantly appearing in the direction of Callista's movement. As long as he hits, Callista is doomed this time. Even with both summoner spells, there's no escape. However, in that split second, the skater shoes also emitted a golden glow flash. Damn! Kendi's expression turned utterly shocked. Missed? They could even react to that? Gragas E-flash. The skater shoes got, huh? Miller also widened his eyes. Skate shoes also used flash. Gragas's skills missed. Wawa's voice carried disbelief. Shinyu's reaction is so fast. Can he even dodge Gragas's E-flash? Bolan, counterattack. Engage Varus first, Lu Chen commanded, his hands never stopping as he turned and attacked Varus. Here we go. Bolan's Alistar landed a WQ combo and followed up by activating his E skill. At this moment, Kendi could only take a frustrated sip of W and try to use the Q skill to harass and slow down Callista. However, Lu Chen, who had dodged the crucial control skill, had already resumed his performance endless kiting. Gragas's Q missed. Karma's Q missed. Varus Q missed. Even after attacking several times, Gragas could only chase from behind, and the W-empowered basic attack still couldn't land on Callista's head. In just a few seconds, Mystic's health dropped to half. As a Varus, with no mobility and no summoner spells, he couldn't even run away. The dark blue Alistar waited for the E skill to charge, then landed a basic attack on Varus, stunning him and triggering Callista's W skill passive, instantly taking 2 health bars off Varus. The execution threshold was reached. Lu Chen first threw a spear at the Gragas following him, then pressed the E skill to pull out the spear. Swish! Varus died on the spot. Gragas also lost some health and was slowed, and the E skill refreshed again. IG Chen, you killed we Mystic. Lu Chen pressed his advantage relentlessly, turning around to chase and attack Gragas. Kendi gritted his teeth, now only hating how slow Gragas, this useless champion, moves. This is the terrifying aspect of Callista. After Gragas used his E-flash and had no more mobility, he could only watch helplessly as Callista sidestepped nearby, continuously thrusting spears into him. It's like being cut by a dull knife. The feeling of gradually approaching death leaves one utterly powerless. Sell it! Sell it! Mystic shouted directly. Ben could only cast a shield on Gragas, then turned around and ran back toward the tower. tower. Kundi's Gragas, by the time he finally made it back under his own turret, had already dropped to a quarter of his health with numerous spears stuck in him. Swish! Another E-skill to pull out the spears, and Gragas's health was completely depleted. Double kill. Killing spree. Massacre. As the system's notification sounded, the gank centered around the bottom lane finally came to an end. Lu Chen, as if nothing had happened, unhurriedly turned back to continue pushing the lane. Wow, this is so impressive it's making my scalp tingle, bro, 957 remarked with amusement while landing in the top lane. Shia smacked his lips. Bot lane is unplayable right now. This was the kind of atmosphere within their team, casual and unrestrained conversations, a long-standing tradition. This start is a bit hard to handle, Shia shrugged and said, bot lane, try to hold steady. I'll carry in the late game. If Kassadin can reach level 16, it basically means the enemy base is doomed. But the premise is, can you really drag it out until then? The three players in the bottom and jungle positions remained silent, as if their souls had been taken. In the end, it was Kendi who forced out a sentence. I'll focus on farming. Bot lane, try to defend the turret. Hiss, after this wave, WE's bot lane can't match up anymore. Miller's voice echoed from the commentary desk. I didn't expect this 3v2 to end with 2 being counterkilled. I can only say that IG handled it exceptionally well. Especially Chinyu's godlike reaction with the flash. The Gragas E-flash missing was just too costly. Nice. Not only was IG's in-game voice chat filled with excitement, even in the backstage IG lounge, everyone was watching with shining eyes, cheering enthusiastically. Sitting there were not only Su Xiaoluo, Manhwa, and other staff members, but also Jackie Love, West, and even the big brother Duke, who had just returned to the base not long ago. Speaking of which, this match should have been played by Duke, but recently, it's been the Shy playing scrims with Lu Chan and the others. Considering the aspect of coordination, Manhwa arranged for the Shy to play, and it seems the results are indeed quite good. As for Duke himself, he sat in his seat with a warm smile, completely indifferent about whether he would play or not. To be honest, he's already showing signs of taking it easy now. After all, they already won the championship back in S6, so there's nothing much left to pursue. They can earn a high salary just by taking it easy. Who wouldn't be happy with that? At the same time, the bullet comments also hit a small peak. Whoa, see, counter kill like this? Kundi was stunned, his expression just now, his face almost turned black. Huh? I'm dying of laughter. See, God's reaction is truly absurd. I've never seen him get hit by a predicted skill while playing rank. We is in big trouble. It's only been a few minutes, and Callista is already 3-0. What's going on with Big Bro? Wasn't he so clutch before? How is he struggling so much against a rookie AD? Can't even beat a rookie? Do you even know how to play? 3 against 2 and you still got counter-killed twice? It wasn't just the audience. Even the director watching the match at the EDG base had a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. Why does this scene feel somewhat familiar? Eboe felt relieved upon seeing this, so Mystic's performance was about the same as his own. Well, that's fine then. Regardless of the external reactions, the match was still ongoing. This time, after Lu Chen returned to the lane, he had already built a Bilgewater cutlass. On the other hand, Mystic only had a pitiful starting item, a Doran's blade, along with a pair of boots, a long sword, and was even one level behind. The combat power of both sides is now on completely different levels. On WE's side, let alone farming minions, they don't even dare to gain experience. When Lu Chen pushed the minion wave under the tower, an iconic moment immediately unfolded. He was seen sliding into the tower, starting with a basic attack on Mystic, then sliding back out of the tower, and afterwards sliding forward again while attacking minions. The red light at the top of the defense tower kept flashing buzz, but it just couldn't fire. This scene looked quite comical, as if Lu Chen was tussling with the turret. After several repetitions, Alistar also moved in, ready to dive the turret. Mystic and Ben could only keep retreating, not even daring to stand under the turret, utterly miserable. Miller was momentarily speechless. Is this guy even styling on the turret? How arrogant is that? Turret A won't attack. Wawa shouted. Wow, I can only say that Chinyu's control over distance is just incredible. Mystic is having such a hard time under the tower. Rita was also a bit surprised and said, WE's bot lane can't even hold their ground under the tower. They can only retreat to the second turret. Turret, why are you just watching? Have even you betrayed us? Turret, I can't shoot. LOL, God C is really good at pulling the defense tower. I recommend watching his live streams more often. This person's distance control is truly insane. Hahaha, how can someone be this skilled? The chat burst into laughter upon seeing this. During the match, at least in the early stages when everyone's health is low, it's rare for players to play like this. After all, being under the opponent's tower, a single mistake could cost you your life, and it's easy to get caught by the jungler. Therefore, when such an iconic moment suddenly appears, most of the audience finds it highly entertaining. Just 7 short minutes. The last hitting difference on both sides of AD has directly reached 30, a gap of half. Ning effortlessly secured the dragon, and no one even glanced at him. The time reached 9 minutes. Accompanied by the system's prompt, your team has destroyed a turret. WE's bottom outer turret collapsed with a bang. bang. The gold difference between the two sides instantly reached 3,000. Should we swap lanes? Rookie asked aloud. Lu Chen glanced at the situation on the field, his eyes bright. No need to swap. This game the bottom lane can break through. The opposing lineup is still far from reaching its power spike. Whether it's Kassadin in the mid lane or Kennen in the top lane, they only have small items at this point, posing no threat to him. As for Gragas, there's no need to mention him. The early game rhythm was already disrupted, and Ning took the opportunity to continuously invade his jungle, suppressing his development. As for the bot lane, does the opposing team even have a bot lane anymore? So next, everyone could see that he had already gone home to replenish his equipment, now equipped with the blade of the Ruin King and his skates, heading straight back to the bottom lane. What's Chen Yu trying to do? Isn't he going to push the mid lane tower? Miller asked in confusion. As if in response to his question, Lu Chen maneuvered his skateboard shoes, heading straight for the opponent's second bottom tower with Bolan. At this moment, Mystic was standing in front of the second tower farming minions. Seeing this, his eyes widened slightly. What is he trying to do? What responded to him was Lu Chen sliding forward while attacking minions, getting closer and closer. Logically speaking, such an audacious playstyle would definitely warrant special attention. It's been less than 10 minutes, and you're already pushing to our second tower as an AD. Who else should we target if not you? Thinking of this, Mystic glanced at his own jungle mid-duo. Kandi was still in the upper jungle, clearing the leftover camps Ning had left behind. Xia was doing relatively fine. After Kassadin reached level 6, he finally had the qualifications to lane against Syndra, but he still couldn't push the wave. At this moment, he was farming under the tower. Simply put, none of them can make it. At this moment, the skateboard shoes moved all the way forward, and the spear in hand was decisively thrown at Mystic, instantly using the skill to pull the Alistar still far away. Balan didn't even need Lu Chen's command. He operated on his own and charged in, activating his ultimate to tank the tower. Before Mystic landed, a counter Q skill from Alistar knocked him up again. The damage from the skateboard shoes is now becoming increasingly incomprehensible. A few basic attacks followed by a Q skill, and one spear pull instantly cleared Varus's health bar. IG Chunyu has killed Wee Mystic. Rampage. Immediately after, he used Blade of the Ruin King to drain Karma, slowing her down, and chased her with sidestepping basic attacks. Even though Ben had already activated the enhanced E shield for acceleration, he still couldn't escape. A few seconds later, IG Chenyu killed Wee Ben. Double kill. Unstoppable. No one can stop me. The skater shoes calmly retreated from the tower with the Minotaur, leaving only the corpses of WE's duo, silently narrating the brutal treatment they had endured. This sequence of moves was as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hitch. By the time Lu Chen resumed pushing the lane and attacking the tower, the commentators and audience finally came to their senses. Miller couldn't hold back, his expression turned somewhat stunned. Is it really that easy to die? Dahl also licked his lips. Mystic and Ben don't seem to be in good form today. If this continues, the match might end soon. This Callista is already becoming difficult to handle. Rita also stared blankly at the screen. Chen Yu is playing so aggressively. Am I seeing this right? WE's bot lane got completely destroyed? Brother-in-law, you need to step up. What's going on? Am I still dreaming? How could WE's bot lane be this miserable? See God, what are you doing? See God, stop it. Are you trying to ruin we? The drama queen upstairs is enough. See God is too ruthless, really treating the match like RNAK? LOL, See God says he's here to farm orders. We players bench. Mystic's expression was dazed as he stared at the now gray screen, unable to speak for a long time. Seeing his expression, Xia quickly said, "It's okay, Chen Xingjun, it's just the first game. Besides, it's just a regular season match, losing doesn't matter. Keep your mindset steady." 957 added, "Look, I also got tower dived by their top and jungle." While Kendi was targeting the bottom lane, Ning Wang certainly wasn't idle either. Not only did he invade Kendi's upper jungle, but he also kept helping the Shy build an advantage. Up to now, the score has already reached 7 o'clock, and WE's situation has completely fallen apart. Of course, if we talk about the most miserable, it definitely has to be the bot lane. Mystic's presence in this game makes little to no difference. Anyway, even if he stands under the tower, it wouldn't be much harder for the enemy Lucian to kill him than it is to take down a cannon minion. As for Kendi, he has already gone from bold pre-match declarations to complete silence during the game. As the rhythm initiator and absolute core of Wii, he has encountered an unprecedented setback at the hands of a rookie AD. Not even during the recent MSI against SKT did he feel this frustrated. The match is still ongoing. While Lanning, Rookie kept switching screens to watch his team's AD repeatedly weaving under the enemy's second bottom tower. Feeling a bit exasperated, "You're really not treating the opponents as people, huh? Ning Wang, on the other hand, was laughing happily. Well played, God see. Lu Chen had a faint smile on his lips. Let's take the high ground first. No one on their side can stop me right now. Speaking, he had already taken down the second-tier turret with Balan, and then, taking advantage of the momentum, he led the minion wave straight to the high ground. That's too much. On the other side, Kendi finally couldn't hold back anymore. We have to deal with him now, right? If this keeps going, he's going to push the base. It's only been 12 minutes. We can't just give up the high ground, can we? How is that any different from surrendering? Besides, an ADC, what gives them the right to act so arrogant? Does this person really not fear being caught and instantly killed? We have to catch him this time. Xie glanced at the bottom lane's high ground and began maneuvering Kassadin to head over. Mystic and Ben also forced themselves to focus, coordinating with Kendi's Gragas as they moved toward their own high ground. Chen Yu still isn't leaving? They're about to get caught in a 4v2. Miller exclaimed. We is absolutely determined to take down this Callista. Wawa laughed, but to be honest, this Callista is playing a bit too arrogantly. It seems we really can't hold back anymore. But is this Callista really not leaving? Rita pondered and said, he must be trying to make a move. Lu Chen, Kassadin is heading over, Rookie reminded over voice chat while also heading toward the bottom lane. Got it. Lu Chen stood in front of the turret, attacking the minions one by one, but showed no intention of retreating. The Shy was still shouting, I can TP. Lu Chen laughed, alright, when they come over, you just T. Although they had the advantage in this round, the Shy's Cho'Gath against 957's Kennen found it hard to reach anyone, making it difficult to start a fight, which was clearly unsatisfying for him. That's why he was now eager to join the team fight. Very soon, Xie's Kassadin used a rift walk and emerged from the jungle in the rear. Kundi, Mystic, and Ben also wrapped around from their own high ground. Buzz. The light of a TP shone from the blue side minion under the high ground tower. Ignore the teleport, kill Callista first. Kendi commanded without hesitation, just burst him down. Got it. Ben's Karma immediately cast a powered-up E to shield and speed up the three of them, charging forward together. Gragas took the lead, using his E skill to dash directly toward Callista. As expected, it was dodged with a sidestep. Kassadin also used his R to jump in, casting QE to lower Callista's health significantly. Balan, focus on Kassadin. Lu Chen calmly commanded. Balan didn't hesitate, activating his ultimate and E skill, then turning around to knock Kassadin up with QW. Callista immediately began kiting around Kassadin, relentlessly throwing spears at him as if they cost nothing. I'm losing health so fast. Xie was a bit flustered. At this stage, with this level of development, Callista's damage output was simply incomprehensible. Don't panic. Kundi quickly threw an ultimate behind Callista, trying to knock her back. However, the next second, Lu Chen suddenly stopped his hand, didn't use a basic attack, but instead made a small 90 degrees right angle move backward, just enough to step out of Gragas's ultimate range. Ha! Kundi froze for a second, his mouth slightly open, unable to hold back a sound of surprise, his expression extremely stiff. Is this even possible? Behind him, Mystic quickly threw out an ultimate corrupting chains, trying to control Callista. At this moment, Lu Chen slipped away once again, easily dodging the chain. One hit, two hits, in a short time, Kassadin's health dropped to half, forcing Xie to use her and Flash together to escape over the wall. Lu Chen didn't chase, instead turning back to start attacking Gragas, constantly repositioning and kiting. One skill after another brushed past him, but none could land a hit. I'm here. The Shy rushed over eagerly as soon as he landed. Before he could arrive, Lu Chen had already pressed E to pull out the spear. IG Chen Yu has killed Wei Kendi. Dominating. Done. The remaining Mystic and Ben both looked somewhat numb, even showing signs of giving up resistance. And indeed, there wasn't much need to resist. The big bug wrapped around, Alistar charged forward, and Samira unleashed a burst of explosive damage. Finally, the Shy used his ultimate to take down a kill, and Lu Chen once again secured a double kill. IG the Shy killed Wei Mystic. IG Chen Yu killed Wei Ben. Godlike. Close to godlike. A series of kill notifications flooded the screen. Lu Chen's record went straight to 7 o'clock. What's even harder to bear is that Kassadin, who was already retreating, ran into Rookie in the jungle and was instantly taken down by Syndra's ultimate. This wave of WE's 4-man dive on 2 resulted in a 4-for-0 trade. Wow. Miller's face was full of shock. I can only think of one phrase: killing amidst the red dust, escaping amidst the white blade. This Callista doesn't even get touched by a single skill. The doll shook her head and said, after this fight, we has absolutely no chance left. Just as he said, what followed was essentially garbage time. Lu Chen moved as if in an uninhabited land, taking Balan to completely break through the bottom lane. We here can only retreat to the inhibitor turret for defense, or else they'll be dived. Meanwhile, the rest of IG followed Ning and completely controlled the jungle resources, with outer turrets being taken down one by one. By the 18th minute, the gold difference had already snowballed to nearly 10,000. IG didn't drag it out either, directly grouping in the bottom lane to push and break the inhibitor turret. We hardly defended, seemingly giving up, or rather, focusing on preserving their KDA. When there's absolutely no hope, preserving preserving KDA isn't a bad choice. The time froze at 1832 as the red side's base exploded. IG leads 1 o'clock against Wii. After the game ended, the big screen displayed the data panels for both teams. One particular stat, far surpassing everyone else and standing out prominently, was especially eye-catching. Callista, the Spear of Vengeance, damage output, 22,091. This output is more than the entire Wii team combined. Lu Chen glanced at the panel, then got up and stretched lazily. Let's go, stop looking. Ning Wang walked up with a grin, patted Lu Chen on the shoulder, and said, even with your toes, you can figure out your first, and the MVP is definitely yours. On the other hand, the Shy, after seeing this panel, had eyes that grew brighter and brighter, as if comparing it to his earlier short-range versus long-range match. Finally, he took a deep look at the avatar of the skate shoes before leaving thoughtfully when no one was paying attention. Rookie stood up with a relaxed expression, as expected of the substitute we hired with Superfire, totally worth it. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Why do I feel like we lost out on those few Superfires? Balan chuckled and scratched his head. I'll make it up to you, Brother Chen, by sending a few more when we get back. Lu Chen was speechless. That's really unnecessary. The group chatted and laughed as they left together, heading to the lounge. Online, as WE's base exploded. Accordingly, the audience's opinions also exploded. The official livestream's comments section was densely packed, making it dizzying to look at. Is this the red miracle? Losing is fine, but isn't this loss a bit too embarrassing? Brother-in-law is down. Brother-in-law, don't be afraid. Even if you're crushed, I still like your sister. 040, Avaris down by 100 CS in 18 minutes. Even I could do better. If you go up, you'll realize God's methods are extremely ruthless. Even 0 to 4 would be considered a success. Is this the strength of Spring Crown? 0 Drakes, 0 towers, 0 kills? Love it, love it. No wonder they got crushed by SKT at MSI. This is just the first game. Aren't you guys hating a bit too early? Go Wii. Fight back. Isn't that Shinyu the one who only got ahead by stealing a blue buff at the start? Do you think he can do that again next game? Got fast pushed in 18 minutes, hilarious, and still being stubborn. Whoa, I just realized, isn't God's debut game kind of perfect? First career victory, 7-0-1, too bad he didn't go legendary. Is this how you play in professional matches? So outrageous. What does top-tier substitute mean? This is what it means. The famous forums, Kangba and Guoba, were rapidly flooded with posts at this moment. On God's debut performance, just how explosive was it? On professional matches and rank, how big is the difference? Treating professional matches like rank games? Where is God's limit? Is Big Brother really considered a top-tier AD in the LPL? Getting crushed this badly? A poke composition that can't land a single skill. How low is the bottom line? Script level positioning, rational discussion on whether God is really cheating. Level 1 blue buff steal, awareness or luck? This year's IG feels unfamiliar. Rookies fans moved to tears. After Uzi, another super AD in the LPL? The big one is coming, waiting for IG to take down Wii 2 o'clock. The famous chubby and bald duos de Yun say livestream. Wasn't the host spot on? Xiao Xiao looked at the camera with a smug face, almost laughing his head off. I told you earlier, IG's lineup this time is a super upgrade, but you guys just wouldn't believe me. The streamer clearly has insider information. Zika pretended to act mysterious, shaking his head as he said, there's no way you guys know better than the streamer, right? Apologize. Xiao Xiao got carried away, shouting, those who didn't believe me earlier, send me your apologies in the chat. Immediately, the screen was flooded with a wave of sorry. Before Xiao Xiao could even celebrate, the chat quickly turned into all kinds of sarcastic remarks. God has always been strong. What's there to be so proud about guessing this? When the bald guy smiles, I know he's about to get cocky. LOL, insider info? If you really have it, then spill it. Don't tell me he still thinks he's part of IG? It's been years since he got kicked out. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao's face fell again. You people just like to be stubborn. The streamer won't argue with you. At this moment, in WE's lounge, cheer up, Coach Hongmi said with a serious expression. You should all be very clear in your hearts about what went wrong in this game. The WE members didn't speak, only Mystic lowered his head even further. Even now, he still felt a bit dizzy. That extreme sense of oppression, the helplessness of never being able to land a skill, all made him feel like he could hardly breathe. Seeing this, Hongmi realized that his mindset must have gone awry, but there was no time to adjust it now. He could only think to himself, next round, pick a lane harassing combo for the bottom lane, stabilize the development, and have the jungler focus on mid and top. Okay, Kendi was the first to respond. 957 and Shiyi also nodded one after another. Hongmi turned to look at Mystic. Chen Xingjun, is that okay? Mystic hesitated and said, I'll do my best. Hongmi frowned slightly and said helplessly, in any case, try not to go head to head. If we don't give them opportunities, they won't be able to make plays. In reality, not just the players, even Hongmi himself was still in a daze. A 0-18-minute swift defeat. They didn't even get to see the Baron. Is this still the Wii team he personally nurtured? Is this still the red miracle that shone shown in the spring split? How could they suddenly be beaten so badly? Before the match, Hongmi specifically studied the opposing AD player Chenyu. After all, the name of the monster sea god was spreading like wildfire online. He had watched almost all of this person's livestream recordings. It's indeed exaggerated. His development ability, positioning, and movement are all excessively strong. This is also why he immediately banned Draven and Caitlyn. But still, no one expected that this person would perform just as fiercely in an official match as in rank. Thinking of this, Hongmi walked forward, placed a hand on Mystic's shoulder, and said seriously, "It's okay, this is just a regular season match. Keep your mindset calm. You've just gone through the offseason and a new patch, so you're not quite used to it yet. We'll adjust and get back on track later." Mystic slowly raised his head upon hearing this, looked at Hongmi, and nodded solemnly. "I understand, coach." Soon, the break time was over. The players and coaches from both sides walked together toward the competition stage. "Alright, welcome back to the second day of the first week of the LPL summer split." Miller's voice echoed from the commentary desk. "As we can see, IG is now leading. We won o'clock, securing the match point in this BO3. Wawa chimed in at the right moment. "Wow, I believe the result of the last game was somewhat unexpected for everyone, right? IG's new player performed exceptionally well." "Indeed," Rita nodded with a smile and said, "especially player Chenyu. I'm sure his Callista left a deep impression on many viewers." But then again, Miller said curiously, "We, the spring split champions, don't seem to be quite adapted to this version yet. Indeed, especially the bot lane duo, their form seems a bit off. Hopefully, they can make some good adjustments because the bot lane is incredibly important in this version." "Alright, the players are all ready. Let's switch the view to the stage as both teams enter the BP phase. Let's wait and see whether we can make a comeback or if IG will seize the momentum and secure this match directly very soon. The first 3 ban positions for both sides are determined. Blue side we immediately bans Callista, followed by Draven and Rakan, all 3 targeting the bottom lane. The red team IG bans Zac, Kled, and Thresh. Chenyu has literally forced out a ban slot with his performance. Miller remarked with some emotion, but his Callista in the last game was just too outstanding. When there's no other way to counter it, banning her is indeed the best choice. Who bans Callista in this patch? It's not even the world's patch yet. By then, Samira will truly be a permanent ban. But with this, Caitlyn is left open. Rita chimed in. "I wonder if IG will pick her." At this moment, WE's first pick secured Elise in the jungle for Kendi. "You can tell Kendi is feeling a bit defiant," Miller said with a laugh. As he said, Kendi was holding back a surge of anger in his heart. In the last game, his jungle start with Gragas was disrupted when his blue buff was stolen, completely ruining the early game rhythm. The opponent's Ning Wang with Elise practically treated his jungle as their own home. This game, of course, he had to think about turning things around. He's no worse than the opponent. Next, IG selected Olaf and Victor. "Pick Jhin. Even if the opponent picks Caitlyn, the pressure on the lane won't be that high," said Support should take Janna to enhance lane sustain. "Alright," Mystic nodded and exhaled slowly. "I'll hold steady." Thus, we locked in Jhin and Janna. Strictly speaking, Jhin as a champion does not fit the current meta. With the rise of Ardent Sensor, AD carries like Jhin, who are more like utility players, are seeing a decreasing pick rate. However, relatively speaking, Jin's landing phase is indeed very strong, with almost no chance of collapsing during the landing phase. Following that, IG also locked in Brown for the support position. Both sides enter the second round of BP. We bans Cho'Gath and Shen. IG bans Camille and Kennen. Both sides coincidentally targeted the opponent's top lane. We wants to find a breakthrough from the rookie top laner, the Shy. As for IG, they simply felt that the bot lane didn't need bans, so they gave them all to the top lane. In the end, IG locked in Rumble, while we locked in Jax and Jace. At this point, Mafa's classic question echoed again. "Lu Chen, what do you want to play?" Lu Chen looked at both lineups and pondered. Let's go with the rat." Mafa nodded without hesitation. "Alright, the rat it is." These words were so straightforward and without a trace of doubt that even Lu Chen found it a bit absurd. What kind of coach lets the players decide the entire BP? "Ha ha, what do you want?" Accompanied by his signature line, Twitch, the Plague Rats icon was locked in. The lineups for both sides were finalized. Blue side we, top lane Jax, mid lane Jace, jungle Elise, AD carry Jhin, support Janna. Red team IG, top Rumble, mid Victor, jungle Olaf, AD Twitch, support Braum. "Wow, the offensive intent of WE's mid, top, and jungle is so obvious in this game," Wawa remarked. Miller nodded. "Yes, but I'm a bit surprised that IG didn't lock in the meta-strong Caitlyn and instead pick Twitch." With the arrival of the Ardent Sensor meta, the usage rate of Twitch as a champion has indeed been increasing, but it is still far from being considered a strong or mainstream version. At least compared to Caitlyn, who is at the T0 level in this version, there's definitely no comparison. Rita analyzed seriously. "It seems like we wants to focus on the top, mid, and jungle as the core this game, with the bot lane serving as a utility. This strategy is somewhat against the current meta." "No choice," Miller nodded and said. "Mystic and Ben's form has been a bit off, so WE's decision here should be considered considered a kind of response. The bullet comments are rolling. Just chickened out. The brother-in-law is really out of form. Picking Jin at least wouldn't lose the lane. Speechless, picking a utility AD in this patch. What is homie thinking? This is the dominance of God C. At this moment, the thunderous cheers of the fans resounded once again in the arena. Let's go. Let's go. IG. Keep it up. Although the last game was lost and it was a crushing defeat, there is still a chance. Most fans still believe in the strength of the Red Miracle and that they can make a comeback. At the same time, many IG fans have also rallied, starting to cheer loudly in support. Just this match broke the preconceived notions many people had about IG. Many IG fans suddenly realized the IG that used to rely on Chicken God's miraculous carry to secure victory seems to have completely transformed. As the loading time ended, both sides entered the game together. Welcome to League of Legends. The 10 players on both sides immediately rushed out of the base, heading straight for the key positions in the jungle. By the way, it seems hard to get kills in the bot lane this game. Ning Wang glanced at the opposing lineup. Jin already has strong poke capabilities, and with a Janna for protection, getting a kill in the lane is no easy task. Rookie also spoke up. Let's stay steady in the early game, and it'll be easy to win team fights in the late game. In this version, the late game mostly relies on the AD to carry. Compared to Twitch as a major carry, Jin's carry potential is clearly much weaker. Should I start from the bottom jungle? Ning asked. Sure. A glimmer flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he smiled faintly and said, I chose Twitch because I don't want to waste time in the bottom lane against the other side. On the other side, we was also discussing. Shiyi reminded, this game, the opponent is Twitch. Xiang Renjie, be careful, he might come to steal the buff again. Don't worry. Kendi said seriously, if he dares to come, I'll dare to kill him. If this gets stolen, he might as well stop playing jungle. And Lu Chen obviously had no such intention. They're all professional players, and tricks like stealing the buff at the start will definitely be guarded against after happening once. So this game, both sides started normally. After helping the jungler, Lu Chen and Baolan returned to the lane and started pushing as usual. It was clear that Mystic was playing very cautiously this game. He neither pushed the lane to compete with Lu Chen for level 2 nor contested risky minions, even giving up farm to avoid taking damage. His playstyle was so conservative it seemed almost abnormal. But while the bot lane remained peaceful, the skirmishes in the top, mid, and jungle became increasingly intense. Especially on the top lane, both junglers started clearing from the bottom to the top, and Kendi headed to the top lane early. Ning also understood the situation, reaching level 3 after clearing the buffs and naturally heading to the top lane to counter-gank. A gank broke out between the two sides. In the end, the Shy's Rumble secured 957's kill and claimed first blood, while Kendi's Elise took down Ning, ending in a 1-for-1 trade. Time reaches 5 minutes. The mid laners on both sides are trading damage, and Shiye's Jace is playing very aggressively. Using the E skill to speed up and dodge Rookie's Victor's E, he counterattacks by switching to hammer form and goes in, directly applying Ignite. Shiye is playing so aggressively, Miller exclaimed, if Rookie doesn't flash now, he's going to die. At this moment, Wawa suddenly said, what's that near the river bush? Rat. Miller fixed his gaze and saw a sneaky figure quietly approaching the mid lane. When did he get here? The camera had been focused on the upper jungle area the whole time, and no one paid attention to the bottom lane. So now, with a rat suddenly appearing out of nowhere, everyone was shocked. I just hid, ha ha ha. A sinister voice suddenly sounded behind Jace. Exclamation point. Shiye's hand trembled slightly in shock, his eyes widened sharply. Why is Twitch here? Lu Chen didn't hesitate at all, threw the W-contaminated cask, and started chasing Shiyi with basic attacks. Shiye's health was already critically low, so he had no choice but to use flash without hesitation. In the next instant, Lu Chen also used flash simultaneously, followed up with a basic attack, and detonated the E-skill's poison burst, directly securing Jace's kill. IG Chunyu has slain Wei Shiye. With the bounty in hand and accompanied by the sneaky dio 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 sound, the rat once again disappeared into the river. What's going on? Shiyi was a bit stunned and looked toward the bottom lane. Why is the rat in the mid lane? This was supposed to be a perfect kill opportunity, but instead of securing the kill, he ended up getting himself taken out. The momentum is completely broken. WE's bot lane duo had just finished clearing the turret minions and were about to recall. My bad, Ben said helplessly. I thought he had recalled after pushing the wave. In fact, he was just as confused at the moment. Dude, you're an ADC, roaming mid at 5 minutes, does that really make sense? Who plays AD like this? Mystic's expression was also a bit stiff. Next time he disappears, we'll report it immediately. Shiyi sighed, resigned to reality, and focused intently on the screen, trying to find a way to turn things around. This wave is such a loss for Shiyi, Miller remarked. Not only did he lose both summoner spells, but the wave is also being pushed under the tower. The number of bullet comments skyrocketed. This rat is playing so dirty. Haven't you watched God C's livestream? His rat can be summed up in 4 words, cunning and unpredictable. If you're not playing dirty, why play the rat? Deserving of being called God C, just suppressing last hits is no longer enough enough for him. He must take kills. As time continues to pass. At the 8-minute mark, Candy crouched by the river near the upper jungle in the mid lane for over half a minute, waiting for Rookie to push the wave forward. At this moment, Miller suddenly said, the bot lane. Twitch is heading toward mid lane again. A moment later, Lu Chen's Twitch arrived. Rookie also finally started pushing the wave, pretending to want to quickly push the wave and return to base to buy items. Kandi and Xie were eager to make a move, a glint of killing intent in their eyes, an opportunity. This wave we can't fight. Twitch is already level 6. Wawa widened his eyes. Didn't they notice? Did the bot lane duo not communicate? However, it seemed that we really hadn't noticed. When Rookie's Victor pushed the wave past the river, Kandi and Xie simultaneously jumped out from behind the river, using Jace's skill acceleration gate to charge rapidly toward Rookie. At this moment, Rookie made a decisive move, using a flash to run toward the river in the lower jungle. Xie and Kendi certainly wouldn't let him go, with Elise flashing forward and throwing out a cocoon with her E ability. Rookie had just turned around to place his W ability's gravity field when he got crowd controlled. Jace and Elise completely ignored the gravity field, unloading a full combo of abilities and bringing Rookie down to a sliver of health. About to claim this kill. Hey, it's me. Ha ha ha. A sneaky figure suddenly appeared in the river. What the heck? Kandi and Xie were both stunned, completely unable to react. The light of healing shines, and Rookie is saved. At the same time, the force field of the three hands finally activates, controlling the spider in Jace. Lu Chun throws out a W, activates his ultimate, and goes full firepower. Because of his position on the side, he can just use his ultimate to pierce through two people at once. Rookie also unleashed all his skills. In just 2 seconds, Jace and Elise were severely injured. With Lu Chen detonating an E-skill, 2 kills were secured simultaneously. IG Chenyu has slain Wei Xie. IG Chenyu has killed Wei Candy. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Massacre. The Rats' score reaches 3-0. Nice. Rookie's face lit up with a big smile. By the way, did the enemy bot lane really not call miss? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Maybe they thought I had recalled? Ning Wang took the opportunity to help the Shy outplay 957 and cheerfully said, why do I feel like we have 2 junglers on our side? Lu Chen gave him a meaningful look and smiled. Actually, I can jungle too. Hearing this, Ning Wang's face froze, and he shook his head repeatedly. No, please don't come and take my job. On the other side, Shi looked at the screen that had turned gray, slowly leaned back against the chair, took his hands off the keyboard, and said weakly, this time, where did the rat come from again? To be honest, after this round, he was completely blown away. Kendi also felt a headache, as if he had swallowed a fly. If he disappeared, why didn't you say something? The mid-jungle rhythm was completely disrupted, and there was basically no need to think about the herald that was about to respawn. Moreover, the most critical thing is that the enemy's rat has been activated. A hyper-fed rat. Whenever he disappears from the minimap, everyone on our side has to retreat. Ben's expression was conflicted, but I clearly saw him recall on the ward, didn't I? As soon as the words fell, everyone fell into silence. Mystic's eyes were dazed, and he remained silent from start to finish. At this moment, the commentators were still somewhat at a loss. Miller spoke up. Let's take a look at the replay from the director. What exactly happened with WE's bot lane? On the big screen, the footage from half a minute ago began to replay. IG's bottom lane duo pushed the minion wave under the tower and then retreated to the central bush to recall together. This bush is warded by Wii, Miller said in confusion. Didn't they notice that Twitch didn't recall? Wait. Rita stared at the screen. That ward is about to expire. Just as she said. At the same time, the recall aura lit up on Twitch and Brown. The fake ward in the bush expired, and WE's vision went dark accordingly. However, Twitch, who was supposed to recall, entered stealth mode the second after the aura appeared, directly cancelling the recall and heading toward mid lane. Miller and Wawa exchanged glances. Was this calculated, or just a coincidence? This recall trick for Twitch is something skilled players should know. By pressing the Q ability to go invisible while simultaneously pressing the recall B key, you can recall while in stealth mode. This effectively prevents being discovered and interrupted by the opponent. No matter what, Wawa shook his head and remarked, this Twitch is played with such finesse. Miller also said, I feel like Xie's mentality might be on the verge of breaking. He was landing in mid just fine, and then suddenly got caught by a rat twice. Just thinking about it is frustrating. The live chat completely exploded with excitement. This is the true value of God C. Was this part of your calculations too, God C? We must be stunned, right? Getting caught once is one thing, but a second time? What's going on with the two in the bot lane? Even if there's no voice communication, what about pings? I won't say these two games were decided by the bot lane difference, but that's just the truth. Mystic didn't make any mistakes, but C God is just too strong. Playing AD can also drive the tempo? This is what it's like to play the game with your brain. Is C God really playing professionally for the first time? How can he be this strong? C God? If he keeps playing like this, we'll have to call him C-chan, the highest honor of LPL, crowned as the male idol. In fact, by this point, point, the situation for Wei has become visibly difficult. Mid laner Shia's Jace dying twice in a row is really devastating. Moreover, Kendi stayed in the mid lane for too long, giving Ning enough time to take care of 957's Jax in the top lane. This allowed the Shy's Rumble to farm up very well. What's even harder to handle is, Lu Chen's Twitch has completely taken off. Even though he roamed to the mid lane twice, his CS is still over 30 ahead of Mystic's. The economic gap between the two sides is over 2,000, with at least nearly half of it concentrated on Lu Chen alone. This prematurely developed rat has an almost devastating impact on the situation. Just listen to the team communication on WE's side and you'll understand. Rat is missing. Rat miss. The rat missed again. Amid Ben's increasingly weak shouts, Xia and Kendi could only keep retreating. Even 957 on the top lane didn't dare to push the wave, fearing that a rat might suddenly pop out from the corner. It is reflected in the game that as long as IG's Twitch disappears from the minimap, we has to retreat as a team. Just as Ben once again called out miss, Shi pursed his lips, reluctantly gave up the minion wave in front of him, and retreated under the tower. Mystic stood in front of the tower with a numb expression, farming minions. Suddenly, an Olaf charged out of the triangular bush with an axe in hand. A sleazy voice followed closely. Sewer barbecue, everyone gets a share. The submerged rat appeared outside the tower without warning, unleashing its ultimate ability at full power. Ben suddenly snapped back to his senses, quickly shielding Mystic, then immediately used his ultimate, attempting to blow Olaf away. Ning Wang charged forward recklessly, activating his ultimate to ignore crowd control, just going all in. Mystic was a beat too slow to react. When he pressed heal and flash, as he flashed out, he was already hit by Twitch down to only 1/5 of his health. He was instantly killed by a long-range E-skill that detonated the poison stacks, showcasing a dramatic flashgrave relocation moment. IG Chunyu has killed Wii Mystic. Rampage. At this point in the game, with Infinity Edge and Rapid Fire Cannon equipped, Twitch activated his ultimate, and as long as he landed a critical hit, he could easily melt any squishy target. Immediately after, with Ning tanking the tower, Lu Chen took down Janna with a few shots, securing a double kill. Double kill. IG Chenyu killed Wei Ben. Unstoppable. No one can stop me. The bot lane duo that survived for 12 minutes finally gave up their lives under the tower. Lu Chen's record has now reached 5-0. Wow, this is really impossible to guard against, Wawa said with a hint of pity in his tone. We simply has no way to restrict this rat. Miller also sighed. A rat with this kind of development doesn't even need to wait for late game team fights to shine. Damn. See God, your damage output is insane. Ning Wang widened his eyes, controlling Olaf to walk out from under the tower. Originally, for this tower dive, he had already mentally prepared himself to sacrifice. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen melted the enemy bot lane with just a few shots, and he could even retreat calmly from under the tower. That's just ridiculous. Never felt that tower diving could be this easy. Lu Chen said with a smile, isn't my equipment perfectly normal? The barrage exploded. It's over, we is done for. A sudden turnaround, you thought I went to mid lane, but actually I'm still in bot lane. This rat is truly unpredictable and elusive. You'll never know where he'll appear in the next second. I just watched Dajiuzi's first-person perspective. It was practically a horror movie. Ben had just signaled mid lane, and suddenly Twitch appeared out of nowhere. There was no time to react. Come on, his expression is completely off. Didn't you see him just now flash to relocate the grave? Is that the reaction of a professional player? It's not just the live chat. Even at the competition venue, many Wii fans who witnessed this scene had already silently stood up and left. The entire venue was completely silent, with only IG fans still cheering. Very soon. In the footage, Lu Chen had already taken advantage of the opposing duo's death to destroy the bottom tower. Rookie's three hands smoothly switched lanes to the bottom lane for farming. At this moment, the rat was completely unleashed. In the mid lane, Xia didn't even dare to step out beyond the tower and could only use long-range EQ cannons to last-hit minions. The top and bottom lanes were the same, with no chance to push the wave at all. Even Kendi in the jungle had to be extremely cautious, probing repeatedly while farming. On the minimap, this resulted in WE's jungle being almost completely dark. Who can provide vision? The support Janna is as fragile as a piece of paper in front of Twitch. The jungler Elise is at most like folded paper. If Twitch ambushes you, it's just a matter of a few shots. Just like that, IG kept chipping away at the economy and neutral resources, with the snowball growing larger and larger, reaching over 7,000 in just 15 minutes. Not to mention the 5 players on WE's side. Even the spectators outside the game felt suffocated watching it. It was utterly hopeless. That constant erosion, the feeling of having a sharp blade hanging over your head at all times, gave everyone an almost empathetic illusion. Even, it could be seen from the match footage. The 5 players on WE's side were all sitting expressionlessly in their seats, as if mechanically going through the motions. Let alone fighting spirit, there wasn't even a hint of communication. Miller murmured hesitantly, the match has reached this point, and it seems there's no suspense left. The doll also seemed a bit unable to bear watching, with such such a big advantage, IG doesn't need to drag this out any longer, right? Rita could only cough lightly and say, ahem. Player Chinyu's pressure is overwhelming. We might not see any hope for a comeback here. We lounge. Homie stared at the screen showing the match and fell into silence. Losing is definitely a foregone conclusion, but his only thought right now is not about how to review the game and strive to defeat IG next time. Instead, it's about how to make the players forget this match. With this in mind, he turned to look at WE's manager and asked, how good is the club's psychologist? Suddenly asked this question, the manager looked bewildered and, after thinking for a moment, said, it should be fine? That's good. Hongmi nodded. Go and make an appointment with the doctor. After the match, have the players go for a checkup. The manager's eyes widened. It's not that serious, right? As he said this, he turned his head and saw on the screen Candy's spider being picked off by the rat again at their own 3 wolves, falling silent for a moment. Alright, it seems that a psychologist might really be needed for counseling. Don't let a regular season game crush the player's mentality. In the past, if someone had told him that a BO3 could give WE's players psychological issues, the manager would just smile and let it pass. He might even joke, it's like Kennedy riding in a convertible, mind blown wide open. Normal people definitely wouldn't come up with something like this, but right now, it seems this has actually become a reality. On the other hand, over at the IG lounge, Su Xiaoluo and Manhwa, along with others, were all sitting on chairs, staring at the screen with bright eyes. On the other side was none other than We, one of the top 3 teams that had just won the Spring Split Championship and made it to MSI. Judging by the situation, these 2 games were purely one-sided crushes. It was worth it, Su Xiaoluo murmured softly, so worth it. In the game, just as the outside world expected. At this moment, all 5 members of We felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Even in the MSI match where they lost to SKT, there was never such a moment of despair. They had to constantly keep an eye on the minimap for the rat's icon, and as soon as it disappeared from view, they would retreat like startled birds. Their nerves were constantly on edge, and some even had sweat starting to bead on their foreheads. I can't take it anymore. Kundi exhaled slowly, as if he had finally reached his limit, and said in a deep voice, let's fight a team battle. If we die, so be it. Mystic turned his head blankly and glanced at him. Alright. The others also nodded one after another. Speed up the pace of the team fight. Even if we lose, let's lose quickly. If this goes on, they won't be able to hold on much longer. Thus, when IG gathered here to start pushing the second mid tower, 957's teleport suddenly lit up on a minion. Kundi's Elise seemed to throw caution to the wind, flashing forward and casting an E-skill, Cocoon, straight at Rookie's 3 hands. Shies Jace also activated the E-acceleration gate, fired a cannon shot, and then switched to hammer form, leading the entire team in a charge forward. We is going all out for a desperate fight. Miller's voice suddenly became high-pitched. Braum jumped forward and raised his shield, blocking Jace's Q. Rookie flashed to dodge Elise's control, countered with a gravity field under Jace's feet. Olaf activated his ultimate and charged in. IG is taking this fight. They're turning it around and diving the tower. Jin activated his ultimate in front of the high ground at the back. Wait a minute. On the screen, Mystic's Jin had just activated his ultimate ability, but before he could fire a shot, the ultimate was suddenly cancelled. Immediately after, a sudden message appeared in the public chat. IG Chunyu has killed We Mystic. Legendary. Beyond godlike. Under the high ground tower, Jin's corpse lay quietly. The dark green figure of Twitch had somehow already appeared outside the blue side's high ground tower. At this moment, accompanied by a lewd laugh of ha ha ha, he was recklessly firing poison arrows at the Wii team ahead. The terrifying damage output instantly made the health bars of the Wii team vanish. Explosion, a real explosion. The rat, equipped with the Endless Hurricane and Runan's Hurricane, with a level even higher than the mid laner, unleashed incomprehensible damage after activating the ultimate. One by one, big red damage numbers popped up on the Wii team members. IG Chenyu killed Wii Ben. IG Chenyu has slain Wii Xie. IG Chenyu has killed Wii Candy. IG Chenyu killed Wii 957. With a deafening shout of pentakill. It was like a dark green poisonous hurricane swept through, leaving only corpses scattered everywhere. Lu Chen secured a pentakill. The record stands at 11-0-1. Pentakill. Miller reacted and excitedly shouted, player Chenyu has secured a pentakill. Wawa and Rita also came to their senses and immediately followed up with enthusiastic commentary. This is the first pentakill since the start of the summer season. At the same time, it's also the first pentakill of this young rookie's professional career. IG achieved a 0-4-5 trade in this team fight. This was a perfect team fight. I think we'll see this moment in the highlight reel tonight. The ADC flanked and secured a pentakill. My goodness, it's been so long since I've seen such an exhilarating scene. Perhaps we can already congratulate IG on claiming their first BO3 victory of the summer split. The comments section was completely boiling over at this moment. Whoa, pentakill. Holy crap. See, even though I had a feeling this might happen, it's still so exciting to see it actually unfold. What a terrifying output. Is this what a fully developed developed rat looks like. I'm fired up, brothers. First time in a match and already a pentakill? Could God C really be on fire? However stifling WE's play was before, that's how exhilarating I feel now. Unstoppable. This is truly unstoppable. I need to see the highlight reel of these 2 kills by God C right now. Hurry, hurry, I can't wait any longer. Even on IG's player's bench, there was a moment of silence after this team fight. Wow. Ning exhaled sharply, his eyes wide open. A real pentakill? Rookie swallowed his saliva. One word, fierce. Even the shy leaned back slightly. Oh, impressive. Impressive. On the contrary, Balan grinned and laughed, as if not surprised at all. Brother Chen's skills, it's expected. Lu Chen tilted his head and continued operating to push the tower, smiling as he said, they've used up all their key skills, they can't restrict me, the output environment is too good. Very soon, IG encountered no obstacles here and directly pushed through in one wave. The time stopped at 1812, and the blue side's base exploded. Hugh Luchan slowly exhaled, first glancing at the stats panel. As expected, he stood out once again. Twitch, the plague rat, dealt 30,291 damage. The second highest damage dealer in the game, the 3 hands, only had 13,648. Seeing this, Luchan nodded in satisfaction, stood up to stretch his wrists, and began packing up his peripherals. What are you doing? Rookie asked, looking at him curiously. Packing up my peripherals. Luchan raised an eyebrow and said matter-of-factly. Shake hands, big bro, Rookie said with a mix of laughter and helplessness. The game is over. Shake hands first, then clean up. Oh, Luchan suddenly realized, scratched his head, and followed behind Rookie in the shy, walking toward the Wii player's area. Ning Wang even reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, God see. If they try to hit you later, I'll back you up. Luchan looked at him, hesitating to speak. What, you don't believe me? King Ning flexed his biceps. Bro, I've been training. What I mean is, Luchan was speechless. The other side wouldn't actually resort to violence, right? Hey, King Ning waved his hand dismissively. If I were them and you played like that, I'd want to hit you too. Luchan's mouth twitched slightly, and he said nothing more. At this moment, opposite Wii over there. Although they lost the match, the 5 of them instead seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, their expressions shifting from numbness to relaxation. This team fight. Kandi smacked his lips and suddenly blurted out, it was played pretty well. Everyone around froze, their gazes turning toward him. Kandi was taken aback. I didn't mean getting wiped out was good, I meant grouping up is better than not grouping up. Anyway, you get the idea. Shii, 957, and the others exchanged glances without saying a word. This was a typical case of Kendi's pre-match bold declarations, in-game silence, and now post-match nonsensical rambling. Next, the handshake between the 2 sides wasn't as tense as imagined, it was just smooth and normal. The so-called hitting someone is, of course, just a joke. Most of the players actually have pretty good relationships in private. Besides, among these esports boys and homebuddies, there really aren't many as physically strong as Ning Wang. After shaking hands and walking back, Rookie said, there's still an interview later, and you'll definitely be invited today. An interview? Lu Chen blinked his eyes. What should I say? Just speak normally. Rookie thought for a moment and said, don't touch on internal team matters, talk more about match performance, future expectations, stuff like that. Got it. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Thus, this highly anticipated summer regular season BO3 finally came to an end. On the official livestream, the comments were filled with, the big one is coming. IG. The venue on-site truly became a carnival for IG fans. Although most Wii fans remained silent or even left early, there were still quite a few spectators who were simply there to watch the match. IG indeed played exceptionally well in these 2 games, almost perfect, so these spectators also joined in the cheering. The underdogs have risen. During this period, IG team fans were not yet called chicken mix, but were universally recognized as the most pitiful dog sons. Compared to names like 59E, 60E, Royal Mix, and Pig Mix, this nickname clearly seemed to be at the bottom of the hierarchy. But today, they seem to have finally turned the tables. The cheers of IG fans echoed throughout the vast arena. Although not many, they were exceptionally loud. It didn't take long for the official MVP of the match to be announced. The 11-0-1 rat, with a record so dazzling it was unparalleled. Along with a photo taken by Lu Chen on the spot, it was displayed on the big screen. In the photo, the young man was dressed in white, his eyes seemingly glowing, his expression calm, as if victory was as easy as reaching out to take it. Shan Yu, see God, so cool. Woohoo, see God, you saved IG. Seeing this scene, IG fans became even more excited and started chanting Lu Chen's ID. Of course, Lu Chen was still unaware of all this. At this moment, backstage, IG's lounge. Lu Chen and the others had just sat down for a short while when a staff member pushed the door open to remind them about the interview. Then Su Xiaoluo looked at them and said with a smile, Lu Chen, get ready. Your interview is coming up soon. Got it, Lu Chen replied, resting his chin on one hand, his eyes thoughtful. Rookie had already mentioned it to him earlier, so Lu Chen wasn't too surprised. As for the questions he might be asked during the interview, Lu Chen had a rough idea in his mind. After all, he had watched so many post-match match interview videos, but when it was his turn to be interviewed, he couldn't help feeling a bit hesitant. Relax, Su Xiaoluo's smile couldn't be suppressed. It's very simple. Just talk less about real-life matters and focus more on your feelings about the match and your professional future. It wasn't that he couldn't hold back his laughter. These two games were played so beautifully, and in both games, it was Lu Chen carrying with a bloodthirsty performance. The mighty Wei, one of the top 3 families, couldn't even last 20 minutes in a single game. Not to mention anything else, Su Xiaoluo can already imagine how insanely popular their team will become after this match. A moment later, Lu Chen walked through the venue passage and arrived at the interview site, where many live audience members were seated below. The host, Rendong, had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Lu Chen arrive, he stood up and said with a smile, "Finally, I get to see the legendary Sea God. It's not easy. I'm your fan. I've watched all your live streams." Lu Chen scratched his head a bit shyly and said, "Hello, host. Are you ready?" Rendong held up the microphone and asked with a smile, "If you're ready, shall we begin?" "Sure." Lu Chen nodded, showing no signs of nervousness. "Alright." Rendong turned to look at the audience below and said, "So, we all know that IG has a rookie player in this match who has garnered a lot of attention and performed exceptionally well. How about starting with a self-introduction?" "Okay." Lu Chen took the microphone. "Hello everyone, I am IG's AD player Chen Yu." Immediately, cheers erupted from the audience. The debut performance was absolutely perfect, and you even secured a pentakill and MVP. How are you feeling right now? Lu Chen thought for a moment. "I guess I'm happy." Although he said so, there was hardly any expression on his face, which surprised Rendong a little. A professional player achieving a pentakill and MVP in their debut match, yet showing no excitement at all? If it were me, I'd probably be over the moon. Ahem. Rendong cleared his throat to gather his thoughts and continued to ask, "As we all know, before going pro, player Chen Yu had already reached the top of the national server with an astonishing win rate, and later quickly climbed to the top of the Korean server. Are there any ranking up tips you could share with everyone?" "Tips?" Lu Chen's expression seemed a bit puzzled, as if wondering why something as simple as ranking up would require tips. Finally, after pondering for a moment, he said, "If I have to say, it's about positioning well, playing good team fights, and winning without mistakes. Oh, and luck needs to be on your side too, so you don't run into too many AFK teammates." Rendong was a bit dumbfounded and couldn't find the words to respond for a moment. "Bro, what's the difference between your answer and saying nothing at all? Even professional players, who can guarantee they won't make mistakes?" "Wait a minute, in those last 2 matches, it seems like there really weren't any mistakes to be found." The audience off stage was also amused at this moment. Truly worthy of being God see, one sentence shuts down the host. When he answered expressionlessly just now, saying he was happy, I couldn't hold it in anymore. Haha, there's nothing wrong with what he said. If you don't make mistakes in lane or team fights, isn't that an easy way to climb ranks? Of course there's nothing wrong. It's like asking me how to put an elephant in a fridge. Open the door, put it in, close the door. The process is so simple. Didn't you see God see's expression just now? It was like he was saying, do you even need to ask such a simple question? So funny. Speaking seriously about some utterly absurd things, truly an interview genius. Finally, Rendong asked a few more routine questions. Lu Chen answered all of them normally. Of course, his version of normal sounded a bit unusual to others. For example, question out of 10 points, how would you rate your performance in this match? A. 10 points, I just performed normally. Question, it's your first time on the LPL stage. Do you have anything you'd like to say or any blessings for the fans? Answer, thank you all for your support. I can't think of any other blessings, so I wish you all to always get 2 noodle cakes when buying instant noodles. After the interview, Rendong was completely baffled. The audience below, however, couldn't stop laughing. Alright, that concludes today's interview. With the host's announcement, the interview also came to an end. Lu Chen finally let out a breath and leisurely walked back to the lounge. A moment later, the interview video was also posted online by the official account, instantly attracting a flood of criticism. In IG's lounge, "Bro, you're famous." As soon as Lu Chen walked in the door, Ning Wang excitedly ran over holding his phone. "Your interview results are absolutely explosive." The corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched as he calmly pushed him away. "Bro, I've always been famous." Ning Wang's expression froze, and he was momentarily speechless. Thinking carefully, it really is. Before the start of the summer season, God C remained highly popular throughout the entire off-season. After thinking for a moment, Ning Wang muttered, "It's not the same. Before, it was God C who was popular, just a random player. Now, it's the professional player Chen Yu who's in the spotlight." At this moment, Su Xiaoluo also came over, his face almost breaking into a grin. "You answered very well. Pack up and get ready for a big feast. The boss is treating. He watched today's match and said we can eat whatever we want, no matter how much, he'll cover it." The kid sitting in the back also stood up cheerfully and said, "How about we order first?" Alright, Su Xiaoluo found the kid more and more likable now. If it weren't for him, Lu Chen wouldn't have been able to join IG. "Then you go ahead and order." Just as Lu Chen and the others were heading off excitedly for a big meal, the storm on the internet has finally erupted completely. completely. First, the anti-bar. A post most representative of the anti-bar tradition was pushed to the top. Summer regular season, week 1, day 2, IG vs WE player performance rating post. All other rating posts will be deleted. On IG, it's all 9-point-something ratings. Every comment below is full of praise, perfectly capturing the essence of win and praise, lose and criticize. Then we get to Lu Chen's section. Player, Chen Yu, rating, 9.9. Whoa, see, God among gods. I can only say invincible. The most perfect debut performance, not dying once and achieving a godlike streak with a pentakill. An AD flanking pentakill, I'm in tears. I thought I'd never see this kind of AD again after Uzi. Welcoming the birth of another super AD in the LPL. This is the true god. 2 flawless performances without a single mistake. A pure AD gap. Even Big Bro was completely stunned. Forget Big Bro, is there anyone normal on WE's side? You're incredible, my dude. Is this really your first time playing professionally? This is the most brutal bot lane stomp I've seen in the past year. Even during last year's Worlds against wildcard teams, it wasn't this outrageous. 2 words, absolutely stunning. I couldn't believe it after watching, so I rewatched the replay. The mechanics are insanely good, and the number of skills dodged is uncountable. Countless comments and posts flooded the screen. However, among countless posts, there was one unrelated to the competition that stood out. How would you rate the looks of the player Chen Yu Lu Chen? The post even included Lu Chen's MVP photo. So handsome. Honestly, it's a pity he's not an idol. C-God could totally rely on his looks, but he insists on using his skills. Honestly, I'm crying. I'm just like, yay hubby, get lost, the person above. He's clearly my hubby. Everyone from non-tone, get lost. C-God belongs to us female fans. You're talking nonsense. How could IG have female fans? Except for the anti-bar. The official IG account and Lu Chen's personal Weibo account have both seen a surge in followers. It can be said that the birth of every iconic moment signifies enduring popularity. Just like the duel of the 2 Zeds that made Faker famous in one battle. Lu Chen's backdoor pentakill with Twitch similarly brought him immense popularity. That very night, numerous highlight videos of the kills appeared on major video platforms. Bilibili, Douyin, and others were all flooded with clips. This wave of hype won't die down anytime soon, but all of this still doesn't affect IG's team members, no matter how the netizens celebrate. At 9 p.m., after finishing a big meal, everyone from IG returned to the base. Lu Chen finished tidying up, took a shower, and went to his spot in the training room wearing pajamas. Beep. The phone on the table vibrated. Lu Chen picked it up and saw a message from Rita. Xiaoqinzi, you played well today. Keep it up. This match was commentated by your big sis. He had a smile on his lips as he typed back. Sure, Xiaoyuzi, just wait to commentate on me playing in the World's Finals at the Bird's Nest. 2 days later, IG vs IM. The Trident performed steadily, securing victory with a crushing 2 o'clock score. In the second week, IG faced EDG, recreating the scenario of the initial scrimmage. Lu Chen gave Eboe a lesson with both offense and defense, easily securing a 2 o'clock victory. In the third week, they faced Snake Team SS. It was another 2 o'clock, and after the match, Crystal slumped in his chair with a completely defeated expression. During the handshake, he insisted on adding Lu Chen on WeChat, and he said that if he wasn't added, he wouldn't let go. Helpless, Lu Chen could only agree to add him later. In the same third week, IG faced off against Dan and easily won 2 o'clock again. Then in the fourth week, they defeated SNG, achieving a 6-game winning streak. In this way, Lu Chen's performance in every match remained as outstanding as ever, with almost 0 deaths and a terrifyingly high KDA. In 4 words, like cutting through melons and vegetables. Naturally, his popularity skyrocketed. This situation continued until the 5th week. IG is about to face RNG. This match can almost be described as the center of everyone's attention. After all, RNG has a superstar AD, Uzi. On the other hand, IG has the recently risen God C, who has been dominating the LPL with an unstoppable momentum. Countless viewers are eager to see who will come out on top in the clash between these two. Will it be the god of the old era, maintaining his dignity? Or the god of the new era, stepping over the old god's corpse to ascend to an even higher divine throne? Some netizens have even started jokingly calling this match the battle of the 2 gods. In short, even before the match started, the tickets for this game had already gone crazy online. At this moment, RNG Club, owner's office. The team manager stood in front of the desk, his face blank with shock. Are you sure this won't cause any problems? Coach Firefox frowned even more deeply. Is this really necessary? Baixing sat coldly on the chair, arms crossed in front of him. Uzi cannot lose, and we cannot lose either. Or do you have a surefire way to win besides this method? Firefox's expression stiffened, and in the end, he could only shake his head slightly. Although he had high hopes for the team he had brought out, he was also very confident in the abilities of Uzi, Xiaowu, and MLXG. But to face Chen Yu, who has been unstoppable since his debut, sweeping through everything without a single opponent lasting around, I'm afraid no one in the current LPL dares to guarantee guarantee a win. That person is simply a monster. The match videos from the past few weeks have already been watched over and over again by the coaches and analysts of every team, but everyone discovered a terrifying problem. That is, this person has never made a mistake. Even for professional players, this is absolutely an incredibly unbelievable thing. It's even unprecedented. The manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. But if the officials investigate and find no issues, we might face penalties. Just penalties, Bai Xing said indifferently. How much money have we spent to promote the team Anuzi? What's a little penalty compared to that? As he spoke, his gaze turned cold again. You should know, right? If we lose, all the previous efforts will be in vain. Can you afford that loss? Losing to a Korean AD would be one thing. But Lu Chen, he's a player originally and entirely from the LPL. Haven't they always been promoting the all-Chinese roster? If they lose, and even Uzi gets outperformed in the opposing MVP, the consequences would be unimaginable. The manager stood in place with a conflicted expression, seemingly hesitating. But in the end, he still nodded with difficulty. Alright, I'll make the arrangements. Thus, 8 p.m. Tingjing's official account suddenly released an announcement, temporarily suspending player Chen Yu from all competitions, as the official investigation into potential match fixing during his LSPL period begins. Of course, the officials aren't foolish. They are well aware of how popular Lu Chen is right now, but there's no way around it. As the league matches become increasingly standardized, the officials have always maintained a zero-tolerance policy toward match fixing. With such an incident suddenly coming to light, there's no way they wouldn't address it. Therefore, at the bottom of this announcement, they thoughtfully added, due to a report by RNG club manager XX, player Chen Yu exhibited abnormal performance during 2 matches while serving in the RNG youth training team, hence this decision. This is part of a normal investigation process. The officials will strictly enforce the rules, and if slander is found, player Chen Yu's eligibility to compete will be immediately restored, and the reporting party will be dealt with seriously. As soon as the news broke, the entire LOL community was in an uproar. A glass cup was suddenly smashed to the ground. Su Xiaoluo's face was extremely grim as she cursed through gritted teeth. What are they trying to do? Damn RNG, screw you. Not far away. The IG team members also looked at each other, somewhat in disbelief. Is it really worth it just for a match? Has RNG gone crazy? Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Lu Chen only played 2 games when he first joined RNG's youth training team, and after that he was benched as a substitute. How the hell do you rig a match like this? If you want to throw a match, at least you need to be able to play in the game first. Even West, the Western Emperor, was a bit at a loss. Although Lu Chen couldn't play in the matches during this period, which allowed him to become the starter again, this didn't make him happy at all. After all, West had witnessed firsthand just how terrifying Lu Chen's performance had been recently. If he were to play and perform poorly, he would definitely be chased and flamed relentlessly. After all, your starting position will eventually be gone. Even without Chen Yu, isn't there still Jakulov? If you're not capable, there's no way to secure a starting position. The Western Emperor had already come to terms with this long ago. Now, being suddenly called back to fight, to be honest, he felt a bit uneasy. In contrast, Lu Chen sat calmly in his seat, as if he had already anticipated this. In fact, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, as expected of the battle between 2 gods. The netizens weren't wrong after all. However, the opponents in the battle have just switched. It has turned into a showdown between him, the sea god, and RNG, the god of contracts. Lu Chen, don't worry. Su Xiaoluo turned to look at Lu Chen and comforted him. I'll call the boss right now. After saying that, he hurriedly ran out with his phone in hand. For a moment, the others in the training room also began to comfort Lu Chen in a flurry of voices, indignantly denouncing RNG. It's okay, brother Chen, the officials will definitely investigate this soon. Stupid RNG, do they really think such tricks will work? They're just plain scared, too afraid to face you. Total clowns. See God, consider this period as the off-season, take a good rest. Bro, I'll definitely take you to the World Championship. May see, Lu Chen, I support you. The last sentence was obviously said by the shy. Lu Chen helplessly glanced at everyone, spread his hands, and said, although I'm really touched by what you're saying, honestly, I'm not in a hurry about this. His mindset is incredibly steady. This kind of thing is nothing to him. Who can blame him? He did spend 2 years in RNG's youth training program. Being able to terminate the contract smoothly is already a stroke of luck. Besides, the officials aren't fools. How could they just believe whatever RNG says? This matter will most likely be investigated for a while and then left unresolved. Didn't you see under the announcement? They've already pointed out the scapegoat. It was reported by the RNG manager, so if there's an issue, just go find him. After a while, Su Xiaoluo walked in with a grim expression inside. The principal said he has already communicated with the officials. The officials mainly want to make their stance clear. This matter will probably take some time to resolve, but don't worry, at most a month. It won't affect the S tournament. It's fine, Lu Chen comforted him in return, saying, I'll just treat this time as a vacation. Rita also gave him a call in the evening. Lu Chen had to explain at length before the other party finally felt reassured. assured. When the night grew quiet and he returned to his dorm room, Lu Chen finally let out a slow breath, his gaze becoming incredibly profound. RNG. At the same time, the internet is in an uproar. Did God C really throw the match? Come on, it's purely RNG's off-field tactics. They just don't want to face God C. Have you ever seen a player benched after just 2 games still have the chance to throw a match? To put it bluntly, match fixers wouldn't even bother with a mere substitute. Wow, RNG is so sneaky. Are they that afraid of C God? Even resorting to this kind of tactic. Seriously, does the official even handle such obviously fake reports? No choice, the officials have to make their stance clear. All I can say is that RNG is really being unreasonable. Damn, I already bought tickets for tomorrow's match just to watch God C play against Uzi. What do I do now? Not interested. Without God C in the match, I don't even want to watch. I'll just sell the tickets at a low price. RNG, you bastards, this is truly disgusting. Don't worry, the official ban should be lifted soon, and we'll be able to see God C again. I'm completely baffled. Is this kind of operation even possible? Not long after, major platforms were soon flooded with these netizens' voices of protest. On RNG's official blog, it is currently being flooded with comments, with countless questions pouring in overwhelmingly, especially the manager officially marked by RNG, who is receiving all kinds of greetings. But RNG continues to play dead, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, without any response. A typical cold treatment. Thick-skinned to the extreme, with an attitude of say whatever you want, I'm going to do it my way anyway. After all, it's the internet, and it has no memory. In 2 months, when the World Championship begins, as long as RNG can win the championship and lift the trophy symbolizing the highest honor in the bird's nest, everything from before will vanish into thin air. It was the RNG players who were all in the club at this moment, looking bewildered. That Chen Yu, did he really throw the match? MLXG asked, eyes wide open. Xiao Hu remained silent for a moment, then slightly shook his head without giving a direct answer, only saying, you know. Uzi was also sitting in front of the computer, staring at the League of Legends client on the screen, his expression full of defiance, his face flushed red. What do they mean? Do they all think we're bound to lose? Let Me and Xiaoming exchanged glances and shrugged, neither saying a word. They couldn't change anything about this matter. In summary, starting from the 5th week of the summer season, Lu Chen temporarily bid farewell to the LPL stage. But correspondingly, although the officials restricted him from playing matches, they did not impose any other restrictions. So the game should still be played, and the live stream should still go on. The next day. Okay, Lu Chen said while live streaming, waving at the camera and casually saying, the streamer's camera has arrived, so for the next while, I'll definitely stream to your heart's content. Immediately, the live stream chat was flooded with a barrage of comments, all asking about what exactly had happened. Some even directly spammed airplane messages, as if afraid that Lu Chen wouldn't see them. Don't worry, Lu Chen smiled faintly, just think of it as me taking a short vacation. Even pro players need to rest. Hearing this, the audience finally felt somewhat reassured, and the barrage gradually quieted down. Wait, does this mean that since God C isn't competing for a while, he's going to start slaughtering in rank again? Turtle, I just realized, let's have a moment of silence for all the high-ranked king players. Isn't this a dimensional reduction strike? God C is dominating the matches. Although, being able to watch God C stream and even see his face, I'm still very satisfied. By the way, without God C, will IG's future matches go back to how they used to be? Go see God, waiting for your return to the arena. When the time comes, crush RNG to avenge yourself. A dense barrage of comments floated across the public screen. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had gone by. The LPL summer split has become increasingly intense this summer, with fierce competition. At the same time, Lu Chen has been dominating both the Chinese and Korean servers. Towards the end, many high-ranked players consciously stopped playing. This left Lu Chen unable to find opponents for half a day. No way, guys, there's really no one. Lu Chen looked at the Korean server client on the screen and shrugged helplessly. The matchmaking time had already reached a full 2.5 hours, but still couldn't get in. Come on, bro, you're already at 2,900 points. Who else is there? Faker's records have all been broken. I'm willing to call God C the rank overlord. 2,900? Whoa, I haven't checked in a few days, and it's already this insane? God C is on a rampage. Yesterday, he couldn't even find matches for half the day on the Chinese server. Honestly, if it weren't for the summer split, God C would definitely be trending right now. This is just too outrageous. Is this a score a human can achieve? Obviously, 2,900 points is the limit of the LOL server, not the limit of God C. LOL, one of the high-ranked Korean server streamers I used to enjoy watching said they were mentally scarred and decided to switch to another game for now. The same goes for the Chinese server. Many high-ranked streamers are streaming other games. I can only say, if God C can't compete and mess with the pro players, then these high-ranked players are in for trouble. On the Korean server, historically, there have been very few people who could surpass 2,000 points. The highest record is still held by Faker with over 2,500 points, but now, it has been refreshed crushed once again by Lu Chen. It's probably impossible to make further breakthroughs. After all, the upper limit of the server's matchmaking mechanism is here, unless LOL undergoes a major revision. How about we call it a day for today's stream? Lu Chen stretched lazily. By the way, I've already exceeded my streaming hours for this month. Don't. See God, even if you just sit there playing Dodiju, I'd still love to watch. Ending the stream is fine, just don't turn off the camera. I want to watch you sleep. Hey, the creep upstairs, don't be too scary. By the way, is God C really this relaxed? Aren't you worried IG won't make it to Worlds? They've already lost several matches. Oh right, I almost forgot. When will God C's ban be lifted? Don't bring this up, it ruins the mood. Damn, RNG is so disgusting. Looking at these comments, Lu Chen's expression paused slightly. I don't know, but it should be soon, right? The promised 1 month has long passed, and the officials still haven't given any updates. Now, forget about the regular season, even the playoffs are almost over. Let's stop here for today. The streamer probably won't be streaming much in the near future, so please understand. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he waved his hand and turned off the stream. In the days that followed, the LPL entered the intense playoff battles. Without Lu Chen, IG lost several matches in a row, making it difficult for them to advance in the playoffs. But Rookie and others still demonstrated sufficient strength, forcibly defeating SNG and OMG in succession to advance to the semi-finals of the playoffs. The Big Three truly lived up to their name, easily advancing as well. Subsequently, RNG defeated We3:2, and EDG also defeated IG3:2, both advancing to the finals. Somewhat unexpectedly, in the third-place match, IG defeated We to claim third place in the summer season. At last, the summer split finals have arrived, RNG versus EDG, the epic battle between the titans. In the end, EDG defeated RNG3:2, securing the first ticket to Worlds as the #1 seed. At the same time, this marks EDG's fourth LPL championship. The myth of the God of Civil War continues. RNG, with the advantage of year-round points, secured the second Worlds ticket as the second seed. In other words, there is now only one Worlds spot left for the LPL. The teams eligible to compete for this spot are OMG, IG, and We. They still need to finish the qualifiers to secure this ticket. The eyes of the three team managers were almost red with anxiety. At this moment, Lu Chen also traveled with the team to the capital, Wuxong Arena. This is the venue for the final selection of the LPL. Upon arriving here, you can immediately see the massive crowd outside, with an atmosphere so intense it's almost suffocating. Soon, the first match begins, with IG facing off against OMG. Lu Chen, along with Su Xiaoluo, Jackie Love, and others, sits in the lounge watching the match. The result of the match was not surprising, as IG easily crushed OMG with a 3 o'clock score, advancing to the final selection match. Nice! Ah Shui looked at the victory on the screen, so excited that he almost jumped up. Calm down, Ah Shui. Lu Chen patted his shoulder calmly. There's still another match tomorrow. Ah Shui's expression froze, and he looked at Lu Chen helplessly. Shinji, can you please stop calling me that? Got it, Ashui, Lu Chen said without even turning his head. By the way, Ashui, no longer minding the nickname, leaned in and said, Shinji, aren't you excited? I heard there are tens of thousands of people here. This is nothing, Lu Chen said with a laugh. Wait until the S Championship Finals, now that's what you call an unprecedented spectacle. Of course I know that, Ashui muttered, scratching his head. At that moment, Su Xiaoluo suddenly received a phone call and walked out the door. When he returned, his face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. As soon as he stepped inside, he shouted, Lu Chen, great news. What is it? Seeing his expression, Lu Chen already had a vague guess. Sure enough, in the next moment, Su Xiaoluo burst into laughter and said, the ban has been lifted. The authorities just issued an announcement. Is that so? Lu Chen's gaze slightly sharpened, and his previously lazy demeanor suddenly turned sharp. It was like a blade long sheath, finally revealing its edge. Also, Su Xiaoluo continued, that manager from RNG has already been demoted and had their salary suspended. It seems the entire club is going to be fined. None of that matters, Lu Chen shook his head, his eyes deep. Such a punishment is nothing more than a drizzle to them. If we must talk about punishment, what could be heavier than making RNG watch with their own eyes as someone else lifts the trophy they've dreamed of? Now I can finally be at ease, Su Xiaoluo said with an uncontrollable smile, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart. And that is indeed the truth. Although in the playoffs, IG performed quite well, and they even just had a clean sweep against OMG. But the thought of soon facing one of the big three, made Su Xiaoluo feel somewhat uneasy. There's no way around it. The big three have been too dominant this year. Moreover, this match is just too important. The last ticket to the S7 World, the final qualification. Whoever gets it won't even have to wait for the World Championship to start. Their popularity will skyrocket instantly and explode. As long as they can get that ticket. Su Xiaoluo's eyes sparkled, and she had already started imagining how generous the subsequent salary and rewards would be. The next day, still the Wuxong Sports Center. Here comes the final match of the LPL before the S-Series. We versus IG. Whichever side wins will head to the World World Championship as the third seed. The attention on this match unsurprisingly reached an incredibly exaggerated level. The streets were empty as everyone gathered. Countless fans held support signs, filling the entire massive Wuxong arena. We, IG. The deafening cheers echoed through the arena. For the sake of stability, Manhwa still arranged for Shi Huang to start, while Lu Chen remained as a substitute. After all, Shi Huang had played through most of the summer season with the team and even defeated Wei once in the third-place match. Maybe there might not even be a need for Lu Chen to step in? With this thought in mind, IG's starting lineup was finalized. Although Manhwa's idea was good, the first game still gave him a harsh reality check. Mystic's Xia achieved a 5-0-8 record. West Emperor's Xiaopao ended up 0-3, while Bolan's Lulu was 0-4. The CS difference in the matchup even reached over 60 at one point. They were completely outplayed in the bot lane. Fortunately, in the second and third games, West Emperor finally stabilized, and Rookie also stepped up decisively. An 8-1-6 Lucian, a 10-0-6 Corki, perfect performance, chasing 2 points in a row. Until the fourth game, the Western Emperor was once again crushed in the lane, and together with Balan, both ended up with a 1-5 score, bringing the match to a 2-2 tiebreaker. At this point, IG was already starting to panic. Lu Chen, you go up for the next match, Manhwa said heavily. Back in the lounge, Shi Huang's expression was extremely dejected, leaning against the wall without saying a word. Alright, Lu Chen didn't say much, just nodded calmly. Ning Wang sighed, patting Lu Chen's shoulder. Man, I'm sorry, bro. We still have to rely on you for the do-or-die match, even though I promised to take you to the World Championship. Lu Chen also patted him on the shoulder in return, smiling. Same here, didn't you bring me into the qualifiers? I'll win you guys a ticket to the World Championship. Balan finally smiled at this moment, shaking off his previous gloom. With Brother Chen here, no problem at all. Rookie's expression also relaxed, as if a lot of pressure had been lifted. Very soon, match venue. Remember, Xin Chao and Rita stood at the commentary desk. Alright, welcome back to the Wuxong competition venue. Rita stared intently at the big screen, as if waiting for that long-anticipated ID. Not only her, but even Remember and Xin Chao were also eagerly watching the big screen. After all, as early as yesterday, they already knew the news of the official lifting of the ban. At this moment, the lineups for both sides finally appeared. IG has decided to make a substitution. Remember was the first to exclaim, AD position West, replaced by player Chen Yu. It's him. Xin Chao also became unusually excited. After more than half of the summer season, we can finally see player Chen Yu back on the stage. Rita said nothing, just stared blankly at the big screen. It was showing, IG West IG Chen Yu. In an instant, the audience erupted. CCCCCC. Battle song, rise. I'm about to ignite. This is the complete form of IG. Your nightmare is back. God C. Go on a killing spree for me. Tears in my eyes. It's been so long. I thought I'd never see God C compete again. Sob. God C. Do you know how I got through these 2 months? I've dominated both the Chinese and Korean servers to the point where no one wants to play with me anymore. God C. Secure that world's ticket. I want to see you crush the LCK teams. I really want to see it again. That sneaky pentakill with Twitch in the regular season. See God. Lead the brothers to charge once more. I saw the official announcement yesterday. Why didn't they play him in the first 4 matches? Do they have to make See God play the do-or-die game? At this moment, WE's fans collectively fell silent. The thing they feared the most ultimately couldn't be avoided. The young Demon King who amazed countless people during the regular season has returned. Just seeing that ID already started to put pressure on them, not just the fans. At this moment, on the opposing Wii players' bench, all 5 players froze for a moment. That guy, is he going to play again? Mystic leaned back slightly, instinctively swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Seems like it. Kandi was equally at a loss. 957 and Xie were doing slightly better, but only slightly. That BO3 match, they certainly hadn't forgotten. Don't panic, Coach Hongmi said sternly. We just need to win this game. No matter how strong he is, he hasn't played for most of the season, so he definitely won't be fully adapted to the current patch. Is that so? Mystic blinked. How come he remembered that back then, in the match where they were utterly crushed, the guy on the opposing team was playing his first competitive game? Does a monster like that even need to adapt to the patch? In any case, no matter what is said, the fact that Lu Chen is going to play cannot be changed. Both sides begin the BP phase. We immediately bans 3 ADs, Draven, Twitch, and Callista. On IG's side, it's completely the opposite. They don't focus on the bot lane at all, using all their bans on top, mid, and jungle. The situation is reversed. Remember to say at the right time, we can see that we is still quite wary of player Chen Yu, giving full respect with the bans. Afterward, both sides proceeded with normal picks. Only when it was Lu Chen's turn to pick, Manhwa seemed to regain his groove and asked the classic question, Lu Chen, what do you want to play? Lu Chen glanced at the Xia and Brown picked by the opposing side and calmly said, Caitlyn. Okay, Manhwa nodded directly without any hesitation. Thus, accompanied by the exclusive line, the portrait of the female female police officer was locked in. The show is about to begin. At this point, both sides' lineups were finalized. Blue side we, top Makai, mid Kassadin, jungle Jarvan 4, AD Zaya, support Braum. Red side IG, top Shin, mid Syndra, jungle Olaf, AD Caitlyn, support Alistar. IG's lineup this time is quite different from the previous games, remember remarked, especially in the top lane. That's right, Rita nodded. Previously, IG's top lane always picked aggressive champions like Jace, Jarvan 4, and Renekton. This time, they've chosen Shin, clearly indicating a change in strategy. Xin Xiao also said with a smile, to be honest, I've been looking forward to Chen Yu's matches for a long time. You're a fan of God C2, right? Remember teased. Of course, Xin Xiao didn't hide anything and said bluntly, after all, his playstyle is really entertaining to watch. As they spoke, loading screen finished. Welcome to League of Legends. As the system prompt sounded, players from both sides entered the game interface. It's here. Remember shouted, both sides have entered Summoner's Rift. In today's match, who will emerge victorious, and who will claim the final ticket to the World Championship? Let's look forward to both teams bringing us a true peak showdown. Immediately, the venue was once again filled with thunderous cheers. Very soon, the 10 players from both sides rushed out of the fountain and headed toward the jungle. Since it was a do-or-die match, both sides were evidently extremely cautious, spreading out in a classic single-line formation with no intention of engaging in a level 1 team fight. How should I do it? Should I clear from top to bottom? Ning Wang asked. No problem, Lu Chen nodded. We'll definitely push the lane at the bottom, so you can come to counter gank then. Alright, then I'll start with red. Ning Wang controlled Olaf to move toward the red buff. Arriving at the lane. Compared to the cautious approach of Shi Huang in the previous rounds, Lu Chen's style is completely different. Since they didn't assist the jungler, Lu Chen and Baolan both went online early. It's essentially an open signal to we that their jungler is starting with the red buff and will focus on protecting the bottom lane. Caitlyn even stood almost at the front of the minion wave, seemingly waiting for we to come online. Haven't even reached the lane yet, Mystic already felt immense pressure, his hand gripping the mouse starting to sweat slightly. In the previous 4 games, Mystic actually played very effortlessly. Even though this was the most important selection tournament final, he didn't feel much pressure, because Mystic knows very well that he will definitely scale up and take over the game in the late stages. Even the entire Wii team is extremely confident about winning. But now, looking at the Caitlyn on the screen, who has already started weaving in spiral movements and pressing forward in positioning, Mystic finally recalled the fear of being dominated in the past. As soon as the game started, his Xayah was hit by Lu Chen with a well-timed basic attack from a distance. He tried to turn around and use Q skill feathers to poke, but Lu Chen dodged it with a 90-degree sidestep and countered with a predictive piercing Q through the minions, hitting Mystic. In the first wave of trades, we suffered a huge loss. Wow, player Chen Yu's landing pressure is really strong. Couldn't help but exclaim, I remember his matches since his debut. In almost every game, the bot lane always had lane advantage, right? Yes, Xin Xiao nodded affirmatively, I've never seen him at a disadvantage. As they spoke, Caitlyn had already started pushing the lane relentlessly. Forced by the range difference and unable to trade effectively, Mystic could only retreat with Ben, not daring to contest for level 2 at all. When it was just over 2 minutes, IG's duel leveled up to level 2, making the landing phase even harder to watch. Mystic didn't even dare to step forward to last hit. By the second wave of minions, the CS gap had already reached 5. See God, I heard you had a great time suppressing our Western Emperor before, always pressuring his CS? That doesn't make sense. Let me play against you instead. Turtle, this is the dominance of God C. Brother-in-law, pull yourself together. Weren't you quite fierce before? Brother-in-law is so miserable. In the playoffs, he was outplayed by Uzi with an AD gap, and now he's up against God C. Not only is the chat anxious, but WE's side is equally worried. Kendi also said in a deep voice, should I come to the bottom lane? In this version, junglers usually clear the side they start on. Kendi's Jarvan had just finished clearing the bottom jungle, still carrying the red buff, and was also at level 3. Mystic glanced at the Caitlyn who was already pushing close to their tower, hesitated slightly, then nodded and said, let's gank her once. Everyone here is a top-tier professional player. Being suppressed like this, Mystic was clearly feeling frustrated. No matter how skilled you are, it's impossible to take on a 2v3 fight at just level 3, right? Caitlyn is different from champions like Draven. Her early game dominance doesn't rely on high damage output but rather on her range advantage. Once it really comes to a fight, the short-term burst damage from the ADC is not enough. What is Jarvan trying to do? Going straight for the bot lane gank? Remember's voice rang out, IG has vision in the river. Xin Xiao also chimed in, but the IG bot lane duo has already pushed under the tower. If they wait to see Jarvan before retreating, it will definitely be too late. Professional match. As long as you dare to push the line, it means there's a high probability of getting caught. This is an unchanging rule. The more aggressive the player's style, the more likely they are to be targeted by the jungler. Jarvan is coming. Baolan looked at the minimap and quickly reminded. It's fine, I can fight, Lu Chen said calmly, his hands still operating, fall back first. As the prince approached the river bush, Caitlin and Alistar began retreating, pretending they didn't want to engage. I'm here, Kundi shouted, controlling the prince to flank from the side. Go, Mystic quickly added, focus on killing the AD first. Kundi focused intently on the screen, and as the distance closed, he launched an EQ combo straight at Caitlin. At the same time, Lu Chen naturally used his E-skill to pull back. Kendi's pupils slightly contracted, and he suddenly pressed flash, hit her, EQ flash. The prince suddenly disappeared from the spot, and the next moment, he was already at the position where the female cop had retreated with her E-skill. However, it still missed. The female cop used a short-distance flash, appearing not far behind, and countered with a headshot straight to the prince's head. Kendi's breathing faltered slightly, and at that moment, he faintly felt as if his resolve was shattering. This wave, IG spot lane duo is in big danger. Jarvan 4 is already here, they can't escape, right? EQ plus flash. Knock up, huh? Missed? G-Day widened his eyes, such quick reflexes. No, could it be anticipation? Both players used flash almost simultaneously. You have to understand. Jarvan IV's EQ flash technique is different from Gragas's E-flash. His EQ flashes, causing no damage, only control effects, focusing mainly on speed and surprise. Even in professional matches, it's rare for anyone to dodge such control. Start jungling, Lu Chen commanded. Bolon didn't hesitate at all, using a WQ combo to charge forward, knocking Jarvan 4 into the air, and activating the E-skill to charge up. At the same time, Lu Chen placed the trap at the prince's feet during the intervals of his basic attacks. When the prince landed, he stepped directly on the trap and took another headshot. At this moment, Mystic and Ben finally arrived. Braum used a W to leap onto the prince, raised his shield, and smashed forward with his Q skill, which unsurprisingly missed again. The female cop controlled by Lu Chen remained calm, moving while auto-attacking. The scariest part was that he stayed in the bush the whole time. The passive ability of the female cop enhances her next basic attack into a headshot after every 6 auto-attacks. However, when standing in the bush, each auto-attack counts as 2. In other words, every 3 hits he makes, he can land a headshot. Mystic tried to attack Caitlin, but Lu Chen kept the distance so well that it was extremely frustrating. The Jarvan's control missed. Braum's passive can't be applied either. Remember shouted, Xayah can't attack. No one can stop this Caitlin anymore. My goodness. Even the commentators can't figure out how to play a 2v3, but Godsea can teach you how to win. Another headshot landed. Kendi's Jarvan 4 directly gave away his life. First blood. IG Chenyu has killed we Kendi. The red buff was immediately transferred to Caitlin. Retreat quickly, we can't fight this, Kundi shouted urgently. Mystic, after being dragged to low health, used heal and finally gritted his teeth to flash back to his own turret. Just as he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Click. The sound of a trap being triggered came through the headphones, making his expression freeze. A clamp. I absolutely love chasing and killing. From 1,000 yards away, the sniper rifle in the female cop's hands locked on, and a headshot crossed the distance in an instant. Afterward, the barely alive Xayah could only stand still, burned to death by the red buff. Double kill. IG Chenyu has killed we Mystic. Wow. Whether inside the venue or outside, countless spectators erupted in astonishment. This works too? 3 kills, but got counter-killed twice? Damn, when was the trap set? Shinchao quickly explained, this trap was set earlier when Caitlin was pushing under the tower. It was a long-laid setup. G-Day also sighed, I can only say this trap was really clever. Xayah had already escaped, but still couldn't avoid Caitlin's snipe from miles away. This is a little trick for Caitlin. Placing a trap near the turret allows the trap to be positioned just slightly behind the turret. As long as the camera angle isn't shifted over, it won't be visible. Many people have fallen for Caitlin's trap this way. Of course, as a professional player, Mystic would normally never miss this detail. However, he had just been counter-killed in a 3v2, his mindset was already shaken, and then he flashed under the tower, leaving him no time to notice this. That's why he stepped on it so unexpectedly. Looking at the grayed out screen, Mystic slowly licked his chapped lips, expressionless. How should I put it? At first, when he was killed during the regular season, he was confused and furious. But now, being killed, he suddenly felt a bit relieved, or perhaps, used to it. Just like the saying goes, life is like, when you can't resist, just try to let it go. Nice, nice. In the IG lounge, everyone was visibly excited upon seeing this scene, and Ashue almost jumped up on the spot. Su Shalawa's chest heaved uncontrollably, his eyes sparkled, and his hands trembled slightly with excitement. No way, after this wave, IG's win rate has become too high. It can almost be said that half a ticket to the World Championship is already in their pocket. In contrast, the Wii Lounge is completely silent. Coach Hongmi is even starting to wonder if he should consider going somewhere else. On the field, a wave of action yields 2 kills, along with a red buff. Lu Chen's development skyrockets instantly. Whoa! Ning Wang had just cleared the lower jungle at this moment and clicked his tongue. Feels like I don't even need to protect the bottom lane anymore. This long-lost sense of relief almost left him momentarily unresponsive. They can come, Lu Chen said, leisurely, I'll push them back to the city in a while, and you can give them a round of training. Their bottom lane will be completely destroyed. With such a huge advantage in playing as Caitlyn, the opposing Xayah and Brown probably won't even make it out of the tower, let alone warding. Hiss, King Ning took a sharp breath and suddenly said, "You make a good point. Although it's very cruel, it has to be said that this is indeed what LPL junglers love to do the most." Back when Marin first arrived, he was camped countless times, with an extremely poor gaming experience. Moreover, even if they can't get the kill, they can still scare the opponent into not daring to last hit. Pushed the wave again. Lu Chen went home and directly pulled out the Storm Greatsword, while Mystic on the other side only had a pitiful starting item, a Doran's blade and a pair of basic boots. As soon as he got to the lane, Lu Chen began relentlessly pushing past the minion wave to exert pressure. With the red buff on him, the two opponents didn't even have the chance to glance at the minions. Chen Yu is playing so aggressively, Remember commented, he doesn't even want to let we get any experience. That's right, Mystic and Ben have been suppressed to the point of being pushed out of the experience zone. Looking at the Caitlyn in front, who has gone so far as to stand behind her own minions, both of them feel a deep sense of helplessness. The key is, Kendi doesn't even dare to come and help clear the wave now, as it would probably result in a triple kill. Just like that, Lu Chen forcibly controlled the lane for several waves. The CS gap between the two ADs directly reached over 30, and the level difference was more than 1. It wasn't until Ning came to secure the dragon that Lu Chen eased his suppression and went to the jungle to help. Mystic finally breathed a sigh of relief and was able to take a few turret plates, but before he could finish eating the line, the notification of the little dragon being slain had already sounded. Hearing this notification, he had no choice but to retreat toward the second tower. If he stayed under the tower any longer, the opponents, along with their jungler, would probably dive him directly. This is so frustrating to watch. Remember couldn't help but say, at this rate, WE's bot lane is going to be completely crippled. Indeed, Shinshao nodded in agreement. Just watching this makes me feel stifled. They can't farm, and they can't even stand under their own tower. It's like these few minutes are completely wasted for development, no matter how the commentators and off-site audience react. After helping to take the dragon, Lu Chen returned to the lane to start pushing the tower. Anyway, the opposing bot lane duo had no way to defend. When the turret was low on health, Balan consciously walked into the jungle, allowing Lu Chen to enjoy the bounty alone. Your team has destroyed a turret. Our side has destroyed the enemy's defensive tower. First blood tower, secured. When Lu Chen returned home, a golden greatsword suddenly appeared in his inventory. At the same time, the official livestream's comment section exploded. What does 9 minutes of endless mean? Is it on? Is it really that exaggerated? Your brother-in-law only has attack speed boots? I'm going to write the word tragic on your thigh. Alright, so this is how God C plays? Huh, classic case of using anti-aircraft guns against primitive people. A level 7 Caitlyn fighting a level 5 Xayah. Wow, with this gap, we might as well give up. Bot lane might as well just AFK in the fountain. However, this was not the end. Anyway, there's no pressure on the bot lane to push, so Lu Chen headed straight to the bot lane with Balan right after leaving the base. Are they trying to annihilate us completely? Remember was slightly stunned, then we must come up with a response, otherwise this Caitlyn is really going to crush the bottom lane. Just as he said. At this moment, WE's team voice chat was discussing how to handle the bottom lane issue. Shi looked at the stats panel, took a deep breath, and solemnly said, "Gank him." Alright, I have flash. Candy's voice was low and sounded somewhat wooden. I can T as well. Leg Brother 957 followed up, but the enemy Shin also has his ultimate, so be careful. On the contrary, Mystic and Ben didn't say a word. The two of them were somewhat stunned by the beating. In fact, with their current development, they really couldn't do much. After all, forget about equipment, neither of them had even reached level 6 yet. Very soon, when Lu Chen was farming minions in front of the blue side second tower, Ning Wang was invading the upper jungle and got spotted by a ward. All 5 members of We started moving. The glow of a TP lit up in the back triangle bush. Kandi's Jarvan and Shiez Kassadin both flanked directly from the red buff area, and Mystic and Ben also moved from the high ground to the area behind the second turret. They're coming. Remember shouted, "We is going all in on the bottom lane. 5 against 2. How will IG respond to this?" Rita stared intently at the big screen. It seems like it's already too late to retreat now. We is willing to abandon all other lanes and turrets just to pin down Lu Chen. Chen Gu, what should I do? Should I sell? Balan quickly asked. I have it big. The Shy also spoke. Don't rush. Lu Chen remained calm, observing the situation on the field while placing traps. At this moment, Kendi made the first move, Jarvan 4 leaping out of the jungle with an EQ combo, followed by a Cataclysm ultimate slamming down. At this moment, 957's teleport landed, heading towards this direction. Kassadin approached with Voidwalk, casting QE together. Lu Chen's health dropped by nearly half instantly. The Shy, give me R. At this moment, Lu Chen finally commanded, Balan, control Kassadin. The next moment, Shen's ultimate descended, the light of Mercy Soul Redemption shone on Lu Chen, while a thick thick shield was applied. Alistar countered with his ultimate, followed by a WQ combo to knock up Kassadin. Liu Chen remained calm and composed, completely ignoring the Jarvan 4 right next to him. He placed a trap under Kassadin's feet, followed with an auto attack, then QEA, delivering a full burst of damage. Two normal attacks, one triggering a passive headshot and the other triggering a critical hit. Kassadin was directly reduced to critical health. At this moment, Makai finally arrived, using a W to latch onto Liu Chen. She also finally broke free from the control, startled by this overwhelming damage, and quickly used a flash and ultimate to escape. Liu Chen could only finish with a basic attack. Kassadin still has nearly 2 bars of health left. He shouldn't die. Xin Shao's words were cut off and his expression froze. The bullet from Caitlyn pierced through space and hit Kassadin. Critical hit. A damage value of 278 popped up, instantly depleting Kassadin's remaining health. With the critical strike damage after Infinity Edge, it's just that overwhelming. IG Chenyu has killed Wei Xie. Killing spree. Massacre. Another critical strike. A 20% chance. In the end, Kassadin still couldn't escape this fatal shot. Remember's voice suddenly became excited. As expected, critical strikes are the rewards for the brave. In the arena, the chaotic battle continued. Although Kassadin was dead, we still had a full 4 players. Under concentrated fire, Liu Chen's health dropped rapidly. Even with Shin's ultimate shield, he was still just a squishy AD carry and had to use heal. Ben's Brown jumped onto Jarvan 4 with a W, finally landing the first passive of the game on Liu Chen with a basic attack. But at this moment, the Shy Shin landed, activating the W skill barrier on the spot, making Liu Chen immune to basic attacks, and countered with an E-flash, controlling both Xayah and Jarvan 4. Shin stepped forward. Remember shouted, "This wave IG can still fight." Braum's passive on Caitlyn can't be triggered. As soon as the words fell, a new notification popped up on the public screen. IG Chenyu killed Wii Mystic. Rampage. Caitlyn's equipment is too good, and Xayah's level is too low. When the Shy Shin activated his Q skill and slashed Xayah to low health, Liu Chen finished her off with a basic attack. Retreat, retreat. At this moment, Xia urgently shouted, "Syndra is coming." As a result, the remaining members of Wii had no choice but to retreat in disarray. A 5-man dive on the bot lane ended with a 2-for-0 exchange. Liu Chen was already low on health at this point and didn't chase. Instead, he retreated back to the base while laughing and saying, "The Shy, that was a beautiful support play." The Shy gave a shy smile. Not bad, not bad. Currently, most people in the LPL still perceive the Shy as someone with an aggressive playstyle who tends to overextend and get caught. After all, the mainstream playstyle for top laners in the LPL now is still focused on stability. Players like Letme and 957 are considered top-tier top laners in the eyes of the public. Very few people could see the potential in the Shy. Shinyu's play here is so confident. Remember stared at the big screen, but the most important thing for an AD carry is confidence. Confidence is the 7th core item for an AD. Xin Shao followed up by saying, however, after this play, WE's side has almost no hope of making a comeback. This isn't just a failed 5v2 turn counterkill. The mid lane first turret was also taken down by Rookie, the jungle was completely countered by Ning, and even the Rift Herald was secured. You could say they lost so badly they turned into muggles, but there's nothing they could do about it. Xin Shao explained seriously, this Caitlyn will have to be dealt with sooner or later. It can only be said that it was a near miss. If Kassadin hadn't died in that wave, there would have been a chance to clean up. IG's goal was too clear here. They prioritized taking out the most threatening Kassadin right from the start. In summary, the balance of victory has already tilted infinitely in IG's favor. Herald pushing towers, controlling the dragon, pushing lanes to catch players, invading jungle resources. The entire process resulted in the economic gap between the two sides growing larger and larger. We avoided fights almost the entire time, not daring to engage in team battles, and gave up every resource they could. In less than 20 minutes, even the mid and bottom lane high grounds were pushed down. The economic gap between the two sides directly reached the 10,000 mark. Until 20 minutes, the Baron spawns. All of IG's members had their eyes fixed on the Baron pit. The team voice chat was extremely intense because everyone could already feel that the S7 World Championship ticket was within their grasp. Fight the Baron. Clear the vision completely. You guys fight, I'll ambush. Their AD is still at home clearing super minions. They can't make it in time. Watch out for the enemy jungler Jarvan. Even through the screen, the audience could feel the excitement of IG's players through the camera. In contrast, the Wii side was utterly silent, with almost no communication. Or rather, at this point, any communication was already useless. Only Kendi spoke softly, "I'll try to steal the dragon." Thus, the prince ventured alone into the jungle. Unfortunately, this time the dragon's son could not perform another miracle, as the jungle was entirely under IG's vision. As soon as he stepped into the area above the blue buff, Kendi was already spotted, and the Shy took the lead, using E to control him. Heishin was equipped with a Titanic Hydra, and with excellent development, his damage was insanely high. The female officer Lu Chun also activated her ultimate ability to lock on, letting the bullets fly, chasing the soul across 1,000 miles. IG Chen Yu has killed Wei Candy. When the system notification sounded, WE's last hope vanished along with it. Immediately after, the wailing of the Baron echoed throughout the rift. This shot. Remember's voice suddenly rang out. It almost ended WE's S7 journey. Xin Chao also responded, IG is about to start pushing forward. Is this going to be a wave? Push, push, push. In IG's team voice chat, everyone started acting as commanders, with their eyes only on the opponent's turret. Of course, it wasn't just them. In the backstage lounge, Su Xiaoluo, Manhwa, Shui, and others were also shouting in unison, push the turret, push the turret, carrying the Baron buff, along with 2 lanes of super minions. We is indeed powerless to defend at this point. In just a moment, one of the Nexus turrets explodes. The remaining players launched their final charge. Even in death, they would die standing. Kassadin and Makai directly charged at Lu Chen, while Xayah activated her ultimate, covering everyone on IG with a flurry of feathers. What a pity. The gap in equipment and levels between the two sides is simply too large. Under Shin's shield and Alistair's protection, Lu Chen's health remained extremely stable. With a few shots, Kassadin was instantly killed, and then they teamed up with their teammates to take down Makai. As for Xayah, rookie Syndra unleashed an ultimate ability, instantly killing her on the spot. The last remaining Braum could only stand helplessly by the crystal, watching as the opponents began to push through their base. It's over, it's over. Rita shouted excitedly, perhaps we can already congratulate IG in advance for securing their ticket to the S7 World Championship. Destroy the base and it's over. Xin Chao couldn't hold back and shouted. IG's team voice chat had completely turned into chaos. Push the base, push the base. S7. I'm going to S7. I'm finally going to make it to the Worlds. Pushing, pushing. Shinji E is awesome. Long live. At the same time, the venue erupted with the excited cheers of countless spectators. IG, 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 IG. Finally, the blue side's crystal shattered. Victory. Let's congratulate IG. They've secured the last ticket to the S7 World Championship. As the commentator's voice fell, everyone on IG's side couldn't help but stand up, embracing each other in excitement. Each of them was shouting and wailing wildly. Woohoo! We won! We won! We're coming for the S Championship. Ning Wang was so ecstatic that he hugged Lu Chen so tightly it almost left him breathless. At this moment, Su Xiaoluo, Manhwa, and others in the backstage lounge also rushed onto the stage with excitement, forcing their way into the players' circle of hugs. For a moment, those who didn't know might think they had won the championship. Of course, the significance of this selection tournament's final is indeed no less than winning a regular championship. That's S7 after all. A world championship held on home soil, with the finals even taking place at the Bird's Nest. Even before the competition started, the hype had already exploded. Who could have imagined that this IG team, which only completed its roster reorganization right before the summer season began, could actually fight its way through and ultimately make it to the Worlds? Take Rookie, for example. He's already in tears, unable to hold back. After being suppressed for so long over the past 2 years, he simply can't contain himself anymore. Lu Chen patted Rookie on the shoulder. Old song, hold it together. It's too early to get emotional now. Wait until we win the S Championship to cry. During this time, he had completely blended in with everyone, even changing the way he addressed them. Seeing the excited expressions of these young men in white. At the commentary desk, GD remarked with some emotion, you can tell that IG's players have had a tough journey through this summer split. Let's congratulate them once again on their victory in this qualifying match. Rita was watching the scene on the big screen, a faint light in her eyes. After the excitement, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. When it came to the handshake segment, the IG team only realized when they walked over to the Wii players area. The atmosphere over there was extremely gloomy and heavy, with Xie and Mystic having red-rimmed eyes, clearly having cried. Well, let's work hard again next year. In the end, IG could only offer some words of comfort before shaking hands and leaving directly. No choice. Esports is just this cruel. The strong rise, and the weak fall. There's only one spot left. If IG gets it, then we will definitely miss out on the World Championship. Moments later, in the IG lounge, Su Xiaoluo looked at Lu Chen and said, Lu Chen, there's an interview notice for you soon. Get ready. Although Su Xiaoluo wasn't smiling at the moment, just from his tone of voice, it was clear that he was already overjoyed inside. An interview? Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't played a match in 2 months and had almost forgotten about this. Yes, Su Xiaoluo explained, there's also a send-off ceremony today, so this interview will be very brief. Just say a few words casually. Alright, Lu Chen nodded. It was only when he arrived at the interview site that he realized the audience sitting below today was on a completely different scale compared to the regular season. Countless fans were holding up lightboards, shaking them non-stop. Not only for IG, but he even saw quite a few lightboards with his own ID written on them. Things like God C is invincible. God C, please lead IG to Worlds. God C, I want to have your babies. Shen Yu, love you, and so on were everywhere. When Lu Chen appeared, the atmosphere at the entire entire interview site instantly exploded. Countless people began shouting his name. See God, see God. You were incredible today. Lu Chen, I love you. Whoa, see, you are my God. The one responsible for today's interview is Aunt Yu Shuang. Of course, during S7, Yu Shuang's looks were truly impeccable. Dressed in an elegant teal cheongsam and wearing a ponytail, she exuded a somewhat classical charm. Otherwise, how could the phrase "killed one dog, Rob Yu Shuang" have become so popular back then? Welcome, everyone, to our post-match interview segment. Yu Shuang smiled and said, "We've invited IG's AD player Chen Yu to join us here. Could you say hello to everyone first?" Lu Chen slightly nodded and looked at the audience. "Hello everyone, I am IG's Chen Yu. I'm very happy to participate in this interview." Immediately, there was another round of cheers from the audience. The most important thing was that many of them were young ladies, female fans. Backstage, the rest of the IG team watching the interview all had a twitch in their expressions. As expected, this is still a world that values appearances. They used to play for so long, and all their fans were just a bunch of big guys. All right. Yu Shuang smiled and said, "Alright, let's start with the questions. Winning today's match and securing a spot in the S tournament, how do you feel?" Lu Chen pondered slightly. "Pretty good." Yu Shuang was momentarily taken aback, almost losing her professional composure. "Player Chen Yu, could you elaborate a bit more?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. "If I had to describe it, it's probably like finding 2 noodle cakes in a pack of instant noodles, or discovering 2 yolks in a fried egg. It just makes you really happy." The audience below the stage almost burst out laughing. "Ahem, we all know now that you like eating instant noodles." Yu Shuang helplessly continued to ask, "So, now that you've qualified for the S7 World Championship, do you have any goals or thoughts?" Hearing this, Lu Chen's expression became serious. "The idea is, of course, very simple. All teams entering the S Championship ultimately have only one goal, and that is to win the championship. We are no exception." As soon as he finished speaking, the fans in the audience erupted into cheers and screams. No choice. Nowadays, there aren't many players bold enough to directly say they want to win the championship, especially after the incident with God V. Saying something like this is usually asking to be criticized. So many players, when being interviewed, are very humble and only say things like doing their best and achieving good results. You can tell that player Chen Yu is brimming with confidence. Yu Shuang's smile grew even brighter. "Well then, that concludes today's interview. We also wish Team IG the best of luck in advancing smoothly through the play-ins." The interview concluded. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and walked back to the lounge. At this moment, Su Xiaoluo clapped her hands to gather everyone's attention. "Everyone, get ready. We're heading to the backstage of the venue. The departure ceremony is about to begin." Soon, when everyone entered the backstage of the venue, they found that there were already quite a few people inside. The players of EDG and RNG were all there, chatting casually. The atmosphere was certainly not as tense as imagined. On the contrary, it could be described as quite harmonious. No matter how fiercely the clubs and fans argue, the relationships between most players are still very friendly. "Oh, old song, congratulations." As soon as they entered, the members of both teams came forward to greet them. Truly worthy of being God. See, today's performance was really fierce. Everyone's here, especially Rookie, who was clearly very familiar with everyone and naturally blended right in. Lu Chen, feeling utterly bored, suddenly noticed a figure walking up to him. Looking up, Eboi. At this moment, he was smiling with a complex expression. "Honestly, brother, I really don't want to face you at Worlds." During previous scrims and regular matches, he had been thoroughly beaten and was genuinely impressed. "Come on," Lu Chen waved his hand, teasing, "if we both make it to the bird's nest, we'll have to face each other sooner or later." "You really dare to say that?" Eboi shook his head helplessly. In his opinion, having one LPL team make it to the finals was already considered a success. As for an all-LPL final, well, in the past few years, there hadn't been such good fortune anyway. As everyone was chatting, the venue staff finally brought them the battle robes. It was a black jacket with golden patterns on it. On the back of the battle robe, the 3 uppercase letters LPL were written in gold, and on the left chest of each robe's front, there were the logos of the respective teams. At least it looked pretty cool. Soon, under the passionate introduction of the host, 15 players from the 3 teams walked to the center of the venue, standing side by side under the spotlight. "Let us warmly welcome the 3 teams that will represent the LPL in the S7 World Championship: EDG, RNG, and IG." Loud cheers from fans echoed from all directions. "EDG, go for it. RNG, go for it. Little IG, charge ahead." Immediately after, the battle cry echoed throughout the entire venue. "The wind is high, the clouds are vast, autumn passes easily, iron horses and golden blades on the command platform, with towering talent, preparing horses, and sharpening weapons, diligently honing skills like a dragon enduring hardships, facing enemies on the battlefield with a spirit as vibrant as a rainbow, united in purpose, forging resilient determination, working together, defending the glory of the home ground. 2017 League of Legends World Championship. Follow your heart, fearless and bold. Let the world see China red. For a moment, the entire venue was in an uproar. Fans of all the teams started chanting the same slogan: LPL, let's go! LPL, let's go! LPL, go for it! At this moment, in the official livestream, the comments were equally lively. Awkward, awkward, awkward. You're playing awkward, right? LOL. See, God standing there looks like a celebrity among a group of internet-addicted teens. So dumbfounded. But in the end, perhaps influenced by the atmosphere on site, all the comments turned into a dense, screen-filling LPL, go for it, just as Su Xiaoluo had thought before. After the qualifiers completely determined the spots for this year's S Championship, even though the World Championship hadn't started yet, the traffic had already skyrocketed and exploded. After the send-off ceremony that evening, the entire Weibo trending list was almost completely dominated. Top trending, 7 million plus popularity, S7 World Championship. Second on trending, 5 million plus popularity, LPL Expedition Ceremony. There are several more below, all about the three teams advancing to the World Championship. EDG, RNG, IG, each of them skyrocketed to the trending list at lightning speed. There's even a trending topic about Lu Chen himself, with 1 million plus popularity, ranked 9th. See, God's shot worth an S7 ticket. What's even more outrageous is that even the already eliminated Wii has made it onto the list. Red Miracle WE eliminated players in tears on the stage. Their ranking is just behind Lu Chen's post, which can be described as a double blow. Meanwhile, the birthplace of esports forum is in a state of utter celebration. Countless people are fervently discussing this year's S tournament. Various meme images are flying everywhere. Several iconic moments of Lu Chen as the female police officer have also been made into GIFs and widely circulated, especially that moment of being 5 against 2. The female police officer delivered a critical hit with a single ranged basic attack, taking down Cassidon, accompanied by the caption, "This shot is called Divine Punishment." Of course, the most popular one is still the screenshot of the 15 players standing side by side at the departure ceremony. Lu Chen standing among them seemed a bit out of place. What's even funnier is that in this screenshot, several players around Lu Chen at the time couldn't help but look at him. So someone added a caption above those contestants: "Bro, did you walk onto the wrong set?" It can be said that this picture almost delivered the biggest laugh of the night. Among the numerous posts, the one that got pushed to the top was, "Rational discussion, which team, EDG, RNG, or IG, has the best chance of winning the championship?" The comments below skyrocketed to thousands within an hour. EDG as the first seed, aiming for the finals, RNG as the second seed, aiming for the semifinals, IG as the third seed. Let's get through the play-in stage first. Ha, you don't actually think the current IG is the same as the old IG, do you? With the complete IG after getting God C, I'd even believe you if you said they're the hidden first seed. Speaking of which, with this IG team's strength going to the play-ins, wow, the scene would be too beautiful, I wouldn't dare to watch. God C really goes all out when stomping weaker opponents. In a ranked king game, his Draven pushes high ground in 10 minutes. The play-ins would probably be similar. Fun fact, God C has never lost since his debut. To the person above, I have to disagree with you on that. Didn't God C lose to RNG not long ago? He was even sealed away for 2 months. Ha, as expected, RNG is still the strongest in LPL. Of course, there are also many comments that are purely emotional. Dog Son in tears, after 2 years, I can finally see IG entering Worlds again. 60E in tears, from S2 until now, it's been 5 years since they've made it to Worlds. 777, 7777. Boozy, the eternal god. Take down SKT for me and break the mental block. The most promising year, waiting to lift the trophy at the bird's nest. You and I are both LPL people. My opinion is, don't be too optimistic. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. That's right, question first, question again, and question in the end. Every year is the most hopeful year, and every year is also the most disappointing year. That's the bird's nest, damn it. If any LPL team can win the championship and lift the trophy, I'll be their fan for life. Who doesn't think the same way? By the way, how long until the play-ins start? I can't wait. It should be in just a few days, right? Let's set aside the online discussions for now. The next day, at the IG Club base. Holy crap, Shun, you're trending. Ah Shuwei's exclamation broke the silence in the base. Hearing this, Ning Wang turned around with a grin and said, "Bro, you're on fire again." Lu Chen replied with some amusement, "Same thing as before, buddy, I've been famous for a long time." Ah Shuwei was speechless. Ning Wang, on the other hand, clutched his chest, feeling a pang of heartache. You're still talking? Yesterday, you gained the most fans. It was mainly because of that player screenshot from the departure ceremony. Abruptly, all major media platforms and netizens cropped it to show Lu Chen standing in the center position. All the people standing on the sides became mere background. A moment later, amid the laughter and chatter of the crowd, Su Xiaoluo pushed open the door and walked in. "Everyone, listen to me." Seeing the uncontrollable smile on his face, everyone knew it must be good news. Sure enough, the next second, Su Xiaoluo smiled and said, "Get ready, I've already arranged the celebration banquet. Everyone's going." Nice. For a moment, everyone in the base burst into laughter, with some even standing up to start clapping. Another feast to enjoy. If nothing else, IG is absolutely ridiculously generous in this regard. With the principal as a strong backing, the standout feature is definitely no shortage of money. In this regard, it absolutely leaves other LPL clubs far behind. There's more. Su Xiaoluo clapped his hands. The boss already knows the match result and is very pleased. He originally planned to come and celebrate in person, but since he's currently in Guangzhou and it's too far, he'll directly send everyone red envelopes. Hooray! Suddenly, the club erupted in cheers once again. When the red envelopes arrived, even Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel. This was true wealth and generosity, with each person receiving 88,888. Even those who didn't play, like Duke, Ashui, and Kid, got theirs. Of course, judging by Su Xiaoluo's grin that almost reached the back of his ears, it was clear that the bonus he received was definitely much larger. After all, who brought this IG team to where it is now? These rewards may seem exaggerated, but they are actually quite reasonable. Securing a ticket to this most important S7 World Championship can definitely be considered a huge win. You must know, the hype surrounding this World Championship has already swept across the entire internet like a torrent, reaching an astonishing level. If we could make it to the bird's nest, or even win the championship, that scene is simply unimaginable. A moment later, everyone took the club's bus and arrived together at a 5-star hotel. Su Xiaoluo fully showcased the characteristic of a wealthy spender, ordering all kinds of lobsters and abalones. Kid was even more excited, shouting, "Shall we order a sturgeon first? Let's get a sturgeon," as if completely forgetting how he got the nickname General Sturgeon. In short, everyone thoroughly enjoyed the celebratory feast. Of course, there was one exception: Ashui. At this moment, he was sitting to the side, eating a steak that tasted like chewing wax, staring wistfully at the others devouring the seafood on the table. "Kid, are you really allergic to seafood?" Lu Chen sat down next to Ashui with a tray in hand. "Yeah," Ashui nodded helplessly. "It's not that dramatic, but I do feel uncomfortable after eating it." Then, Lu Chen thought for a moment and suddenly said, "I'll eat more. You can watch me eat and imagine the taste, and just pretend you've eaten too." Ashui's mouth twitched slightly. After a moment, he sincerely said, "Brother Chen, sometimes I think you're quite shameless." Although that's what he said, that detached state he had earlier, as if he were outside the group at the dining table, unknowingly disappeared. After the celebration, it's time to refocus. Making it to the World Championship is certainly something to be happy about, but if they get knocked out in the play-ins, the joke will be on them. If things really go south, the higher the current hype, the harsher the backlash will be. LPL viewers' trolls may not necessarily match the authenticity of LCKs, where they directly send wreaths and photos to hold a burial ceremony for you. However, their sarcastic remarks are even better, and they can just as easily troll you into the ground. So during this period, everyone in IG has been constantly playing scrims to practice. Their main training opponents are still EDG, RNG, and WE. There were also attempts to arrange matches with LCK teams, but since both sides were unfamiliar with each other, there weren't many games played, only a preliminary understanding of each other's regions. Speaking of which, WE is still quite dedicated. Even after being eliminated, they didn't take a break and were still willing to participate in scrims. Once this became known to the public, it naturally garnered another wave of praise. After all, this is a world championship hosted in their own country. If the championship is taken by another region, everyone will lose face. The entire LPL can be said to be united as one. All the past scheming and conflicts are, at least for this period, temporarily set aside. "Chenggu, are you nervous?" Ashui sat in the training room, his face a mix of excitement and nervousness. It's a mix of looking forward to the World Championship and being afraid of losing. How could a steady person like me possibly be nervous? Lu Chen sat on the chair, giving him a strange look. "But you, what are you so nervous about? It's not like you're the one fighting." "Me, nervous?" Ashui swallowed hard. Obviously, Lu Chen rolled his eyes. "It's written all over your face." "Then I'll try to control myself." Ashui took a deep breath and then said, "I heard we're flying to Wuhan tomorrow. I wonder how the venue there is, and if it can compare to Wuxong." The Wuxong venue during that selection match still lingered vividly in his memory. The cheers of tens of thousands of people erupted in the arena, soaring straight to the sky. That kind of blood-pumping excitement is really hard to experience unless you're there in person. "Don't worry," Lu Chen smiled faintly. "The popularity of the S Championship absolutely exceeds your imagination. No matter how popular a regional competition or even other international events are, they can never compare to the S Championship, because it is a stage for audiences all over the world. It is also the stage for the highest glory in all of LOL. There are are even many viewers who usually don't watch matches at all, but the World Championship every year is a must-watch. The next day, all the players of the IG club, along with the coach, manager, team leader, and others, were all packed onto one flight and came directly to Wuhan. At this moment, there are still 3 days left until the official start of the World Championship. The upcoming play-in stage will be held at the Sports Center in Wuhan. Teams from all over the world gradually arrived in this city. Even spectators from other countries who managed to get tickets also came to the venue. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners could be seen everywhere on the streets. For a time, the esports atmosphere in this city gradually became lively. The large screens in major squares, bus stop signs, and even subway stations are all filled with the Alliance's advertisements. Even an ordinary ticket for the play-in stage has been sold online for thousands at a high price. This shows just how popular this year's S tournament is. A simple play-in stage alone is something other competitions can never match. As soon as IG landed, they rushed to the hotel they had booked, got settled, and prepared to continue their scrims. Of course, over the next 3 days, the scrims were mainly with other play-in stage teams. Is it really this easy? After winning several games in a row, Ning started to get cocky, unable to hide the smile on his face. If we keep this up, our advancement is guaranteed. Although these words sound a bit exaggerated, but they are indeed true. There's no way around it. The 12 teams in the play-ins come from 12 different regional leagues around the world. Simply put, most of them are wildcard teams. The only ones who could pose a slight obstacle to them are EU's third seed FNC and NA's third seed C9 team. As for LCK, since they won the MSI Mid-Season Invitational, all 3 of their teams this year don't have to play in the play-ins and directly advance to the group stage. This is precisely why IG's journey through the play-ins seems even less suspenseful. We still need to be cautious, Rookie, as the veteran captain, reminded. If we underperform, even if we win, we might still get criticized. Hearing this, King Ning finally reined in his slightly inflated mindset. Indeed, there are too many eyes around the world watching the World Championship. Most domestic viewers might only watch the matches involving IG, since in the play-ins, IG is the only LPL team participating. A small mistake might be infinitely magnified. Very soon. The date is September 23rd. On this day, the S7 World Championship play-in stage officially begins. 12 teams from China, Japan, Brazil, Latin America, Turkey, and other regions have all gathered together. The entire play-in stage was divided into 4 groups, with each group consisting of 3 teams. The top 2 teams from each group, making a total of 8, advanced to the second round. In the second round, the first-place teams from each group were randomly matched against the second-place teams. The 4 winning teams advanced to the group stage. As the opening match of the S tournament, the organizers naturally arranged for the most popular local team IG. The first match is against LYN from Latin America. As soon as Lu Chin arrived at the venue, he could see that the audience seats were already packed with spectators from all over the world. Densely packed, the crowd was buzzing with excitement. Of course, most of them were still locals after all. This was their home turf. If you look closely, you can still see that most of the support signs held by the rows of fans below say, "Go IG. Come on, little IG. See God. I love you. Go, God see husband. Victory is yours. Rookie, stand tall." Even Ning Wang, the shy, and Baolan had individual support signs waving in the audience. To be fair, IG's fanbase isn't actually this overwhelming. At least in previous league matches, it was impossible to see an entire venue where most people were holding IG support signs. Don't ask, just know that the play-in stage only has IG as the home team. If not supporting IG, who else would you support? Wow, there are so many people here. Ning Wang looked at the overwhelming scene and couldn't help but swallow nervously. Before the start of the game, there was as much bold talk as there is nervousness now. "Don't panic," said Rookie, the only one on the team with experience in the S tournament, exuding the demeanor of someone who's been through it. "It's just the play-ins, we just need to perform normally." Although he said that, if you listen closely, you can hear his voice trembling slightly. A typical case of appearing calm on the surface while panicking like crazy inside. Don't be fooled by the fact that Rookie is always the most stable carry in IG. His mentality isn't actually as steady as one might imagine. He even occasionally forgets to buy starting items. Finally, both teams began to enter the stage. In the official livestream, a comparison of audience support rates for both sides also appeared. There is no doubt that IG's support rate is as high as 99.9%. On the other hand, LYN, composed of Latin American brothers, has a pitiful support rate of only 0.1%. A comparison that can be described as absolute domination. Welcome to the opening match of the 2017 League of Legends World Championship play-in stage. This is Wuhan, China. Welcome. As the commentator's voice rang out, the entire venue erupted with cheers that soared to the skies. On this day, the audience had been waiting for far too long. Countless people eagerly await, looking forward to the start of this World Championship that draws global attention. Now, it has finally arrived. Hello everyone, I am commentator Guan Ziyuan. Hello everyone, I am Xiao San. Hello everyone, I am Su Xiaoyan. 3 professional commentators stood at the commentary desk, smiling and waving at the camera. Wow, there are really so many spectators here today. Yes, I was also startled when I first came in, but this is the charm of the World Championship, isn't it? Let the world feel the passion from China. As time passed, the three commentators gradually brought the topic back on track. Alright, coming up next is the first match of the play-in stage, featuring the LPL Region's IG team against the Wildcard Region's LYN team. Let me give a round of applause to both teams, and hope they bring us an exciting match. Wow, oh, The venue was instantly filled with enthusiastic applause and various screams. The official livestream's comments section also started to scroll rapidly. They're coming. Charge for IG. C-God is going all out. No need to spare the international friends. Sorry, brothers from Latin America, but I still support IG. Believe in IG, and secure a great start. Wow, look at that support rate. What do you mean by the four major regions? Tactical lean back. After a while, the screams in the venue gradually subsided. Huan Ziyuan then continued, that said, between these two teams today, I still favor IG. Although they don't have much experience in international tournaments, their performance in the summer season has already showcased impressive strength. I feel the same, especially Chenyu's performance. It was truly impressive. Of course, I also hope LYN can bring out their best form. The players are ready, so let's turn our attention to the big screen. Both sides are about to enter the BP phase. This BO1 match has IG as the red side and LYN as the blue side. Right off the bat, LYN banned Gyrocopter, Lucian, and Tristana. Clearly, the Latin American players have done their homework. They know how much Rookie carried when using Gyrocopter and Lucian during the summer split. But obviously, they didn't do enough homework. After all, Lucian had been sealed for 2 months, and most of the summer season was played by Shihuan, so LYN chose to ban Tristana. On IG's side, they banned the only true meta god Callista, followed by Alistar and Jarvan 4. Soon, LYN first picked Xayah. IG locks in Rumble and Elise. Isn't IG going to pick Rakan? Huan Ziyuan's voice sounded such a confident draft. As he said, LYN, seeing IG's picks, immediately locked in Rakan without hesitation, followed by Galio. LYN's first 3 picks are almost the strongest champions in the current meta. Su Xiaoyan also commented, how will IG respond to this? IG's third pick suddenly locked in Thresh. Wow, Huan Ziyuan took a sharp breath. They actually picked Thresh in this patch? Could it be that IG has some kind of plan? The words had just fallen. Both sides completed their next 2 bans. LYN chooses to continue banning Rookie's champions, LeBlanc and Victor. On IG's side, they banned Talia and Rek'Sai, then lock in Syndra. LYN's last 2 picks are Kha'Zix and Orianna. Luchen, what are you planning to play? Manhwa asked with some confusion. The Thresh chosen as the support in the third pick just now was commanded by Luchen. There is no doubt that in this version, Thresh's appearance rate in matches is absolutely very low. The Ardent Sensor meta is the domain of Enchanter supports. But even so, Manhwa had no intention of stopping Luchen at all. Still the same saying, as long as you can win, you can even pick Soraka as support and he won't mind. Of course, it's that man, Luchen said with a smile in his eyes to Baolan, pick Draven. I knew it, Baolan chuckled, and Draven's icon had already appeared on the interface, immediately clicking to confirm. Accompanied by the exclusive voice line, Draven's icon was locked in. Welcome to the Draven League. Draven! Huan Ziyuan exclaimed, IG actually picked Draven. Su Xiaoyan also widened her eyes slightly. I didn't expect that in the opening match of the first game, we would see this hero make an appearance. Compared to the commentators, the audience off the field and outside the venue went straight into ecstasy. Here it comes, C-God's true signature move. I still remember that period in the Korean server, where this man wielding dual axes dominated the fountain for 2 months. By the way, is this the first time C-God has used this in a match? Hit it for an entire season, finally revealed the blade at Worlds. Bro, it's really not about hiding. In every match C-God played, when did the opponents not ban Draven? True, he probably went crazy in scrims. Hurry up. I can't wait to see him take down kids with 1 slash. LYN, you will witness the most brutal massacre. With that, the BP ends. The lineups for both sides are confirmed. Blue side LYN, top Galio, mid Orianna, jungle Kha'Zix, AD Xayah, support Rakan. Red team IG, top Rumble, mid Syndra, jungle Elise, AD Draven, support Thresh. Both sides entered the game loading screen together. The coaches from both teams also walked to the center of the stage to shake hands and then left. To be honest, Huan Ziyuan remarked with emotion, if you cover up the team names and IDs, I would definitely give LYN's lineup a perfect score. On the other hand, IG's lineup would get at most 6 points, no more. Yes, Su Xiaoyan teased with a smile, IG's lineup is indeed somewhat against the current meta, whereas LYN's side is almost entirely composed of the strongest meta champions. Xiao San chimed in, but in League of Legends, there's no such thing as an absolutely advantageous draft. The player's skills are the fundamental factor that determines everything. Based on the IDs, I personally still favor IG's side. You can tell that IG's lineup is quite aggressive. Huan Ziyuan shrugged and said, you could say it heavily relies on the player's individual individual abilities to create opportunities, but no matter what, I believe that since they dared to pick this lineup, they must already be prepared. Arrogant. So what if I'm arrogant? Crushing the wildcard is all about being bold, truly worthy of being God. See, confidence is his main weapon. The moment Draven appeared, it no longer mattered what the opponents picked. I'll give you a number, 20 minutes. Of course, there are also people being pessimistic. Do you look down on the wildcard teams that much? You dare to let Xayah and Rakan through? If they lose, it would be hilarious. I would call IG's BP the worst of the year. Is this how the coach does BP? I'd do a better job myself, no matter how the chat judges it. At this moment, the match is proceeding as scheduled. Great! Both teams' players have entered Summoner's Rift. Huan Ziyuan shouted loudly. The opening match of the S7 World Championship has officially begun. Let us wait and see what kind of spectacular performance these two teams will bring us. For a moment, deafening cheers and shouts of encouragement echoed once again in the venue. IG, go for it. LPL, go for it. Come on, little IG, charge ahead. In this match, the lineup differences between the two sides are immense. The blue side, LYN, can be said to have a lineup that leans more towards mid to late game power. With the excellent mechanics of the Xayah Rakan duo, combined with Orianna and Galio's crowd control, and Kha'Zix's finishing ability, it can be considered nearly perfect in a certain sense. As for the red side IG, it is a typical offensive lineup. Not to mention Elise and Syndra. Just the bot lane Draven alone, if unable to snowball, can easily become ineffective. Therefore, IG must quickly take control of the game and aim for a swift victory. The game started with both sides having a standard opening. Since it was the first match, both teams were very cautious and had no intention of engaging in a level 1 fight. Stay alert, everyone, LYN's jungler Adi said. The mid laner on the opposing team is very strong, so I'll focus more on helping mid. I'll hold my ground, mid laner Saya replied in a deep voice. Clockwork playing against Syndra is inherently a disadvantage. Adding the skill gap between players, even the slightest mistake could lead to being killed in the lane. Of course, Adi said with a smile, the opponents were careless, actually leaving both Xayah and Rakan for us. As long as we stay steady during the landing phase, we can easily win the game later. Top laner Gyral also said in a relaxed tone, it seems we have a chance to take this victory. As for IG, Ning Wang was straightforward. I'll stick to the usual, starting red and clearing downward. Okay, Lu Chen nodded. Since they didn't assist the jungler, Draven, and Thresh got to the lane very quickly. As soon as the minion wave arrived, Lu Chen had already started pushing the lane. By the time LYN's duo reached the lane, 2 of their minions had already died. But they were not willing to give up on reaching level 2 first, so they started countering aggressively. It was clear that these two had a very reckless style, or rather, after getting the Xayah and Rakan combo, they naturally wanted to dominate the lane. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly said, Baolan, get ready to engage. Alright, Baolan nodded directly, starting to maneuver Thresh forward without a hint of hesitation. Draven seemed to completely ignore the two opponents, catching axes in a rather dangerous position. The opposing support Genthix's eyes lit up. We can engage on him. AD player White Lotus also quickly said, attack. Locke suddenly used a W skill, charging straight forward. In the very next second, the right angle footwork that once dazzled a group of LPL professional AD players finally made its debut in front of the whole world. Watch carefully, learn carefully. Draven dodged with an incredible 90 degrees movement, narrowly avoiding Rakan's skill by a hair's breadth. If it were Eboi, Crystal, or others in this situation, and Draven positioned himself even slightly forward, they wouldn't have dared to engage. Facing Sea God's Draven, staying steady is already a success. Obviously, those two guys from LYN suffered because of their lack of understanding. Dodged it. Draven's movement was so clever. Huan Ziyuan's commentary came in at the right moment. Rakan's grand entrance missed. IG is going for the counterattack. Lu Chen didn't pause for a moment, his dual axes continuously flying into the air, striking toward Rakan. At this moment, the duo on LYN's side obviously realized that something was off. 1 slash, 2 slashes. With the damage boost from his Q skill and Warlord's Bloodlust, Draven's damage was simply incomprehensible. In just a few seconds, Rakan's health had already dropped to 1/3. Baolan decisively applied Ignite to him. At this moment, Xayah remembered to use heal, but it was already too late. With Ignite's healing reduction, a level 1 heal couldn't even recover 50 HP. Rakan used Flash, Thresh followed with Flash. A Flay pulled him back. Draven's spinning axes struck down. First blood has been claimed. Huan Ziyuan commented excitedly. At just level 1, a kill happened in the bot lane. At the same time, the system's notification sound also rang out. First blood. IG Chunyu has killed LYN Genthix. Whoa. See, taking off, giving Draven a kill at level 1? How dare LYN? Playing Sea God? Whoa, that movement really blew my mind. This commentator is so annoying. Why do they have to say every skill name? They call that professionalism for the big guy. Back to the game screen. The lone Xayah, isolated and helpless, had no choice but to give up farming and retreat under the tower to idle, waiting for the support to come come online, as Lu Chen's Draven still had both summoner spells available. Nice, bro. Ning Wang grinned. Indeed, it was still that familiar sense of reassurance. As long as the bot lane secured a kill, he felt everything was under control. Lu Chen said leisurely, "You go down to the bottom lane and gank once." "Got it." King Ning replied with a knowing look. "Wait for me to lead the training." Thus, when the time reached 3 minutes, Lyn's duo was just about to safely farm some turret gold when King Ning's Elise had already walked straight down from the tribrush. A level 1 Rakan, along with a level 2 Xayah, stood trembling under the tower. What is IG trying to do? Are they diving the tower directly? Xiaosan's voice sounded a bit confused. Since it's a tower dive, of course, Elise initiates. Ning casts an E skill, Cocoon, hitting the flashless Rakan. He follows up with QW skills, transforms into spider form, and leaps forward to trigger Thunderlord's decree. Lu Chen's axe struck without hesitation, delivering 3 blows to finish off Luo and claim the kill. A bounty of 230 gold popped up above his head. IG Chunyu has slain Lyn Genthix. At this moment, Balan's Thresh also landed a hook on Xayah, slowly pulling her out while chaining it with the E skill for control. Lu Chen's axe didn't stop for a moment and kept chopping. When King Ning was tanking the tower until he was low on health, he used an E skill to leap away and escape the tower's targeting. Balan stood at the edge to continue tanking, and when he was out of health, he switched with Lu Chen. As Draven landed the final blow, Xayah couldn't hold back and used a desperate flash, effectively digging her own grave. IG Chunyu killed Lyn White Lotus. Double kill. Killing spree. Massacre. Draven's kills are now 3-0. On the other side, Lyn's bottom lane duo stared blankly at the screen, seemingly unable to believe they could die so easily. Just over 3 minutes, almost 4, and the support is still only level 1, while the AD is only level 2. Last hitting, there's no need to even look. As for the jungler Adi, he was completely dumbfounded. He was still camping mid lane, so how did the bot lane end up on the verge of collapse? Double kill. Guan Ziyuan shouted loudly. This play by IG is simply textbook level perfection for a tower dive. It's unbelievable, a double kill under the tower at level 2. However, just as he finished speaking, he paused again, staring at the big screen in disbelief. Because after Lu Chen finished pushing the lane, he didn't choose to return to base. Instead, he joined Balan and Ning Wang in crouching in the jungle brush between the blue side's first and second towers. What are they trying to do? Guan Ziyuan's voice trembled slightly. Are they starting military training already? Isn't this a bit too risky? This is the World Championship. Finally, it's here, my favorite episode. Just like Vincent's playstyle in the diamond rank. LOL. Sea God is so ruthless when smoothing. This is where my Draven's charm truly shines. Wow, is Sea God this wild even in the World Championship? Playing as a wildcard means we have to crush them hard. Learn from art, give me a 10-minute fountain dive too. Thus, under the watchful eyes of countless viewers around the world, Lyn's bot lane duo was like lost lambs, gradually walking into the jaws of a ferocious wolf. By the way, while waiting for someone, Lu Chen and the other two also took down the blue side stone golem. Lyn's bot lane duo doesn't seem to have noticed. Guan Ziyuan's voice continued to echo from the commentary desk. They're still moving forward. If Xayah and Rakan at this level get engaged, there's absolutely no way they can survive. Can they realize it? Xiaosan stared intently at the big screen, gripping his hands tightly, appearing even more nervous than the players on the field. Su Xiaoyan murmured, perhaps, even Lyn's players didn't expect someone to be so bold in the World Championship. In fact, it wasn't just the commentators. At this moment, the venue had fallen into a rare silence, as if everyone had their attention captured by this scene. Some audience members even began to lean back slightly, as if unable to bear witnessing the cruel act about to unfold. Finally, under countless gazes, Lyn's bottom lane duo still moved to the bottom of the bush, about to enter the tower. You are mine. As Thresh's voice line echoed, a Q-skill death sentence suddenly shot out from the brush. Clang! The chain hit its mark. Xayah, helpless, was dragged toward the direction of the brush. WTF? White Lotus was so startled that he shuddered, and his hand holding the mouse involuntarily trembled. The support player Genthix also shuddered all over, his eyes suddenly widening. But what could a mere level 1 Rakan possibly do? Swish! Draven's axe had already fallen on Xayah's head like a death sentence. Just as Xayah broke free from Thresh's Q skill control, she was immediately hit by Ning's Elise E skill and controlled again. After a full combo, Xayah barely managed to move twice before her health bar was completely emptied. IG Chunyu has slain Lyn White Lotus. Rampage. Another bounty was claimed by Lu Chen. This is also the reason why Draven's snowballing ability is the strongest in the entire league, bar none. Thanks to his passive, even if the enemy is killed to the point of being worth almost nothing, he can still gain significant rewards. Rakan is trying to escape. A grand entrance heading under the tower. Guan Ziyuan quickly narrated in an excited tone, and suddenly, his voice shot up by an octave. Interrupted. Draven's spinning axe interrupted Rakan mid-dash. Thresh's flay pulls him back again. There's no way to escape now. Little Umbrella quickly followed up, saying, a level 1 Luo is still too too fragile and can't withstand a few strikes at all. As the words fell, IG Chunyu has killed Lyn Genthix. Double kill. Unstoppable. No one can stop me. Lu Chen's record soared to 5-0. Turtle, I can't bear to keep watching. Dying 5 times in 3 minutes, even I could do better. Too ruthless, God see, not giving the Wildcard brothers any face at all. I can only say, playing like this at Worlds, the entertainment value is absolutely explosive. I can already imagine the scene of dominating the fountain in a few minutes. The current time 4 minutes and 28 seconds. It's only been 3 minutes since the first wave of minions reached the lane. Later, some people referred to these 3 minutes as the darkest 3 minutes, because during these 3 minutes, Lyn's bottom lane duo experienced what was arguably the darkest period in the history of the World Championship matches, either being killed or on the way to being killed. After all this time, Luo still hasn't even leveled up to level 2. It shows how brutal it is. Even the LPL audience couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy at this moment. Vincent may dominate the RNK match as much as he wants, but it's just an RNK match and won't have much of an impact. But this is the World Championship. Being killed like this under the watchful eyes of countless viewers worldwide, anyone in that position might have their mental state collapse. Backstage at the venue, in IG's lounge. Nice, nice. Su Xiaoluo and Manhwa excitedly gave each other a high five. This round is over. It's no longer a question of winning or losing. It's a question of how many minutes the opponents can hold on. That is to say, their IG debut in this World Championship has secured a solid opening victory. Although it's just the play-in stage, it's still exciting enough. Hiss. As expected of Shinji, daring to play like this even in the World Championship, Shuei stared at the screen, his eyes also glowing. He himself is a Draven specialist, and also, one of the 3 most famous Draven players in the national server. Of course, among them, Vincent is undoubtedly the most famous and the most recognized. After all, his extremely aggressive playstyle is destined to attract countless fans, but very few people know. At the beginning, Shuei relied on his aggressive yet steady Draven to forcibly climb to the top of the national server, achieving 5 challenger accounts in the first region. At this moment, after watching Lu Chen's performance, Shuei couldn't help but wonder if he could play like this in future matches. This kind of reckless and unreasonable playstyle, so it turns out it's not just usable in rank. Wait, Shuei suddenly thought of a question, his eyes widening. Didn't Brother Chen say he was steady? How the heck can this be called steady? At this moment, something even more terrifying happened on the big screen. Lu Chen pushed the lane and returned home, only to find a blue scythe suddenly appearing in his equipment bar. The Scythe of Stealing Essence, commonly known as the Mana Draining Blade. Draven, as a champion, constantly needs to maintain his axes and use his W skill for speed boosts, which makes him quite mana hungry. In fact, for him, the effect of a blue buff is far greater than that of a red buff. This is why Lu Chen chooses to build the Essence Reaver as his first item. And the most terrifying part is that it's only 5 minutes into the game. Thieving scoundrel, a big item in 5 minutes? What did I just see? Is this a bug in the game? You activated it, didn't you? Damn, are both sides just playing a game? Xayah only has a pair of straw sandals. That's still pretty normal. Vincent once had Bloodthirster, Berserker's Greaves, and a BF sword in 5 minutes. Bro, do you even realize what you're saying? Vincent was in ranked games. This is the freaking World Championship. It's just a wildcard team. Honestly, when Godsea picked Draven, I already had a feeling he was going to dominate. Classic hindsight. Look at the camera, the expression of the opponent player. It's killing me with laughter, hahaha. Although it's quite tragic, forgive me for still not being able to hold back. Brother from Latin America, welcome to the LPL. Experience the intensity of the LPL. IG, give it your all. Go all out, ha. Many viewers noticed the player screen on the bottom left of the big screen, showing the LYN side. At this moment, the camera happened to focus on the AD player White Lotus. This guy had short black hair, with a full beard covering his chin and both sides of his cheeks. At this moment, his head was slightly lowered, his mouth open, and his eyes unfocused as he stared at the screen. No matter how you looked at him, he seemed like he hadn't fully woken up yet. If a bit of drool were to trickle from the corner of his mouth, people might actually believe he was sleepwalking. This was a classic case of being completely stunned. The funniest part was that after their bot lane duo respawned, they passed by their own second turret, moving timidly and cautiously, as if walking on eggshells, as if afraid that another Draven might jump out from the bushes or jungle. Especially Rakan, who even placed the control ward he had bought with his pitiful economy. Only after confirming that there was no one in the jungle did they finally feel at ease and return to the lane. Shinji, are we going for the win this game? Balan asked in the team voice chat. Of course, we have to crush them, Lu Chen said matter-of-factly. This is the easiest way to win the game. Hearing the two's conversation, even Rookie couldn't help but twitch his eyelid. While playing, he commented, bro, be a decent person. They're treating the enemy bot lane like pigs to be slaughtered. Speaking of which, could this person actually be thinking about fountain diving in the World Championship? As soon as this thought popped up, Rookie was startled by himself. Thinking of this, Rookie Rookie quickly reminded, you can thread the line, but absolutely no fountain diving. Although the rules of the match don't explicitly prohibit fountain diving, but the league officials have always opposed this. Sometimes players get carried away and even secure kills in the fountain, which is understandable and doesn't warrant punishment. However, this situation is limited to unintentional fountain diving. Deliberately engaging in fountain diving will inevitably result in official penalties. As early as S3, when the PE team, where Zika, one of the two members of the Deyunsei Chubbyball duo, was playing against Hawaii Spider, Zika once commanded his teammates in voice chat not to push the base and to get another kill. As a result, the team faced official penalties from the league after the match. Each of the 5 players on the PE team was fined 10,000 yuan, and the team commander, who was also the PE captain Zika, was suspended for 1 match by the league. The reason is that such deliberate fountain farming behavior violates competitive ethics. In summary, when pushing the base at the end, rushing into the opponent's fountain for a team wipe is something the officials won't interfere with, and many teams do it this way. But if it's specifically to farm the fountain, well, sorry, the officials' iron fist won't show mercy. Don't worry, old song. As a steady person, how could I possibly farm the fountain? Lu Chen said leisurely and nonchalantly. Don't you think so, the shy? We just like to farm, that's all. Killing the opponents just helps us farm better. Hearing this, the shy's eyes lit up, as if he had suddenly realized something, and he nodded solemnly. Right, Chen is absolutely right. Rookie's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, bro, it seems like you have no self-awareness at all. Also, Jiang Chenlu, what are you getting so worked up about? Are you planning to learn from this guy? During the conversation, Lu Chen and Baolan had already arrived on the lane. The opposing LYN duo could only give up farming and retreat under their tower. As soon as Lu Chen pushed the wave under the tower, he didn't hesitate for even a second and said, dive directly. Good. Baolan naturally controlled Thresh to move under the tower. Is IG diving the tower again? Guan Ziyuan's voice no longer carried any surprise, as if he had grown accustomed to such situations. Xiaosan chimed in, although the opposing duo is underleveled, the early game turret damage. Before he could finish his sentence, Thresh used his E skill to pull Xayah, who had no summoner spells, back, while also tanking the turret. Draven's axe followed closely. 298. A big red damage number appeared above Xayah's head. Not only did it almost make the opposing AD player Whitelidus's heart stop, but it also directly interrupted Xiao San's words, causing him to gasp on the spot. You have to know, at this time and level, Xayah's total health is only 700 or 800. In other words, this strike directly wiped out 1/3 of Xayah's health bar. A turret? What's that supposed to be? At this moment, Xia also turned around and weakly auto-attacked Draven, dealing a mere 63 damage, leaving the commentators in silence. At this point, Rakan finally reacted and cast a W ability toward Draven. Before he could leap, he was interrupted by a spinning axe flying horizontally. Grand entrance got interrupted again. Guan Ziyuan exclaimed in shock. What kind of reaction is this from player Qingyu? Immediately, Draven struck 3 consecutive blows. Even though Rakan used his E skill to give Xayah a thin shield, it still couldn't save her from being slain. IG Chunyu has killed LYN White Lotus. Dominating. As the spotlight effect appeared, the bounty was once again claimed by Draven. The remaining Luo without any skills naturally couldn't escape the fate of the flying axe. Baolan tanked the tower until he was down to a sliver of health, then consciously retreated, letting Lu Chen continue tanking. After taking 2 hits from the defense tower and being reduced to half health, Luo had already fallen under his blade. IG Chenyu killed LYN Genthix. Double kill. Godlike. Close to godlike. For a moment, the entire audience fell silent. Guan Ziyuan's lips moved slightly, and after a long pause, he said, in this case, LYN's bottom lane is completely unplayable now. Ahem, yes, Xiao San cleared his throat and said, with Draven having 7 kills in under 6 minutes, even if all 5 members of LYN come together, they probably still can't win. Su Xiaoyan also regained her composure. With the game at this stage, the lineup gap we mentioned at the start no longer exists. The 3 commentators barely managed to squeeze out a few meaningless remarks. Everyone knows that in front of a Draven this fed, team composition no longer matters. No matter who you are, it's just a matter of whether he needs a few more or fewer hits to take you down. The people on LYN's side probably aren't even as durable as a control ward under Draven's attacks, and that is indeed the truth. When Lu Chen pushed down the next tower and walked to the blue side central bush, he discovered the control ward that Luo had placed earlier while landing and struck it twice. Because he had cleared the Krugs midway, the control ward regained 1 bar of health, forcing him to hit it a total of 5 times to finally destroy it. Combined with the earlier scene of him killing Xayah in just 4 hits, the contrast was incredibly striking, creating an explosive comedic effect. LOL, you guys aren't even as tanky as a control ward.jpg. Just surrender, Latin American bro, watching this game is torture for me. 6 minutes, you surrender for me to see? Remake. You're going for a remake. Ha 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 ha. To be fair, with Sea God's development, he would definitely dominate in a rank match. Sea God's moves are really heavy-handed. The guy on the other other side looks like he's about to break down. In the footage, all 5 members of LYN had blank, numb expressions. Aside from the bot lane duo who had completely given up, the most affected was the jungler, Adi. He really doesn't understand. He just cleared 1 round of jungle and camped mid lane twice, so how did his bot lane end up like this? What's even harder to accept is how quickly the enemy snowballed. So quickly that by the time he realized it, the bot lane was beyond saving. No, it was completely unsalvageable. Draven with a mana-stealing blade in just 5 minutes. If he dares to go, he dares to die. In the frame, Lu Chen, along with Baolan, starts pushing the second tower. Meanwhile, LYN's duo stands outside their own high ground tower, pitifully gazing from afar. Guan Ziyuan dryly said, it's clear that LYN doesn't dare to defend the tower at this moment. If this continues, it's nothing short of a slow death. No choice. Even for him, a battle-hardened professional commentator, this was truly the first time he'd seen such an absurd situation. Is this really the World Championship? Anyone who didn't know better would think Vincent was smoothing in a diamond-ranked game. Your team has destroyed a turret, accompanied by the system's notification sound. The blue side's LYN bottom lane second turret exploded with a bang. Let's go. Grab the red. Lu Chen led Baolan into the jungle and claimed the freshly spawned red buff on the blue side. The enemy jungler Kazakhs didn't even bother to take a look the entire time. So, Draven, who returned to base again, now had an additional BF sword and a cloak of agility in his inventory. Chen, are we still going bot? Baolan asked. Let's go harvest the other lane's gold first, Lu Chen said leisurely. Gotta spread the love, right? Thus, with equipment that was at least 10 minutes ahead, Lu Chen arrived at the mid lane. At this moment, the mid lane of both sides was in a state of balance. Rookie Syndra had outfarmed the opposing Orianna by about 10 minions, but there was no opportunity for a solo kill. Who made the enemy Kazakhs too afraid to go bot and forced him to camp mid all the time? There was simply no chance. Old song, bait them once, go straight for the big play, Lu Chen's voice sounded in the team chat. Okay, Rookie instantly understood, directly controlling Syndra to use several abilities, even missing the crucial E skill. The passive of Orianna ensures that few mages can outmatch her in basic attacks. The reason she can't beat champions like Syndra is simply because her range isn't long enough. When others hit you with a combo and retreat immediately, you don't even have a chance to fight back. But now that Syndra's abilities are on cooldown, the opportunity has arrived. The mid laner Seiya on the opposite side's eyes lit up, and he immediately cast a shield on himself, starting to chase Syndra with basic attacks. Syndra countered with an ultimate ability, Unleashed Power, throwing it at Orianna. You can't kill me instantly. Seiya licked his lips, sensing the opportunity for a solo kill. As he expected, Syndra at this stage still lacked the damage to instantly kill someone with her ultimate. A few magic balls bombarded down, leaving Clockwork with only half of its health bar. Next, it's time for my performance. Seiya's eyes were filled with confidence, but halfway through his words, his expression suddenly froze. 2 giant axes had already torn through the ground, roaring towards him. Cold-blooded pursuit. A third health Clockwork instantly killed. IG Chunyu has slain LYN Seiya. Legendary. Beyond godlike. Draven's record is now 8-0. Nice, Lu Chen said with a smile. Old Song is very cooperative. Before Rookie could speak, the top laner the Shy couldn't wait and said, Lu Chen, we can dive. Lu Chen glanced at the opposing top laner Galio, who was being pressed under the tower, and nodded, on my way. Thus, half a minute later, just as the Shy's rumble once again pushed the minion wave under the tower, LYN's top laner Gyral suddenly widened his eyes, watching helplessly as a man wielding dual axes emerged from the triangular bush behind him. One strike landed, critical hit, 358. When this damage number appeared, Gyral leaned slightly back in his gaming chair, as if he himself had taken the blow. Warning, warning! The Shy, without hesitation, unleashed his ultimate to block the path, advancing with a flamethrower and tanking the turret. Draven struck twice again. Legendary! The passionate system notification sound echoed throughout the entire venue once again. Lu Chen didn't pause for a moment, turning around and diving back into the jungle to help the opposing jungler farm the blue buff. On the other side, the jungler Adi couldn't take it anymore and said, Orianna, give me E, I'll see if I can kill him. No matter how well an ADC develops, there's still a squishy. As long as Orianna's ultimate is on point, combined with the damage from the two, there's a chance for an instant kill. Mid laner Seiya hesitated and nodded. Okay. Thus, at the same time, Lu Chen secured the blue buff. A Kazakhs carrying Orianna's ball suddenly leaped out from the other side of the wall. The next second, a flying battle axe swept across, directly knocking the mantis out of midair. This Draven seems a bit dangerous, Guan Ziyuan said, suddenly widening his eyes. Interrupted again. Lu Chen raised his blade and struck, taking down the fragile mantis with just 2 slashes. Seeing this scene, everyone was a bit stunned. This, Xiao San blinked. Was this a prediction or? Su Xiaoyan pursed her lips. I think so, but there's no vision here either. Guan Ziyuan said straightforwardly, let's check the replay. The director understood perfectly. Timely replayed the recent kill, and it was shown in slow motion from IG's perspective. Everyone watched the scene intently without blinking. In the footage, the Kazakhs leapt out from one side of the wall. Just as it landed on the wall, appearing in IG's vision for a split second, Draven's axe has already been thrown. The whole process looked as if Draven released the axe, and then Kazakhs actively ran into it, instantly killing itself upon landing. It looked quite comical. Hiss, Wang Ziyuan slowly came back to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of godlike reaction is this? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated?" Little Umbrella held back for a long time and finally said, "Maybe this is just the reaction of young professional players." This sounded quite unconvincing after all. Which professional player isn't young? Esports is inherently a career that thrives on youth. Those who aren't young enough wouldn't even get a chance to try out. But Lu Chen's reaction speed was clearly inhuman. If it weren't for the slow-motion replay, everyone might have thought he was predicting the move. This is simply not something that can be explained with the word young. At this moment, seeing this replay, the comments section exploded. Suggest checking C God's computer, manually adding a dog head emoji. He turned it on, definitely turned it on. That level 1 bot lane movement already felt suspicious to me. There were several times interrupting Los W, it's really outrageous. C God, a human script, you deserve it. LOL, the referee lady behind C God was so stunned, huh? It seems like she was really about to check it out. This is pure monstrous talent, damn, it's just too ridiculous. To be honest, I feel despair on behalf of the guy on the other side. This is a god, how do you even fight this? It's not just the commentators and the live chat. At this moment, IG's teen voice chat was equally excited. Whoa, dude, you didn't actually turn it on, did you? Ning Wang watched as the enemy Kazakhs ran straight into Lu Chen's axe, his expression completely like Subway, old man, phone. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, want to learn? I'll teach you. King Ning was speechless. You don't think I'd never seen Kung Fu, do you? But Bo Lan, with a matter-of-fact expression, said, Shinji's reaction is perfectly normal. The corner of King Ning's mouth twitched slightly, and he finally nodded reluctantly, fine, I'm the one who's not normal. In conclusion, after this wave of kills, the opponents had basically lost their fighting spirit. It would already be considered strong willpower if they hadn't had a mental breakdown. The time reached 11 minutes. Lu Chen returned home to buy Infinity Edge and Zeal. Afterward, he and Bao Lan headed to the blue side's bottom lane and began the classic baiting tactic. Draven, controlled by Lu Chen, stood far away, slowly attacking the Krugs in the jungle, ensuring the opponents wouldn't feel threatened. Meanwhile, Bolan's Thresh walked alone to the enemy's outer high ground, pretending to ward in clear vision. Finally, seizing the moment when the enemy bot lane duo was focused on farming, Thresh launched a hook and hit Rockin. Here we go, brother Chen. Baolan shouted while decisively turning around and flashing, throwing a lantern towards Lu Chen at the maximum range, then pressing the second Q to fly towards the enemy Xayah and Rockin. Lu Chen clicked the lantern, instantly flying over a distance of more than 2,000 units, from the stone golem's nest directly to the enemy's high ground tower. As Lu Chen's Draven landed, still mid-air, he threw his axe towards Rockin. At this moment, the enemy duo also reacted. Luo still wanted to struggle a bit, trying to control the opponent and fight back, but in the next instant, Draven's axe had already struck him. 648. An extremely exaggerated number popped up. This strike seemed to hit a major artery directly. Luo's health bar was almost completely wiped out. Similarly, this strike also snapped the opposing support Genthix out of it, his gaze becoming clear. He shuddered all over, using his ultimate W and flash every skill he could, desperately fleeing backward. However, it was still too late. Draven's second strike had already been unleashed, the axe crossing 1,000 miles before finally landing on Rockin's head. Legendary. I've lost count of how many times the system's godlike announcement has echoed in this match. The live audience has almost grown numb from hearing it. At this moment, Xayah decisively used her ultimate flash and heal, fleeing as if hell itself was right behind her. The main thing was that Luo's encounter just now also gave the opposing AD player White Lotus quite a scare, afraid that if he used his skills too late, he would be taken down by Draven in one strike. What kind of damage is this? Umbrella couldn't help but blurt out, then quickly added, Draven's equipment is a bit too ahead of the curve, isn't it? This is Draven for you, Huan Ziyuan remarked with emotion. Once he starts snowballing, his development speed is unmatched by any other hero. After speaking, he looked at the big screen again. However, things are a bit awkward for LYN right now. Lu Chen just stood under the high ground tower, dismantling the defense tower one slash at a time. Meanwhile, everyone on LYN's side hesitated, unwilling to defend. Although fountain diving violates the spirit of competition, isn't this passive gameplay on your part? It's impossible to just give up and let Draven push the base in 12 or 13 minutes, right? Obviously. The opposing players realized this as well. In LYN's team voice chat, all 5 players started communicating. What should we do? The jungler Adi was the first to you ask? We definitely have to defend, the top laner Gyral said helplessly. Otherwise, we'll lose miserably. The mid laner Saya sighed and said just one word: defend. Not to mention that the league officials now prohibit surrendering during matches. Even if it's not forbidden, it's only 12 minutes. There is still an extremely long time before the 15th wave. Yes, long. Right now, they feel like every second is dragging on like a year, and they even wish their base would just explode already. In fact, the LYN team had already lost their composure by this point. Even if there was some fighting spirit left, seeing that ridiculously equipped Draven on the other side, all thoughts vanished. This is no longer a matter of skill. The guy could stand still and kill you with 2 hits. Where's the room for any maneuvering? Then let's just all in for one last wave, the support Genthix said in a seemingly relieved tone. Even if we lose the game, at least we can say we tried. For a moment, the jungler and mid laner who had just spoken all looked at him with strange expressions. This monster, isn't it the result of your bot lane feeding? Can this even be called effort? However, after a brief moment of thought, they still nodded one after another. After all, what was said did make sense. Fighting it out at least wouldn't look too bad. Just as they were communicating, the commentators and the audience off stage gradually had strange expressions. After all, the scene on the big screen truly made it hard to keep a straight face. A Draven and a Thresh were recklessly demolishing the tower. And yet, the 5 members of LYN all returned to base and stood in the fountain without making any moves, allowing IG's mid and top lanes to start attacking the towers. It looked as if they had already declared surrender and given up. Come on guys, even if your Latin American style is more laid back, this is the World Championship. Is this really okay? Or is the pressure really that overwhelming? Finally, under the watchful eyes of countless people, the blue side's high ground tower was finally destroyed. At the same time, all 5 members of LYN sprang into action. They're moving. Guan Ziyuan was the first to exclaim, is LYN going all in on Draven? It's worth noting that LYN's bot lane duo doesn't have summoner spells or ultimates. For a moment, the entire audience cheered. They began to cheer for LYN's 5 players. Come on, big brothers of LYN, take down Sea God, that big demon king. Charge, charge, charge. If you're not going to fight hard in the competition, then why compete at all? Even in death, stand tall. Killing God C means success. This is what the World Championship should look like. LYN, little cheetah team. Go for it. These cheers may sound a bit exaggerated, but they are actually quite normal. It's not that the LPL audience has turned against them, but rather that the previous situation was indeed too oppressive. Moreover, IG was guaranteed to win. Their advantage was simply too overwhelming, and even if Lucian died in this wave, it wouldn't change the outcome. So many people simply started cheering for LYN instead. The nature of the match has changed, from whether they can win the game to whether they can kill Draven even once. At this moment, on the screen, Kha'Zix takes the lead, carrying Orianna's ball, goes invisible, and quickly approaches Luchan and his teammate. As the invisibility is about to end, he directly abandons the E skill and chooses to flash closer. Even Luchan's eyes showed some surprise. You've gotten smarter, huh? The next second, Galio's ultimate formation unfolded with Kha'Zix at the center. Orianna also decisively used her ultimate. But, Luchan calmly pressed the D key. Did you forget that I also have flash? Golden light flickered. Draven finally used the first flash of this match. His figure instantly appeared on the side, completely dodging Orianna's ultimate, then calmly activated W to speed up and walked out of Galio's ultimate range. As for Balan, he took the full brunt of the opponent's skills head-on this time. Amantis took the kill with a Q skill. Before LYN could celebrate, Draven's voice line had already sounded. Did you hear that? Death is knocking. 1 strike. 698. The Mantis's health bar instantly dropped by 1/3, immediately followed by an E skill, path-cleaving axe, knocking back the approaching Galio. As the Mantis went into stealth again, an ultimate skill, cold-blooded pursuit. Not only did he directly take the Mantis's head, but he also managed to scrape Galio and Luo along the way. Legendary. As Xayah just stepped into her attack range, Draven had already switched targets, hurling his spinning axe toward her. Double kill. Draven is about to harvest. Guan Ziyuan stared intently at the screen, suppressing his excitement as he shouted, no one can withstand his damage. LYN chose not to retreat but to continue fighting to the end. Triple kill. Luo also followed in the footsteps of Xayah and Kha'Zix. However, at this moment, Draven, who had taken several instances of area damage in a row, was also not in a healthy state. After all, Lu Chen's build emphasized sheer aggression and did not include a bloodthirster. Quadra kill. The Clockwork was also killed with 2 strikes. The remaining Galio finally stood before Draven, who had only a quarter of his health left, and delivered a passive-empowered basic attack. Penta kill. Finally, the field was filled with the corpses of LYN's 5 players. Draven, with less than 100 health points, stood proudly on the blue side's high ground, his twin axes spinning incessantly in his hands. Too easy. Accompanied by Draven's line, this moment was incredibly fitting, like 5 fearless warriors charging at the Demon King for the final assault. But in the end, the Demon King easily won, breaking the rule that heroes always prevail. after a few seconds of silence across the audience. Pentakill. Guan Ziyuan's excited shout suddenly echoed. The first pentakill of this year's Worlds has been born. Player Chen Yu, with incredible mechanics, pulled off an absolutely stunning 1v5. Incredible. Xiaosan finally snapped out of it, his expression so excited it was almost distorted. It really was a 1 versus 5. Even Thresh didn't get a single assist. No one expected such an explosive moment to occur in the opening match of this year's Worlds. As the commentators' voices faded, the originally silent scene was completely ignited. The commentator's voice was still echoing above the venue. The audience on site all shouted in unison. The bullet comments also started to reach a climax. Spray, spray, spray MQ. 1 versus 5, killing all 5? Poor Balan took it all on his own. What kind of ridiculous damage is this? Literally 1 slash per kid? They're down. LYN's Latin American brothers have fallen. Sad. Alas, they still couldn't defeat the great Demon King Sea God. The warriors of LYN gave it their all. Although this scene is quite tragic, why do I just find it so funny? Is Sea God going all out in the opening match of the first game? The final celebration. God sees Draven will definitely be stuck in the ban position and won't come down after this. Playing against a wildcard team and it's chaos. A wildcard team is still a Worlds team. In IG's team voice chat, King Ning's eyes widened and he was the first to speak. Damn, they really finished them all off? Rookie scratched his head. Why does it feel like it wouldn't have made a difference whether we were in this game or not? Luchan smiled faintly and said, the equipment gap was too big and we almost messed it up. No matter how high the damage of an ADC is, it's still just an ADC. Just now, that wave of Luchan's flash combined with his movement dodged countless skills, almost getting him killed by the opponent's random AoE, leaving him with just a few dozen HP in the end. Fortunately, his equipment was good enough, his kills were fast enough, and Balan also absorbed some key skills. Otherwise, he would have been all in killed by LYN's 5 players long ago. At this moment, in the match, the time had just reached 14 minutes. When the opposing team was completely wiped out, IG didn't hesitate. The Shy directly teleported to the bottom lane's high ground and, together with Lu Chen, started pushing the inhibitor turret in the base. Rookie and Ning are also on their way. Let's congratulate IG in advance for securing the victory in this opening match, earning a brilliant first win for the LPL region. They've also achieved a great start in the World Championship. Guan Ziyuan shouted loudly. At the same time, please give a warm round of applause to the opposing LYN team, thanking them for bringing us such an exciting match. Never giving up even in the most desperate situations. This is the esports spirit we hope to see. Immediately, the entire venue erupted with deafening cheers and applause. What a thrill! Countless spectators who came to the scene felt utterly satisfied, feeling that the ticket money was well worth it. And many spectators who couldn't make it to the scene began to regret it. After all, this is just a play-in stage, and many people didn't even bother to grab tickets. After all, in any previous World Championship, the play-in stage was merely an appetizer. In fact, in the eyes of many, the play-in stage doesn't even count as the main event of the World Championship. Compared to the group stage, quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals that follow, it's simply not on the same level of intensity. As I said, what's so interesting about matches between a bunch of wildcard teams? Yet, who would have thought that in such an overlooked play-in stage, there could be such thrilling matches and an absolutely explosive level of entertainment? In just a short match of over 10 minutes, almost every moment was iconic. With a casual edit, you could create a highlight reel. Victory! As the blue victory symbol appeared on the screen, the match time was frozen at 14 minutes and 25 seconds. The blue side LYN's base crystal explodes. Handshake, handshake. Ning Wang eagerly took off his headset and stood up from his seat. This was his first time shaking hands with an international team. Lu Chen and the others quickly followed behind. When the IG team reached the LYN players area, they found that the opponents were not as dejected as they had imagined. Instead, they seemed rather relaxed. As a wildcard team, they had a certain understanding of their own strength. Although they lost miserably this time, being steamrolled in less than 15 minutes. But at least, they made an appearance at the World Championship, right? Of course, when these Latin American guys saw Lu Chen, their expressions inevitably turned a bit resentful. Especially the jungler Adi, who shook hands while asking in English, man, why is a monster like you in the play-ins? He truly couldn't understand. With this guy's strength, he can only reach 3rd place in the LPL region? Although I had thought the teams in the 4 major regions would be very strong, I never imagined they would be this ridiculously strong. If the LPL is like this, then what about the LCK, which has always been stronger than the LPL? Lu Chen's English was decent, so he understood what the other person said. He shrugged and replied, maybe it's because the other 2 teams in our region are even stronger than us. After speaking, he waved his hand, ignoring Adi's somewhat bewildered expression, and turned around gracefully to leave. On the way, King Ning asked curiously, see God, what did you say to that foreigner? He asked me why we are the 3rd seed. Lu Chen replied casually, I told him it's because the other 2 teams are stronger than us. Ning Wang's mouth slightly opened, and after a moment, he murmured murmured he wouldn't actually believe it, would he? If he really believed it, wouldn't he be completely fooled? Rookie's mouth also twitched slightly. Stop messing around. Hurry up and come over to bow. The five of them had all walked to the center of the stage at this point. Under the spotlight, five boys in white became the center of everyone's attention. As they bowed, the audience erupted into a thunderous wave of cheers. IG, God C, unstoppable, Rookie, charge, just like that, keep it up, get us into the group stage. At this moment, as the only LPL team to make it to the play-ins, they have gained the support of all LPL viewers. Of course, many foreign spectators also cheered along. There was no helping it, the match was simply too exciting, and Lu Chen's playstyle was extremely eye-catching. 1 versus 5 kills. When such an iconic moment appears on the world stage, it was already destined that Lu Chen's fame would spread across the world at an incredibly exaggerated speed. Very soon, the big screen displayed the officially awarded MVP. No surprises at all. Lu Chen. Draven's 16-0-0 record was particularly striking. 0 deaths, 0 assists. There's no way around it. The damage output is simply too high, leaving no need for teammates to contribute additional damage. Even more outrageous is the data chart released by the official source. Glorious Executioner Draven, damage output 32,857, leaving everyone else in the dust. The combined output of the 5 people on the opposing side is less than half of his. At this moment, the 3 commentators at the desk suddenly exchanged glances. Guan Ziyuan cleared his throat. Ahem, we just received a message from the director. This match has broken the record for the fastest conclusion in World Championship history. 14 minutes and 25 seconds. The record has been refreshed by a full 2 minutes. I believe it might be difficult to break this record in the future. Suddenly, the previously noisy venue fell silent for 2 seconds. Then, an even louder exclamation erupted. I'm afraid that tomorrow, the top trending topic in all major leagues will be this match. Draven's 1 versus 5 pentakill, and the fastest record in World's history. Something like the fastest legend in Worlds, the Empire's fiercest Tiger Chenyu, perhaps? Let's set these aside for now. Lu Chen and the others had already returned to the backstage lounge at this time. Su Xiaoluo and Manhwa both stood up to greet them, their faces brimming with uncontrollable smiles and excitement. Well played. The rest of the staff, as well as substitutes like Duke and Shui, also gathered around. It feels quite like the scene of welcoming a scholar returning home after passing the imperial examination in ancient times. A great start. Shui chuckled, then looked at Lu Chen. Damn, Chen bro, you're too fierce. Killing it in rank during Worlds. Lu Chen looked at him with amusement. You can do it in the future too. Of course, I also think I can do it. Just wait for me to take over your position. Shui immediately puffed out his chest and raised his head. Although he had always thought that Brother Chen was so strong it was almost abnormal, or even inhuman, but he still had an unyielding spirit. Who isn't a genius teenager at heart? Watching the banter between the two and Shui's reaction, Coach Manhwa glanced again at Shi Huang on the other side of the lounge, shook his head slightly, and sighed. Just in terms of mentality, they're already on completely different levels. As a professional player, once you've lost your fighting spirit, your potential ceiling stops right there. At this moment, Su Xiaoluo interrupted everyone's laughter. Go back and rest well later, there's another match to play tomorrow. Okay. Everyone nodded one after another and, under the team leader's guidance, prepared to return to the hotel. There were also some minor incidents along the way. That was when Lu Chen and the others were discovered by some fans as they walked out of the venue, who gathered around IG's bus and loudly cheered them on. TSK tisk, Ning Wang shook his head while sitting on the bus. I never thought we'd see a day like this. Thinking back to that summer match against Wii, almost all the fans at the venue were theirs. On our side, there were only a few scattered supporters. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, play better, and when the qualifiers are over, you'll have even more fans. Hearing this, Ning Wang got excited, his eyes lighting up. Can it compare to the big three? That's unlikely for now. Lu Chen spread his hands. They've been accumulating fans for so long. Forget about we, the other two have also made it to the World Championship. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of many viewers, IG is still just a background decoration for now. Just a third seed, making it to the group stage is already the baseline, and reaching the quarterfinals would be a success. The expectations carried by EDG and RNG are on a completely different level. But, Lu Chen joked, if you can make it to the bird's nest, then that would definitely be enough. Obviously, Ning Wang rolled his eyes. If we make it to the bird's nest, I could practically float up to the sky. Just as the IG team returned to the hotel to rest, the internet was already abuzz with the first wave of traffic frenzy over the S7 World Championship. The first to react was still an anti-bar. A post titled How to Evaluate IG's Performance in This Match was pushed to the top. Whoa, see, professional match, 1 versus 5, and got a pentakill. This is the World Championship? After watching, I almost thought God C went to the national server to bully newbies. No way, is the gap between the wildcard regions and the major regions really this big? How is this different from a king tier player in a gold tier match? I can only say, if 5 can't beat 1, I could do it too. As the losing side. See God, now you know why we always bans my Draven, right? Perfect score. IG's World Championship debut performance this game was simply flawless. It's just like an LPL team returning to LSPL, with the screen filled with only 2 words, massacre. 4 words, fastest record. That says it all. Pure thrill game. It's not just about resisting. At this moment, a new trending topic with over 7 million views, IG play-ins, has once again landed on Weibo's hot search, directly entering the top 3. Ranked 5th on the hot search, with over 4 million views, 1 vs 5 pentakill Draven. Ranked 6th on trending searches, also with 4 million plus popularity, world's fastest record. The entire trending search list is almost completely dominated. Platforms like Douyin and Bilibili are also flooded with posts, especially Luchen's 1v5 at the high ground, which has been edited countless times by various content creators. The exaggeration of this traffic has caught the entire internet's attention. It's as if the torrent of traffic that couldn't be released during the time between the LPL summer split and the start of Worlds has finally found an outlet and is now surging out wildly. Some major influencers on Weibo couldn't resist jumping in to ride this wave of traffic. They are sharing posts and expressing their opinions, voicing their strong support for the LPL teams and so on. The key is, they really gained countless followers overnight. It shows just how terrifyingly popular the S tournament is at this moment. It's merely a play-in stage, yet it has already overshadowed countless entertainment industry news. At the same time, quite a few interesting things have happened. For example, under various LOL videos on the small platform, there are almost always self-proclaimed fortune tellers or time travelers from the future leaving their predictions about the World Championship results in the comment section, such as, I traveled back in time, SKT won the championship again, Faker claimed his 4th title, winning 3 consecutive championships, becoming the one true god of the league. I've already calculated it, Minkai awakens and transforms into Darkrai, kicking down SKT's dynasty and winning the S7 championship, shedding the title of the domestic battle phantom god. I dreamed of Golden Rain, RNG breaking their mental block, Uzi taking down Faker, and lifting the trophy at the bird's nest. Comments like these are simply too numerous to count. The key is, under every such comment, there are countless people liking it, and replying, marking this, if it comes true, I'll come back to roast the original poster. No matter how crazy the online public opinion gets. The next day, Luchen and others sat in IG's lounge watching the match. Today's match was very interesting. As if venting the anger from yesterday's match, all 5 members of Team LYN performed exceptionally well. It took only 25 minutes to sweep the GMB team and advance to the next round of the play-ins. But judging from the shots shown on the big screen, neither side's players seemed very happy. The GMB team from the CIS wildcard region, consisting of 5 Russian players, sat in their seats with dejected expressions. After all, they lost, so it's normal for them to feel upset. But on the other side, the brothers from Latin America's LYN couldn't feel happy either, because their victory over GMB meant they would soon have to face IG again to compete for the top spot in the group. Why aren't they happy after winning? Jackie Love felt a bit puzzled. Is the pressure that intense? Ning chuckled. Is it possible that it's because winning means they have to face us again? Ashue choked up, turned his head to look at Lu Chen, who was playing on his phone not far away, and nodded. That really might be the case. Who could blame it, when in the last game, LYN's side was slaughtered so badly? It even became the backdrop for countless edited videos at one point. And these videos weren't just limited to domestic platforms, there were also a ton of edits on foreign websites. Draven achieved a pentakill in a 1v5 during the World Championship, making this highlight absolutely explosive. For a time, LYN became famous worldwide. Of course, it was in a way that wasn't very well received. It was very much like Yuluan after the legendary Zed duel back then. No wonder they couldn't get excited even after winning the match. If they were to be crushed by IG again, it might be a bit too much to handle. By the way, Shinji, what are you doing? Shui leaned over, his eyes glancing at Lucian's phone screen, making a prediction. Luchan didn't bother to hide it and directly lit up the screen. On it was the interface of a certain small website. Luchan typed while speaking, haven't you seen how popular it is online recently? A bunch of people are predicting the results of S7. This kind of thing, as long as there are enough people making predictions, if all possible outcomes are predicted, then a great profit is bound to emerge. After the S tournament ends, these prediction posts will be dug up. No one will care about the wrong guesses, but the correct ones will be upvoted by countless netizens. Ashue blinked without saying a word, just watching Luchen type out a comment in the comment section of a certain video. I've traveled back from S8. The S7 IG Trident was unstoppable, crushing everything, completely overthrowing LCK's dominance and leading LPL into the first year of esports. Upon closer inspection, the video was actually an edit of Luchen's Draven pentakill on the high ground. Ashue was silent for a long time before sincerely asking, Shinji, no one knows this account is yours, right? Luchen was slightly stunned, probably, right? His small Bilibili username was very simple, just called Luchen. Ashue glanced at it and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you didn't use the Chen UID. It's not that there was any problem with Lu Chen's prediction this time. After all, there are people online predicting that the wildcard team will win the championship, and that's far from outrageous. The key point is, the one who left this prediction is Lu Chen himself. If this gets exposed, he's most likely going to face social death on the spot. At this moment, Su Xiaoluo clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. Get ready, adjust your mindset. It's our turn to go on stage soon. Manhwa continued to patiently advise, keep a calm mindset. We already beat them once yesterday. If everyone performs normally, we can definitely win, but we can't be too careless. A moment later, the second match between IG and LYN began. Although the process of this game was straightforward, it was not lacking in iconic moments. LYN started off by banning 5 ADs, maxing out the entertainment value. Even the commentators were left speechless. They were all still discussing how LYN would definitely ban Draven this round, but instead, they went ahead and banned 5 ADs in a row. And what's more, the bans were all signature picks that Lu Chen had showcased before. Draven naturally needs no introduction. Caitlyn, Twitch, Callista, and even Kog'Maw, who was only used in rank, all ended up on the ban list. Clearly, LYN has put some effort into investigating Lu Chen within this short day. Finally, LYN's bot lane picked Ezreal and Janna, focusing entirely on survival. This strategy can indeed be described as highly effective. No matter how many times Xia was suppressed by Lu Chen, Easy firmly refused to engage in a direct fight, calmly using Q from a distance to farm. Even the jungler Adi got smarter. Even if it meant losing jungle resources, he kept roaming around the bottom jungle, stubbornly denying IG any chance to dive the tower. But as a result, the mid and top lanes had to suffer greatly. Rookie's Talia in the first game secured a solo kill before even reaching level 6, leaving the enemy Orianna in utter despair. During the landing phase alone, Talia killed her 3 times. The Shy picked Fiora and, while jokingly shouting don't eat during a disconnect, still managed to coordinate with Ning to gank the enemy Makai 4 times. 2 lanes completely dominated, showcasing the true power of IG's trident to the world. King Ning roamed the jungle like a dragon, aggressively invading, farming neutral resources like crazy, securing every single Drake, and effortlessly taking the Rift Herald. In a nutshell, explosive momentum. In the end, LYN couldn't hold out for 20 minutes and was steamrolled by IG. As the base exploded, the match time was frozen at 18 minutes and 12 seconds. The entire match was a complete domination. The two sides were simply not on the same level of strength. However, what was surprising, even though they lost this round, those guys from Latin America seemed quite at ease, and even smiles appeared on their faces. Don't be fooled by the fact that they only lasted less than 4 minutes longer than the previous round, but at least you made it past 15, right? If it were in rank, you could just surrender yourself. During the handshake, the opposing AD player White Lotus cheerfully said to Lu Chen, I didn't get killed by you even once this game. That was indeed true. Even during the later team fights, his Easy was still taken down by the Shy's Fiora. Lu Chen couldn't even touch him. His positioning was extremely cautious. Lu Chen gave him a strange look, nodded, and reluctantly forced out a sentence, not bad. This dumb foreigner, down by over 50 CS in 10 minutes, and even missed the experience from several waves of minions. What's the difference between being killed by the line a few times? Also, playing a poke style Easy, after an entire match, the damage output is less than half of what Mizaya did. In this match, it's almost as if Easy didn't exist. On the other side, hearing Lu Chen's words, White Lotus couldn't even muster a smile. He always felt that the other party's compliment didn't seem very sincere. In short, very quickly, the IG team once again came to the center of the stage and bowed to the audience. The commentator promptly shouted, let's congratulate IG for securing a spot in the play-in stage finals. They've locked in the top spot in their group. The audience erupted in deafening cheers once again off the stage. This IG team did not disgrace their LPL. Both matches were won cleanly and decisively, showcasing the players' skills to the fullest. And the MVP of this match was awarded to the Shy's Fiora, with a score of 7-1-4. Except for one time when he chased someone under the tower for too long and got killed by the tower, his performance was flawless throughout, with an extremely aggressive style. Oh, not bad, not bad, the Shy grinned foolishly at the big screen. He was not yet the late-stage white-clad Martial Saint who would win MVPs effortlessly. Getting his first MVP in the World Championship, of course, made him happy. Don't just stand there in a daze, Kong Sunlock, Rookie said helplessly. Pack up your peripherals and head back to the lounge. He always felt that being the captain was somewhat exhausting. Oh, the Shy snapped out of it and quickly nodded. They returned to the backstage lounge. As soon as the IG team entered the door, Su Xiaoluo spoke up, everyone, get ready. There's an interview coming up. Another interview? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Not just one, but all of you have interviews, Su Xiaoluo said with a smile. All the major regions want to interview you and have sent us notifications. This is the World Championship. As long as you play well enough, you can instantly capture the world's attention. LPL, LCK, EU, NA interview requests from the 4 major regions come flooding in. Soon, the interviews are assigned. For LCK, okay, the most suitable rookie will go. And Lu Chen was assigned to the EU side, perhaps because he could speak English? When Lu Chen arrived at the interview site, he discovered that the host was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed young lady. The number of audience members seated below was truly unprecedented. It was on a completely different scale compared to the interview at the LPL before. Okay, welcome our MVP, Mr. Chen Yu. Seeing Lu Chen arrive, the young lady smiled and passionately shouted to the audience. Oh who? See God, I love you. See God, look over here. I wanna have your babies. This is just too cool. Ahem. Lu Chen cleared his throat lightly and waved, saying, hello everyone, I am IGSAD player Chen Yu. Oh. There was another burst of screams from the audience. Contestant Chen Yu is really popular, the young lady said with a cheerful smile. But that's understandable, because I'm also your fan. Thank you, Lu Chen nodded. Well then, let's start with the questions. The blonde young lady picked up the interview cards and asked with a smile, what's your goal for this world championship? To win the championship. Is there any player you'd particularly like to face? Everyone, I guess. To be the champion, you have to beat them all, right? Wow, player Chen Yu has quite a straightforward personality. I really like it. Actually, I'm a steady person, Lu Chen said with a completely expressionless face, speaking at a rapid pace. By this point in the interview, even the blonde young lady couldn't hold it together. Soon, the interview reached the final question. Excuse me, does player Chen Yu have any plans to develop in other regions? The blonde young lady had a sly expression. Our EU fans are really calling out for you right now. Lu Chen hesitated slightly, as if he was genuinely pondering the question. After a moment, he replied, let me win a championship first and raise my value, then we'll see. The blonde young lady couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The audience off stage erupted as well. Whoa, crazy. As expected of God C, daring to say something like that? That's intense, not afraid of getting flamed at all. Cracked me up. God C's interview is so entertaining. Win the championship first to boost your value, hahaha. Although, I can already imagine the scene of God C being wildly criticized by haters. With that, the interview ended. After saying goodbye, Lu Chen left the scene. It was only when he returned to the lounge that he learned there had been a minor incident during the LCK interview. The accident happened like this. The host on the LCK side wanted Rookie to answer the questions in Korean, which would also eliminate the need for translation. Rookie, of course, agreed without hesitation. But as soon as the question was asked and Rookie was about to speak, he froze, because he realized he actually forgot how to speak. After spending several years in the LPL, speaking Chinese from morning till night every day, there was simply no opportunity to speak Korean. It eventually developed into such an epic-level awkward situation. It was only with the help of a translator temporarily found on the spot that the interview was finally completed. Old song, you might be in for some criticism, Lu Chen patted Rookie on the shoulder. Rookie, on the other hand, looked full of melancholy and had no interest in paying attention to the others around him. Ah Shui rolled his eyes. Shinji, you have the nerve to talk about others? Worry about yourself first. What about me? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. I watched your interview, Shui said with a meaningful expression. Old song is getting flamed over in LCK, and you won't escape the same fate here in LPL. Is that so? Lu Chen remained calm and composed, chuckling as he waved his hand. Doesn't matter, let the facts speak for themselves. However, what he didn't expect was that before the online storm arrived, Su Xiaoluo showed up first. Lu Chen, you're not seriously thinking about going to EU, are you? Su Xiaoluo asked with a face full of concern. This young man in front of him was someone he had watched rise from the trial training to where he is now. As for Lu Chen's strength, Su Xiaoluo couldn't be more clear about it. If he were to leave, there would be nowhere for him to cry about it. If there's anyone to blame, it's himself for agreeing to sign only a 6-month contract with the other party in the first place, making Su Xiaoluo feel very insecure now. Lu Chen was speechless. I don't have that idea for now. That's good, that's good. Su Xiaoluo breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't until she walked out that she suddenly widened her eyes again. For now, this kid. Su Xiaoluo shook his head and sighed. It seemed he still needed to bring it up with the principal more often. Online, just as Ashui said, after Lu Chen's interview was spread, it immediately caused a huge sensation. Back in S5, God V pre-selected a skin on his livestream and got flamed for how long? And now there's another one? It's not that LPL fans can't accept this kind of pre-game bold talk. The main thing is, they've been disappointed too many times already. Which year isn't the most promising year? Which year isn't about hyping up a certain team as invincible, stepping on weak Western teams, and punching LCK? S5, EDG defeated SKT3:2 to claim the MSI Midseason Invitational Championship, with Clearlove basking in glory and gaining immense popularity. However, upon returning to the LPL, they were defeated by the then stronger LGD. This led everyone to boast that the strength of the LPL had already far surpassed LCK. The result was elimination from Worlds. LGD was directly eliminated after 4 consecutive losses in the group stage, and EDG suffered a humiliating 4-o'clock defeat by FNC. In S6, EDG, after a year of silence, made a strong comeback, defeating RNG led by Uzi 3 o'clock and achieving 16 consecutive wins in the regular season to claim the top spot. They returned to Worlds once again in an invincible form. Then there was nothing more to say. They were eliminated in the group stage with a 2-4 record, even losing in the wildcard round, ending up with just a top 16 finish. This year, the Worlds tournament is finally being held on home turf, with everything set to the highest standards. All LPL fans are holding on to the greatest expectations. As long as they can win the championship and lift the trophy at the Bird's Nest, the darkness of the past few years will completely dissipate. And at this moment, someone suddenly emerges who hasn't even finished the play-in stage, boldly claiming they'll win the championship and defeat all the players? Willing believers in Lu Chen's strength certainly exist, as his dominant performance since his debut is evident to all. You can look at highly anticipated teams like LGD and EDG, aren't they all teams with absolute dominance in the league? So, there are also plenty of haters ready to criticize. Heh, the classic pre-match overhype segment. Causing such a stir as a wildcard. Don't even mention LCK, you probably haven't even faced Uzi yet, right? At least make it out of the group stage before saying that, okay? You haven't even finished the play-ins yet. Embarrassing ourselves abroad, our LPL is just so cool. Say something, Bizy. You don't actually think you can win the championship, do you? Arrogant beyond limits, and defeated everyone? Of course, the LPL side is criticizing, and the LCK side isn't idle either. Rookie is also being criticized. Interestingly, his reputation in the country has turned overwhelmingly positive. Everyone praises Rookie as a conscientious Korean import, deeply in love with the LPL. It actually left Rookie feeling a bit amused and helpless. Old song, I'm telling you, when it comes to mindset, you really need to learn from me. In the hotel, Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, calmly browsing through online posts criticizing him. Indeed, not far away, King Ning nodded in agreement and said, when it comes to mindset, I really admire you, see God. Rookie's mouth twitched slightly, covering his forehead with one hand. Spare me, I just want some peace right now. The qualifying list is out. At this moment, Baolan, sitting in front of the computer not far away, said, the draw results should be out soon. Everyone turned to look. Group A advancement list, IG, LYN. Group B advancement list, FB, HKA. Group C advancement list, C9, 1. Group D advancement list, FNC, YG. From the four groups, the first place teams will draw lots to face the second place teams from other groups in a BO5 match. The winners will advance to the group stage, which is the World Championship Top 16. The schedule was quickly released. Their IG will be facing YG, a team from the Vietnam wildcard region. YG? Ning was the first to react. We played against this team in scrims before. At this moment, Rookie also set aside his thoughts and said seriously, we played 2 games against them. Their mid laner is pretty strong. The others also nodded one after another, recalling the situation. Everyone's impression of this team was average. They won both scrims in a crushing manner. However, that mid laner from YG still left an impression on them. In both games, he withstood the pressure from Rookie in the mid lane, trading blows evenly with Rookie without being completely suppressed. They even tried to find opportunities later to eliminate IG score, Lu Chen. Their laning ability is very strong, just lacking a bit in awareness, but overall, they are already quite good. Not on the same level as the other members of YG. Actually, this ranking for advancing already makes it clear. The teams from the 4 major regions truly have a significant gap in strength compared to other wildcard regions. C9, FNC, and IG all secured first place in their groups without any suspense, so they won't even face each other. Any of these 3 teams losing could be considered an upset, and a massive one at that. Brothers, if we win this match, we can enter the group stage. Ning Wan licked his lips, full of anticipation. We must win. Ah Shui couldn't help but tease, such a classic way to jinx it. In any case, everyone needs to stay in good form these next 2 days, Rookie said. As long as we take down YG, we can make it to the group stage. Okay, no problem. Don't worry, old song. With Brother Chen here, it's a piece of cake. Everyone naturally agreed without hesitation. And also, Rookie continued, it's fine to be confident, but we can't be careless. After all, we're only playing in the play-ins right now. You know, this doesn't even count as the main event. Ning Wang and the others all nodded in agreement. Indeed, the so-called play-ins are merely an opportunity provided by the officials for wildcard region teams. This is also why many viewers are too lazy to grab tickets for the play-in stage. After all, in the minds of many, this is not even the main event of the World Championship, so there's no need to watch it. Teams like IG, FNC, and C9, which are seed teams from the 4 major regions, would have directly entered the group stage in previous years. As it stands now, the play-in stage is nothing more than making teams from the 4 major regions put in a bit more effort, slaughtering wildcard teams a few times. It doesn't seem to hold much significance, so, even if IG performs exceptionally well in the play-in stage, it is still far from earning everyone's recognition. As the saying goes, making a fuss over beating a wildcard. At this moment, there is not much time left until the group stage of the S Championship main event begins. Over the past 2 days, the 12 truly strong teams participating participating in the group stage from various major regions have all arrived in the city of Wuhan. That's right, the group stage of S7 is also being held here. Even when Lu Chen stepped out to buy some milk tea and drinks, he could feel the increasingly strong esports atmosphere in this city. Not only blonde-haired, blue-eyed Westerners, there are also black-haired, black-eyed Koreans, Japanese, and others, carrying backpacks, speaking broken Chinese on the streets to ask for directions, buy goods, and so on. These people come from different countries, have different identities, and speak different languages, but they all share the same purpose. That is coming to the venue to watch the S7 World Championship and cheer for your favorite team. Such a lively atmosphere, of course, prompted the official launch of a new round of promotions. Street signs, electronic screens on buildings, internet cafes, shopping malls. In countless corners, you can see advertisements about the S7 World Championship. At this moment, the other two seeded teams from the LPL, EDG, and RNG have also arrived at the hotels near the venue. The players from both teams, however, were in no rush to start scrims or anything. Instead, they directly came over to IG's side to pay a visit. At this time, the IG team had just finished a scrim and was resting. "Yo, old song, taking a break?" The factory manager poked his head in, being the first to greet with a smile. "You won the play-ins pretty easily, huh?" Rookie leaned back on a sofa and smiled as well. "Nothing compared to you guys," directly seated into the group stage. Behind them, Uzi, Xiaowu, Nico, and others filed in one after another. "By the way," Rookie's expression turned serious, "you guys still have time to watch us? Aren't you concerned about the group stage draw? Today is the weekend break day." At the same time, the group draw ceremony for the S7 World Championship group stage will also be held. A good grouping can definitely make it much easier for a team to advance to the top 8. If grouped with several strong teams, the difficulty will skyrocket. Fans of each team are praying that their team doesn't get grouped with an LCK team. There's no choice. From S3 until now, the World's Championship has been dominated by LCK, forming an inescapable shadow. Nothing we can do, just leave it to fate. Clear Love and the others also came over and sat down on the sofa. The director himself slumped into a guillotine. "We'll always run into those strong teams. We can only hope not to have an internal battle in the quarterfinals." As he said this, he looked at Lu Chen and made the classic little bear shrug, saying, "You were right in the interview. If we want to win the championship, we have to beat everyone." The director still has that kind of spirit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have changed his ID to Klet7. Lu Chen scratched his head. "You guys watched my interview video too?" "Of course," Iboi said with a grin. "Your video is really popular right now." "Ugh, don't even mention it." Lu Chen waved his hand. "A bunch of haters are roasting me over there." "You really dare to speak your mind," the captain said, clearly very familiar with this kind of situation, as he himself is currently the most criticized person in the LPL. Chatted for quite a while. The two teams finally got ready to leave. Before leaving, the manager specifically asked, "By the way, you guys should have no problem with the play-ins, right? What do you think?" Rookie rolled his eyes. "Then I'm off." The factory director shrugged and waved casually, ready to leave. Uzi also spoke up. "See you in the group stage." "Okay, see you in the group stage." In the evening, at 7 o'clock sharp, the official draw ceremony has finally begun. Countless people flooded into the official livestream to witness this moment. The person in charge of the draw this time is AJ. That's right, the one who calls himself the ancient-style handsome man, Amazing J, one of the 4 dogs of Muya in later years. At this moment, AJ was wearing a black suit and, under the spotlight, walked to the center of the stage. "I'm dying of laughter." AJ dressed like this. "Slick your hair back like an adult." "To be honest, I expected it to be abstract, but I didn't think it could be this abstract. Reminds me of Shin Chao's classic suit outfit back in the day." Hiss, I'd never fully understood the term neither fish nor fowl, but seeing AJ today, I finally get it. Hope this guy's luck is a bit better. Finally, under the witness of countless viewers, AJ began the draw. Group A's first, EDG. At this moment, the big screen displayed EDG's past achievements. For-time LPL League champions, S5 MSI Mid-Season Invitational champions. When seeing this, countless viewers were still marveling at EDG's impressive track record. At least within the LPL, the dominance of this team is undeniable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have earned the title of Domestic War God. However, when AJ drew the second team for Group A, the entire audience erupted. The 3 glaring letters above SKT. On the big screen, SKT's past achievements were listed. Everything else can be ignored, just the 3S championship titles from S3, S5, and S6 are already dazzling enough. Damn! AJ and his cursed hands. It's over, we've run into our nemesis. Oh no, as expected, the more you fear, the harder it is to avoid. See you next year, EDG. Kyria and Ruler are coming. What are you afraid of? Just go for it. LPL's first seed against LCK's second seed. What's the problem? Can't beat SKT but still want to win the championship? You have to face them anyway, and it's just the group stage. There are 2 spots to advance. At this moment, in the hotel, the IG team was also watching the draw. Wow, EDG is a bit unlucky here, Ning Wang blurted out. Don't be fooled by SKT being only the second second seed this year. All along, in everyone's mind, as long as it's the World Championship, they remain the most terrifying team. Whether it's the glory of 3 championships in 4 years, the curse of always winning the title whenever they enter Worlds, or the peak form of the Demon King Faker, all of these have made this team the nightmare of the entire LPL. Why were EDG and LGD from S5 held in such high regard? It was because EDG defeated SKT 3:2 in the MSI Midseason Invitational. From that moment on, LPL fans once believed that SKT was no longer invincible and that LPL had risen. However, the truth is, for 2 consecutive years, SKT easily claimed the World's Championship, establishing a 3-time dynasty. So at the moment SKT was drawn, many people instinctively set EDG's goal as advancing from the group stage in second place as a success. Very soon, the group stage draw results have finally been fully revealed. Group A, EDG, SKT, AHQ. Group B, LZ, IMT, GAM. Group C, G2, SSG, RNG. Group D, FW, MSF, TSM. Each group still has one spot reserved for a team advancing from the play-in stage. Seeing this result, Ning's face lit up with a big smile. This is great. We'll either be in Group D or Group B. According to the rule that teams from the same region will not be placed in the same group, they will definitely not be placed in Groups A or C, which have EDG and RNG. Although Group B has the LCK's first seed, LZ, the other 2 teams. As for Group D, there's no need to mention it, there isn't even a single LCK team. Stop, Rookie interrupted. Don't underestimate the other 2 groups teams. Haven't you heard the saying? There's no weak team at Worlds. Besides, Bolan adjusted his glasses. We haven't even finished the play-ins yet. Okay. Ning Wang restrained his expression and nodded repeatedly. Let's deal with YG first, then we'll talk. Don't pop the champagne only to fall to YG, that would be a real joke. At this moment, the group stage draw results instantly spread online. Across all platforms, Weibo, Tiba, Douyin, Bilibili, and even Jihu, it seemed as if every corner was instantly dominated by the group stage results. Countless netizens were eagerly discussing it. It hasn't even started yet, and just the draw results alone have completely overshadowed the hype of the play-ins from the past few days. At the moment, it seems like EDG isn't the most dangerous one. True, although there's SKT, the other 2 teams shouldn't pose much of a threat. RNG's group is the real group of death. Don't forget, there's also C9 and FNC. IG is quite lucky, provided they advance smoothly. Come on, the group draw doesn't really matter. If you want to win the championship, you have to take down all the LCK teams anyway. Exactly, no one is still dreaming that all the LCK teams will eliminate each other in internal matches, right? Just a casual refresh, and over a dozen new comments appear. All kinds of questions are flying around online. Rational discussion: is the group stage draw favorable for LPL? Who faces more pressure to advance, EDG or RNG? Did AJ not wash his hands before the draw? Prediction of LPL's championship chances this year. Bird's Nest Finals: is there really hope this year? For a moment, it seemed like the entire internet was talking about this. Turtle. The IG team sat in front of the computer, marveling at the exaggerated traffic online. After playing the 2 play-in matches earlier, the buzz was so intense that they almost felt like they were already top-tier stars in the LPL. But now, looking back, that was nothing compared to this, right? The group stage hasn't even started yet, and no one is paying attention to the play-ins anymore. Don't overthink it. Let's play 2 more scrims. Rookie's eyes were full of determination. We have to make it to the group stage. Okay. Everyone was brimming with enthusiasm, their eyes shining with the same determination. To be honest, seeing such a grand spectacle online yet having nothing to do with it, who could remain indifferent? As long as they can make it to the group stage, at least they will be standing on the same starting line as these 12 strong teams. The next day, the final play-in stage has finally begun. IG versus YG. However, at this moment, this match is not receiving much attention. Most people are still talking about the group stage. As for the play-ins, just let me know when there's a result. Besides, could IG really lose to YG? If they actually lose, then I guess everyone would be quite interested in watching the replay. In fact, the process of this match indeed had no surprises. The entire BO5 was almost purely one-sided domination. In the first game, YG learned from LYN and tried to 5-ban Lu Chen's AD. As a result, the bot lane was still suppressed, and the mid, top, and jungle completely collapsed. Rookie's LeBlanc went godlike, and the Shy's Jax completely carried the game. And Lu Chen also showed YG what is called the Sea of Heroes. Ban whatever you want, I can play anything anyway. So in the second game, YG decided not to target Lu Chen anymore, banning only the most feared Draven, while using the rest of the bans to target the mid and top lanes. Lu Chen happily locked in the patch's god-tier champion Kalista, paired with Bolan's Ardent Sensor Lulu, giving the opponents a taste of what true brutality looks like. Forced to destroy YG's base in 14 minutes and 50 seconds, almost broke the previous fastest record set by LYN. Finally, in the third match, YG completely gave up. Not to mention the players, even their coach was so so overwhelmed that they were left dizzy and confused, completely clueless about how to handle the BP. Or rather, YG's coach realized for the first time that this game is actually so difficult. 5 band slots are simply not enough. In the end, amidst a chaotic BP phase, they ended up giving both Xayah and Rakan to YG. The result was obvious. As the live audience put it, absolutely tragic. YG's coach suddenly realized. It turned out that what they were lacking wasn't hero bans, but player bans. If they wanted to win, they'd have to ban the opposing players themselves. There's no other way, the skill gap is just too big. There was absolutely no room for resistance. 3 matches, and not a single one lasted over 20 minutes. After the games ended, the 5 players of YG were still sitting in their seats, unresponsive, with confused expressions. It wasn't until the IG players came over to shake hands that they suddenly realized they had already lost this BO5. A moment later, in the center of the venue, under the spotlight, the 5 members of IG bowed to the audience in gratitude. The cheers of the crowd and the passionate voices of the commentators echoed in the air. Let's congratulate IG, the first team to secure a spot in the play-in stage, advancing to the S7 World Championship group stage. Oh wow, go IG! The hope of LPL has grown stronger. IG, see God, you must fulfill your promise to win the championship. Rookie, you must step up this year. The 3rd seed also has a chance to win the championship. Hearing these shouts, the IG team members were equally stirred. Finally, they broke through the encirclement and made it into the group stage of the main competition. When they returned to the lounge, everyone was still in a state of excitement. Su Xiaoluo and Manhwa, however, were clearly even more excited than the others. The 2 of them rushed over and directly hugged all 5 members of IG one by one. Good, well played, great job. Su Xiaoluo stammered, I'll call the principal right away to share the good news. Don't worry, the principal already said that as long as you make it to the main competition, the rewards will definitely be even greater than before. Manhwa couldn't stop smiling. I knew it, you guys could definitely do it. 2 days later, the remaining qualifying spots for the other groups in the play-in stage have also been determined. As expected, FNC from the EU region and C9 from the NA region both advanced with ease. The wildcard team FB from Turkey also successfully defeated one to secure a qualification spot. Thus, a simple draw ceremony began. FNC's Reckles took the stage and immediately drew Group B. What the hell? Ning Wan's eyes widened. They went to Group B, so doesn't that mean we? Yes, no matter what we draw, we have to go to Group D. Lu Chen nodded calmly. Since Groups A and C already have LPL teams, even if we draw them, we will be shifted to Group D. Oh Chang is a good brother. Ning Wang laughed so hard his mouth almost reached his ears. I approve of him. Even Rookie's face lit up with a smile. Although to win the championship, you definitely have to defeat all the strong opponents. But this grouping does make things a bit easier, with less pressure. Sure enough, later, IG was drawn into Group C but was still deferred to Group D. The final group stage lineup was also announced. Group A, EDG, SKT, HQ, C9. Group B, LZ, IMT, GAM, FNC. Group C, G2, SSG, RNG, FB. Group D, FW, MSF, TSM, IG. With this, the online buzz about the group stage finally includes IG. To be fair, IG should definitely make it out of the group, right? Indeed, Group D doesn't seem very challenging. With God see here, this year's IG really feels completely different from before. That's enough. Do you really think they're just some weak Western players? EU is still very strong this year, okay? NA is whatever, but don't look down on EU. Even IG as a 3rd seed might not necessarily beat them. So everyone's ignoring FW, huh? The Flash Wolves have an insanely high win rate in BO1, you know? Let's talk after making it to the quarterfinals. This year, it's mainly about how EDG and RNG perform. Some are optimistic, while others are doubtful. In summary, the 16 teams for the main event have finally been fully confirmed. The S7 World Championship is about to officially begin. In the following days, the IG team members still spent their time in scrims. Although the group draw is favorable, the pressure is still significant. Among the 5, only Rookie has experience participating in the World Championship. The other 4 are all newcomers to the World Championship. Moreover, even Rookie only participated once 2 years ago during S5 as the 3rd seed, and it ended in a quick exit. Experience? Yes, but just a little. At the same time, the internet has not been calm these past few days. Every day, there is news about the players, sparking heated discussions within the community. For example, the famous chaos-making team G2, with Perks already boasting about sweeping SKT and EDG into the trash. Also, the entire SKT team went to eat some specific ox head noodles. C9's AD player Sneaky posted his cross-dressing photos on social media. FNC's Reckles talked about his idol Uzi, and so on. One thing after another keeps driving the traffic. The popularity of the entire S Championship continues to grow under the relentless promotion by the official organizers. You have to understand understand. Every year's S Championship is the most crucial event for the league to attract new players. It not only draws in new players but also brings back veteran players who had left the game. This year's S7 is being held domestically, coupled with the influx of significant capital, favorable timing, and advantageous circumstances, making this grand event reach an unprecedented peak. Time has come to October. On this day, not only IG but also RNG and EDG all stopped their scrims, because it's time to shoot the promotional video. That's right, every year's World Championship requires the players to shoot a promotional video. This year, as the home teams, RNG, EDG, and IG were all called in for filming. Of course, this didn't take up too much time. Each team simply selected representative players for a short filming session, which would eventually be compiled into a collection. Very soon, time moves forward once again. It's now October 5th. This day has finally arrived. The S7 World Championship is about to officially begin. Let's go, let's go. Early in the morning, the entire IG team was sitting on the bus, and everyone looked extremely excited. It wasn't until they arrived at the Wuhan Sports Center that they realized the atmosphere here was completely different from the play-in stage before. Previously, the venue was just packed with people, but now, even outside the venue, it was already a sea of people. Countless spectators from all over the world holding support items for different teams stood outside the venue enthusiastically cheering. Of course, the majority were still locals, as it was the home ground after all. Many young women even painted a streak of red on their faces to show their support for the domestic teams. There were also many cosplayers dressed in costumes of various heroes, standing in the square and attracting a lot of attention. Languages from various countries intertwined in the air, making one's scalp tingle. Damn, Ning Wang unconsciously swallowed his saliva. No wonder they say the play-ins don't count as the main event. The gap is just too huge, isn't it? Previously, he still thought that the play-ins could at least be considered part of the World Championship. The hype even completely overshadowed the LPL Summer Finals. But compared to now, it's truly insignificant, not even on the same level. Don't panic, Rookie said with a tense face, masking his emotions. Today is the opening ceremony, and we don't have a match scheduled. The group stage features 6 matches per day, and on the first day, the organizers naturally scheduled the most popular groups to play. That would be Group A and Group C, where EDG and RNG are. And as for their IG, they have to wait until tomorrow to compete. Even so, everyone still found it hard to calm their excitement. Upon entering the venue, the official staff escorted them inside and explained a bunch of matters. Only then did the rehearsal for the opening ceremony begin. That's right, rehearsal. There's no choice, as the official competition this afternoon will attract the attention of audiences worldwide. If anything goes wrong during the opening ceremony, it would be embarrassing for both the officials and the organizers. Therefore, all the team players, after finishing their makeup, went through several rounds of rehearsals. Full attention. After everything was settled, everyone finally returned to the backstage of the venue and got some time to rest. The 3 teams IG, RNG, and EDG were all gathered together, complaining. Hugh Luchen let out a long breath, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Even though we didn't have a match today, why does it feel even more exhausting than playing a match? You'll get used to it, the factory manager said with the air of someone who's been through it all. By the way, Rookie glanced at the RNG players, trying to shift the pressure off himself. You guys are up for the first match. Nervous? Not really, Uzi replied with a calm and composed demeanor, completely unfazed. Just secure the FB, no big deal. What about you guys, EDG? Xiaoming chuckled. You're playing the closing match today. Any thoughts? The same, Miko chuckled. You brat, you just want to see us make fools of ourselves, don't you? The members of the 3 teams were joking around backstage, until the time reached 1 p.m. The venue officially opened. Countless spectators began streaming in, and this massive sports center, capable of holding tens of thousands of people, was completely insufficient. In fact, a large number of people could only crowd outside the venue to watch the projection on the big screen. Commentators and hosts from various competition regions entered the venue one after another. The live streaming platforms fully opened their channels. There are even professional photographers who have started adjusting drones equipped with cameras. The atmosphere of the S tournament seemed to reach its climax in an instant. The popularity of the official livestream skyrocketed exponentially in just 2 short hours. When the time reached exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, boom! With a loud bang, the lights in the entire venue dimmed. At the same time, all the audience members spontaneously erupted into enthusiastic cheers. The next moment, the stirring musical melody resounded throughout the venue, gradually quieting the entire audience. S7 theme song, The Legend Never Dies. For those who haven't heard it, go give it a listen, it's truly electrifying. Images began to appear on the large screen at the center of the stage, drawing the attention of the entire audience. The camera looked down from 1,000 meters above, capturing the buildings on both sides of the Yangtze River in full view. Subsequently, the camera shifts to a large bridge. Wuhan Yingwazu Yangtze River Bridge, Legends Never Die. As the singer's voice begins to rise. In the frame, the figure of the manager appeared beneath the Yangtze River river bridge, gazing at the distant horizon. If I compete in Wuhan, there will definitely be many fans coming to support me, which will make me play better and better, and then I will also become the pride of Wuhan players. In the scene, the figure of the manager gradually walked away along the riverbank. Afterward, the camera shifts, and Oking appears on another riverside, overlooking the water. In my opinion, the best thing about the World Championship is that no matter what glory you had before, you have to prove yourself with your current performance. The scene changes again. Arriving at the entrance of Wuhan Sports Center, Yuzi stood in the center of the square, arms crossed over his chest. From the very first time I entered the World Championship until now, it's been 4 times in total, and I've won second place twice. Then, I feel like every time it's just a little bit short. I feel like I could win the championship, but every time it's just a little bit off. The yellow crane tower stood tall, and in the blink of an eye, night fell. The entire ancient tower was illuminated by golden lights, appearing exceptionally magnificent. Bjergsen gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Not being able to achieve results in the World Championship is my biggest regret. Therefore, when someone says that Bjergsen is not yet a legendary player, I cannot refute it. Also in front of the yellow crane tower, under the plaque inscribed with dominating Yun Meng, the 2 elders of Xianming, Prey and Gorilla, crossed paths. We always seem to be SKT's backdrop because we always lost to them, but this year, we defeated them, and we will seize the championship in one go. The night scene once again transitions into daylight. By the banks of the Yangtze River, the championship trophy of the world's tournament stands tall. Lu Chen, dressed in white, stands beneath the trophy, his eyes bright and full of spirit. This time, we come as challengers. Defeating the former legends, we shall become the new legends. The camera follows Lu Chen's gaze to the opposite side, focusing on the trophy above. At this moment, the rhythm of Legends Never Die also reaches its climax. A figure dressed in a black and white team uniform appears there. The great Demon King Faker. At this moment, he had his hands in his pockets, gazing at the sky. Many people say that as long as they can defeat me, they can become a legend. But I don't think that's the case. Starting from defeating Ambition at the beginning of my career, I sat in the top position for many years. This is why people call me a legend. So, if you want to become a legend, you must defeat opponents like me multiple times. The two stared at each other across the championship trophy, and Faker's words seemed to be a response to what Lu Chen had just said. This scene was like the century-old handover between the old god and the new god. Legends never die. The final climax arrives. All the players who appeared on camera just now flash across the screen one by one. The voice of the captain rings out once again. In the World Championship, my definition of a legend is someone who achieves feats that others deem impossible. I think this is what defines a legend. Boom! As the music ended, the image on the big screen focused on the championship trophy. The lights in the entire venue also began to gradually return, allowing the audience to adjust to the brightness. At the same time, the host Rendong, dressed in a blue suit, walked to the center of the stage and began shouting loudly, "Alright, this is Wuhan, China. Welcome to the 2017 League of Legends World Championship. Woohoo!" Deafening cheers of excitement erupted inside the venue. Countless fans waved their support sticks enthusiastically from their seats. "Hello everyone, I am Rendong." Rendong smiled and raised the microphone. So, after a season of battles, 16 top-tier teams from around the world will gather here to once again compete for the championship. Now, all the teams are ready. Let's give them a warm round of applause as we welcome them to the stage. Ooh! For a moment, the audience erupted once again with countless cheers from the fans. 16 teams took the stage one after another under the spotlight. EDG, EDG, RNG, RNG, SKT, SKT. As everyone made their entrance, their fans below were also shouting the names of the teams they supported in unison. Finally, when everyone had finished their appearances and retreated backstage, the S7 World Championship group stage officially begins. The first match, RNG faces off against the wildcard team FB from Turkey. 13:3, an effortless victory without a doubt. Complete domination, securing the opening win for the LPL. Immediately after, SSG defeated G2, SKT defeated C9, and LZ defeated IMD. All three LCK teams claimed victory, showcasing the dominance of the LCK region to the fullest. LPL fans seem to once again see that lingering shadow looming overhead. This also led to FNC unexpectedly losing to the Vietnamese team GAM, which did not attract much attention. As for the final match, EDG versus AHQ, to be honest, there was almost no doubt about the outcome of this match from the outside world. After all, AHQ is just the second seed from the provincial team over in Taiwan. As for EDG, they are the number 1 seed of the LPL. The two are simply not comparable. Everyone unanimously predicted that EDG would achieve a clean and decisive victory. However, as the match began, it became increasingly surprising to watch. The two teams were evenly matched, going back and forth in a tight contest. By the late game, after 50 minutes, the few thousand gold lead EDG had built was almost meaningless, as both sides were fully equipped. At the 53 23-minute mark, IHQ secured Baron and directly pushed to destroy EDG's base in one wave. The match is over. The entire venue was silent. Even the players on AHQ's side seemed somewhat incredulous. Did they really win? As for EDG, the 5 of them sat in their seats, equally bewildered. What kind of game was this? Perhaps they themselves are already confused. Backstage, watching the factory director and others start to look dazed, IG also feels somewhat uncomfortable. Prince Ning scratched his head. Should we go and comfort them a bit? After this match, EDG will probably be trending on social media for getting flamed. Don't, Lu Chen waved his hand. At times like this, just let them have some quiet to adjust their mindset. To be honest, did EDG lose this round because they're not as strong as AHQ? No one thinks so. The fundamental issue is still the lack of mental resilience. In the World Championship, there are too many factors that influence victory or defeat. Strength is just one aspect, mentality, adaptation to the competition environment, and even various external factors, etc. These can only be adjusted by the players and the team themselves. If EDG can regain their form in time, there will still be opportunities ahead. If they can't, well, haha, alright, rookie, as the captain, said directly, let's go back and practice more. Don't lose to MSF tomorrow, or our fate won't look any better than EDG's. Back in S5, he had already experienced something like this. Moreover, at that time, the LPL's popularity wasn't as explosive as it is now, and it already made him completely shut down. If it were now, I can't even imagine. Just as the IG team had anticipated. At this moment online, RNG is basking in glory, while EDG is being criticized into the ground. Losing to others is one thing, but losing to the provincial team from Taiwan. You have to know, HQ is considered the weakest team among the 4 in Group A, practically a practice dummy. If they can't even beat AHQ, how can they compete against C9? Not to mention SKT with their unbeatable dominance. If this continues, is EDG going to break their quarterfinals limit? 3 years since the team was formed, 3 quarterfinal finishes. Minkai, 2 characters, each with 8 strokes, reaching the quarterfinals year after year. The quarterfinals seem like a curse, forever preventing EDG from breaking through. Could it be that this year they've figured it out? Since they can't break into the semifinals, why not go the other way and drop to the round of 16 instead? For a while, the internet was flooded with overwhelming criticism. The topic EDG lost to AHQ also quickly made it into the top 10 of the trending list. Of course, many fans still firmly believe that EDG can make it out of the group stage. It's just a single BO1 loss. As long as they bounce back in the following matches, it'll be fine. However, no matter how big this online storm gets, it hasn't affected the members of IG for now. At this point, they had already returned to the hotel and started extra practice matches. Everyone was extremely focused. There's no choice, the pressure is immense. EDG's defeat in this match had already set an example for them. If they lose again tomorrow, this will serve as a lesson from the past. The next day, just like yesterday, the area outside the venue was packed with countless fans. There were even more than yesterday. This is the World Championship. Once it starts, the hype only grows stronger. IG members have also arrived at the venue by this time and are watching the first match in the lounge. Their match is scheduled for the second round. The first match is between FW and TSM, both from Group D. The duration of this match was almost identical to EDG's game yesterday, with both sides battling it out for 54 minutes. In the end, TSM defeated FW. It is very evident. With the arrival of the bot lane patch, the pace of the entire game has slowed down. Even though Ardent's sensor has been nerfed, it still holds an absolute position. The team's damage focus is also shifting more and more towards the AD carry. Let's go, it's our turn to play. The 5 members of IG were all ready and walked out of the lounge. After 2 years, this team once again stood on the stage of the group stage. Will they break past limitations and soar to new heights? Or will they be trapped by the demons of the past, repeating the desolate ending of S5? Everything starts with this match. A moment later, amid the cheers of the entire audience, Lu Chen and the other 4 all took their seats in the players' area and began adjusting their equipment. At this moment, the camera on the big screen happened to focus on the players' area, capturing the determined gazes of the 5 young men on screen. Turtle, see God's gaze. I feel like something big is going to happen today. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. Such a fierce aura, no joke. It's the first time I've seen See God with this expression. The Rabbit team is in big trouble. The match hasn't even started yet, and the audience is already excited. Welcome to Wuhan. Coming up next is the second match of the second day of the group stage, IG versus TSF. Hello everyone, I'm Miller. Hello everyone, I'm Wawa. I'm Wine Duo. 3 commentators stood at the commentary desk, skillfully stirring up the atmosphere on site. Following yesterday's RNG and EDG matches, IG is finally about to make their group stage debut. Hopefully, they can achieve a good result. That being said, I think IG's chances of winning are still quite high. Although they're almost all newcomers, the players' individual skills are visibly strong. Exactly, I've always always felt that IG is a bit reckless, you know? They don't seem to be very fond of strategic play. But it is precisely this brawling style that makes watching their matches so thrilling. The three commentators analyzed one after another. Between the lines, they still lean more towards IG. After all, it was a team from their own region. Alright, both sides are entering the BP phase. Let's look at the big screen. As the commentator's voice sounded, both teams entered the BP interface. In this match, IG was on the blue side, while MSF was on the red side. Right at the start, Manhwa directed the team to ban the opposing support player Ignar's signature champion, Blitzcrank. Then they banned Nar and Oriana. All of them are heroes the opposing players excel at. For this World Championship, IG's coaching staff and analysts have been busy studying all their opponents. On the other hand, MSF seems a bit flustered. First, they unshakably banned Callista, and then banned Rakan to dismantle the Xayah-Rakan combo. The third pick hesitated for a long time and finally sent Draven to the ban list. Wow, the BP for MSF feels really tough to handle. Wawa joked with a laugh, Callista has to be banned, Xayah and Rakan need to be split up, and they still have to dedicate a ban to the off-meta Draven. The first three bans feel kind of wasted. There's no choice, Miller shrugged with a smile and said, this patch already puts the red side at a disadvantage. It's not like you can just not ban Callista on the IG player's bench. Pick Zac first, Ning said with an unusually serious expression, I'll take the lead. Alright, Manhwa didn't hesitate and nodded. For the group stage debut, going straight for their signature move really isn't an issue. So, IG locked in Zac as their first pick. On the other hand, MSF chose the combination of Tristana and Lulu. In the Ardent Sensor meta, Lulu's priority among supports was almost at the highest level, second only to Rakan when paired with Xayah, making her the top Ardent Sensor champion. IG first locked in Galio as the meta top laner, but the third pick came to a halt. How should we pick? Manhwa directly asked, fully trusting the players. Luchen immediately looked at Rookie, old song, pick that one. Are you sure we should pick it? Rookie hesitated a little. After practicing so many games, isn't it all for the World Championship? Luchen said nonchalantly, it's fine, just pick it with confidence. Alright, since you put it that way. Rookie hesitated no longer and immediately locked in a champion. Karma. Miller's voice rang out from the commentary desk. IG chooses to pick a support on their third turn, and this choice is quite sensible. Indeed, the doll nodded as well and said, as everyone knows, this is the Enchanter support version. When Lulu is taken, the best remaining choices are Janna and Karma. However, not long after they finished speaking, in the second round of the draft, after both sides banned their heroes, IG directly picked a Leona. All three commentators were stunned into silence by this move, and the audience erupted in an uproar. No, how did you guys already confirm it? They already picked a Karma earlier, so why is there a Leona now? Ahem. Miller pondered for a moment before awkwardly explaining, it seems that IG's Karma is likely going mid, while the bot lane has chosen a counter-meta support, Leona. As they spoke, IG has already started selecting their final pick. Manhwa still asked the classic question, Luchen, what do you want to play? Let's go with Caitlyn. Luchen pondered briefly and said, if you want to dominate the lane, then dominate completely. Alright, Manhwa nodded directly. Thus, accompanied by a series of exclusive lines, Caitlyn's avatar was locked in. The show is about to begin. Mid lane Karma, with Caitlyn and Leona in the bot lane. As soon as this lineup was selected, just looking at it felt a bit abstract, because this is absolutely not a lineup for this patch. Not only were the commentators dumbfounded, but the audience outside the venue was also in an uproar. Ha, what version of the lineup is this? Not picking an enchanter in the enchanter meta is one thing, but what on earth is mid lane Karma? With this lineup, I have no idea how they plan to win. Send it. Looks like IG is going to follow in EDG's footsteps. Is IG's coaching staff even human? If they are, I'll eat my words. Great, time to pop the champagne. Speechless, they let the consistently carrying Rookie play Karma to just muddle through, and the bot lane doesn't even pick an enchanter. Top tier rebellious drafting, starting off the group stage with a bang. Huh? I've already started drafting my rant. Once the match is over, I'll unleash it. At this moment, at IG's player bench, Luchen looked at the IDs of MSF's 5 players across from him and silently thought to himself, sorry about this, brothers of the Rabbit team. That's right, this lineup is exactly the surprise strategy MSF used later against SKT. A Fervor Leona and a Blitzcrank. With astonishing results, they managed to dominate 2 games and almost toppled SKT directly. If it weren't for the significant skill gap between the players, SKT would have been taken down. This lineup mainly relies on the mid lane Karma to build Ardent Sensor, ensuring the AD has sufficient damage output in the late game. Moreover, with the economy from the mid lane, it is possible to build the Ardent Sensor faster than the support. Meanwhile, the bot lane opts for strong landing champions, capable of setting the tempo with hard supports, such as Leona, Blitzcrank, etc., to ensure landing dominance in the early to mid game, directly accelerating the pace of the match. Its effect far surpasses traditional bot lane enchanter combinations. Your Tristana and Lulu are one of the strongest enchanters enchanter combinations. Then I simply won't pick an enchanter bot lane. Caitlyn and Leona, maximum strength for you. Even SKT started using this strategy after playing against MSF. It was even used in the final match against SSW. Unfortunately, SSW was too solid, and SKT wasn't very familiar with this lineup, so they couldn't achieve the desired results. However, during the play-in stage, Luchen had already started having Rookie and others practice it during scrims. Now, they are already very proficient. Top-tier strategy? Bring it on! Rookie exhaled deeply. Guys, I still feel so nervous. Whoa, don't be nervous. Ning Wang widened his eyes. I'm counting on you 2 carries to carry me. Come on. As soon as he heard this, Rookie wasn't nervous anymore and chuckled. With this lineup, we're definitely counting on Luchen to carry. I'm just a support. I don't have that kind of ability. Tisk. Luchen's lips curled into a smile. Old dang, trying to put pressure on me, huh? As the few of them joked around, the previously tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. On the other side, at the MSF players' bench, all 5 players had their eyes wide open. Their lineup, why does it look so much like what we had in mind before? Be careful, the pressure in the bottom lane will be intense. I'll go to the bottom lane more often. Maybe it's just a coincidence? Regardless of how both sides react, the lineups are already set at this point. Blue side IG, top Galio, mid Karma, jungle Zac, AD Caitlyn, support Leona. Red side MSF, top Cho'Gath, mid Corki, jungle Sejuani, AD Tristana, support Lulu. Both sides begin loading into the game. Good luck, Manhwa said one last time. I believe in you. Play normally, and you'll definitely win. After speaking, he jogged to the center of the stage, shook hands with the MSF coach, and retreated backstage together. At this moment, at the commentary desk, the 3 commentators were racking their brains analyzing this BP. There's no other way, no matter how you look at it. The lineup on MSF's side is more in line with the current meta. As for IG, if we have to evaluate it, it would be relying on improvisation. Ahem. Finally, Miller was the first to speak. It's clear that IG's draft is aiming to create a breakthrough from the bottom lane. Indeed, Wawa followed up. Among enchanters, Lulu's landing and trading ability is undoubtedly the strongest. So, since you're strong, I'll just pick an even stronger engage support and go all in against you. Miller scratched his head, but in this case, IG's late-game AD output capability will take a hit. Wang Duo thought for a long time before rasping. Hiss, do you think IG's mid-lane Karma might be planning to build support items? As soon as the words fell, both Miller and Wawa were stunned. Thinking about it carefully, it actually seems possible. Otherwise, it can't explain why Karma was chosen for the mid lane. In that case, IG's lineup makes sense now, Miller said, suddenly turning to look at the big screen. The support rates for both sides are out. In the frame, below the 2 teams, there is a percentage progress bar showing the support rates. IG, support rate, 67%. MSF, support rate, 33%. This support rate was voted on by netizens from all over the world. If it were only within the LPL, IG's support rate would soar to over 90%. Oh, IG's support rate is so high, Miller said with slight surprise. The doll responded, it must be that many viewers still remember IG's stunning performance in the play-ins, which is why they have such high support rates. As they spoke, the loading screen ended and the game officially began. The system's notification sound rang out. Welcome to League of Legends. Miller also shouted loudly, alright, both sides have entered Summoner's Rift together. The match has officially started. Let's wait and see what kind of spectacular performance they will bring us. As Miller shouted, the entire audience became excited and the cheers almost broke through the venue's ceiling. IG, 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 keep it up. LPL, go for it. See God, go for the kill. Almost everyone was cheering and rooting for IG. That's the advantage of being on home turf. No matter how bizarre the BP is, as long as we can win, it doesn't matter. At this moment, at the IG players' bench, everyone shouted in unison, let's go. Then they sat up straight and began to seriously focus on the screen in front of them. The 10 players from both teams started controlling their heroes to run out of the fountain. IG is in a 212 formation, while MSF is using the classic single-line snake formation, both in defensive positions. In the current meta, everyone prefers dragging the game to the late stage. Few teams start making moves at level 1. I'll start blue and clear downward, said Ning. I'll counter gank bot at level 3. Okay, Lu Chen nodded. The female police officer was already brought out, so not pushing the lane would definitely make no sense. Very soon, both sides came online. As usual, since they didn't help the jungler with the buff, Lu Chen and Balan went online early and started pushing the minions. However, when MSF's duo arrived on the lane, they didn't panic. Are you kidding me? They picked Tristana and Lulu. There are almost no combinations that can beat this duo in lane pushing. So, MSF's AD player Hans Sama swaggered over, controlling Tristana, and started farming behind the minion wave. But just as he attacked once, he got hit by a long-range shot from the enemy Caitlyn. The little cannon hesitated not at all and was about to cast the E skill on the lady police. At level 1, the opponent dared to fight him head-on while standing in the minion wave. He wasn't wasn't intimidated at all. Just as the little cannon raised his hand, the opposing lady police had already turned around and repositioned herself, causing his E-skill to fail to activate. Incidentally, Lu Chen also made a classic 90-degree sharp turn to dodge Lulu's Q. So, Tristana, feeling a bit frustrated, was about to give up and turn back to farm minions, only to be hit by Caitlyn on her way back. Although Tristana is the hero with the longest range in the late game, that still requires levels to achieve. A level 1 Tristana has a range of only 525, more than 100 less than Caitlyn. This range advantage was once again brought to its fullest potential in Lu Chen's hands. Just like that, Tristana was kite back and forth a few times, took a headshot, and lost more than a third of her health. You could say she was completely poked into a daze. Can only retreat, give up pushing the lane. At this moment, the official livestream's chat was already scrolling rapidly. 666, Sea God's classic maneuvering. Is it just my imagination? Why does it feel like Sea God's Caitlyn has such a long range? Damn, even with Lulu, they still lost the level 1 trade this badly? Once Leona hits level 2, MSF is really going to be in trouble. This scene had already happened back in the LPL. At that time, Lu Chen used Caitlyn to pressure dodge Yuzi to the point of almost losing his mind. So the LPL audience isn't too surprised by this. But in the eyes of viewers from all over the world, it's a completely different story. This is the world's group stage. Even the LCK teams yesterday didn't show such overwhelming dominance during the landing phase. For a moment, countless voices of admiration rose online. It was as if people were finally starting to take a serious look at this young player from the LPL. Meanwhile, on the MSF side, AD player Hans Sama felt his scalp tingle. What's with this guy's distance control? Support Ignar also said helplessly, my skills are on cooldown, I couldn't slow him down. At this moment, the second wave of minions is about to arrive on the field. Leona, as a champion, doesn't pose much of a threat at level 1. At least in terms of landing strength, she is definitely not as strong as Lulu. Someone passively pokes you a few times like Pixar, and it can take off a significant amount of health. But it's a completely different story at level 2. With the Dawn's EQ skills, the threat level skyrockets. Very soon, the second wave of minions arrives, and with Tristana retreating, IG reaches level 2 first. Attack! Lu Chen immediately shouted, focus Lulu. Balan acted decisively to an absurd degree, without the slightest hesitation, instantly using flash and starting with a Q skill that landed directly on Lulu's head. No time to react at all. Lu Chen cast a Q skill from behind, followed up with a basic attack. Combined with Leona's passive, Lulu's health dropped rapidly. Action in the bot lane. IG hits level 2 and makes the first move. Miller shouted immediately, Leona flashes onto Lulu. Level 2 against level 1, MSF can't fight this. At this moment, Lulu hurriedly turned back to cast exhaust on Lu Chen. However, in the next instant, a purification effect lit up on Lu Chen. At this moment, Lulu finally used her flash, but was followed by Balan's Leona with an E skill, countering with ignite and chasing with basic attacks. Lu Chen also decisively turned back with an E skill to follow up, continuing to deal damage. Lulu's health is dropping so fast. Wawa widened his eyes and suddenly exclaimed, Leona's keystone rune is fervor. You're a support Dawnbringer. You didn't take the Resolve Tree's Stone Pact, but instead chose the Ferocity Tree's Fervor of Battle? Who is the AD here anyway? In just the blink of an eye, Lulu's health dropped to rock bottom. Even using heal was useless for Xiaopao. Under the grievous wounds effect from Ignite, the health restored by heal was even less than the damage dealt by Leona's basic attack. First blood. IG Chunyu has slain TSF Ignar. The first blood was steadily secured by Lu Chen. Solo kill on the lane. Miller exclaimed, it's not even 3 minutes, and there's already a kill in the bot lane. This wave of Dawn's fervor has played an unexpected role. Wang Duo followed up, at least in terms of early landing strength, it's really too high. Bringing this kind of rune undoubtedly sacrifices a large part of Dawn's late-game tanking ability, instead maximizing her early landing power. Although extreme, it just happens to be effective. At this moment, on the screen, Lu Chen and Baolan, after dealing with Lulu, turned around and started targeting Tristana. With no other choice, Tristana could only turn around and run toward the river, using flash to jump over the wall. The experience from this wave of minions is out of the question, it's a total loss. Even before assisting the lane return, he would lose the qualification to last hit minions. Lu Chen didn't continue chasing and directly turned back to start controlling the lane. The opposing bottom lane, at the very least, would lose the gold and experience of one wave of minions. My problem, said support Ignar somewhat frustratedly, I didn't expect the opponent to be so decisive and use flash directly. Also, this Leona with fervor, the damage is just too high. It's okay, AD player Hans Sama said in a deep voice, let's stay steady, don't fight them head on, and wait to turn it around in the late game. Alright, Ignar nodded, exhaled slowly, and stared intently at the screen. Both of them felt quite stifled. Canon and Lulu, almost the strongest duo in the bot lane for this sensor support meta. After they got it, not only did it fail to deliver results, but they were also completely suppressed. No choice, fervor Leona. Tristana. What the heck? What support combo can beat this thing? And after this fight, they're in a really bad spot. Both summoner spells are down, and they'll still be suppressed in farm and experience. As long as Lulu gets hit by Donzi's skill, it's almost certain death. Thus, the bot lane matchup then became a foregone conclusion. Tristana and Lulu focused solely on playing passively, not wanting to give any opportunities. Lu Chen, however, remained calm and composed, controlling the wave unhurriedly. He even pushed forward with Baolan to the enemy's backline, playing with an absurdly aggressive style. Aren't you playing sneaky? Then be completely sneaky, just don't last hit or gain experience at all. With this approach, MSF couldn't take it anymore. It's only 4 minutes in, and the bottom lane has turned into level 3 versus level 2, with 30 last hits against 15. If this keeps going, the bottom lane duo is going to be completely crushed, and that Caitlyn on the other side is simply inhuman. The ridiculous kiting distance is one thing, but her positioning is just as insane. Lulu hasn't managed to land a single Q on her from start to finish. On top of that, the opposing IG jungler is clearly farming from top to bottom. At this point, they are most likely camping in the lower jungle. If they call their jungler over and get counter-ganked by the opponent, it would be a complete disaster. So MSF can only grit their teeth and stall for time. However, they are not calling their jungler. It doesn't mean Lu Chen won't call for the jungler. Gao Zhening, come over for a wave. Okay, coming right away. Ning Wang had just finished clearing a river crab and immediately responded cheerfully. There's a saying that goes, being a jungler is essentially a process of finding a big boss. If you've been farming the jungle for ages and realized that none of the top, mid, or bottom lanes are the big boss, then either you become the big boss yourself or just GG directly. This is also why many junglers, once they enter the jungle, are as if lost in a deep sea, and from then on, the lanes are like strangers. There's no other way, really can't find a lane to help. Might as well farm more in the jungle yourself. Once you develop, there's still a chance to carry. But this problem doesn't exist in IG. 3 lanes, helping any one of them is fine. So Ning's jungle play is extremely smooth, and from time to time, he starts to feel a bit overconfident. Junglers on other teams still have to slowly figure out which lane has the advantage and plan their routes, but for him, there's no need to think it's just too easy. Finally, time reaches 5 minutes. The minion wave on IG's side is about to be pushed under the tower. Before MSF could even celebrate, a green figure had already emerged from the triangular bush behind them. Zac! At the first sight of Zac, MSF's bot lane duo immediately widened their eyes, pupils contracting sharply. The enemy jungler is here. This is going for the kill. Miller's voice echoed from the commentary desk. If MSF's bot lane gets dived this time, they're completely done for. On the screen, Ning had already used an E skill to dive into the tower, targeting Lulu, who had no mobility. The next second, Lulu was directly knocked up. Bolan's Dawn used an E skill to dash in, followed by a Q skill to chain the control. Lu Chen first placed a trap under Lulu, then started outputting damage with a QA combo. Poor Lulu, who wasn't even level 3 yet, took the full control combo and had her health bar completely wiped out. IG Chenyu killed TSF Ignar. At this moment, Tristana finally woke up as if from a dream and tried to escape with a W rocket jump. Ning Wang's eyes narrowed. Get back here. Zac, with only a sliver of health left, managed to stick his Q ability onto Tristana at the last moment, then grabbed a minion and yanked hard. W was directly interrupted, and Tristana was forcibly pulled back. This is the priority of Zac's QA. Not only Tristana's W, but also Fiora's Q, Jarvan IV's Q, etc., all can be interrupted. Nice! Lu Chen placed a trap under Tristana's feet and continued auto-attacking. The next second, Ning Wang's Zac was hit into passive mode by the turret, and Baolan took over tanking the turret. When Baolan was low on health, he stepped out of the turret range, and Lu Chen took over tanking. At the last moment when Lu Chen was also critically low, he used his E skill to hit Tristana and stepped out of the turret range, then countered with a headshot. Double kill. IG Chunyu has slain TSF Hans Sama. Killing spree. Massacre. A wave of tower dive, and no one from IG died. Lu Chen's record directly reached 3-0. By the time MSF Sijuani arrived late, only the corpses of Tristana and Lulu were left under the tower. A textbook tower dive. Miller's passionate voice echoed through the venue, especially Zac. It was simply a perfect performance. Whether it was using his passive to tank the tower or interrupting Tristana's displacement with QA, there were absolutely no mistakes. Whoa, Ning. Such an impressive Zac, unfamiliar. I knew it. When Godseed brought out this lineup, the opposing bot lane would definitely struggle. Here we go again. I didn't hear you say that before. Wow, Passionate Dawn, what a strategy. Stealing it. I'm off to play a ranked match. Don't go, you don't have Sea God skills. The atmosphere in the bullet comments shifted from negativity to everyone becoming cheerful. At this moment, in IG's team voice chat, Lu Chen also smiled and praised Ning Wang. Not bad, Gao Zhening, that dive was well done. If Zac hadn't used a Q&A to interrupt Tristana's jump, they probably would have only managed to kill Lulu. Of course, Ning Wang said, his chin practically pointing to the sky, I'm not just here to coast along, you know. After all, it's King Zac Zack. They've already brought out their ultimate skills, how could they not perform a bit? On the field. After this tower dive, MSF's bot lane duo is basically out of the game. Getting killed is one thing, but they also lost 2 waves of minions, already 2 levels behind, and the last hitting is simply unbearable. Hans-sama and Ignar both stared blankly at the screen in front of them, feeling utterly confused. What should they do next? They probably can't even stand under the tower now. Should I come and help? Seeing this, the jungler Maxlor hesitated and asked. The support Ignar turned to glance at him blankly, his voice heavy. If you come alone, it probably won't work. Considering the enemy Caitlyn's current development, plus the fact that the 2 of them in the bot lane are almost useless now, if a Sejuani comes, it's very likely to turn into a 2v3. What should we do then? Jungler Maxlor said helplessly. The mid lane Corki inherently needs to farm in the lane and is unlikely to roam. To be honest, an early game Corki doesn't deal much damage, lacks crowd control, and isn't very impactful. Most importantly, he never would have imagined that their bot lane would collapse so quickly and so completely. Big brother, it's only been a few minutes. You can't even stand under the tower anymore. Even if a god came to jungle, it wouldn't save this. Let's hold on for now, mid laner Power of Evil said firmly. Once I get going, there should still be a chance. Their mid laner is just a Karma, no match for my damage. In this version, Corki is considered the most capable carry among mid lane champions. In the LPL Summer Playoffs, RNG faced off against Wii. Xiaowu's Corki managed to deal over 90,000 damage in a single game. As a result, the nickname Tiger 90k became widely known. Miller's frenzied shout of "Who dares to stand tall with a blade? Only I, the General Tiger," even became a classic. Just like that, MSF's bot lane duo seemed like they had completely given up. Anyway, as long as your Caitlyn takes 1 step forward, we'll take 1 step back. Minion wave? Doesn't matter, we can skip it. Turrets? Doesn't matter, we don't have to defend them. Drake? Doesn't matter, we can give it up. Thus, an incredibly bizarre scene unfolded on the field. Lu Chen's Caitlyn seemed to always stand under the enemy's turret, watching as the turret devoured wave after wave of their own minion wave before leisurely starting to push the turret. It's like turning yourself from the blue side into the red side, not treating yourself as an outsider at all. Is C God on the blue side or the red side? Why is he always standing under their tower? What are this Tristana and Lulu doing? Following the jungler to take farm but not coming to take tower gold? Just stubbornly waiting for the first tower to fall? Then what can we do? We can't win in a fight, so we can only survive by playing it safe. I'm dying of laughter, as expected of God C. Poor rabbit team. So this is the meta answer, Tristana and Lulu? Love it, love it. The 3 commentators were equally speechless as they watched. Isn't MSF's strategy a bit too conservative? Miller seemed a little confused. If this goes on, how are they going to deal with this female cop later? Could they be waiting for the plane? Wawa had a look of old man, subway, cell phone on his face. But if this continues, the bot lane duo will be done for. Juan Duo hesitantly said, why do I feel like IG won't drag it out with them like this? When the time approached nearly 10 minutes, with a prompt sound ringing out. Your team has destroyed a turret. The bottom outer turret of MSF collapsed with a bang. Lu Chen's Caitlyn returned to base, directly acquiring an infinity edge. At the same time, Rookie's voice also sounded in the team chat. I've made the Arden sensor. This is the advantage of a mid laner building Arden sensor. It can greatly accelerate the item progression. Okay, I'm coming mid. Lu Chen nodded. Thus, under the watchful eyes of countless people, Caitlyn directly headed to the mid lane with Leona. Rookie Karma didn't hesitate, using an R-enhanced E-shield and placing it on Lu Chen. The unique red glow effect of the Arden sensor appeared on Lu Chen's hands. Lu Chen accelerated with Karma's shield, quickly closing in on the plane. Once within range, he launched a basic attack. Critical hit, 297. Bright red damage numbers rose above the plane's head. Hiss. The opposing mid laner Power of Evil drew in a sharp breath. You have to understand. A level 7 plane, with a total health of just over 1,000. More crucially, he glanced at the opposing Caitlyn's equipment and the Arden sensor effect on her. Play NM. At this stage, how much of a threat is a Caitlyn with advanced development and initial gear setup to MSF? Very big, but definitely not the biggest. In this Arden sensor support version, the greatest threat is Karma, who has already built the Arden sensor. Generally speaking, even if supports prioritize building the Arden sensor, it usually takes around 12.5 minutes to complete. But unexpectedly, the one building the incense burner on the opposing side is not the support, but the mid laner. A Caitlyn who was already ahead in development, paired with an assistant who was also ahead in development, directly accelerating the development of the duo significantly. This combination is simply making MSF's side feel utterly overwhelmed. The first victim was the mid laner Power of Evil. In his line of sight, a Caitlyn suddenly appeared in the mid lane, stepping on Karma's speed boost, holding equipment that shouldn't appear at this stage, with the Arden sensor effect that shouldn't exist at this time. She simply and brutally walked up, landing 3 basic attacks in a row, directly taking him down to half health. WTF. Power of Evil couldn't help help but curse. With every bullet hitting him, Power of Evil felt his heart trembling uncontrollably. He could only hurriedly maneuver the plane to retreat and run back with W. But Lu Chen was even faster, using a reverse E skill to reposition, stepping on the acceleration and continuing to chase while attacking. Another basic attack followed by a headshot. The plane's health dropped rapidly like a flood, staring Power of Evil into immediately using flash. The next second, before he could catch his breath, a red laser beam from miles away had already locked onto him. The policewoman's ultimate move, let the bullets fly. At the moment he saw the red line, Power of Evil's eyes were already filled with despair, and his hands slowly left the keyboard. IG Chenyu has slain TSF Power of Evil. Rampage. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, the plane crashed mid-air, giving up its kill. This is the power displayed by the duo with simultaneous advanced development. However, this duo isn't the bot lane, but the mid and bot lanes. Such exaggerated damage. Miller exclaimed in shock, this Caitlyn is completely unreasonable. She just walked up, landed a few basic attacks, fired an ultimate, and directly took down Corki. There's absolutely no room for counterplay. At this moment, Wang Duo had already spotted the key point and shouted, while Caitlyn is ahead in development, the mid lane Karma has also built Ardent Sensor much earlier than a typical support. This is allowing the AD to take over the game as early as 10 minutes. The doll also reacted, it's equivalent to sacrificing the development of the middle and bottom lanes entirely to nurture this monster of a Caitlyn. A Caitlyn with Infinity Edge and Ardent Sensor at 10 minutes, what can MSF possibly use to stop her? As the words fell, everyone understood, so it turns out IG really wasn't blindly drafting against the meta. On the contrary, in this version, they developed even stronger team compositions. The bot lane picks a hard support to dominate the lane, feeding all the gold to the AD carry, allowing the AD to develop ahead of schedule. Then the mid laner builds an Ardent Sensor, acting as a support with accelerated development. Moreover, the Ardent Sensor is cheap, so while the opposing mid laner only has small items, this side already has a major item. Thus, a super duo team is forcibly pieced together. The only issue with this lineup is that it places extremely high demands on the AD player's carry ability. After all, you're essentially taking the resources of two lanes. So, is Lu Chen's carry ability trustworthy? No doubt about it. Look at the expressions on the faces of the MSF guys across from us, as if they're wearing masks of pain. That's the best proof. 666. I was wrong. I shouldn't have called the IG coaching staff useless before. There is something. So that's how it is. The mid laner can also play as support. Got it. I'll go be a dog for the AD. Don't go. Your bot lane AD isn't God C. At this moment, backstage, IG lounge. Su Xiaoluo looked at Manhwa with a strange expression and asked, is this the strategy you developed? To be honest, the club had actually been preparing to bring in a new coach before. They had even finalized the candidate, which was coach Kim Jong-soo from LZ. But with Lu Chen's arrival and the team's performance continuously improving, this action was indefinitely postponed. No matter the ability, as long as they can win, they're a good coach. Maybe Manhwa just happens to be a perfect fit for the current IG? What surprised Su Xiaoluo, however, was that this guy, who didn't seem impressive, actually had the ability to develop a new lineup for the current patch? How is that possible? Manhwa shook his head and said matter-of-factly, this was developed by Lu Chen. Oh, is that so? Su Xiaoluo said expressionlessly, though she inexplicably felt a sense of relief in her heart. As expected, her judgment of people was still accurate. On the field, Lu Chen's Caitlyn has completely taken off. Originally, the pressure was already maxed out in the bottom lane. Now coming to the mid lane, Karma provides shields, speed boosts, and Ardent Sensor, along with Leona's reliable crowd control. If Corki dares to even glance at her, it's a blatant disrespect to Caitlyn's gear. Farm? Who's farming with you? In just 10.5 minutes, the red side's mid lane first turret was directly pushed down. Lu Chen had no intention of going home. With Karma and Leona as his two supports, he moved to the top lane. Under the pitiful gaze of Cho'Gath, they easily destroyed the top lane's first turret. Then, they headed to the Baron Pit and secured the Rift Herald. The rework of the Herald happened in version 7.9, which was just a few months ago. Many teams still haven't realized the importance of this thing. After all, the current version doesn't have plating, so the benefits of the Herald are hard to guarantee. But few people know that this thing is almost lethal for the advantaged side to accelerate their pushing tempo. At this moment, in God's perspective, after Lu Chen secured the Herald, he returned to the mid lane with two supports before MSF could react. Are they planning to push all the way through? Miller's voice echoed from the commentary desk. IG has unleashed the Rift Herald here. MSF needs to figure out a way to defend the lane. In the frame, Lu Chen and his team had already brought the Vanguard and Siege minions to the second mid lane turret of the red side. At this moment, the disadvantage of having a mid lane Corki becomes apparent. Although this hero's late game damage output is extremely explosive, it is quite weak before it has time to scale in the early game. All it can do is use its skill missiles from a distance in a feeble attempt to clear the wave. Boom! Amid the crash of of the Rift Herald, the second mid lane turret collapsed with a bang. IG doesn't want to leave. They're taking the Rift Herald to push the high ground. Miller's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Isn't this pace way too fast? In the current version, everyone is coincidentally dragging the late game. The common scenario is that both sides drag it out past 40 minutes. Not to mention the AD reaching full build, even the top laner and jungle tanks are fully equipped. At this point, team fights finally start, seeing which side's AD can take down the front line faster. In this match, IG suddenly came up with a fast push strategy, catching many people off guard. Boom! The Rift Herald charged again, taking out nearly half of the health of the high ground tower. Caitlyn, with the shield and Ardent sensor buff provided by Karma, started attacking the tower. Mid laner Power of Evil's forehead was already faintly sweating, maneuvering the aircraft to harass Weekly from a distance, fearing being caught by Bolon's Leona. At this moment, the entire MSF team finally started to panic. Who could have imagined that the opponent's pushing speed could be this ridiculously fast? IG's pace of advancement is incredibly fast. Not to mention the audience and commentators, even MSF on the other side is completely bewildered at this point. In just 3 minutes, the Caitlyn who switched lanes to mid has already taken down 3 turrets in a row. If the mid lane inhibitor turret falls too, that would make it 4. This is simply a tower pushing maniac. MSF didn't even have time to respond. Mid laner Power of Evil Weekly said, "Can we defend this wave?" As he spoke, he switched screens to check the other's movements. The top lane just lost the first turret and is now farming the wave pushed by the opponent in front of the second turret. The bot lane duo finally got a chance to breathe and is also farming to improve their development. As for the jungler, Miracle Walker is still clearing camps. "I don't think I can make it." Top laner Alfrey hesitated and said, "The enemy Galio has R and TP. I can only keep an eye on him." Jungler Maxlor shrugged. "We don't have enough damage output. Even if I control Caitlyn, we can't take her down instantly." At this moment, the downside of the mid lane Corki becomes apparent. This champion's late game damage output is indeed explosive, but before it develops in the early game, it's truly weak. No outbursts, no control, it's hard to coordinate with the jungler. At this stage, with neither the gyrocopter nor Sejuani having a single major item, trying to instantly kill a massively fed Caitlyn is quite unrealistic. Not to mention, Lu Chen's side also has a Karma with an Ardent sensor, whose R-enhanced E-shield is thick enough to make people despair. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the entire audience, MSF allowed IG to take down the mid lane high ground tower. At this moment, the time is just 13.5 minutes. Afterward, the mid lane high ground crystal was also destroyed by Lu Chen. Let it go. It's all fine to let it go. Is the NA team this timid? No way. How many minutes has it been, and they're already starting a mid push? What's going on? I just went to grab my delivery, and the buddy team's high ground is gone? This is the value of Sea God skill. Do you even know what it means to fast push lane with Caitlyn? Tactical lean back. The chat was flooded with comments. The 3 commentators also had peculiar expressions. Well, I can only say that MSF's strategy is a bit too conservative. Miller mumbled, "It's not even 14 minutes yet. Breaking the mid lane high ground this early makes dealing with super minions a bit tricky, doesn't it?" But they really don't have much of a choice. Wawa chimed in, "This well-farmed Caitlyn is just too hard to deal with." MSF is inherently a late-game team comp, and they're still far from reaching their power spike. Wang Duo shook his head repeatedly. "I can only say, at this rate, MSF might not even be able to clear the waves. After this fight, it'll be very hard for MSF to make a comeback." Just as he said. Next, Lu Chen continued pushing aggressively on the top and bottom lanes with his 2 attachments in tow. The key is that his equipment is far too advanced. The front line on MSF's side simply couldn't withstand the damage, not even having a chance to go all in. The final result could only be conceding again and again, until the 20th minute. All 3 high grounds of MSF have been breached. The economic gap between the 2 sides has reached nearly 10,000. Most of it comes from the bounty given by the turrets. On the screen, the base of MSF is flooded with super minions marching forward. Just watching it makes your scalp tingle. And IG easily started taking the Baron. "Should we go?" Someone in MSF's team voice chat tentatively asked. No one responded. How to go? The base is full of the enemy's super minions. If we really go to defend the Baron, the Nexus turrets will be gone. In the end, the Sejuani jungler had no choice but to step up, heading alone to the jungle in an attempt to steal the Baron and prolong the game. But just as they reached the red buff area, the sorrowful cry of the Baron echoed. "It looks like it's about to end." Miller's voice suddenly became excited. "IG has secured the Baron. Super minions on all 3 lanes." Wawa exclaimed in shock. "All of them are empowered by the Baron buff. How can they defend against this?" On the field, the 5 members of IG split up and pushed the minion waves toward the MSF base. Every lane's super minions were all empowered by the Baron buff. The opponents can't even clear the minions. In just a matter of seconds, the 2 front tooth towers collapsed one after another. The 5 members of MSF didn't even get a chance to engage in a team fight. Their base was almost gone. At this point, the 5 finally launched a desperate charge. But alas, the gap in equipment and levels is too large. Ning's Zack leaps into the fray, activating his ultimate to disrupt the enemy's formation of 5. The Shy's Galio ultimate follows closely, with Leona Z charging into the fight. Meanwhile, Rookie simply casts a shield on Lu Chen, triggering Ardent Sensor. A burst of explosive output. Ace. As the system's team wipe notification sounded, Lu Chen secured a triple kill. The other 2 kills were snatched by the Shy and Bolan's Ardent Leona. Perhaps we can already congratulate IG in advance on securing their first victory in the group stage. The commentator's voice echoed through the venue. At the same time, the entire arena erupted with deafening cheers. IG, 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 IG. Amidst such fervent shouts, time was frozen at 20 minutes and 34 seconds. Victory! As the system's victory notification sounded, the red team's MSF base crystal exploded with a bang. This match was won so beautifully, Miller said in disbelief. To be honest, I still haven't fully processed it. Indeed, Wawa nodded while sighing. Earlier, we were saying that IG is a bit reckless, but we didn't expect that they could also win a match through tower pushing strategy. Wang Duo joked, this is actually also reckless, otherwise how could they have steamrolled the other side in just 20 minutes? In any case, Miller said seriously, we still have to congratulate IG for taking this BO1 victory, marking a great start for them. That's right, Wawa nodded. At the same time, let's give a round of applause to both teams for bringing us such an exciting match. At this moment, the audience erupted completely, with screams and thunderous applause filling the venue. Aha, little IG. Well played. Nice. IG. See God, I love you. Won so quickly. That feels good. At IG's player bench. Damn, it's over already? Ning Wang slightly widened his eyes. That was a bit too fast, wasn't it? What, do you want to play longer games? Lu Chen said with a faint smile. How is that possible? Prince Ning shook his head directly. Rookie was the most comfortable among them, smiling as he said, this playstyle is just too enjoyable. I suggest we play like this more often in the future. You just need to casually add some shields and follow along. It's easy, and you can win. Who wouldn't like that? Well, you old dang. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Are you deliberately giving me a hard time? The Shy grinned, showing his teeth. Lu Chen, you're amazing. At this moment, the group slowly took off their noise-canceling headphones. Immediately, they heard the frenzied cheers of the audience in the arena. Hiss, King Ning's eyes widened as he suddenly realized something. If we win this, our fan base should grow a lot, right? Balan nodded slightly. Not just a lot, but an incredible amount. King Ning stood there in a daze for a while. Then he muttered softly, finally, it's my turn to shine. Lu Chen slapped him on the shoulder. Don't just stand there, shake hands. Oh, King Ning finally snapped out of it, following the others as they walked toward the MSF players area. When everyone arrived at the MSF players area, the 5 guys sitting opposite were still in their seats, looking utterly dazed. It was as if they couldn't believe they had lost so quickly. It wasn't until the staff reminded them that they noticed the IG team had already come over to shake hands, and they hurriedly composed themselves. After shaking hands, Lu Chen and the other 4 walked to the center of the stage under the spotlight. For a moment, countless spectators in the audience cheered loudly. IG, woohoo, great play today. See God, that's it, kill them hard. Little IG, keep charging for me, keep it up. Advance as group leader. Hearing these cheers, several members of IG became somewhat excited. Although they already had many fans cheering for them during the play-in stage, it was still obvious that the current number of fans was on a completely different level compared to before. Just seeing the sea of support signs for IG was something they never even dared to imagine before. Bro, it seems like you're really going to blow up. Ning unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, staring blankly at a female fan not far ahead in the audience holding a support sign. On the sign in her hand, the words Ning, King of Zack, were boldly written. That's enough, Rookie said speechlessly. Hurry up and bow. In fact, the one holding up the most player name signs was still Lu Chen. This once made Rookie and the others grit their teeth in frustration. This damn world that values appearances. Very soon, amid the cheers of the entire audience, the 5 members of IG bowed in unison. At this moment, the big screen also displayed the MVP of this match. No doubt, Piltover's Sheriff Caitlin. Record 704. At the same time, beside Caitlin, there was also a recently taken promotional photo of Lu Chen, still dressed in white, but the expression on his face appeared even more radiant, exuding an incredibly powerful aura. At this moment, the 3 commentators are already delivering the closing remarks. As expected, the MVP goes to player Chen Yu. Yes, his performance today is something everyone has witnessed, a fast push Caitlin ending the game in the shortest time possible. Of course, I think Ning's tower dive was also quite impressive. impressive. That being said, IG has now taken the lead with 1 point in Group D. Yes, and MSF, even though they lost, their strength shouldn't be underestimated. They still have a chance to advance. In any case, let's hope IG can maintain their form and secure the top spot in the group. It is worth mentioning, on the way back to the lounge, Lu Chen and the others ran into EDG in the corridor. They also had a match today, facing SKT. Old song, not bad, Clearlove greeted with a smile as soon as they met. You won pretty decisively today. Nico clicked his tongue in amazement, finishing in 20 minutes, that's really fast. Rookie shrugged, I'm just a tool anyway. By the way, how's your preparation going? Aren't we playing against SKT today? As soon as the name SKT was mentioned, the expressions on Clearlove and the others' faces instantly became a bit stiff. No choice. These 3 letters are almost a nightmare-level existence in the hearts of all LPL teams. It is the massive boulder pressing down on the entire LPL, leaving everyone breathless. No one dares to boast that they can definitely defeat this team. Sigh, the captain let out a sigh. We'll do our best, hopefully we can win. After chatting for a while, both sides exchanged farewells and went their separate ways. As soon as Lu Chen and the others stepped into the lounge, they heard cheers from Su Xiaoluo and Manhwa. The two of them completely disregarded their image, rushing over and hugging all 5 members of IG. Nice, you guys played really well today. Su Xiaoluo excitedly gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, the rewards will definitely be generous. The principal has already given the word. Beautiful, I knew you guys would definitely win, Manhwa said cheerfully, patting Lu Chen on the shoulder, his face full of trust. The main thing is to believe in the players. When Lu Chen sat down on the chair, a Shui came over, his eyes shining. Damn, brother Chen, when did you come up with this new strategy? How come I had no idea? Isn't that obvious? Lu Chen rolled his eyes. You don't even play scrims. I do want to play, Shui sighed helplessly. Unfortunately, it wouldn't make a difference even if he played now, as he hadn't yet reached the age requirement, still a few months short. But soon, Shui cast these thoughts aside and continued enthusiastically. By the way, since we won today, we should be trending again, right? Probably, Lu Chen nodded uncertainly. At least it was a home game. Even if IG's popularity was the lowest among the 3 participating teams. But after all, it is an LPL team. Winning would naturally cause their popularity to skyrocket. In fact, just as they expected, IG defeated MSF and the major media platforms reacted immediately. For example, on Weibo, the topic named IG defeats MSF directly soared into the top 3. The popularity even reached over 4 million. This shows just how popular the S7 World Championship is now. With just a casual scroll, at least dozens of new comments appear. Before Lu Chen could continue scrolling, he was informed that, as the MVP, he had been invited for another interview. Damn, so jealous, Ning Wang said with a face full of envy. Even Rookie's expression turned a bit sour. Interviews for such world events are extremely rare, but looking at Lu Chen's series of MVP achievements, they really can't bring themselves to feel jealous. A moment later, Lu Chen arrived at the interview venue. The one responsible for today's interview is still Auntie Yu Shuang. A green lotus cheongsam accentuated her elegance. Hello, we meet again. Yu Shuang smiled gently as soon as she saw Lu Chen. Come on, greet everyone first. Lu Chen nodded slightly and looked at the dense crowd of spectators below. Hello everyone, I am IG's AD player Chen Yu. Oh who? See God, look over here. I want to have babies with you. Oh my, how come you look even more handsome in person than in the photos? See God is on fire today. The audience's reaction was extremely intense. It's clear that the person Chen Yu chose is very popular now. Yu Shuang smiled warmly, holding the microphone and said, so, let's start with the first question, which is also the one everyone is most curious about. How did you decide to pick Karma for the mid lane today? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Because we wanted her to build Ardent Sensor. Yu Shuang's mouth twitched. That's not what I was asking. So she could only restrain her emotions and continue asking. Ahem, what I mean is, why did you choose to have the mid laner build the sensor instead of the traditional support? Because the mid laner can build it faster. Yu Shuang fell silent once again. The audience, however, was amused. Ha, that's see God for you, cold as ever. Top tier response, hilarious. Interviewing Bao Kai, Yu Shuang hit the jackpot. Although, see God's interview was really entertaining. Very soon. Yu Shuang asked again. Let's move on to the next question. Many viewers, including myself, are actually very curious. Chen Yu, why is your Caitlyn so good at kiting? Some even say your Caitlyn's attack range seems longer than others. No, Lu Chen replied seriously, it's the same range. Yu Shuang barely held her expression. Can you share how you managed to kite like that? Lu Chen glanced at her and could only shrug, saying, it's just that the range is longer than the other side, so you can hit them from outside their range. Haha, no, I really can't stop laughing. See God's shrugging gesture seemed to say, it's really hard for me to explain to you, but it's just like this and that, just go with the flow. See God, as long as you have hands, it's fine. Oh no, I don't have hands. Yu Shuang is about to lose it. See God, target him, got it? Yu Shuang, UF *****ing. IG. Yu Shuang let out a slow breath before continuing to ask, alright, then let's move on to the next question. We still have one LPL team playing today. Shin Yu, do you have anything you'd like to say to EDG? Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, I just wish them a great start and hope they can defeat SKT. I believe they have the strength to do it. Oh. Godse said it well. EDG, go for it. All LPL teams, win fiercely for me. Clear love, get yourself together for me. Below, many EDG fans have already started cheering uncontrollably. This is the popularity of the big three. Although IG now has gained some traction, compared to them, it's still insignificant. In short, in just a moment, the interview finally came to an end. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that after the interview video was uploaded online, it went viral. It wasn't the interview video itself that went viral. It was the gesture of him spreading his hands toward Yu Shuang that went viral. After the factory director's little bear shrug. Now there's another viral see God shrug meme taking the internet by storm. And it even thoughtfully comes with the caption, you're so bad, it's really hard for me to explain to you. This caused Yu Shuang to have a gritted teeth feeling whenever Lu Chen was mentioned for a long time afterward. Lu Chen felt a bit helpless. This kind of thing, he really didn't know how to explain. Positioning and kiting operations besides replying with, just practice more if you're bad. What else could he say? While Lu Chen was being interviewed online, the hype surrounding IG's first victory is also continuously rising. Many self-media creators and content creators quickly released posts and videos to ride this wave of popularity. Various marketing accounts seemed even more excited than the IG club itself, tirelessly reposting content across major platforms. Of course, the most popular post, was one from IG's official club account. Congratulations to IG. IG defeats MSF. On the second day of the S7 World Championship group stage, IG faced off against MSF in their first match and secured this BO1 victory, leading the group with 1 point. At the same time, we wish the players continued success and even better results in the upcoming matches. This Weibo post was accompanied by a photo of the 5 IG players standing side by side on stage. Under the spotlight, the 5 young men in white appeared full of spirit and confidence. IG is awesome. Voice cracking, see God, so impressive. The new strategy is amazing, and the IG coaching staff deserves credit too. Not easy at all, rookie can finally relax and enjoy a win. Well played, you showcased the spirit of our LPL. It's just 20 minutes of smooth play. Who can stand playing for an hour all the time? See God, Mary Fen, get lost upstairs. See God is mine. All of you get lost. In just half an hour, the comments below directly exceeded 3000 plus. And then, something completely unexpected happened. Lu Chen went viral, and he went viral overseas. Perhaps his performance in this match was just too unbelievable. After all, it was the main event and garnered massive attention from around the world. Someone directly edited Lu Chen's plays from the play-ins and even the LPL League into a highlight reel and uploaded it to YouTube. The sneaky pentakill with Twitch, the 1 vs 5 pentakill with Draven, and the classic kiting with Caitlyn. And the exaggerated footwork displayed no matter which champion he played. All of this made foreigners exclaim unbelievable after watching. In a short time, the number of clicks skyrocketed by millions. At the same time, Lu Chen's ID Chen Yu also entered the view of countless foreigners through this video. There was even a certain YouTuber from the LOL community who announced on the spot that he would henceforth be a diehard fan of Chen Yu. He believes that Chen Yu is the strongest AD player in this year's S7 World Championship. That is the world's #1 AD. Sounds quite unbelievable. If it were in the domestic scene, that would indeed be the case. But abroad, foreigners prefer being straightforward. When they think you play well, they really dare to hype you up. The most typical example would be the #1 Uzi fan Double Lift, who praises Uzi so much that even a lot of Uzi's fans in China can't compare. He even once created a meme. Uzi, stand up. Everyone else here is trash. All in all, Lu Chen's plays in that edited video were indeed astonishingly impressive. No wonder it has attracted a large number of foreign fans. At this moment, inside the IG lounge, TSK Tisk Ning Wang scrolled through his phone, clicking his tongue. Man, I don't even know if I should envy you or not. The world's #1 AD. Please don't, Lu Chen waved his hand. I can already imagine the scene of being flamed by haters. Haven't won the S championship yet, and already the world's best AD? Look at how capable you are. Is it going to be another Hollow championship? World's #1 XXX. Jackie Love also looked envious. I don't even know if I'll ever have the chance to be this popular in my lifetime. Yes, Lu Chen gave Shui a meaningful look. People need to have dreams, otherwise, what's the difference between them and salted fish? Shui nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly said, Brother Chen, when you're not being a jerk, you're actually quite proper. Get lost. Lu Chen rolled his eyes and stopped paying attention to the kid. No matter what, you've still made it big, Ning Wang sighed, and you've even gone international. Man, I'm so jealous I could die. Forget it, Lu Chen glanced indifferently at the projection screen in the lounge. Focus on the game, focus on the game. These things will all come after we win the championship. That makes sense, Ning Wang nodded seriously, as if in agreement. He thought of the female fan in the audience holding up a support sign with his ID that he saw on the stage today. Bro, I'll keep working hard. One day, I'll definitely make it big. Soon, everyone in the lounge stopped scrolling on their phones and turned their attention to the big screen. The third match began. IMT versus FNC. Unexpectedly, FNC, who had already stumbled against GAM yesterday, suffered another upset today against IMT, and the game time was once again dragged to after the 50-minute mark. Game 4. LZ versus GAM. 15:1, a crushing victory. The match had only been going on for 23 minutes. LZ demonstrated the strength worthy of LCK's #1 seed, securing a decisive and clean victory. Even SKT was defeated by them in the league, so it's no surprise they're the hot favorite to win the championship this year. Game 5. HQ versus C9. C9 also crushed their way to victory. Finally, we've arrived at today's last match, the grand finale EDG versus SKT. Pre-match predictions suggest that even on their home turf, EDG's win rate is only 60%. There's no way around it. SKT is too dominant, and EDG had just lost to AHQ, making many people lose confidence in them. But once the match started, EDG displayed astonishing strength, taking the lead all the way and hammering SKT. The gold difference even reached over 10,000. At this point, almost everyone was thinking, it's secure, EDG is definitely going to win this one. 23 minutes, EDG secures Baron. 24 minutes, they take down SKT's mid lane inhibitor. 26 minutes, the gold difference officially reaches 10,000. What does a 10,000 gold lead during this period mean? It roughly means that no one in the world would think EDG could still lose. In fact, many EDG fans have already started cheering off stage. This is Wuhan, after all, the hometown of Clearlove. It truly feels like EDG's home turf within a home turf. The fans hold an overwhelming advantage in numbers, and when they see such a situation, they instinctively feel it's in the bag. After all, every position is ahead of the opponent by nearly a major item. With a dragon flying in your face, how could you lose? However, what happens next? EDG seemed to be afraid of something. Despite having a 10,000 gold lead, they neither dared to initiate a team fight nor push the remaining two high ground lanes. At this moment, Baron Nashor hadn't respawned, and there were no neutral resources available in the jungle. Stall, just keep stalling. Quickly, this match made countless LPL viewers once again realize that SKT is still SKT, and EDG is still EDG. Even though the great Demon King Faker was targeted and died several times in a row, he was almost silent throughout the entire game. But the others still had the ability to step up. At 29 minutes, the EDG team moved from the bottom river area to the mid lane, almost in an instant. Wolf's Rocken dashed like lightning. SKT initiated a perfect team fight, catching all 5 members of EDG. Only Eboi's Saya reacted quickly enough to use her ultimate, but the situation was already hopeless. Faker's Orianna followed up with her ultimate, pulling in 4 members. Peanuts Jarvan 4 flashed and landed an EQ combo with his ultimate. Huni's Cho'Gath used Righteous Glory and flashed to connect QW for a knockup and silence, while Bang's Twitch activated his skill and unleashed a barrage of shots. A wave of 0 for 4. Only Egg Wang's Rumble in the top lane maintained EDG's unyielding spirit of never being wiped out, escaping alone with a flash. Even when trailing by 10,000 gold, SKT still pulled off a miracle teamfight. It was this very teamfight that later became known as the famous EDG's 10,000 gold lead overturned and EDG caught by Rocken in the river. After the fight, SKT took down 2 towers in a row, secured Baron, and reduced the gold deficit to less than 5,000. What's even scarier is, Bang's Twitch has come online. In the subsequent match, SKT kept up their strategy, gradually closing the gold gap step by step. At 37 minutes, they secured the Elder Dragon Soul and Baron. With the double buffs, they turned the gold deficit into a lead. 44 minutes, a wave of push, EDG unable to defend, the game is over. Yes, facing a 10,000 gold deficit, SKT managed to pull off an incredible comeback. From then on, EDG also carried the blemish of being overturned with a 10,000 gold lead. Until the moment the base exploded, countless viewers still found it hard to believe they actually lost. The entire venue was dead silent, not a sound to be heard. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy. Until SKT's fans began to cheer and shout, everyone finally came back to their senses. At the players' seats, Clearlove and the others had the same bewildered expressions, not understanding how they lost with such a huge advantage. It wasn't until the SKT players came over to shake hands that they were jolted out of their daze. Faker even patted the younger junior scout on the shoulder as a gesture of comfort, but it was clearly of no use. The 5 members of EDG were already starting to mentally collapse. Backstage, IG Lounge. Hiss. Ning shrank his neck and stared wide-eyed at the screen. This is probably going to blow up. Not to mention anything about home advantage or not. Just the fact that EDG lost despite a 10,000 gold lead is enough to make the entire LPL explode. What an absolutely shocking event. A 10,000 gold lead at 26 minutes is equivalent to each carry having an extra major item. item. Actually lost? Lu Chen was also a bit helpless. Big brother, you really got overturned, huh? This is even worse than starting off at a disadvantage and getting steamrolled by SKT. At least the other side is a 3-time champion, so losing is normal. Even if the audience gets angry, they won't be too furious. But you were ahead by a whole 10,000 gold. A comeback of this level can be considered absolutely explosive in the entire history of the World Championship. This can lose too? Unbelievable. Damn, I went to grab my delivery when we were 10k gold ahead, and now you're telling me we lost? A wildcard team with a 10k gold lead would never throw. In my bronze games, it's impossible to throw with a 10k gold lead. Alright, this is EDG. When it comes to being disappointing, they never disappoint. Kled's hot dance is coming. No wonder you lost to AHQ, you guys just don't deserve to win. Clearlove is right, legends are about achieving what others can't. Like throwing a 10k lead besides EDG, hardly anyone else can pull that off. Online, an overwhelming wave of curses erupted immediately. Even, it once gave rise to quite a few jokes. For example, SKT, the match is nearing its end. Please transfer the remaining payment. EDG, I'm ahead of you by 10,000 gold. I'm fighting NM, refund my deposit or it's a 0-3 sweep. SKT, oh. Of course, in reality, the outcry online hasn't yet reached its peak, because EDG still has a chance to advance. If they can't beat SKT, so be it. As long as they take down AHQ later and then steadily defeat C9, it'll be fine. Although losing a game with a 10k gold lead is indeed shocking, on the flip side, doesn't the fact that they could lead SKT by 10k gold already prove that EDG does have strength? At least, many fans still hold this belief. This includes several players from IG who think the same way. Tomorrow we face C9, EDG can't afford any more mistakes. Rookie side, we were so close to winning. What a pity. There shouldn't be any problem. Ning Wang clicked his tongue and said, EDG's strength is still there. In fact, it's not just against SKT. When playing against AHQ, EDG actually had the advantage in the early game. But when it came to the mid to late game, they would always make inexplicable mistakes, giving the opponent a chance to turn the game around in one go. It was quite torturous to watch. Lu Chen also sighed. I hope they can adjust their mindset. They're all LPL teams. If EDG collapses, they won't feel good either. After all, in the eyes of many, the LPL region is a whole. Not to mention, everyone gets along pretty well in private. As the storm continued to brew online, the time finally arrived for the third day of the group stage. The first match today is EDG versus C9. The hype for this match is astonishingly high, with countless people flooding into the official livestream the moment it started. No choice. Everyone held it in all night, and after venting their emotions with curses and rants, they still want to see EDG make a comeback. The members of EDG feel the same way. Clearlove took a deep breath to adjust his emotions and led Miko and the others toward the players' seats. The match begins. Under the gaze of countless expectant eyes, EDG, however, failed to showcase the explosive rhythm and ability they had during the early game against SKT yesterday. Perhaps it was precisely because of that game where they lost a 10,000 gold lead that left the 5 members of EDG feeling shattered, as they were actually suppressed by C9. Clearlove was in a daze the entire game, with almost no proactive ganks. Mid laner Scout's Lucian was caught 3 times in a row, ending up 0-3. It further caused the opposing mid laner Syndra to grow extremely strong, securing a triple kill in a high ground team fight, and then taking down Baron. In terms of overall game tempo, EDG was completely led by the nose by C9. The gold difference between the two sides even reached 15,000 at one point. No miracle happened. C9 destroyed all 3 lanes of high ground. The super minions alone have already made it extremely difficult for EDG to defend. After securing Baron once again, with the Baron buff's enhancement, the super minions from all 3 lanes directly overwhelmed EDG's base. With that, the match is over. C9 defeats EDG. And this also means one thing, that is, EDG has lost all 3 matches. Lost to LCK, lost to NA, lost to Taiwan. They've lost to everyone they could lose to. Don't mention the audience. Even Miller and Wawa at the commentary desk broke down on the spot. Miller even choked up and said, EDG, we let the audience down, we let the fans who came to the venue down. EDG's official Weibo immediately issued an apology statement after the match. On the Weibo accounts of major commentators, there is almost only one post like, or feeling bad. Something big is coming. Almost everyone shares this consensus. Again and again, over and over. EDG has let down the trust of its fans and subjected the audience to the torment of 3 consecutive matches. From the initial confidence, believing that EDG could easily defeat AHQ, then to the worries when facing SKT, the cheers when EDG had a 10,000 gold lead, and the shock after being overturned. Finally, it comes to now, hoping that EDG can defeat C9 and make a triumphant comeback. But unexpectedly, they delivered an even worse performance. Shame, despair, and finally, all transformed into rage. After a brief silence, the entire internet exploded. 3 consecutive losses. The number 1 seed of LPL. All LPL viewers viewers cannot accept this. Moreover, this is no longer just about the pride of the region. EDG is on the verge of breaking their team history by heading home from the round of 16. If even the number 1 seed is out in the round of 16, do the second and third seeds really have any hope of making it to the bird's nest and lifting the trophy in that place so special to the hearts of the Chinese fans? Many people have started to question this. After all, they are teams from the same region. In this regard, both IG and RNG are at a loss for words. What the heck, we really lost. Ning Wang's eyes widened, and his upper body involuntarily leaned back, as if he had been startled. Done, Rookie shook his head. After this match, EDG's chances of advancing are slim. 3 matches, 3 losses, 0 points after the first round, practically the punching bag of the group. Even if they rally later and win everything back, their advancement still depends on the performance of the other 3 teams. It's basically safe to say there's little hope left. Hearing this, Jackie Love belatedly realized and said, could it be the round of 16? His expression was full of shock, as if he never expected that the top seed of the LPL would go home in the round of 16. Lu Chen crossed his arms and nodded slightly. This is the World Championship. Anything can happen. Some 4th seeds start from the play-ins, dominate all the way to the finals, and ultimately win the championship, while some top seeds are directly placed in the group stage, yet fail to win a single match and stop at the round of 16. Before the fight begins, no one knows what the final outcome will be. Doesn't that mean EDG is doomed? Ah Shuwei smacked his lips. Not is going to be. Lu Chen glanced at the phone in his hand, but it has already started. The torrent of public opinion that had been brewing all night has now completely erupted online. Opening Tieba, the first thing that catches the eye is a big headline: the collapse of the dynasty. As everyone knows, EDG wasn't called National Electric from the very beginning. It went through an entire process, from a dynasty to a mythical god, from a mythical god to National Electric, and from National Electric to Vegetable Electric and Powerbank. It can be considered a kind of evolutionary history. And now, it is the moment when the dynasty collapses. Since the team's formation, they've made the top 8 every year for 3 consecutive years. Finally, in this 4th year, EDG is about to break their own limits, reaching the top 16. Countless fans began to backfire. Universal celebration. Dynasty? A dynasty without even one S-crown? Don't make me laugh to death. At most, it's an internal war illusion god, but a weakling in external battles. Great, time to pop the champagne. As expected of you, EDG, you always manage to pull off something big for me. I found that this team loves to give you a bit of hope first, then let you down, in an endless cycle. The number 1 seed is extraordinary, going 0-3 in the first round. Don't bother calculating for the second round, just head straight to the train station. Swim back, EDG. Oh, it's right at your doorstep? Never mind then. Fierce as a tiger in domestic matches, timid as a dog in international ones. I can only say, it's better to lose here than to make it to the quarterfinals and mess up RNG and IG. Splitting the round of 16 gives you 2 quarterfinals, and with the previous 3, it's a perfect match for 58.com. Classic Lucian as the 3rd pick. What level is EDG at now? Your little brother and the others are all playing Lucian. Can he play it? No, he can't. He doesn't have the ability. You know, lost to LCK, then to NA, and then to Taiwan. Nothing left to lose. Countless curses came pouring in like a tidal wave. LPL viewers usually don't insult directly. Instead, they use all kinds of sarcastic remarks and create memes. This often has an even more astonishing effect because it spreads extremely quickly. Turtle. Looking at the wave of criticism across major platforms, everyone at IG felt a bit fearful at this moment. The terrifying popularity of the Worlds and the home field advantage combined are indeed a double-edged sword. Winning, of course, brings joy to everyone, with happiness multiplied. But they lost. And today both IG and RNG have matches too. If either of them loses, EDG's anger will definitely spill over. The second match took place, SKT easily defeated AHQ, no surprises. Very soon. The third match, another highlight. RNG versus Samsung, a clash between the second seed of the LPL region and the second seed of the LCK region. Countless spectators are watching, and the excitement surpasses even the previous EDG match. And this battle, RNG indeed lived up to expectations, decisively defeating Samsung. Moreover, they crushed the base in 27 minutes, achieving an 11 o'clock shutout. They delivered a pure domination game, showing the world that the LPL still has truly strong teams. With the explosion of Samsung's base, all the fans in the audience cheered at the top of their lungs. The oppression brought by EDG earlier seemed to have completely vanished. Miller shouted excitedly, in today's match, RNG has made everyone in the LPL proud. Originally, everyone was shrouded in the gloom brought by EDG. No choice. Now, RNG has pierced through this gloom, allowing the dawn to break through the clouds and shine upon the earth. They not only defeated Samsung but did so with a sweeping victory. For those who haven't experienced it, it's hard to imagine just how popular RNG was at this moment. Because the LPL, which had been overshadowed by LCK teams for years, finally seemed to see hope. In this era, Whichever team can defeat an LCK team means 2 words, take off. Back in S4, why was OMG's clean sweep of LCK's Nijin talked about repeatedly for years? That's because it's so rare. You have to know, before that match, LPL teams hadn't won even a single small game against Korean teams in international tournaments like the All-Star, Asian Indoor Games, and IEM for over a year. Suddenly, OMG swept Nijin, which of course drove countless fans crazy. Nowadays, RNG follows the same principle. The first seed EDG was utterly disappointing, while the third seed IG had no strong teams in their group, or rather, no LCK teams, so not many people paid attention. At this moment, RNG stepped up. They shut out Samsung. The torrent of online public opinion instantly split into two, and the voices criticizing EDG weakened. Instead, countless people began to cheer for RNG. All media platforms, Jihu, Bilibili, Weibo, Tieba. The scope of this torrent's impact was beyond everyone's imagination. It was from this moment on, RNG's popularity officially surpassed the so-called Big Three, reaching the #1 position in the entire LPL. The combined popularity of teams like EDG, IG, and we wasn't even half of RNG's. This could be clearly seen from the post-match video replays. Other match videos get at most a few million views, but RNG match videos easily reach tens of millions. Goodness gracious. Backstage, the IG team looked at the crazy atmosphere in the arena, and everyone couldn't help but click their tongues. This is just too over the top. Alright, hurry up and get ready. We'll be on stage soon too. After experiencing EDG's extreme suppression and RNG's glory, the attention for the next few matches seemed to plummet sharply. The enthusiasm of the live audience couldn't be stirred up at all. Until the final match, when IG appeared, the atmosphere finally began to warm up. Cheers and shouts of encouragement echoed once again throughout the venue. IG. No surprises. IG delivered a flawless performance in this game, with the Trident steadily exerting force, crushing TSM effortlessly with a score of 15-1. When they finally destroyed the enemy's base crystal, the IG team members could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Nice, guys. Keep this up, and we can definitely make it. Rookie's eyes were full of hope. The others were the same, full of excitement. Keep it up. In summary, the third day of the group stage was undoubtedly a day of great joy and sorrow. EDG's crushing defeat and RNG's overwhelming victory made the audience's emotions feel like a roller coaster, going up and down. As for IG, 2 words, let it be. Everyone's attention is now on EDG and RNG, while IG, a third seed from Group D with a secure spot to advance, is naturally left unattended. This situation continued for 2 more days. According to the group stage rules of the Worlds, during the first 4 days, 2 to 3 groups compete each day. But in the last 4 days, only 1 group competes each day until the final standings of that group are determined. On the 5th day, Group B determined the winner. LCK's #1 seed, LZ, unsurprisingly advanced with a 6-0 record, becoming the first in the group. Meanwhile, FNC, who had lost 4 matches in the early stages, managed to stage a comeback in the group stage, winning 4 consecutive matches and advancing with a 4-4 record, becoming the second in the group. On the 6th day, Group C determined the winner. RNG defeated Samsung twice, advancing with a 5-1 record to become the first in their group. Samsung, on the other hand, only lost to RNG, advancing with a 4-2 record to become the second in their group. By the way, the only match RNG lost was to G2. The seeds of S8 may have already been quietly sown back in S7. Time comes to the 7th day. Finally, today, the winner will be decided in Group D, which is the group IG belongs to. Right off the bat, IG double-killed Flash Wolves, FW, and TSM led by Double Lift. Their record goes straight to 5-0. The Rabid team MSF was equally relentless, achieving double victories over FW and TSM. Their record now stands at 4-1. The FW and TSM teams are in an exceptionally miserable state, almost completely reduced to being experience points for IG and the Rabid team MSF. Both teams have only managed to score 1 point so far, which they earned by defeating each other once. The senior brother sat in his seat, tears streaming down his face. What's the point of leading the team to the Worlds every year? Esports is too cruel. If you can't win, you just can't win, no matter how hard you try. Perhaps he will never be able to achieve results at Worlds. Meanwhile, the jungler Karsa from the opposing team, Flash Wolves, FW, was also teary-eyed. Every game is played with full effort, yet every game is lost. What else can he do? The LMS region is too weak, so weak that there are even rumors saying the LMS region is about to be cancelled and reduced to a wildcard. To achieve results, leaving is the only option. When someone loses, someone else gains. The situation in Group D has become completely clear by now. IG and MSF have both secured advancement, with the only question being, which team will take first place in the group? This is a serious matter, far more than just a difference in ranking. According to the rules, in the quarterfinals, the first place team from one group will definitely face the second place team from another group. At present, the first place in the other 3 groups has already been determined: LZ, RNG, SKT. No one wants to face these strong teams. This means that the teams finishing first in their groups will have a higher chance of advancing to the semi-finals. Rookie nervously brought his hands to his mouth and exhaled to warm them. If we win one more game against MSF, we can secure first place in the group. King Ning nodded and murmured in response, yes, if we get first in the group, there's a big chance to make it to the semi-finals. Not far away, Lu Chen replied speechlessly. Are you guys going to say next that if we make it to the semi-finals, there's a chance for the finals, and if we make it to the finals, there's a chance for the championship? Hearing this, Rookie and King Ning both turned their heads and stared at him blankly. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile. We're here for the championship, aren't we? We'll take it all. Speaking, Lu Chen had already picked up the peripherals and was walking out of the lounge. Let's go. It's almost our turn for the next match. The few people in the room suddenly snapped back to reality, all following him with determined expressions. That's right. Why think about all this? Since the goal is to win the championship, we want it all. Welcome back. This is the third day of the second round of the 2017 World Championship Group Stage, live from Wuhan, China. Hello everyone, I am commentator Miller. I'm Rita, I am a doll. Three commentators stood at the commentary desk, kicking off the final match of the day. At the same time, the venue erupted with deafening cheers. Go IG! Charge, charge, charge! IG, IG, see God! Bring back that first place in the group. Listening to these cheers, the smiles on the faces of the three commentators grew even wider. You can tell that IG's popularity is getting higher and higher now, Miller said with a cheerful smile. Yes, Rita nodded, gazing at the big screen. Perhaps no one could have imagined that, as the third seed, they could go undefeated in 5 matches and stand at the top of their group. Wawa smiled and said, but speaking of which, the other team, MSF, has also been quite surprising this time. Yes, except for IG, they haven't lost a single match. Definitely the dark horse. This is a new team, only formed last year, and they've already made it to the World Championship this year with such outstanding results. It's quite remarkable. Players from both teams entered the stage one after another and began setting up their equipment. As they spoke, alright, Miller said loudly, both teams are ready. Let's switch to the BP screen and get into today's final BO1 match. A moment later, on the big screen, the two teams began the BP phase. Blue side, MSF, red side, IG. Right off the bat, MSF banned Draven, Rockin, and Caitlyn. It was just short of blatantly writing the word targeting on their faces. Wow, MSF is really targeting IG spot lane, Miller remarked. But as everyone knows, Xinyu's champion pool is so vast that you can't ban them all. Will this kind of targeting really be effective? IG banned Callista, the true meta god, along with Orianna and Galio. As the words fell. Next, MSF unexpectedly didn't go for Janna or Lulu but instead picked Varus first. Ha! On the commentary desk, the three commentators seemed a bit puzzled. Come on, show some respect for the meta, will you? If the blue side doesn't first pick the sensor monster, won't the blue side lose its advantage? On IG's side, Manhwa was also a bit surprised and quickly asked, Lu Chen, do you want Tristana? We can take Tristana and Janna. Alright, Lu Chen nodded, his expression calm. Thus, accompanied by their signature lines, IG directly locked in the two best bottom lane picks of the current patch, Tristana and Janna. Once a bandle gunner, always a bandle gunner. Indeed, Miller shook his head and said, MSF's drafting decision directly handed both Janna and Tristana over to IG. On stage, the draft phase continued. MSF picked Karma and Rek'Sai, while IG locked in Sejuani as their jungler. At this moment, Wawa said with some confusion, MSF picked Karma, but why not Lulu? Well, Rita suddenly thought of something. Could it be that they want to do the same as IG did before and let Karma go mid? For a moment, everyone's expressions showed a hint of realization. Well, Rabbit Team, are you also Morong Fu? Using their own methods against them, right? Waiting for both sides to enter the second round of BP. After both sides finished banning players, IG picked the mid lane Syndra. MSF finally revealed their true intentions. Support Blitzcrank. Sure enough, MSF is trying to imitate IG from that day, letting Karma go mid lane. Miller exclaimed, in this case, IG spot lane will be under a lot of pressure. In the Ardent Sensor meta, what is the most feared? The team's core damage dealing AD being taken out? The most feared is the Ardent Sensor support being taken out. No, the key is that the support who builds the sensor is usually the squishiest and most vulnerable member of the team. Once targeted, they can easily die instantly. As for the champion Blitzcrank, as long as the hooks are accurate, he's practically the nemesis of all soft supports. Hook 1, kill 1. So when MSF selected this lineup, many viewers began to worry. After all, IG had used this strategy before, and the effect was quite impressive. Who would have thought that today it would actually be used against them by MSF? At this moment, on IG's side, Coach Manhwa also frowned. This is troublesome. The other side actually knows this strategy too. Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit awkward. This was originally the Rabbit team's strategy. However, seeing his teammates all looking worried, Lu Chen still leaned forward slightly and said seriously, don't worry, the other side can't handle this lineup. Manhwa widened his eyes and turned to look at him. Lu Chen gave a faint smile. It's very simple. Their bot lane must gain an advantage, but that's impossible. As he said this, Lu Chen's expression was calm, with a faint glimmer in the depths of his pupils, exuding an aura of absolute confidence. Picking a hard support means the bot lane must secure an advantage to allow the AD to develop ahead of schedule, just as he said. In this way, combined with the sensor made in advance in the mid lane, the effect can be achieved. Otherwise, if the tempo is delayed, the opponent will eventually have an additional carry point in the mid lane, making it increasingly difficult to play. The reason SKT lost to Samsung in the finals was also because of this. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Manhwa breathed a sigh of relief. You're right, they can't have the advantage. Balan also nodded. In this regard, they seem to have even more confidence than Lu Chen himself. What stands out is a strong belief. Blue side MSF, top Makai, mid Karma, jungle Rek'Sai, AD Varus, support Blitzcrank. Very soon, the lineups for both sides are confirmed. Red team IG, top Cho'Gath, mid Syndra, jungle Sejuani, AD Tristana, support Janna. Both sides enter the loading screen simultaneously. As usual, Manhwa didn't forget to cheer everyone on before heading over to shake hands with the opposing coach and leaving the stage. To be honest, this draft is the most unique one we've seen today, Miller said with a smile. Can you believe Lulu got benched? Yes, the doll said with a big smile, neither banned nor picked. It really surprised everyone. Rita also nodded and smiled. This should be the first time such a situation has occurred since the group stage began. In this match, all three commentators appeared very relaxed. After all, regardless of the outcome, IG had already secured their advancement. Tomorrow, EDG's group will face the real tough battle. If they lose even one game, EDG will completely lose their chance. Of course, even if they win all their matches, it still depends on the results of the other three teams. That's just how cruel it is. Who told them to lose all their matches in the first round? Speaking of which, this MSF lineup is really quite similar to the one IG used a few days ago. Yeah, a tank support for the landing phase, mid lane Karma building Ardent Sensor. That's basically the process. Now it depends on how much of IG's strategy MSF has managed to learn. Also, this lineup places really high demands on the AD player. Let's see what MSF's Hans Sama can bring to the table. Three commentators analyzed the lineups of both sides, each offering their opinions. As he spoke, Miller looked at the big screen. The support rates for both teams are out. IG, support rate, 92%. MSF, support rate, 8%. It's obvious that everyone still favors IG more. Miller said earnestly, actually, so do I. Wawa chuckled, I think we all do. After all, IG is currently maintaining an undefeated record. What do you think, Rita? Rita was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. Of course, I support IG too. As they spoke, the game loading screen ended. Alright, Miller said seriously, both sides are entering Summoner's Rift. Let's look forward to the final match of the day and see what kind of exciting game the players will bring us. As his words fell, the audience erupted into thunderous cheers. At the start, IG's 5 players headed straight for the jungle, setting up a 2-1-2 defensive formation. IG, keep it up. IG, keep it up. And over at MSF, they are eager to make a move. After all, they have robots. If a level 1 invasion manages to gain anything, it's a huge profit. MSF's 4-man group is invading. Miller's voice rang out from the commentary desk. IG has defensive wards in place. As he spoke, Miller's eyes suddenly widened. They didn't enter the jungle. Instead, they went to the bottom lane. The MSF top laner appeared in the upper jungle river area, wandering around like a perfect bait. In the frame. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 players moved directly to the bottom lane, all hiding in the bush near IG's defensive tower. As the minion wave arrived, Lu Chen came to the lane together with Balan. Very soon, about to enter the range of the robot's hook. The 4 members of MSF were like ravenous wolves, waiting here for a long time. Can you spot them? Miller's voice was filled with tension. All 4 MSF members are crouching in the grass. If the Tristana gets hooked, it's certain death. It wasn't just him. The entire audience was tense at this moment, staring intently at the big screen. As Tristana was about to reach the lane, just a few steps away from the minion wave. Finally, the mechanical claw suddenly shot out from the bushes. Crack! The robot caught her. Miller's words were cut off abruptly, his eyes widening in shock. Tristana rocket jumped away? On the screen, at the exact moment the robot's claw hit Tristana, she had already rocket jumped and escaped. Next to him, Wawa was equally stunned. What kind of reaction is this? Wait, Tristana learned W at level 1? Who learns W for Tristana at level 1? But it's unlikely that they reacted instantly upon seeing the hook, learned the skill, and used it right away, right? What kind of godlike reflexes would that take? Probably not. Rita shook her head and said, it's likely they learned it after seeing Blitzcrank's Q skill. Tristana's W skill has a pseudo-unstoppable effect at the moment of jumping, and very few skills can interrupt it. That's such an over-the-top reaction. Doll's face was full of disbelief. Not only do you have to react, learn the skill, and use it, but it also has to happen precisely at the moment the hook catches you. Is this even human? Miller forced an explanation. Maybe they anticipated anticipated it? After all, aside from the top lane, no one else on their team had shown up. At this moment, the barrage also reached a small climax. Still the familiar taste, still the familiar script. Whoa, see, I just want to ask, how much does this script cost per month? I want it too. I was just watching Godsee's first-person perspective, and that W was learned on the spot. That reaction, is this even human? LOL, the bots on the other side are probably dumbfounded. See God, 4 people ambushing me? Is that all? I've been watching See God's streams for so long, and I've never seen him get hooked. This guy is just too outrageous. As the barrage comments mentioned, at this moment, the 4 people on MSF's side, along with the commentators and the entire audience, were completely dumbfounded. They thought that even if they couldn't directly kill, at least they could force a flash out, which would still be a gain. But what the heck is going on with just one W jumping away? Big bro, your reaction is so quick, it really makes us look dumb. What's even more infuriating is that Liu Chen mischievously stood in the distance, making the little cannon dance on the spot. On the big screen, the faces of the MSF team members had all darkened. MSF really suffered a loss this time, Miller couldn't help but say, but I have to admit, Shinyu's reaction was incredibly fast. Maybe this is the reflexes of a young rising star. The Rabbit team set up an ambush in vain, losing minions in the mid lane and falling behind in jungle rhythm. Now they can only leave dejectedly, it's such a huge loss. Damn, bro, what kind of reaction speed is that? Ning Wang asked while clearing the jungle, eyes wide. Ning Wang had now developed a habit of occasionally switching screens to glance at the bot lane, and was planning when to go help countergank or dive the tower. So the scene just now was naturally taken in by him. Liu Chen said leisurely, normal reaction, basic operation, no need to show off. Ning Wang was speechless, even though I know you're showing off, I actually can't refute it. Bolon sincerely said, because Brother Chen is telling the truth. King Ning's mouth twitched for a moment, but in the end, he still couldn't say anything. Both sides' bottom lanes began landing normally. Very soon, Liu Chen's Tristana stood behind the minion wave and started his usual serpentine movements, spinning like a top in place, spinning aimlessly while pushing the lane with the soldiers. On the other side, Hans-sama, controlling Varus, saw the signature move and felt his eyelid twitch uncontrollably. At the same time, he shouted in his heart, this guy has started, he's doing it again. It was this seemingly bizarre movement that, just a few days ago in that match, left him completely helpless against the opponent, and the support player Ignar, sitting beside him, was clearly even more stressed than he was. In the previous game, his Lulu hadn't landed a single Q on this guy. Now, picking Blitzcrank in this game, the pressure was even greater. The enemy has a Blitzcrank support. Let's hit level 2 first, Liu Chen calmly commanded. Robots, as long as their hooks don't land, are basically just decorations. Moreover, professional players rarely use the robot's hook directly. It's more often used as a deterrent skill. Okay, Bolon nodded instinctively and directly controlled Janna to start charging her Q. Many people think Janna has no damage, but in fact, her fully charged Q skill at level 1 has a base damage of up to 105 points and is a large area AoE. A Q skill is thrown out, greatly speeding up the wave clearing process. The second wave of minions arrives. IG's duo reaches level 2 first. This time, the 2 players from MSF have learned their lesson, retreating straight back without a hint of hesitation. Even if they miss some minions, they are unwilling to give any opportunities. Until IG pushed the lane under the tower, the 2 players stepped forward to prepare to last hit under the tower. However, Liu Chen clearly had no intention of letting them farm so comfortably. Taking advantage of the opponent's last hitting gap, his Tristana stood outside the tower, continuously harassing with auto attacks. The red light at the top of the turret flashed repeatedly, but it just wouldn't fire. Chen Yu is pulling the turret again. Miller looked at the big screen and exclaimed, his control over distance is really impressive. But this is very risky, Dahl next to him said thoughtfully, with a Blitzcrank there, if Tristana gets hooked under the turret, even using both summoner spells might not be enough to escape. A Blitzcrank was standing under the turret. In such a situation, very few people would forcefully press the advantage, even professional players are no exception. Because once you make a mistake and get caught, it's game over. Over at MSF, the support Ignar was getting more and more frustrated as his health was continuously chipped away by Tristana, and the anger in his eyes kept building up. At this moment, too arrogant. I picked Blitzcrank. You know, can you show some respect for the hero I chose? Finally, Ignar couldn't hold back any longer and said in a deep voice, I'll hook him, we must kill him once. Beside him, Hans-sama nodded, as long as you can hook him, ignite immediately, we can kill him. Under Ignar's intense focus, the opportunity finally arrived. Very soon, Liu Chen raised his hand once again, attacking the robot over a backline minion. Ignar's eyes narrowed, thinking that standing behind the minions would keep him safe. Now's the time. With a loud shout, he decisively pressed flash in his Q ability. In the scene, the robot flashed to the side, and an unexpected mechanical grab flew past the minions, landing directly on Tristana's face. The robot flashed. Tristana got hit by the Q. Miller's voice had just risen an octave when it abruptly stopped, his eyes widening slightly. The excitement strength that had just surged up came to an abrupt halt, making his expression look somewhat twisted. The moment Tristana was grabbed by the robot, she had already used her W rocket jump to retreat. In the frame, the distance covered by that W was even particularly short. As soon as she landed, Tristana turned back and chased Robot A with 2 more attacks. She even had the time to sidestep and dodge a Q skill shot from Varys. Another unstoppable jump. Miller's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Shinyu seems to be using this technique specifically to counter the robot. Wow! Woa let out his classic exclamation. This timing is actually very hard to master, but Shinyu seems to handle it with ease and exudes extreme confidence. Overlord body jump. Too early or too late won't work. If it's too late, you simply can't jump. If it's too early, you'll be interrupted in mid-air. A typical example is the spicy hot pot, that so-called reverse EQ of Jarvan 4, risking his professional career, forcefully knocking Reckles Tristana out of mid-air. Therefore, only by pressing W at the exact moment before the control skill hits can you achieve the unstoppable jump effect. Some viewers might not know this, but at the moment Tristana's W takes off, it can negate control effects. Earlier, I thought that first level play was just a coincidence, but now I'm sure Shen Yu has completely mastered this technique. Miller's eyes were full of shock, and I have to say, he's really confident. You know, even the slightest error would get him hooked back by the robot. Whoa! So Tristana's W has this kind of effect? Learn something new. This technique, even if you know it, ordinary people can't use it. Forget ordinary people, even professional players, not many can use it consistently. Who dares to say they won't make any mistakes? See God, I dare. Human script confirmed. In fact, even if professional players know this technique, very few actually use it, because it's essentially gambling on not making a mistake. If the timing is even slightly off, the opponent will seize the opportunity. Therefore, most professional players, when faced with such situations, choose to safely use flash, or simply avoid standing in such dangerous positions altogether. And what Lu Chen was playing with clearly had a sense of dancing on the edge of a knife. His little cannon just kept pushing the lane into the tower, then stood outside the tower hitting people or the tower, completely disregarding the 2 opponents in the bottom lane. It was as if he was saying to the opposing robot, "Come on, hook me if you dare." The MSF players' bench was silent, and the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. At this moment, earlier, Ignar's shout of "It's now" startled the others. But when they switched screens, the hook missed. No, it hit, but it was useless. Odd, there's still a chance. Jungler Maxlor coughed lightly and said, "I'll come to the bot lane to gank after finishing this jungle round. You guys hold steady for now." Ignar fell silent for a moment, then nodded and said, I'll find another opportunity." In fact, he was feeling a bit anxious. After all, as the game progressed, he realized that his bot lane was being suppressed again. In just 4 short minutes, their Varys had already fallen behind by 10 CS. It's only $15 in total. How the heck are we supposed to play like this? We even picked a bot lane comp just to gain an advantage online and let Varys enter his power spike earlier. But now we're constantly being pushed under the tower. What's going on? Even the first turret has already lost a third of its health. If this keeps up, won't this whole lineup be a waste of a pick? 5 minutes. Finally, the jungler Maxlor shouted in the team voice chat, I'm coming, let's kill him." The level 4 Rek'Sai looped from the tri-brush to the river brush, preparing to form a surround. "The jungler is here." The commentator's voice rang out. MSF is finally going to gank this Tristana. She's pushed way too far forward. The ward spots Rek'Sai, but at this point, it's already a bit too late to retreat. Still the same phrase. The more aggressively you play, the more you like to push the lane and pressure others, the more likely you are to get targeted by the jungler. Lu Chen's Tristana has been pressuring the enemy's Jinx since level 2, so of course, he would get ganked. The Rek'Sai has already emerged from the river bush, currently in burrowed state, cutting off Lu Chen and Bolan's retreat. As they spoke, and the robot activated W acceleration, charging toward them. Ignar's thoughts were very simple at this moment. First use E to knock you up, then hook, let's see if you can still dodge. IG spot lane duo is in danger. The commentator's voice suddenly rose. In IG's team voice chat, Bolan instinctively asked, Shinji, are you going to sacrifice me? Lu Chen calmly said, don't rush, I can fight. Give me the shield first. Without hesitation, Bolan controlled Janna to cast a shield. At this moment, the Rek'Sai had already used an E skill to burrow directly toward Lu Chen's position. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Lu Chen suddenly took a step toward Rek'Sai. The next second, it was just this one step that prevented the excavator from hitting him. WTF. Maxlor's eyes widened instantly, and he quickly shouted, I messed up. There are two ways for the excavator to knock someone up. The first is the simplest, directly E over, auto-attack the target to automatically unearth. Since the auto-attack range is smaller than the knock-up radius, if you can auto-attack someone, you can definitely knock them up. Second, it's a must-have skill for experts, using W to break the ground yourself, which can even interrupt displacement moves like Lee Sin's second Q midway. Maxlor belongs to the second type. He was too confident, thinking that the distance was enough to knock up. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen's Tristana not only didn't run but even took a step toward his direction. Don't worry, I'll control him. Ignar gritted his teeth, staring intently at the Tristana on the screen, as long as he could land his E. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Chen had already started the counterattack. The E skill landed on Rek'Sai's head, and with a press of the Q skill, he unleashed full firepower. Move A. Go crazy with Move A. Lu Chen managed to create a head-shaking rhythm in the early game, relying on the 65% attack speed provided by the Q skill. He even had time to step out a right-angle dance move, dodging Varus's incoming Q skill. Ignar's Blitzcrank was slowed by Janna for 2 seconds, unable to catch up with Tristana's pace. When Lu Chen maxed out his E skill, the health of the Rek'Sai instantly dropped to 1/3. This is the power of a meta champion's stats, combined with the attack power granted by Janna's E skill. A single combo was enough to cripple Rek'Sai. If you could get this kind of meta champion every game, who would bother playing any fancy strategies? To be honest, there's absolutely no need, is there? Why is the damage so high? At this moment, Maxlore on the opposing side was also startled by the damage and immediately used Flash to get behind the robot. However, Lu Chen was relentless, enduring Varus's basic attacks and continuing to chase the Rek'Sai. Without skills to trigger Varus's W passive, the damage was just SOSO. Balon, use Exhaust on the Rek'Sai. As Lu Chen's command had just been issued, Balon instinctively cast Exhaust. At the same time, Varus also used Heal in an attempt to save Rek'Sai. Ignar's Blitzcrank finally reached Lu Chen's face, excitedly activating the E ability, ready to punch down. However, still couldn't throw it out, because as he stepped in, Lu Chen also flashed to the front side. The next second, another basic attack landed on the excavator. Seeing the excavator's health about to bottom out, Ignar panicked completely, and finally released the Q skill he had been holding for so long. The mechanical claw unsurprisingly landed on the face of the little cannon. But at the same time, Lu Chen also pressed W, dominating leap. I really feel like shooting something. With a single rocket jump, the little cannon landed on the excavator's head, dealing a wave of damage along the way. The final basic attack was delivered, securing the kill, and without hesitation, another rocket jump sent it back to the rear. IG Chenyu has killed TSF Maxlore. First blood. The excavator ultimately fell in front of the turret, giving up first blood. Another dominant body jump. Miller felt for the opposing robot. The robot is having such a hard time. It catches every time, but it just has no effect. Playing like this means the robot poses no threat to the marksman at all. Wawa shook his head and said, MSF picked this robot, but it seems they haven't achieved the desired effect. Let's set aside the commentator's analysis. At this moment on the field, the cannon minion with half health carrying freshly acquired double buffs swaggered forward to continue pushing the lane in farming. In a 2 vs 3 counter kill, he didn't even use his heal. Damn, bro, you're really awesome. Ningguang Sijuani had just arrived at the river, then cheerfully headed into Rek'Sai's jungle to start counter jungling with glee. Rookie glanced at the bot lane and smiled, saying, why do I feel like I'm not even surprised anymore? That's just you, Old Lu. He has now started using Lu Chen's nickname, directly calling him Old Lu. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This nickname of yours makes me feel like you're calling me Old Six. Compared to the cheerful atmosphere on IG's side, the mood on MSF's side seemed particularly gloomy. Can't compete anymore. Seeing this scene, AD's Hans Sama expressionlessly controlled Varus to retreat under the tower. This feeling of powerlessness is overwhelming. No skill can land, as if the opponent will never show any flaws. Facing someone like this, your nerves are tense from start to finish. Of course, the most powerless one was still the support, Ignar. You have to know, Blitzcrank is his true specialty, but every single Q skill was blocked by the opponent's unstoppable jumps. By now, the look in his eyes as he stared at the screen had gradually turned to despair. Many people actually have this kind of experience when playing games. When your skill predictions repeatedly fail to hit the opponent, you gradually become less inclined to try again. For a professional player, when this happens, it is called shattered conviction. Playing with the robot, encountering a Tristana that can 100% body block hooks, what else is there to say? Just lie flat, since hooking is useless anyway. And so, in the next few minutes, Ignar's hook attempts became fewer and fewer, and his positioning moved further and further back. Normally, the bot lane should rely on its Q skill to keep pushing forward, restricting the opponent's movement. However, this game seems to have reversed. It turned into Lu Chen's Tristana fearlessly pushing forward, unafraid of being hooked. As a result, Varus found it increasingly difficult to play, with his farming being suppressed to a miserable extent. Wait until the time reaches 9 minutes. The IG bot lane duo is the first to reach level 6. Dive them, Lu Chen calmly commanded in the voice chat. Sijuani will tank the tower. On my way, been waiting for this. Although he holds the status of a tower carrying tool, Ning Wang enjoys it immensely. As a jungler, having a reliable big boss in every game is absolutely something to smile about. No choice. Not to mention, this big boss is in the most crucial position of the meta, the AD. No jungler would refuse such a good thing. Tool person? As long as you can carry, forget being a tool person, I'd even be a dog. So, when Varus and the robot were once again crouching under the tower, waiting for the enemy to push the minion wave in, a figure riding a boar came straight down from the jungle's triangular bush. IG is about to make a move on the bot lane. Miller's voice suddenly rang out on the commentary desk. This wave is very dangerous for MSF's duo. They haven't hit level 6 yet. Plus, Tristana's items are too good, and Varus doesn't have heal, so it's hard to withstand her damage. Wawa quickly added, Sejuani is about to engage. MSF's bot lane duo, Blitzcrank and Varus, were both hugging the wall, staying on the inner side of the turret. At this moment, it was as if they had completely shut themselves off, cowering in the corner and trembling. Going in, going in. Ning Wang shouted as he controlled Sejuani to charge in with her Q skill, and midway through the dash, she unleashed in her skill, landing it squarely on Varus's head. At the same time, the MSF turret suddenly lit up with the glow of a teleport. It's the top laner Makai. However, it disappeared just 2 seconds after lighting up, because on the way, the Shy forcibly flashed into the opponent's tower, using a Q skill to knock up Makai and interrupt him. He even shouted twice in the voice chat, don't leave, don't leave. Seeing this, Ignar's Blitzcrank quickly used an E skill power fist to knock up Sejuani. The royal blue Janna's E skill was given to Tristana. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's eyes slightly narrowed, and with lightning fast hand speed, he completed an entire sequence of operations. Yora double jump. On the screen, it looked as if Tristana simply jumped twice onto Varus's face. But with the explosion of the E skill sparks, Varus's health was instantly wiped out. He didn't even have time to react and use flash. What kind of damage is this? Miller's exclamation echoed through the arena. Varus was instantly killed? IG Chunyu has slain TSF Hans Sama. Wawa adjusted his glasses. This is Tristana's double jump combo. A Tristana with an early advantage, combined with Sejuani's ultimate to break the ice, can truly execute this combo to instantly kill squishy targets. The E skill of Jinx stacks layers when hit by basic attacks or abilities. As for the W skill, it refreshes when participating in a kill or detonating the E skill. That's why this combo can be executed. 2 Ws, a fully stacked E, and R, plus 2 basic attacks, all completed in almost 2 seconds. The damage numbers are so high that they're incomprehensible. A meta hero is a meta hero for a reason. It's because, in this version, they possess abilities that surpass other heroes in the same position. Not to mention, it's a meta hero with a significant advantage. Under the MSF tower, only one bot was left struggling alone, surrounded by 3 IG players, with its health dropping rapidly. At this moment, Ignar directly gave up hooking Lu Chen and instead chose to use his Q skill on Ning, who was tanking the tower. At this moment, Ning's Sejuani had already lost her passive shield and was taking heavy damage from the turret. If he had been hooked, he would most likely have been taken down on the spot. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and used flash to escape the tower. Next, Lu Chen took 2 more turret shots, finished off the last bit of the robot's health, and jumped out of the turret range with a W. Can't hook the AD, so you hook me, huh? Ning Wang curled his lips. Do I look that bad to you? IG Chenyu killed TSF Ignar. Double kill. Killing spree. Massacre. Alright, you did great this wave, Lu Chen said with a smile on his lips, controlling Tristana to continue pushing the turret. Balan and Ning Wang both consciously walked away, letting Lu Chen take the solo first turret gold. The next turret on MSF's side was already low on health, and the speed at which Tristana pushes turrets needs no further explanation. In just over 10 seconds, accompanied by the system's notification sound, the next turret collapsed with a bang. The gold difference between the two sides instantly reached 3,000, and this economic gap is mostly concentrated on Lu Chen alone. 10 minutes, Electric Dagger plus Stormrazor. Meanwhile, the opposing Varus only has a pitiful pair of cloth shoes and a recurve bow. Now, MSF is facing a very serious problem, and that is, should Karma still build Ardent Sensor? The most critical aspect of their composition is having the mid laner buy Ardent Sensor early while the AD carries ahead in farm. This way, the AD can take over the game much earlier. But the problem is, their AD not only failed to get ahead in development, but is also being suppressed to the point of being almost useless. What's the use of just having a support getting ahead in development? How about I build Athene's unholy grail first? Mid laner Power of Evil hesitated and said, then, once Varus gets his items, I'll build Ardent Sensor? It definitely still needs to be built. Incense Burner version, how can the side without the Incense Burner win? But right now, Varus's development is absolutely overwhelming. Even if you build it, it's useless. It's better to get some practical items first. Okay, Hans Sama showed no extra expression, just mechanically operated to farm and push forward. Top laner Alfrey tried to lighten the mood. Let's focus on steady farming. There's still a chance. These words were spoken, but even the 5 members of MSF didn't believe it themselves. With this lineup, if the bot lane doesn't perform well in the early game, the longer it drags on, the harder it will be to play. But after all, they are professional players, and they have at least this level of resilience. They all nodded and forced themselves to perk up. At this moment, the commentators had obviously noticed this as well. MSF's mid lane karma pick seems a bit of a loss. The first major item can only be the chalice. Miller shook his head and said, the most awkward part is that their composition is clearly at a disadvantage. Wowa chimed in, if Varus can't step up early to take over the game, then in the late game, they'll lack a carry point from the mid lane. Exactly, Rita nodded in agreement, and you can see that Chinyu's Tristana has already fully scaled, making it very difficult for MSF to handle. IG Lounge. Backstage, Manhwa stared at the big screen with shining eyes, growing more and more excited as he watched. Finally, under Su Xiaoluo's peculiar gaze, he uttered a line full of dramatic flair. Those who learn from me shall live, those who imitate me shall perish. Su Xiaoluo's expression froze, and after a long pause, she nodded with difficulty, well, at least you didn't misquote it. The subsequent match time seemed to return to IG's familiar rhythm of pushing forward. With the bot lane completely dominating, they switched lanes to mid in just 10 minutes. Lu Chen's Tristana, with Janna's shield, leapt forward with a rocket jump, landing directly on the opposing Karma. A critical hit with the electric knife scared Power of Evil into using flash. 11.5 minutes. The first mid lane turret was directly destroyed. At this point, Lu Chen returned to base with Baolan to build the Ardent Sensor. The precocious duo? Yes, but it refers to us. With the support of the sensor-wielding Janna, Lu Chen once again headed to the top lane, directly engaging Makai. With the jungler rushing over, Makai barely escaped by using flash, but 20 seconds later, the first turret in the top lane also fell. The economic gap between the two sides has reached 5,000. The advantage in the bottom lane has smoothly spread across the entire map. It seems like MSF is just lying flat and letting themselves be pushed. But in reality, a competent team needs their mid and top lanes to step up when their bottom lane is being crushed. The question is, with this lineup, how can MSF's top and mid laners step up? Are they expecting the top lane Makai to solo kill Cho'Gath, or relying on mid lane Karma to crush Syndra? That's simply unrealistic. Up until now, the mid and top players of MSF are still a bit confused, not knowing what happened. As they were playing, the enemy Tristana suddenly appeared, and then they were forced to retreat home with low health, followed by the turret exploding. Under Lu Chen's lead with Tristana, IG kept pushing faster and faster, while MSF kept retreating further and further. Finally, in just 15 minutes, all three outer turrets on the opposing side were down. 16 minutes. IG gathers in the mid lane, preparing to take down MSF's mid lane inhibitor turret. Ning releases the Rift Herald, which charges straight in. Combined with Tristana's long-range turret attacks, the inhibitor turret is instantly left with a sliver of health. Is MSF going to let this go? Just as Miller finishes speaking, all of MSF's players spring into action. His voice immediately rises with excitement. They're going to defend. That's right, if they don't defend this wave, it will be nearly impossible to make a comeback later. Under the Highland Tower, the 5 members of MSF seized the moment before the defensive tower completely collapsed and initiated a team fight. The Makai took the lead, flashing to close the distance and using W to root Tristana. Unfortunately, Lu Chen reacted too quickly. With a rocket jump, he leaped to the backline, completely disengaging from the other 4 members of MSF. The difference in equipment between the two sides is simply too great. At this stage, the Tristana has an Infinity Edge, Static Shiv, Berserker's Greaves, and an Ardent Sensor buff. Killing a Makai with only Righteous Glory and Ninja Tabi is absolutely effortless. Yorawa. The little cannon bursts to the limit triple jump. In 3 seconds, the tree was completely melted. Support Ignar stared intently at the screen, as if he had finally seen an opportunity. A flash Q. At this moment, the mechanical claw shot through the minions, through IG's frontline, and amidst thousands of troops, successfully hit the little cannon. Got it. Ah, I hooked it. Ignar's expression was incredibly excited. Under the gaze of the commentators and the entire audience, the Tristana, who had already used her W, no longer had her unstoppable jump, but neither flashed nor repositioned, and was just pulled over by Blitzcrank like that, because there was simply no need to dodge. After the big tree died, with Lu Chen's current development, killing the remaining MSF members would basically take just 3 shots each. Just as Ignar was incredibly excited, the teammates sitting next to him, however, all had extremely stiff expressions at this moment. Beast, what did you get hit by? They had all realized what was about to happen. Only Ignar was still immersed in the uncontrollable joy of finally hooking Tristana. It's really not his fault. Mainly, in this game, he had been tormented too much by Tristana's unstoppable jumps. He even started doubting himself at one point. Is my strongest skill really the robot? Is this hero really useful? Why is there such an annoying mechanic? Or even if you hook someone, the control gets nullified. A series of doubts lingered, but finally, at this moment, the instant he hooked Tristana, he found relief. He can still charm people. Whether he can charm or not doesn't stop the marksman from easily completing the subsequent cleanup. Of course, with rookie Syndra scattering damage to fill in and Ning's Sejuani ultimate providing control, Lu Chen barely had to do anything. Just simple basic attacks, jump, basic attack, jump. Robot, Varus, Karma, all fell one after another. Only Erexai is left, still burrowing and running away. When the Quadra Pentakill notification sounded. IG's team voice chat became a bit excited. Quadra kill. Pentakill. It's going to be a pentakill. Holy crap, is it going to be another pentakill? Chen, come quickly, I've slowed them down. The entire IG team was almost shouting wildly. There was even a legendary moment when the Shi's Cho'Gath activated Righteous Glory and ran circles around the Rek'Sai. Despite having his ultimate ready, he just wouldn't chomp down. Haha, IG is so united here. Myler couldn't help but laugh out loud and say, it really looks like they want Chen Yu to get this pentakill. Lu Chen's Tristana used a W combined with Flash and Heal for acceleration, closing a gap of over 1,000 units. At the extreme range, she fired an auto attack and secured the kill. Finally, accompanied by the system's thrilling announcement, the entire MSF team was wiped out. Pentakill. Aced. Meanwhile, the audience offstage erupted into wild cheers and screams. Pentakill. Another pentakill. Miller shouted loudly, this is the first pentakill since the start of the group stage, and it's taken by player Chen Yu again. Rita smiled and said, this S7 World Championship has already seen 3 pentakills, 2 of which were by him. Wawa added, the other 2 were by FB's player Patton, who secured one with Kog'Maw during the play-in stage, and Chen Yu, who achieved one with Draven during the play-in stage. Miller couldn't help but joke, this is practically a pentakill machine. I remember Chen Yu has only played a dozen or so matches since his debut, but it seems he's already gotten several pentakills. As he spoke, he slightly straightened up and looked at the big screen. We can already congratulate IG in advance for securing the last BO1 of this group stage. The already annihilated MSF naturally had no resistance left. In the frame, under the joint push of IG's 5 players, in just half a minute, the Nexus crystal suddenly exploded. The game time was frozen at 18:12. Another fast push game. At the same time, the audience's frenzied cheers erupted in the arena. Woohoo! Players bench. IG, 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 IG. The IG team slowly removed their noise-canceling headphones. Listening to the roaring cheers in the arena, everyone couldn't help but smile. Mission accomplished. Old Lu, rookie, eagerly leaned over at this moment, patting Lu Chen on the shoulder. You gotta treat us for this pentakill. Exactly. Ning Wang quickly nodded in agreement. Bro, I even used my flash to help you lock them down. After this play, your value is going to skyrocket again. Due, the Shy grinned widely. Even Baolan laughed and said, at the very least, a hot pot feast in a villa is a must. Alright, Lu Chen smiled calmly and said leisurely, it's just treating you guys, let's see how much you can eat. Deal, hurry up, shake on it. At the commentary desk, amid countless noisy cheers, Miller pondered and concluded, to be honest, I feel like MSF was really sabotaged by their own lineup choices. If they had chosen normally, even if they couldn't win, they wouldn't have been pushed this quickly. The doll nodded and said, their lineup, to be honest, is entirely built around supporting Varus, but the most crucial Varus hasn't kept up in development. You could say the Blitzcrank didn't deliver the expected results. Rita continued, this also indirectly shows that Chen Yu's individual ability is truly very strong. The IG players had already arrived at the MSF players area to shake hands. As they spoke, interestingly, out of these 5 guys, 4 of them had expressionless faces, clearly showing their bad mood. Only the support player Ignar even smiled a little when shaking hands with Lu Chen, as if to say, brother, didn't I manage to hook you once after all? Lu Chen found it somewhat baffling. That expression, he felt it seemed a bit familiar. Oh, I just remembered. Back in the qualifying rounds, the Latin American guy playing AD for Team LYN seemed to have the same expression. He even said to himself, not once did you kill me this game. Great minds think alike. Finding joy amidst hardship, these guys' mindset is still commendable. The 5 members of IG came to the center of the stage, standing under the spotlight. After shaking hands, Ning Wang looked at the countless shining support signs below and couldn't help but take a deep breath, murmuring, before I knew it, I've got so many fans too? Not just him. Each IG team member's ID shines brightly on numerous support banners. Although it's impossible to catch up with RNG, or even EDG, who is about to break into the top 16 and head home. But this scene is something they never even dared to imagine before. Of course, the most prominent one is still Lu Chen's ID. Still the same old saying, this damn world that judges by appearances. Don't just stand there, bow, rookie reminded. Soon, 5 young men in white bowed under the spotlight to express their thanks, then retreated backstage. The commentator's excited voice rang out at the same time. Let's once again give a warm round of applause and cheers to congratulate IG on their victory. At the same time, they will officially advance as the first place in their group, securing a spot in the quarterfinals of this S7 World Championship. Suddenly, the entire venue erupted in excitement. IG, charge, see God, top 8. There's a chance, really a chance. Little IG, charge forward with all you've got. Group leader, let's secure the semi-finals first. In the case where the number 1 seed EDG is highly likely to make it to the top 16, the 2nd and 3rd seeds of the LPL have both advanced as group winners. This is undoubtedly a huge morale boost for most of the audience. Although IG has not yet faced strong teams, referring to LCK, at least the hope for the Bird's Nest has increased a bit. So, although it wasn't as shocking as RNG's sweep against Samsung a few days ago, this wave from IG still made it to the trending list. Let's not talk about the online buzz for now. At this moment, the IG team had already returned to the backstage lounge. Just as they entered the door, everyone saw a figure that was both unfamiliar and familiar, sitting in the main seat as if waiting for their return. Even Su Xiaoluo and Manhwa could only stand to the side. PR Principal? Rookie was the first to react, as he was the most familiar with Principal Wang. The two often played duo Q together. Of course, it was basically Rookie carrying the game single-handedly. Not bad, everyone, Principal Wang said with a smile as he saw the group, giving a thumbs up. I've watched your matches over the past few days, and you played well. As he spoke, he added with some emotion, and this time, it can also be considered a breakthrough in the team's history since the establishment of IG. In fact, they have only participated in the World Championship twice. One was in Season 2, when concepts like LPL and LCK didn't even exist. After reaching the quarterfinals, IG was eliminated by M5, and the other time was S5. At that time, IG's twin stars, Kid, was still playing the AD position, while ZZ1 Tai was playing top lane. Under the leadership of Kakao and Rookie, they successfully made it to Worlds. However, that time was even worse. They ended up at the bottom of their group, treated as experience fodder by the other three teams, and were sent home in the round of 16. This year, advancing as the first in the group is truly the best performance IG has had since its establishment. He chatted a bit more with Rookie and the others. Principal Wang finally turned his attention to Lu Chen, unable to hold back, and exclaimed, "Damn, bro, how are you so fierce? Playing solo in the World Championship?" Lu Chen shrugged with a smile. Just a normal performance, just a normal performance. To be honest, Principal Wang chuckled. When I signed you back then, I simply thought your RNAK skills were great and wanted to see if you had potential to be developed in competitions. I never expected that you wouldn't even need any training. You really gave me a big surprise. In fact, at the time, he hadn't even considered that IG could actually make it to the World Championship. After all, the top three teams back then were just too dominant, and IG had only completed its new roster during the summer transfer window. Like the Shy, Ning, including Lu Chen, they are complete rookies with absolutely no major tournament experience. But this very team managed to overturn Wii and force their way into the World Championship, and they kept advancing round after round, making it to the top of their group. Damn, even Principal Wang himself was a bit stunned for a moment. Let's get down to business. Principal Wang cleared his throat and said, I came here this time for two things. First, to set your bonuses. Top 8, top 4, Bird's Nest, Champion. As long as you keep winning, there will definitely be enough bonuses from me. No need to worry. As for the details, Xiao Luo will explain them to you shortly. At this point, Rookie, King Ning, and the others began to show faint signs of excitement in their eyes. With the principal's generosity, one can already imagine how substantial the bonus is. Su Xiaoluo also gave them a meaningful look that seemed to say, you figure it out yourselves. As for the second matter, Principal Wang looked at Lu Chen and said with a smile, come on, buddy, let's have a private chat. Lu Chen was a bit stunned. Su Xiaoluo softly reminded, negotiating the contract, big brother, you forgot, you only signed for 6 months. Got it. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Lu Chen and Principal Wang arrived at a private meeting room. A moment later, as soon as they sat down, Principal Wang got straight to the point and said, I believe you already know why I came to see you. If you have any ideas, feel free to bring them up directly. Lu Chen pondered slightly. I don't have any ideas for now. How about this? Principal Wang waved his hand decisively. I'm a straightforward person. 10 million annual salary. Signed for 2 years. How about it? After speaking, he shook his head and laughed. To be honest, I kind of regret agreeing to only sign you for half a year back then. I really lost out. Lu Chen's eyebrows twitched slightly. This is truly a grand gesture. You should know, in today's LPL, there are only a handful of people whose annual salary exceeds 10 million. Excluding superstars like Uzi and Clearlove, only a few champion Korean imports like Imp can command such a price. So, want to think about it? Principal Wang smiled and said, no matter how the S Championship results turn out this year, as long as you nod, the salary is yours. Lu Chen didn't answer immediately. He just pondered for a moment before asking, what if it's based on performance? Oh, Principal Wang raised his eyebrows slightly and grinned, quite confident, huh, brother. The next second, his expression turned slightly serious, and he crossed his hands. You know how special this year's S Championship is. I won't even mention the semi-finals, but if you can make it to the Bird's Nest finals, I'll give you this amount. Speaking, he raised 2 fingers. Then he continued, if we can win the championship, hee hee.